So pure, so flirtatious. Chapter 1524 to Chapter 1598. Mr. Li, you misunderstood. Destrov's expression froze, and he suddenly sobered up. Now, Li Xiqing was not talking to him about conditions, but he was speaking to him in an almost commanding tone. That is, he had to release the hostage even if he didn't want to. Misunderstood? Yang Ming sneered and said, I didn't misunderstand. The matter between you and the Songjiang police is your business. It has nothing to do with me. It's 1:30 in the morning. If I don't see anyone before 5 o'clock in the morning, then I'm sorry. You have to bear the consequences. Mr. Li, isn't the time a little too tight? I still have to discuss with Mr. Victor Rajiv. Although he is my brother-in-law, he is still the leader of the Black Hawk gang. I'm just his deputy. I can't make the decision. Destrov said with a smile. You're talking nonsense with me. I've already wasted 5 minutes. It's now 1:35. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't care what method you use. If I don't see anyone before 5 o'clock, then don't blame me for starting with the Black Hawk gang. Mr. Li, do you really want to fight to the death? You know, the hostage is in our hands. It won't do you any good to push us too far. Destrov said in a threatening tone. Oh? Is that so? Yang Ming glanced at Destrov coldly, and then said, if you have any unrealistic ideas or hope for a fluke, then I don't mind killing Nicholas Shevich and others. Although they are in the hands of the Songjiang police, you should know that this is not difficult for me. The expression on Destrov's face finally changed. Although his nephew's drug trafficking was probably a capital offense, he still fantasized about sending Nicholas Shevich back to China. Therefore, he was not very worried that the Songjiang police would directly convict him. However, what Yang Ming said about sneaking into the Songjiang police station and killing Nicholas Shevich was not impossible. With Yang Ming's strange skills, it was indeed not easy for him to easily avoid the many people he ambushed at the dock. Destrov sighed as he looked at the expressionless Yang Ming. He took out his phone and dialed Victor Rajiv's number. Destrov, how is it? Is everything going well? Victor Rajiv stretched comfortably and answered Destrov's call. Victor Rajiv had also received the news of Yang Ming's arrival. He had been waiting for the news in the villa. Brother-in-law, something unexpected happened. Destrov smiled bitterly. Previously, when he came here, he was in high spirits, thinking that it would be a piece of cake to deal with one person. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail to deal with this person, but he was also threatened by this person. Accident? What was going on? Could it be that you accidentally killed him when you were capturing him? Victor Rajiv asked. If that's the case, then it won't be easy. It's a pity that we didn't manage to get the details of that person. Destrov was speechless. Wasn't his brother-in-law too arrogant? Accidentally killing someone? It was already good enough that he didn't accidentally kill us, brother-in-law. The other party is not dead. He is sitting in front of me. What? Not dead? You caught him? Victor Rajiv was stunned and asked, then what's the surprise? Is there something wrong with the other party? Brother-in-law, I didn't catch the other party. Instead, I was threatened by him. Destrov smiled bitterly. The other party asked us to return the 2 hostages to him before 5 o'clock. What? Destrov, are you okay? The other party is only one person. How can he threaten you? What nonsense are you talking about? Victor Rajiv almost fainted after hearing Destrov's words, before 5 o'clock? Bring this person to me right now. Brother-in-law, I don't have the ability to take this person away. Destrov quickly explained, the other party's identity is not simple. He has already said that if we don't see the 2 girls before 5 o'clock, he will attack our Black Hawk gang. Not only that, but he will also kill my nephew, Nicholas Shevich, from the Songjiang police station. His identity is not simple? What kind of identity can make you so afraid? Victor Rajiv was furious when he heard Destrov's words. He actually used my son to threaten me? No matter what his identity is, he dares to threaten me. Do you think I will let him go? His tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to attack our Black Hawk gang? Did he get the wrong place? I want to see who is in charge of this Mytina town. This? Destrov said helplessly, brother-in-law, the person who came to me is an assassin. Assassin? You said he is an assassin? Viktor Rajiv frowned and said hesitantly, the other party is an assassin? How do you know? Brother-in-law, do you know Delay Man 001 of the Hawkeye assassin group? Even a terrifying existence like Delay Man 001 was killed by him. Destrov explained, brother-in-law, we can't afford to offend such a person. He killed Delay Man 001? Viktor Rajiv obviously didn't believe Destrov's words. He hesitated and said, Destrov, you don't believe him just because of a few words, right? Brother-in-law, I didn't believe it at first, but you know what? Jivanov was killed in an instant right in front of my eyes. I didn't even see how he did it. I only saw him casually raise his hand, and Jivanov was killed. Destrov's voice was a little frightened as he said this. His eyes glanced at Jivanov's body on the ground, such a terrifying existence. If he wanted to kill me, I would have already become a corpse. So you're saying that this person is really very strong? Viktor Rajiv had to pay attention to Destrov's words. Are you sure you can keep him here? Brother-in-law, this person is from the butterfly family. Destrov smiled bitterly. What? Butterfly family? Viktor Rajiv was still quietly sitting on the recliner and drinking coffee. Although he heard that it was an assassin and that it might be a little tricky, he was not very nervous. However, when he heard Destrov say that the person was from the butterfly family, Viktor Rajiv was shocked. He stood up from the recliner, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yes, brother-in-law, this is the accident I was talking about. Destrov sighed, even if we hand him over, others won't say anything about the Blackhawk gang. At most, they will say that we are wise. I'm afraid that if we fight to the death with the butterfly family, we won't even know how we died. Others won't say that we are heroes. Instead, they will say that we are idiots. Wait for me. I'll go over now and meet this Mr. Lee in person. After Viktor Rajiv heard the words butterfly family, he could no longer sit still. As the underworld's godfather and the counselor of Mytina town, he was not afraid of anything. If the other party was also a gang leader, Viktor Rajiv did not need to give them any face as long as they were in Mytina town, no matter how powerful they were locally. However, this Lee Muyi was different. He was an assassin from the butterfly family, the terrifying existence of the world's #1 assassin group. If the Blackhawk gang had a grudge with this kind of organization, it would be better to disband as soon as possible. The gang leaders should quickly go home and commit suicide. Otherwise, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Especially for someone like Viktor Rajiv, he understood how terrifying an assassin was. Therefore, after listening to Destrov's words, Viktor Rajiv planned to meet this Mr. Lee in person. If what Destrov said was true, then he must not offend this person. Otherwise, he would be courting death. When Destrov was on the phone, Yang Ming was sitting next to him, but he turned a deaf ear to his words. However, Yang Ming was a little amused. This Destrov was actually so afraid of him. If he didn't say it, Yang Ming really wouldn't know that he had such a strong deterrent effect on him. Viktor Rajiv hung up the phone, then opened the door and walked out of the room. The secretary sitting on the sofa was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw Viktor Rajiv coming out, he quickly said respectfully, Mr. Viktor Rajiv, what can I do for you? Prepare a car for me. I want to go to the dock immediately. Viktor Rajiv said to his secretary, by the way, where are the 2 girls who were sent in yesterday being kept? The 2 girls are locked in the basement of our headquarters. Mr. Viktor Rajiv, is there a problem? The secretary asked carefully. Get someone to send the 2 girls here. Be quick. Don't let anything happen to them. Viktor Rajiv told the secretary, right, don't be rough. Don't offend these 2 people. Yes. The secretary wondered why Viktor Rajiv said this. Is it necessary to be polite to the 2 hostages? However, the secretary didn't dare to ask casually and had to do as he was told. Sigh. Viktor Rajiv sighed deeply as he watched the secretary leave. He was mentally and physically exhausted. How did the plan that I was so proud of end up provoking an assassin? The Black Hawk gang was very efficient. After a while, Chen Mingyan and Victoria were taken to the ground floor of Victor Rajiv's villa. A MPV was parked quietly below. Victor Rajiv walked out of the villa and glanced at the MPV. The secretary quickly ran over and said respectfully, "Mr. Victor Rajiv, the car is ready, and the two girls are in the MPV. What do you think? Let the MPV follow behind us. We are going to the dock now." Victor Rajiv nodded and told the secretary. "Yes, then let's go now?" The secretary responded and whispered to the MPV driver, then asked Victor Rajiv carefully. "Let's go." Victor Rajiv nodded and got into his Rolls-Royce luxury limousine. Destrov sat in the car nervously. He looked at Yang Ming, who was resting with his eyes closed, then looked out of the window again. He anxiously looked at his watch, then looked out of the window again. Why hasn't my brother-in-law arrived yet? The Black Hawk gang members disguised as sailors and porters on the dock also withdrew under Destrov's orders. They went to rest at the stronghold. It didn't make sense to stay here now. Destrov didn't think that he could do anything to Yang Ming with so many people. Instead, it would make Yang Ming feel disgusted, so he simply generously withdrew his people. After a while, Victor Rajiv's Rolls-Royce limousine and the Chrysler Grand Caravan carrying Chen Mingyan and Victoria quickly drove to the dock and parked next to Destrov's luxury RV. The secretary got out of the car first and helped Victor Rajiv open the door. Victor Rajiv got out of the car and walked quickly in the direction of the RV. Destrov saw that Victor Rajiv had finally arrived, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door of the RV and said with a bitter face, "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. What's wrong? Is Mr. Li in a hurry?" Victor Rajiv glanced at Destrov and asked calmly. "No, but it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. There are only 2 hours left from the time Mr. Li gave." Destrov smiled bitterly, "Brother-in-law, Mr. Li is in the car. Would you like to meet him?" "Okay. Wait for me in my car for a while. I will meet this Mr. Li." Victor Rajiv was a gang leader after all. He was much calmer than Destrov. Even after learning that Yang Ming might be a member of the butterfly family, he did not show too much panic. He was indeed a talent. Destrov naturally nodded and got into Victor Rajiv's Rolls-Royce first. When Victor Rajiv got into the RV, Yang Ming also opened his eyes at this time. "Victor Rajiv? The leader of the Black Hawk gang? That's me. Your surname is Li, and you are from the butterfly family?" Victor Rajiv nodded and then looked at Yang Ming. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't see anything from Yang Ming's expression. This person's expression was always that kind of indifferent and calm. Yang Ming nodded slowly. "Victor Rajiv, you should be here to confirm my identity, right? If I guessed correctly, the person I want is in the Chrysler Grand Caravan business car. Is that so?" Yang Ming said that he was guessing. In fact, after Victor Rajiv's car appeared at the dock, Yang Ming used his special ability to scan the situation in the two cars first. When Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan and Victoria were safe, he was relieved. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not be in the mood to talk to Victor Rajiv anymore. If this person was not smart enough to bring Chen Mingyan, then Yang Ming would not mind letting him die in pain after agreeing to his conditions. Mr. Li is really a smart person. Victor Rajiv saw that Yang Ming did not want to beat around the bush, so he simply admitted, "Yes, how can you prove that you are a member of the butterfly family? How do you want to prove it?" Yang Ming looked at Victor Rajiv with a smile and turned the same question back to him. "Since you are from the butterfly family, you must be very famous in the assassin world, right?" Victor Rajiv said, "I think that since you dare to come here alone and speak so arrogantly, you must not be a nobody. If you are really powerful, I believe that you must be the top existence in the butterfly family. What do you want to say? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Ming frowned and waved his hand to interrupt Victor Rajiv's words. Victor Rajiv's expression changed slightly, but it returned to normal in an instant. In Mytina town, no one dared to speak to him so impatiently for a long time. Mr. Li in front of him made Victor Rajiv a little angry, but thinking of his identity, Victor Rajiv did not dare to offend Yang Ming too much. If what he said was true, then he would have provoked an extremely terrifying organization. It's very simple. Since you are not a nobody, you must have some acquaintances in the assassin world. Viktor Rajiv said, I also know the helmsman of an assassin family. Our relationship is not bad. I will call him. If he can prove your identity, then I will let you go without saying anything. Viktor Rajiv said that their relationship was not bad, but in fact, they were just familiar with each other. The two sides had some cooperative relationship. Viktor Rajiv was a long-term client of the assassin family. What family? Yang Ming frowned. There are countless assassin families in the world, and assassin is a very secretive profession. You can just find a family. How can I know them? Don't worry. The assassin family I am talking about is second only to the butterfly family. I believe you should not be unfamiliar with it. Viktor Rajiv said, this family is the Charles family. Charles family? Yang Ming's face suddenly showed a strange expression. Yes. I have some personal relationships with the family master of the Charles family, old Charles. I will call him. If you can get him to help you prove your identity, I will believe you, said Viktor Rajiv. Humph, do I need to do this? Yang Ming sneered, however, since you are willing, then let's do it. Although I don't mind destroying the entire Black Hawk gang, I am really too lazy to do it. It was not that Yang Ming was too lazy to do it, but his action against the Black Hawk gang was not only known to the Songjiang police, but also to Xia Bingbao. If he exterminated the Black Hawk gang, he believed that part of his strength and trump cards would be exposed in front of Xia Bingbao. After all, with such a big movement, it was impossible for Xia Bingbao not to find out that it was him who did it. As long as there was a slight association, it could be linked together. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Yang Ming did not mind letting the Black Hawk gang off for the time being. If they were smart, they would not provoke him again. Then, they would still be free and happy, and Yang Ming would not bother to trouble them again. But if they really wanted to die, then Yang Ming would not mind cleaning them up after this incident. Now was an eventful time. The behind-the-scenes boss, the mysterious elder Yu, and the central that he had inexplicably offended. Yang Ming could be said to be in a precarious situation. It was not a wise move to reveal his strength at this time. The commotion caused by the Lancer family in Europe was already big enough, so Yang Ming had to keep a low profile at this time. This saved the Black Hawk gang from a disaster. Of course, on the other hand, it was also because this drug trafficking organization was foreign. As long as they did not poison Yang Ming's own compatriots in the future, what did it have to do with Yang Ming? Yang Ming was not an Interpol, nor was he Superman or Ultraman who maintained world peace. Naturally, he would not be bothered by what he did not see. Seeing that Yang Ming agreed with his idea, Viktor Rajiv's heart sank. Yang Ming dared to do this, which meant that Yang Ming might be related to the Charles family. It seemed that he had to put aside his unrealistic ideas. Viktor Rajiv did not come here with the intention of letting them go directly. Although Chen Mengyan and Victoria were in the commercial car outside, once Viktor Rajiv determined that Yang Ming's identity was fake, he naturally would not let them go. He even had the idea of keeping Yang Ming here forever. However, on the surface, Viktor Rajiv took out his mobile phone quietly, dialed a number on it, and then waited quietly. Hello, is Butler Zhou here? Viktor Rajiv changed his indifferent and equal tone when talking to Yang Ming. His voice directly became flattering. This change made Yang Ming despise him. He thought that Viktor Rajiv was a person who did great things and would not lose his composure in front of him like Vestrov. He did not expect that Viktor Rajiv would be like this because he did not know his identity. After hearing Viktor Rajiv's words, the person on the other end of the phone replied faintly, Butler Zhou has retired and returned to his hometown more than a month ago. Who are you? Why are you looking for him? After Viktor Rajiv heard the other party's words, his expression suddenly changed. He said in surprise, What? Butler Zhou is not here? Retired and returned to his hometown? How is that possible? Aren't people who serve the assassin family unable to leave for the rest of their lives? Although Viktor Rajiv was an underworld godfather, he also knew some of the rules of the assassin family, so he was very surprised that Butler Zhou could retire and return to his hometown. Not to mention the assassin family, even in the Black Hawk gang, it was not so easy for these core executives to retire. They had to live within the gang's sphere of influence. It was impossible for them to return to their hometown. We don't need to explain these things to you. When the other party heard Viktor Rajiv's question, he coldly refused. Who are you? What's the matter? Viktor Rajiv's heart shuddered, and he recognized his identity. Yes, the assassin family doesn't need to explain anything to me. How am I qualified to ask anything? Thinking of this, Viktor Rajiv quickly said, I am Viktor Rajiv of the Black Hawk gang in Mytina town, Russia. I am a long-term customer of your organization. Excuse me, can I ask Mr. Old Charles to answer the phone? What's the matter? Mr. Old Charles is very busy now. The person who answered the phone sounded a little displeased. It was no wonder. Calling to inquire about the internal affairs of other people's families was a taboo. Viktor Rajiv was speechless for a while. He was a well-known figure in Russia, but he was actually spoken to in such an indifferent tone. Previously, he was full of anger at Yang Ming. This time, he was met with a nose full of dust. However, he did not dare to be angry. Do you have anything to say? The other party saw that Viktor Rajiv was speechless and was a little impatient. No matter what gang you are from, you have nothing to do with harassing an assassin family. Isn't this courting death? Excuse me, are you the new butler? What's your surname? Viktor Rajiv thought hard, but he couldn't figure out who the person who answered the phone was, so he began to get close to him. If this person was someone he had dealt with before, then the other party would probably give him some face by saying a few words. However, if he directly said that he wanted to ask Mr. Old Charles to help confirm a person's identity, the other party would probably hang up the phone without even thinking about it. Help you confirm someone's identity? I don't have this obligation. In the beginning, the relationship between Viktor Rajiv and Butler Zhou was quite good. It was possible to make an exception, but this person who answered the phone had no friendship with him. Yes, my surname is Jean. Do you have anything else? The leader of the Black Hawk gang? The other party had obviously quickly checked Viktor Rajiv's client identity through the computer, but his tone was not enthusiastic at all. It was still as cold as ever, but his previous impatience was slightly restrained. After all, Viktor Rajiv had done a lot of business with the Charles family. Surname Jean? Viktor Rajiv had never seen this new butler surnamed Jean. He had never even heard of him. For a while, he really didn't know what to say. He didn't know him at all. How could he get close to him? Give me the phone. Yang Ming looked at Viktor Rajiv, who was sweating anxiously, and said to him with a faint smile. Give it to you? Viktor Rajiv was stunned for a moment. He hesitated, but finally handed the phone to Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming asked for the phone. He must have his reasons, so Viktor Rajiv did not hesitate. In any case, he helped himself out of the situation. Hello? Golden Bowl, it's me. Yang Ming said faintly on the other side of the phone. Ah. Leader. Why is it you? I didn't know that you were on the side. Please forgive me for offending you. Butler Jean was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's voice. He was shocked and quickly apologized. This Butler Jean was naturally Golden Bull of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. He was also a veteran of the Black Widow Assassin Group. When the Black Butterfly Assassin Group went to Africa to develop, Yang Ming sent Golden Bull to the Charles family as a butler. After all, Old Charles was also preparing to gradually hand over the family business to the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. Golden Bull was one of the people that Yang Ming was optimistic about. After Zhou Jiejia's father retired, Yang Ming let him take over as a training. Golden Bull could naturally hear Yang Ming's voice, especially since Yang Ming did not speak English like Viktor Rajiv did. He spoke Chinese, so Golden Bull's hearing was more sensitive. Go and call Old Charles. Just say that I am looking for him. Yang Ming did not mean to blame Golden Bull. If it were someone else, they would also treat Viktor Rajiv coldly. Yes. Leader, Golden Bull said quickly. Although Viktor Rajiv couldn't hear what Butler Jean said on the phone, he heard Yang Ming's words clearly. Yang Ming actually spoke to Butler Jean in such a tone. He even called him by his name and even used a commanding tone. How could Viktor Rajiv not be horrified? At this moment, he was 100% convinced of Yang Ming's identity. The fact that Yang Ming could order the Charles family's butler around already explained the problem. Of course, Victor Rajiv did not doubt that Yang Ming might have colluded in advance. After all, he made the call using his own mobile phone. It was impossible to fake it. When he thought of this, Victor Rajiv regretted making this call. No matter what the result was, he was suspicious and distrustful of Yang Ming. He had already offended Yang Ming. Yang Ming's identity should be more powerful than the Charles family's butler. Victor Rajiv really had the urge to cry after offending such a person. Why am I so unlucky? Mr. Lee, I don't think we need to trouble Mr. Old Charles. I already believe in you. Victor Rajiv said carefully, trying to make up for his previous mistakes as much as possible. Let's trouble him. Yang Ming glanced at Victor Rajiv with a smile and said faintly, moreover, it's not troubling him if I ask him to answer the phone. He will be very happy. Originally, Victor Rajiv was a little suspicious and surprised by Butler Jin's attitude toward Yang Ming. At this time, when he heard Yang Ming say this about Old Charles, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He didn't think that Yang Ming was bragging. At this time, there was no need to boast at all. If he boasted, he would soon be exposed. Judging from the current situation, the other party's attitude toward Yang Ming could already explain everything. Victor Rajiv's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was too late to say anything now. He could only wait quietly for the result. Soon, Old Charles answered the phone. Mr. Yang? It's me, Li Mui, said Yang Ming suggestively. He believed that Old Charles should be able to understand what he meant. Oh, it's Mr. Li. Excuse me, why are you looking for this old man? Old Charles was very smart. He immediately understood what Yang Ming meant. Perhaps Yang Ming used the alias Li Mui because it was inconvenient for him to announce his true identity on some occasions. Although Old Charles heard that the voice was Yang Ming's, he would still have some doubts if Golden Bull hadn't told him that the caller was Yang Ming. However, since Golden Bull had confirmed it, Old Charles would no longer doubt anything. Golden Bull and Yang Ming were very close. It was impossible to be mistaken. This is the case. Do you know Victor Rajiv of the Russian Blackhawk gang? Asked Yang Ming. Oh, this person. I have dealt with him several times. He is a client of our Charles family. What's wrong? Mr. Lee, why are you asking about him? Golden Bull didn't tell Old Charles about Victor Rajiv, so Old Charles still didn't know about him. Since you know him, it's easy. Help me prove to him that I am an assassin of the butterfly family, said Yang Ming to Old Charles. Oh? Okay. Although he wondered why Yang Ming wanted to do this, since Yang Ming had a request, Old Charles naturally would not refuse and directly agreed. Yang Ming handed the phone back to Victor Rajiv. Okay, you can talk to Old Charles. Is this the respected Mr. Old Charles? Victor Rajiv carefully took the phone and asked nervously. It's me, Victor Rajiv. Mr. Lee just asked me to help him prove that he is an assassin of the butterfly family. Old Charles said, do you have any objections to this? No. Victor Rajiv quickly replied. How could he dare to have any objections? That's good. I don't know why Mr. Lee would do that, but you'd better be careful. Don't do anything that will hurt our friendship. Old Charles vaguely guessed some of the reasons for the matter, but he was not sure. However, he secretly warned Victor Rajiv. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Old Charles. I know what to do. Victor Rajiv's heart trembled. He no longer had any doubts about Yang Ming's identity. Not only did he not have any doubts, but Victor Rajiv also roughly understood that Yang Ming's status in the butterfly family was definitely not low. Those who dared to speak to Butler Jean and Old Charles in this tone were definitely the higher-ups of the butterfly family. Only the core members of the world's #1 assassin family dared to speak to Mr. Old Charles, the helmsman of the world's #2 assassin family, the Charles family. Okay, the call is over. Mr. Victor Rajiv, shouldn't you let him go? Yang Ming glanced at Victor Rajiv and asked. This, of course. Victor Rajiv's heart was really bitter at the moment. If he had known earlier, he would have just let them go and left a good impression on Yang Ming. Now, he was naturally much weaker. Anyone would think that he was forced to make this decision. Although this was the case, if he were more decisive and let them go without making this call, he believed that even if he could not turn the enemy into a friend, he would not leave any bad impression on Yang Ming. Then hurry up. Yang Ming looked at his watch faintly. It's almost 4 o'clock. If you don't want to be exterminated, bring them here quickly. Victor Rajiv's heart suddenly jumped. Although Yang Ming's tone was very arrogant before, it was not so ruthless. But now, Yang Ming's words were almost a naked threat. How could Victor Rajiv not know what was going on with this gap? But what could he do even if he knew? How could a small Black Hawk gang be an opponent of the Butterfly family? Especially when he heard the conversation between Yang Ming and old Charles, it seemed that their relationship was very good. If something happened to Yang Ming, he believed that the Charles family would stand up for him. Under this double pressure, if Victor Rajiv had any other thoughts, he would be mentally deranged. Yes. I'll call my secretary and ask him to bring them here. Victor Rajiv did not dare to delay and responded quickly. You don't have to bring them here. Prepare a motorboat and bring them directly onto the motorboat. I'll be there soon. Yang Ming waved his hand and ordered. Yes, I'll have someone prepare it now. Victor Rajiv said quickly. Don't think about doing anything to the motorboat. I don't think you are that stupid, right? Although Yang Ming felt that Victor Rajiv was not a fool, he still reminded him. If there was a problem with the motorboat, Yang Ming could naturally swim back easily. The key was that he did not know if Chen Mengyan and Victoria could hold on. The sea was still quite cold in this season. How would I dare? Victor Rajiv smiled bitterly and said somewhat self-deprecatingly, for a small Black Hawk gang, both the Butterfly family and the Charles family are giants. Very good, but I have a piece of advice. Do you want to hear it? Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and was about to get out of the car when he suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask. I am naturally listening to Mr. Li's advice. Victor Rajiv said with a serious expression. This time, I am very dissatisfied with your approach. You actually dared to doubt my identity. Yang Ming said coldly, this time, I will not pursue it because I am in a hurry. However, in the future, don't let me see anyone from the Black Hawk gang in China. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming naturally did not want a drug trafficking organization like the Black Hawk gang to operate in China. Although Yang Ming was not a peacekeeper, he did not want to see his compatriots being harmed. Therefore, it was better for the Black Hawk gang to operate less in China when it came to drug trafficking. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not mind solving it. This? Okay, I understand what to do. Although Victor Rajiv did not want to agree with Yang Ming's advice, he did not want to be exterminated. God knew what would happen if he offended Yang Ming. Although giving up the Chinese market made Victor Rajiv's heart ache, there was no other way. Ai. Victor Rajiv sighed. If he had been more alert and let them go directly, would this ending have been different? However, he didn't know that Yang Ming's suggestion would still be made even after he let them go. I hope you will do as you say. Otherwise. I forgot to tell you. I live in China. Yang Ming patted Victor Rajiv's shoulder and dispelled his last trace of hope. After saying this, Yang Ming got up and got out of the luxury RV. Victor Rajiv smiled bitterly and followed Yang Ming out of the RV. He gave a few instructions to the secretary who had been waiting outside the door. Although the secretary did not know why Victor Rajiv gave such instructions, he glanced at Yang Ming beside Victor Rajiv in surprise. However, he did not dare to ask anything and quickly went to carry out Victor Rajiv's orders. With the strength of the Black Hawk gang, almost the entire dock was under the control of Victor Rajiv. It was no wonder that the Black Hawk gang could unscrupulously traffic drugs through the dock. Soon, a brand new motorboat was tidied up and docked at the dock. He believed that Victor Rajiv had already ordered a detailed and rigorous inspection of the motorboat to prevent any problems from occurring. Now, Victor Rajiv didn't dare to do anything to Yang Ming. He was even more afraid that something would happen to Yang Ming. If something happened to Yang Ming now, he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had a mouth. The Butterfly family and the Charles family would think that he did it, and no one would listen to his quibbles. Therefore, Victor Rajiv prayed that Yang Ming would go back safely and not make any mistakes on the way so that he wouldn't be implicated. It was a failure to live to this extent, especially for Victor Rajiv, the underworld's godfather. He had never done such a shameful thing in his life. Since taking over the power of the Black Hawk gang from his father, Victor Rajiv had always been a superior existence, no matter who he was in front of. This also had a lot to do with his other identity as a member of the parliament. But today, Victor Rajiv had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, he would be beheaded. What are they going to do? Chen Mengyan and Victoria were brought to the dock in the middle of the night. No one told them what to do with them. After the car stopped, there was no movement. Chen Mengyan was naturally a little anxious. I don't know. Victoria shook her head, but they intend to exchange us for the prisoners detained by the Songjiang police. We don't have to worry that they will harm us. It's all because of me that you are implicated, Sister Mingxi. Chen Mengyan looked at Victoria apologetically. They are targeting my dad. You are implicated. Victoria hesitated. She felt that in this situation, it was time to lay her cards on the table with Chen Mengyan. This would also allow Chen Mengyan to be mentally prepared. If there was a suitable opportunity to escape later, she could also let Chen Mengyan know in advance and cooperate. Otherwise, Chen Mengyan would definitely be suspicious if he suddenly showed some unusual behavior and actions. Now that there was no one watching from the side, it was a good opportunity to talk. Miss Chen, I think it's time to tell you some things. In this case, there's no need to continue hiding it from you. Victoria pondered for a moment and said. Miss Chen? Chen Mengyan was slightly stunned. She looked at Victoria in surprise. Sister Mingxi, what are you talking about? Why are you suddenly calling me Miss Chen? Miss Chen, please don't interrupt me. Let me continue. Victoria made a gesture to calm down and then said quickly, my true identity is not a relative who came from the mountains to seek refuge from Yang Ming, but a slave boxer trained by someone. Ah? Chen Mengyan listened to Victoria's words and looked at her incredulously. Slave boxer? What do you mean? My real name is not Chen Mingxi. Chen Mingxi is just a name that Yang Ming casually gave me. Maybe it's because he likes you too much. As Victoria said this, she glanced at Chen Mengyan with a smile. She unnaturally thought of the situation when she seduced Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not take the bait. She was a little dissatisfied, but she did not show it. My real name is Victoria. Yang Ming rescued me from my original owner and brought me back here. Victoria. Africa. The impact of Victoria's words on Chen Mengyan was too great, but she also knew that in this case, Victoria had no need to lie to her at all. So although she felt that what Victoria said was too weird, she still chose to believe it. But, why didn't you tell me before? Why did you lie to me? However, Victoria's sentence, maybe it's because he likes you too much, made Chen Mengyan's face blush slightly. Although it was not obvious in the dark, Chen Mengyan still subconsciously lowered her head. Mr. Yang offended some people. He was afraid that these people would harm you, so he sent me to protect you. Victoria said, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you would be worried after knowing. Offended some people. Chen Mengyan suddenly felt that she still didn't understand Yang Ming. From the beginning until now, she had never really understood Yang Ming. Although she now felt that she understood Yang Ming a lot more than before, it was still the tip of the iceberg. I didn't expect that those people didn't come to the door, but the Black Hawk gang came to the door first. Victoria sighed. At that time, the people who came had pistols in their hands. I didn't have full confidence that I could guarantee that the three of you would not be injured, so I could only take a step back and choose to come here with you. Sister Mingxi, you shouldn't be saying this to me casually at this time, right? Chen Mengyan had not fully digested this shocking news, but this was not a good time to digest it. Victoria explained a lot to her at this time, so there should be a purpose. Seeing that Chen Mengyan still called her Sister Mingxi, Victoria did not deliberately correct it. A fleeting joy flashed in her eyes, and then she said, yes, they locked us in the basement before. I couldn't find a chance to escape, but now, it is a good opportunity. Sister Mingxi, you mean, we have a chance to escape tonight? Chen Mengyan was overjoyed when she heard this. It's possible. Chen Mingxi nodded. They suddenly brought us to the dock. According to my analysis, there are only two possibilities. Chen Mingyan raised her eyebrows and seemed to have guessed something. Sister Mingxi is saying that they are going to exchange hostages? This is one of the possibilities. Victoria nodded appreciatively after listening. They picked us up from the basement in the middle of the night and brought us here. It must be an emergency. Something unexpected happened, so it is like this. Exchanging hostages is naturally one of the possibilities. However, with my father's temper, I am afraid this is not possible. Chen Mingyan immediately sighed. He should not use criminals to exchange for my safety. If it were an ordinary person, my father may do so, but I am his daughter. Even if he is unwilling, he will not do so. Chen Mingyan had heard about Chen Fei's temperament since she was a child. She also understood Chen Fei's personality and temper, so the possibility that her father could send someone to exchange for her this time was not very high. Yes, I don't have much hope for this. Victoria nodded. After all, we have only been captured for a day. Even if the Black Hawk gang put forward conditions, the Songjiang police have to hold a meeting and ask for instructions from the higher-ups before making a decision. This takes a period. It is impossible to be so fast. This is true, but Sister Mingxi, I only thought of this possibility. In addition, why did they bring us to the dock? Chen Mingyan thought about it, but she still couldn't think of an answer. Since it is not an exchange of hostages, what else can they do by bringing us to the dock? Victoria smiled. What is the dock for? Boat. Chen Mingyan's eyes lit up. Under Victoria's reminder, she quickly thought of this. They brought us to the dock in such a hurry. There should be an accident. Since it is the dock, the next step is likely to be to take us away from the dock by boat. Otherwise, why would they come to the dock where cars can go? Yes. That is the case. Victoria agreed. The reason why I explained the details to you first is that when we get on the boat, it will be a good opportunity to escape. Get on the boat and escape? Sister Mingxi, are you planning to seize the boat? Chen Mingyan asked in surprise. It shouldn't be difficult to seize the boat, and they can't put too many people on the boat. Victoria said, from the beginning to the end, I haven't exposed my skills. The other party shouldn't have much defense, so it should be easier to succeed. But Sister Mingxi, wasn't it a good opportunity to escape when we were taken out of the basement and into the car? At that time, there were only 2 people watching us. It should be easier, right? Chen Mingyan suddenly thought of the previous situation and asked curiously. It wasn't difficult to escape before, but where can we run to? Victoria smiled bitterly. Miss Chen, this is my Tina town, the Black Hawk gang's base. We don't even know how to speak Russian. Where can we run to? I'm afraid that we won't be able to go far, and we will be caught back. Instead, we will alert the enemy. That's true. I neglected this point. Chen Mingyan smiled embarrassedly. Then, after we seize the boat, we should have the confidence to escape, right? Of course, there is confidence, but it is only 50%. Victoria sighed. However, even if we fail, there will be no loss. The worst result is that we will be caught again. They won't force us. The other party is afraid of taking action for fear of breaking the vases. They are counting on us to exchange for the criminals in the hands of the Songjiang police. Naturally, they won't allow us to have any accidents. Before the criminals are exchanged, we are safe. Even if we seize the boat and escape, they can only chase behind. They won't dare to attack us with weapons. This is why I intend to take a gamble. I hope it will succeed. Is there anything I can help with? After Chen Mingyan listened to Victoria's analysis, her heart was relieved. Not yet. I'm telling you in advance because I'm afraid that you will be too surprised when the time comes. Victoria smiled. However, relax a little. It doesn't matter. Even if we fail, it's not that there is no chance to go back. I believe that after Mr. Yang comes back and finds out that we are missing, he will definitely come to us. I have already made a clear mark near the basement where we are being held while the Black Hawk gang's people are not paying attention. After Mr. Yang sees it, he will come to rescue us. Yang Ming? Is he better than you? Chen Mingyan vaguely felt that Yang Ming should be better than Victoria, a professional black boxer. Otherwise, how could Victoria be used by him? Hee hee. Victoria smiled faintly. It's not that I look down on the Blackhawk Gang's people, but if Mr. Yang came. Don't make a sound. Their people are coming. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps outside the car, Victoria made a silent gesture and said quietly to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan nodded, and her face also changed into a serious expression. The car's glass was closed, and the situation outside couldn't be seen, so it was impossible to judge who the other party was. Ka. The door of the commercial car was opened, and two men in black with sunglasses stood in front of the door. They were the two people who were responsible for monitoring and guarding Chen Mingyan and Victoria. They received the order from Victor Rajiv's secretary to invite the two ladies to board the boat. Although they didn't know what Victor Rajiv meant, they didn't dare to be rough. They were also very polite. Ladies, please get out of the car. The boat is ready. Come on board with us. After that, one of the men in black led the way in front, and the other followed behind. Together with Chen Mingyan and Victoria, they walked to a speedboat on the edge of the dock. Victoria and Chen Mingyan were also aware of the attitude of the two men in black, but they didn't think much about it. After all, it was an emergency. The other party might not want to cause more trouble, so they were so low-key. Ladies, please board the boat. The men in black said to Chen Mingyan and Victoria when they came to a very luxurious speedboat. Chen Mingyan and Victoria didn't say much. They got on the boat and went into the cabin, but the strange thing was that the two men in black didn't follow them in. After sending them to the boat, they turned and left. This made Chen Mingyan and Victoria somewhat inexplicable. Chen Mingyan and Victoria sat in the cabin and watched the two men in black leave instead of boarding the boat. They were puzzled. Sister Mingxi, why did they leave? I don't know. Who knows what they are planning? Victoria also frowned. She glanced at the cabin and found that there was no one inside. In other words, only Victoria and Chen Mingyan were left on this boat. I just don't know if there is anyone in the cockpit. What should we do now? Asked Chen Mingyan. Let's wait. I am afraid that someone will come up to sail the boat in a while. After the speedboat leaves the dock for a certain distance, we will seize the boat. The success rate of running away is higher. Otherwise, if we escape now, we will probably be caught by the ships next to us before we can leave the dock. Victoria hesitated and said, in a while, I will ambush behind the cabin door. When someone gets on the boat, I will catch him by surprise. Then, I will wait in the cabin and wait for the boat to sail. Then, I will find a way to go to the cockpit and kill the person who is sailing the boat. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded and sat quietly in the cabin, intending to attract the attention of the people coming. How do I cooperate? In a while, you lie on the chair in the cabin and pretend to be asleep to attract the attention of the people coming. Then, I will wait for the opportunity to make a move, said Victoria. Mr. Li, the speedboat is ready. The two young ladies are also on board. What do you think? Victor Rajiv carefully said to Yang Ming after listening to the secretary's report. Good, the efficiency is good. It's not 5 o'clock yet. It seems that you really put in a lot of effort. Yang Ming nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. In fact, Yang Ming was far away from the MPV where Chen Mingyan was, but because of his special abilities, he was relieved to see them safely on board the boat. Then, this humble one will not keep Mr. Li any longer. Since Mr. Li has something to do, this humble one will respectfully send Mr. Li off. Victor Rajiv was not stingy with addressing himself as this humble one to Yang Ming. He was respectful to the butler of the Charles family, let alone Yang Ming who was a higher existence than them. Victor Rajiv was an ambitious person who knew how to adapt to the circumstances. He knew that he did not have the strength to shake Yang Ming, and he was afraid that he would never be able to get back the humiliation he suffered today. Victor Rajiv also accepted his fate and felt that it did not matter. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Victor Rajiv with a smile. Remember what I said. If you don't take the initiative to look for me in the future, I won't take the initiative to look for trouble with you. Mr. Li, please rest assured. This humble one is not the kind of person who doesn't know what to do. This humble one will not do something that will destroy the future of the gang. Victor Rajiv was afraid that Yang Ming would not believe him, so he repeatedly promised, "By the way, Mr. Li, do you need a sailor to steer the boat for you?" "No, I can drive the speedboat myself." Yang Ming had already learned this knowledge, so there was no need for others to steer the boat. Moreover, Yang Ming did not want a third party to be present. "Well, then I wish Mr. Li a smooth journey. In this sea area, I dare not say anything else, but if you encounter a patrol boat on our side, just say my name," Victor Rajiv said flatteringly. Yang Ming did not pay attention to Victor Rajiv anymore. He just waved his hand faintly, turned, and walked to the speedboat. Yang Ming was very excited to see Chen Mingyan soon, but he could not change his appearance in front of Victor Rajiv, so he could only maintain the appearance of Li Mui and board the speedboat. However, just as Yang Ming entered the cabin, a strong wind hit Yang Ming head-on. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart, but then a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Victor Rajiv had set up a trap for him and was ready to attack him the moment he boarded the boat. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. After all, if Victor Rajiv wanted to do it, he would have done it earlier and would not have waited until now. Moreover, in the current situation, would he dare to do anything to Yang Ming? If Victor Rajiv didn't know that Yang Ming was an assassin of the butterfly family and didn't call old Charles, then Victor Rajiv might have done something beyond common sense on impulse. But now, he knew that Yang Ming was a top assassin. Whether it was Yang Ming himself or the strong background behind Yang Ming, Victor Rajiv and a small Black Hawk gang could not compete with them. In this case, what was the difference between doing something unwise and courting death? Moreover, although Yang Ming's eyes were not always on the speedboat, when Victor Rajiv's men prepared the speedboat, Yang Ming deliberately scanned the interior of the speedboat with his special ability and did not find any abnormalities or suspicious people inside. After the speedboat docked at the dock, the maintenance technician repaired the speedboat and refueled it. All the people on the speedboat left until Chen Mingyan and Victoria boarded the boat. No one else boarded the boat. Therefore, Yang Ming could quickly judge that the person who attacked him on the boat at this moment could not be Victor Rajiv's people. This person was either Chen Mingyan or Victoria. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately stopped his killing move. Yang Ming was originally prepared to kill the person who attacked him mercilessly, but after understanding the reason, he was scared. If he found out that the person he was going to attack was Chen Mingyan or Victoria, it would be too late. Even if he wanted to stop, it was impossible to stop completely. The best result would be a minor injury. But fortunately, Yang Ming stopped his killing move in time. For this aggressive attack, he just dodged slightly and blocked it with his hand. He easily resolved this round of attack and firmly grasped the attacker's hand. "Ah!" Victoria suddenly exclaimed. She didn't expect the person's skill to be so fierce. Not only did he easily avoid her attack, but he could also grab her wrist. At this moment, Yang Ming also entered the cabin in a flash and then closed the cabin door. Victoria saw that she had been exposed, so she could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. This was the only chance. If she lost it, she didn't know when she would have to wait. Moreover, since she had already shown her skills in front of the opponent would definitely be more vigilant against her. It would be impossible to win by surprise next time. Of course, the only thing that made Victoria feel strange was that the person she attacked didn't shout for reinforcements. Instead, he closed the cabin door. Isn't this creating an opportunity for me? Could it be that he is very confident in his skills and thinks that I am definitely not his opponent? Victoria, it's me. Yang Ming saw that Victoria was going to continue to attack him and whispered quickly. You. Victoria listened to this familiar voice and looked at Yang Ming with some surprise, but she couldn't see any clues on Yang Ming's face. This was the face of a middle-aged man in his 40s. There was no sign of disguise at all. It was completely different from the person she was familiar with. There was no similarity at all. Even the shape of the face had changed. These were not things that could be easily changed with a disguise. Just as Victoria was bewildered, Chen Mingyan exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Ming, it's you." As she spoke, she directly rushed into Yang Ming's arms, regardless of whether Yang Ming's face was this 40-year-old face. Looking at Victoria's bewildered look and Chen Mingyan's completely different certainty, Yang Ming was a little confused. Although he hugged Chen Mingyan tightly in his arms, he asked curiously, "Mingyan, how are you so sure that it's me? Your voice, your eyes, and the smell on your body." Chen Mingyan said without hesitation, "These can't be changed. I have been with you for so long. I am already familiar with these. So when I saw you for the first time, heard you for the first time, and smelled you, I was sure that it was you." "Really? Am I so easy to be seen through? It seems that this disguise really failed." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Then, he casually wiped his face and restored his original appearance. Although Victoria stood aside and stared at Yang Ming without blinking, she did not see how Yang Ming erased the disguise. It was as fast as a face-changing master. Yang Ming had to admire a woman's intuition and keen sense. With his special ability, Yang Ming was sure that it could be flawless, but it was still easily seen through by Chen Mingyan. Victoria, on the other hand, was secretly ashamed, although she was also somewhat sure that the person who came was Yang Ming. Yang Ming's voice and the fact that he directly called out the name Victoria had made Victoria confirm the identity of Yang Ming. In particular, with Yang Ming's fierce skills, Victoria was sure that she could knock down a person without any defense. There were not many people who could be stronger than her. Among the people she knew, Yang Ming was one, and Wang Xiaoyan was another. As for the others, she really did not meet any opponents. However, she still hesitated. Compared to Chen Mingyan's days and nights together, Victoria still lacked the sense of familiarity with Yang Ming, which caused her to be suspicious. "Not really. I'm afraid it's just an intuition." Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered that Victoria was still by her side, and this was definitely not the time to be affectionate. They were still in danger. How could they be sentimental? Chen Mingyan blushed and hurriedly left Yang Ming's arms and said softly. Yang Ming nodded. He could only attribute it to intuition. Otherwise, Yang Ming would feel that he was a failure as an assassin. "It's fine now. Let's go back to Songjiang." Yang Ming glanced at Victoria and said. "Blackhawk Gang?" Victoria looked at Yang Ming strangely. It was a little strange. How could it be fine all of a sudden? "I talked to their leader. They will not appear in Songjiang again in the future." Yang Ming said, "Now I'm going to sail the ship. You two rest in the cabin. If there is anything, wait until we return to Songjiang. I will go to the cockpit with you." Chen Mingyan had just escaped from danger. Especially when she saw Yang Ming, who she had not seen for a long time, she was even more reluctant to be separated from him, so she took the initiative to ask. "Well, if you are not tired, you can come together." Yang Ming did not force her and nodded. "I can drive a speedboat. I can help you," Victoria said subconsciously for some unknown reason. Yang Ming glared at her. Originally, Yang Ming was still thinking about being intimate with Chen Mingyan in the cockpit, but he did not expect this woman to join in. However, before Yang Ming could speak, Chen Mingyan spoke first. "Okay, Sister Mingxi, you can come together. Otherwise, it is meaningless for you to stay in the cabin alone." Since Chen Mingyan said so, Yang Ming did not say anything more. He was still grateful to Victoria. After all, when Chen Mingyan was in danger, she could stand up and take the initiative to go into the tiger's den with Chen Mingyan. Although nothing dangerous happened, and the matter was quickly resolved, at least it could be seen that Victoria was loyal. However, for some reason, Yang Ming always felt that Victoria seemed to be seducing him. He didn't know if it was Yang Ming's illusion, or Victoria really did not avoid suspicion and treated him as one of her own. Thinking of that time in the hotel, Victoria was naked in front of him. Yang Ming was embarrassed, but there was a ripple in the depths of his heart. "Mr. Yang, how did you disguise yourself before? Why is it so realistic?" Victoria turned her head and asked Yang Ming curiously. "Drive your boat well. I will tell you about this when I have time." After Yang Ming knew that Victoria could drive the speedboat, he simply gave her the right to drive the speedboat. "Since you regard yourself as one of us, right?" Then, Yang Ming simply treated Victoria as if she didn't exist. He directly hugged Chen Mingyan in his arms. Victoria snorted and glanced at Yang Ming, but she didn't say anything. She continued to focus on the speedboat and turned a deaf ear to the matter between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was a little shy and couldn't stand it. She pushed Yang Ming and whispered, "How about after we get home? There are still people here. I am her master. It doesn't matter." Yang Ming smiled faintly. Chen Mingyan struggled, but she couldn't break free. She changed the topic. "Yang Ming, why did you come so quickly? When they brought me and Sister Mingxi to the dock, I thought that my father sent someone to negotiate the exchange of hostages. Uncle Chen is also in a difficult situation. I hope you don't blame him." Yang Ming sighed. After all, there is always a choice between public and private matters. I know. I can naturally understand. Chen Mingyan nodded. If my father really gives up his original principles because of me, then I will look down on him. I have admired him since I was a child. I even hope that my future husband will be such an indomitable person, eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people. But now it seems that this wish can't be realized. Why? Am I that bad? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people? If he knew that Chen Mingyan liked Superman, Yang Ming would have spent a little effort to get rid of the Black Hawk gang. Of course not. Chen Mingyan smiled slyly and said, "You barely qualify as an indomitable spirit. But you're still a student. You just have to do what you're supposed to do. Of course, you don't have to do anything else. I thought you wanted me to be Ultraman." Yang Ming was speechless for a while. He felt that he was tricked by Chen Mingyan. "Haha, of course not," Chen Mingyan laughed and said, "By the way, Yang Ming, how did you get the Black Hawk gang to release him? Does my father know about this?" "Uncle Chen naturally knows that I'm here to save you," Yang Ming said. "As for how I made the Black Hawk gang release you, it's actually very simple. I called a friend of mine. He is the person in charge of a force in Europe. The leader of the Black Hawk gang, Victor Rajiv, can't afford to provoke that person, so he can only return you to me." "Ah? It's that simple?" Chen Mingyan blinked and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. "And, how do you know the person in charge of the big European force?" "Hee, that person is a partner of my father's company in Europe." Yang Ming said with some truth, "He has a lot of power over there. He has an unexpected influence. It turns out to be like this." Chen Mingyan didn't ask more after listening to Yang Ming. The speedboat sailed quickly on the sea, but when it approached the waters of Bianhai City, a patrol boat sent a signal and intercepted the speedboat Yang Ming was in. Obviously, the other party regarded him as an illegal immigrant. "Mr. Yang, what should we do? Should we break through or return?" Victoria looked at the situation in front of her and frowned as she asked Yang Ming. "The other party asked us to get closer for inspection. Just listen to him." Yang Ming glanced at the patrol boat in front of him. After confirming that it was a regular official patrol boat, he instructed calmly. "Okay." Victoria hesitated. Although she didn't know why Yang Ming wanted to do this, she still followed Yang Ming's instructions. She continued to drive the speedboat forward and was ready to dock next to the patrol boat in front. "Yang Ming, are you a stowaway?" Chen Mingyan also reacted at this time and roughly saw some clues. Previously, she and Victoria were taken to Mytina town in Russia by a stowaway boat. Yang Ming was now driving the speedboat back, so it should be the same. "Sort of." Yang Ming shrugged. "Do you need to call my father?" Chen Mingyan hesitated after listening to Yang Ming's words. "No need. I can solve it." Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. Seeing Yang Ming's confident expression, Chen Mingyan was relieved and no longer said anything. When the speedboat approached the patrol boat, it slowed down and docked at the patrol boat. At the same time, a light beam came from the patrol boat, and a voice shouted, "Who is in the speedboat in front of us? Please stop the boat for inspection." "Do as he says," Yang Ming said to Victoria. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Victoria docked the speedboat next to the patrol boat and turned off the motor. On the patrol boat, several armed border patrol officers jumped over one after another and boarded Yang Ming's speedboat vigilantly. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't grasp the patrol time and pattern of these people, so he happened to bump into them. Pu Dainiu and Victor Rajiv's people had probably grasped the patrol pattern and found a loophole to exploit. "Who are you? Take out your documents," The leader of the patrol officers looked at Yang Ming and the other two and asked. The others held their guns in their hands and were on high alert. Yang Ming took out 2 documents and handed them to the patrol officer. One was from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the other was from the army. They were both given to him by Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming wasn't sure if the people here would recognize the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's documents, so he also handed them to the patrol officer along with the local army's documents. After the patrol officer saw the cover of Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau's documents, his face changed into a solemn expression. His attitude towards Yang Ming was not as cold as before. He carefully opened the documents, checked the authenticity of the photos and documents, and handed them back to Yang Ming. As for the army's documents, he didn't even look at them. He also knew that this document was enough. It didn't matter if he looked at the others or not. The patrol officer was also a person with good eyesight. When he saw that there were other people beside Yang Ming, he wasn't sure if Yang Ming was hiding his identity. He was no stranger to the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. These people often crossed the border to perform some secret missions, so it wasn't unusual for them to recognize this document. After hesitating, the patrol officer didn't expose him. He just said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for wasting your time. You can leave now." "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled slightly, put away the documents, and didn't say much. The patrol officer quickly withdrew and then quickly drove away. Yang Ming's speedboat continued to drive to the pier of Bianhai City under the control of Victoria. "Yang Ming, what kind of identification did you show him just now? Why haven't I seen it before?" Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming curiously and asked, "Can you show it to me?" "It's nothing. Before I left, Uncle Chen asked someone to help me get a document. It can be used to deal with the border inspection." Yang Ming didn't say anything about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Instead, he took out the army's document and handed it to Chen Mingyan. The lights at night were very dim. Chen Mingyan didn't see it clearly. Naturally, she didn't know that Yang Ming had another document. She took a look at it and looked at Yang Ming strangely. "The army's document? In order to save you, it's just a name. After I go back, I have to return it to your father." Yang Ming smiled. "I see. I was still a little excited. I thought you really became a person who got rid of violence and brought peace to the people." Chen Mingyan shook her head with some disappointment. She had just finished talking about getting rid of violence and bringing peace to the people. Now that she saw Yang Ming become a soldier, she felt that her dream had come true. However, she didn't expect that it was just a name. After she went back, she had to return it. Yang Ming smiled and put away the document. Then, when he looked up, he happened to meet Victoria's smiling eyes. Yang Ming was slightly stunned and guessed roughly. With Victoria's keen observation, she obviously saw that the document that Yang Ming just gave out was another document. However, she didn't expose it and immediately continued to focus on the speedboat. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, the speedboat finally docked at Bianhai City's pier. Pu Dainiu had already received the news and was quietly waiting for Yang Ming's return with his men at the pier. At this moment, Yang Ming had once again returned to his original appearance as Li Mui. Chen Mingyan and Victoria were very curious as to how he managed to change his appearance so quickly. They wanted to ask in detail, but felt that it was not the right time, so they remained silent for the time being. "Mr. Li, congratulations on your safe return." Pu Dainiu saw Yang Ming coming ashore and took the lead to rush over to greet Yang Ming. Of course, it was because Yang Ming helped him find out the spy who had been lurking around him for many years. More importantly, it was because Yang Ming was able to bring the person back from the Black Hawk gang, and it seemed that there was no injury at all. Pu Dainiu was very clear about how powerful the Black Hawk gang was. At this pier, he couldn't even compete with the Golden Hawk gang, a branch of the Black Hawk gang, let alone the Black Hawk gang headquarters. Furthermore, they were in other people's territory. Yang Ming even brought 2 weak women back safely. How strong did he need to be to do that? Therefore, when he thought of this, Pu Dainiu became even more respectful towards Yang Ming. "Didn't we agree to call me Oldly? Did I call you Dainiu?" Yang Ming naturally understood why Pu Dainiu was like this. He smiled and said, Daniel, you can rest assured from now on. The Black Hawk gang won't send people over anymore. Really? Brother Oldly, this is really good news. Daniel, thank you. Pu Daniel had been worried that although the Golden Hawk gang was destroyed, the Black Hawk gang, as the headquarters, would definitely not let go of such a favorable geographical location like Bianhai City. They might even send people to take over the business here again. Therefore, after Pu Daniel was happy, he returned to normal. Now that he heard Yang Ming's news, he was very excited. Of course, this is true. Yang Ming nodded and changed the topic. However, Daniel, you and I are kindred spirits. As a brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. However, I still have something to say. Oh? Brother Oldly, please speak. Pu Daniel listened to Yang Ming's words and asked cautiously with a serious expression. Daniel, it's better if you don't do illegal immigration in the future. Yang Ming said, Daniel, I'm not asking you to stop doing its illegal immigration. Pu Daniel's expression changed slightly as he lowered his head. How could he not understand Yang Ming's words? As the head of the local gangs, of course, they would not look for stowaways themselves. Many of the stowaways were found by their own subordinates, the so-called henchmen or flying saucers. In order to get a commission, most of these people used all their means and resorted to every conceivable means. They tricked some people who lived in poverty and described the world to be full of gold and a place where it was easy to make money. These people were moved and gave all their savings to these henchmen to help them stow away. In the end, most of them found that this place was even poorer than China, and it was even harder to find a job. However, it was too late for regrets now. The smuggler and his henchmen had long disappeared. Moreover, they had to constantly be on guard against being caught by the local police as an illegal immigrant and sent back to their country. Their dream of making a fortune abroad was shattered just like that. Of course, even so, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Did they still have the guts to reason with the snakehead? Therefore, people like this kept coming in batches after batches. Although Pu Daniel knew that a lot of people were tricked by his henchmen, he pretended not to know. As long as the henchman paid the fee, he would also pretend not to know. Yang Ming had obviously noticed this. After pondering for a while, he told Pu Daniel about it. Mr. Li. We rely on this for a living. Pu Daniel said awkwardly. Daniel, I'm only telling you this because of our relationship. If it were the Golden Hawk gang, hee. Yang Ming sneered, as for their living, the Golden Hawk logistics has already collapsed. They won't be coming back. I believe I don't need to say more. You know that logistics is a very profitable industry. Although it can't be compared to their old business of drug trafficking, it's comparable to you being this head. After hearing Yang Ming's words, Pu Daniel's face darkened. Then, his eyes lit up. Pu Daniel could naturally tell that Yang Ming was threatening him. Although he was a little unhappy, he knew that he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. The other party could easily destroy the Golden Hawk gang and take the hostages back from the Black Hawk gang. With this kind of ability, it would only take a breath for him to destroy Pu Daniel. Pu Daniel didn't think that his relationship with Yang Ming was very deep. He and Yang Ming had only known each other for less than a day. He only knew Yang Ming through Uncle Sun San's introduction. Therefore, Pu Daniel didn't dare to say anything about this. Although he felt that Yang Ming was cutting off his source of income, he couldn't do anything about it. However, when he heard Yang Ming's last sentence, Pu Daniel was overjoyed again. If the Golden Hawk gang's previous logistics business was transferred to him, then Pu Daniel wouldn't need to be an illegal immigrant anymore. He could totally rely on the logistics business to become rich. Mr. Li, are you serious? Although Pu Daniel was overjoyed, he knew that he wasn't the only one who had their eyes on the logistics business. Other than him, there were others who had been drooling over the Golden Hawk gang's logistics business for a long time. I'll talk to Uncle Sun San and ask him to help you settle it, Yang Ming said calmly. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Li. Pu Daniel was relieved when he heard that Uncle Sun San was going to help him. Yang Ming didn't stay in Bianhai City for long. Instead, he went to the place where he stored his car. He drove Chen Mengyan and Victoria back to Songjiang. As for what Yang Ming said to Pu Dainiu, it was also because of his feelings. Yang Ming didn't know if his mentality had changed or if it had never changed at all. That was the conscience and kindness in his heart. Although Yang Ming felt that his inner heart had been trained to be ruthless and decisive enough, that was only toward his enemies. He still couldn't bear to do that to those innocent people. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be stingy with helping when he could. Yang Ming's words were said behind Chen Mingyan and Victoria's back. Therefore, the two of them didn't know what Yang Ming and Pu Dainiu talked about. They only thought that Pu Dainiu was just a friend of Yang Ming's. When the car stopped at Chen Mingyan's neighborhood, it was already noon. The area around Chen Mingyan's neighborhood was still filled with police cars. There were also a few plainclothes officers walking back and forth. It was believed that the incident this time had raised the Songjiang police's vigilance to the highest. They were afraid that the Black Hawk gang would still choose to target the families of other police officers. Therefore, the residential area was filled with police officers. This was especially true for the families of several bureau leaders and members of the anti-narcotics brigade. Yang Ming's BMW number was registered in these people's hearts. Therefore, when the car entered the neighborhood, there was no obstruction. However, when Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Victoria got out of the car together, a few plainclothes officers who saw them had an unbelievable look in their eyes. It was no wonder. They heard that the bureau had been in a meeting since last night to discuss the rescue of the hostages. The people on duty also took shifts. They had just changed shifts. Naturally, they knew that the results of the discussion were not out yet. However, the hostages that they were discussing in a meeting actually appeared in front of their house safe and sound. How could this not surprise these people? The plainclothes officer rubbed his eyes hard. He thought that the long hours on duty had caused visual fatigue and caused him to hallucinate. However, after rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, it was indeed Chen Mingyan. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. "Mingyan, why are you back?" "Why, Uncle Li? Can't we come back?" Yang Ming smiled and greeted the plainclothes officer on duty. This person was Chen Fei's former subordinate, the vice captain of the criminal investigation team. Now, he was Xiaoxua's subordinate. Yang Ming had seen him many times. When Chen Fei was in a car accident, Yang Ming had dealt with him. Later, Yang Ming also had contact with him during Wang Shifan's series of incidents, so they were very familiar with each other. "Little Yang, how did you come back? Does Bureau Chief Chen know?" Vice Captain Li confirmed that it was Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, so he immediately asked in surprise. "Not yet." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Previously, when he was swimming in the sea, the mobile phone had entered the water. It could still be used to record videos and send multimedia messages to Pu Dainiu. However, after a while, it couldn't be turned on anymore. Apparently, the seawater had corroded the circuit board, making it completely unusable. Chen Mingyan and Victoria's mobile phones had long been confiscated by the Black Hawk gang. Yang Ming didn't intend to use other people's phones. This might leave some unnecessary trouble and clues. Therefore, he simply drove all the way back and went straight to Chen Mingyan's house. He didn't contact Uncle Chen and the others in advance. In the conference room of the Songjiang police station, it was divided into two sides at the moment. They were fiercely debating. "Chief Chen, I think the most important thing at the moment is the safety of Chen Mingyan. Let's postpone the other things." On one hand, people felt that the safety of the hostage was more important than anything else. Since the other party had proposed an exchange request, they might as well meet the other party's request first. They would extradite the criminal back to their country and let them deal with it themselves. It would also save a lot of trouble. But on the other hand, they felt that if they let the criminal go so hastily, wouldn't they be compromising with the other party's evil forces? Chen Fei also had a headache. Although he was worried about the safety of Chen Mingyan, he couldn't just care about his daughter's safety and ignore the overall situation. Some of his subordinates were devoted to the public, and some were trying to please him. How could Chen Fei not see it? Among the people who agreed to exchange the criminal for Chen Mingyan, some were genuinely concerned about the safety of the hostage. They felt that the safety of the hostage was more important than anything else, but some were only in favor of it to please Chen Fei. Chen Fei sighed. It was difficult to make a choice. After all, he only had one daughter. Although Xiaxia said that Yang Ming had gone to rescue Chen Mingyan alone, Chen Fei didn't know how strong Yang Ming was. He only knew that Yang Ming was a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He knew that Yang Ming must have something extraordinary, but even if he had something extraordinary, facing the power of the other party, he could only temporarily retreat. While he was in a dilemma, Chen Fei's cell phone rang. Chen Fei glanced at the caller ID. It was Deputy Captain Li of the Criminal Investigation Team. He made a silent gesture to the others and picked up the phone. "Old Li, what's the situation?" Chen Fei had already instructed everyone before that if there was nothing important in the meeting, they shouldn't call so as not to affect the normal progress of the meeting. So, when Deputy Captain Li called at this moment, it was obviously something important. "Chief Chen, Mingyan is back. Little Yang brought her back. They came back together with the girl named Chen Mingxi, who was kidnapped together." Deputy Captain Li's voice was very happy. "What? Old Li, you said that Yang Ming brought Mingyan back? Where?" Chen Fei was stunned, and then asked in disbelief, "Old Li, are you sure?" "Chief Chen, they're right beside me. Please wait a moment, I'll get Mingyan to talk to you." Vice Captain Li didn't believe it when he saw Yang Ming bringing Chen Mingyan back with his own eyes, let alone when Chen Fei only heard a few words over the phone. Therefore, Vice Captain Li didn't bother to explain further. He simply asked Chen Mingyan to answer the phone. "Dad, I'm at home. I'm fine." Chen Mingyan picked up the phone. She had wanted to tell her father that she was safe for a long time, but she didn't have a chance along the way. "Mingyan. It's really you." Chen Fei was so excited that he suddenly stood up. The other people who were attending the meeting at the side looked at Chen Fei in surprise. When they heard him exclaim Mingyan, they didn't know what had happened. However, looking at his expression, he was very happy. He didn't have the slightest anxiety or worry. It must be good news. "Dad, Yang Ming brought me and Sister Mingxi back safely. You don't have to worry." Chen Mingyan was touched when she heard her father being so excited. It seemed that her father was worried about her safety all the time. Thinking about it, with her father's position and responsibilities, it was very difficult for him to face the choice between family and justice. He was already very strong to be able to hold on until now without collapsing. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The big stone in Chen Fei's heart finally fell. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming actually did it. In addition to being happy, he was also amazed. No wonder the people over there valued Yang Ming so much. It seemed that Yang Ming had extraordinary abilities. Thinking that Yang Ming was discovered by himself, Chen Fei smiled and said, "Mingyan, give the phone to Yang Ming. I'll talk to him." "Oh, okay." Chen Mingyan still wanted to complain to her father, but she didn't expect her father to look for Yang Ming directly. She had to hand the phone to Yang Ming reluctantly. "Yang Ming, my dad is looking for you." "Hello, Uncle Chen." Yang Ming took the phone and said with a smile. Little Yang, Uncle Chen really didn't expect it. Chen Fei didn't care about the strange looks of his colleagues. "Uncle Chen has already said that Uncle Chen thinks highly of you. You really didn't let Uncle Chen down. This time, it's all thanks to you." It seems that Uncle Chen had a lot of foresight in the beginning. Chen Fei was a little incoherent because of the sudden joy. It was also difficult for him. His daughter was caught, but he had to harden his heart and ignore the demands of the robbers. He had already withstood a lot of pressure to do this. When his daughter suddenly came back safely, Chen Fei suddenly exploded and chattered like a child. After Yang Ming heard Chen Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had a feeling of nostalgia. Thinking about last year, it was probably around this time. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he came back from a date with Chen Mingyan, but he met Chen Mingyan's father in his own courtyard. Of course, at that time, he didn't know that Chen Fei was Chen Mingyan's father. He even stupidly said that he liked Chen Mingyan. What he didn't expect was that Chen Fei said, "Uncle Chen thinks highly of you." Thinking of the past, Yang Ming touched his nose. "Yang Ming, you and Mingyan wait for me. I will go back now." Chen Fei may have also thought of Yang Ming's embarrassment at that time. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said with a laugh, Okay, then Meng Yan and I will go upstairs first. Yang Ming responded and hung up the phone. He returned the phone to Deputy Captain Li. Uncle Li, Meng Yan and I will go upstairs first. Uncle Chen will be back in a while. Do you want to go upstairs with us to rest? I won't go. Although you are fine, I am still on duty. How can I just go upstairs to rest? Deputy Captain Li smiled and said. Yang Ming nodded and went upstairs with Chen Mingyan. At the door of Chen Mingyan's house, there was no police guarding. Instead, the door was closed. Yang Ming had the key to Chen Mingyan's house. He took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole to open the security door. When he opened the door, he heard Mother Chen's roar, "You dare to come back? Didn't I tell you? If you don't save your daughter, don't come back." Accompanied by the roar, a sofa cushion flew toward Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming was shocked. He smiled bitterly and reached out to grab the sofa cushion in his hand. He said, "Auntie Chen, it's me, Yang Ming." "Ah, Yang Ming." When Mother Chen heard Yang Ming's voice, she suddenly felt apologetic. She quickly got up from the sofa in the living room and walked toward the door. Chen Mingyan was kidnapped. Mother Chen and Chen Fei argued more than once. She even gave Chen Fei a death order. No matter what, even if he didn't want to be the bureau chief, he had to bring his daughter back safely. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Mother Chen thought that Chen Fei had come back. When she thought about it, she was angry, so she threw the sofa cushion without thinking. After all, except for Chen Fei, only Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming had the key to this house. Chen Mingyan was kidnapped, and only Yang Ming was left. Although Mother Chen didn't know that Yang Ming went to rescue Chen Mingyan, at this time, it was impossible for Yang Ming to open the door with the key without knocking. That was impolite. Therefore, Mother Chen didn't think much about it. After hearing Yang Ming's voice, she knew that she hit the wrong person. "Yang Ming, why are you here at this time?" Mother Chen was a little puzzled. After all, Yang Ming should be in school at this time. Even if he came, he couldn't use the key to open the door by himself. "Ah, Mom, are you at home?" Chen Mingyan saw that the door of the house was closed. She subconsciously thought that her mother had gone to work and there was no one at home, so she asked Yang Ming to take out the key to open the door. She didn't expect that there was someone at home. "Little Yan?" Mother Chen exclaimed in surprise. She immediately quickened her pace and stumbled over. When she saw that it was really her daughter standing at the door, Mother Chen couldn't help but burst into tears. "Xiaoyan, you're really back? That's great. Mom was so worried about you." With that said, Mother Chen hugged Chen Mingyan tightly in her arms and kept patting her back. "Little Yan, if you didn't come back, Mom would die." Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming, who was smiling but not smiling. She was embarrassed and said, "Mom, Yang Ming is still here." "Ah." When Mother Chen saw that Chen Mingyan suddenly returned home, she was so excited and happy that she directly ignored Yang Ming, who was beside Chen Mingyan. When she heard Chen Mingyan's reminder, she remembered that there was still someone beside her. She suddenly felt very embarrassed. "Chen Mingyan, I'm sorry. I let you see a joke. Auntie is too happy when I get excited." "It's okay, Auntie Chen. You are also confused because you care." Yang Ming smiled and said, "When I first saw Mingyan, I was also like this." Victoria didn't go upstairs and was left in the car downstairs. Yang Ming didn't let her come up. Otherwise, some things would be difficult to explain. Yang Ming also didn't want Victoria's identity to be exposed because it also involved part of his privacy. Mother Chen was very satisfied with Yang Ming's tactfulness. She smiled and said, "By the way, Mingyan, how did you come back? Did your father finally agree to use criminals in exchange for you? At least he still has some conscience and knows which is more important." "Huh?" After Chen Mingyan heard Mother Chen's words, she looked at her mother in shock. She was stunned for a moment before she finally understood the meaning of her mother's words. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, it was Yang Ming who saved me." "Yang Ming?" Mother Chen turned her gaze to Yang Ming in disbelief and said, "Mingyan, is this true? Didn't your father use that drug dealer to get you back?" "Mom, how can my dad be that kind of person?" Even if he exchanged me for a drug dealer, I would only look down on him. Chen Mingyan shook her head. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, it was Yang Ming who used his connections to talk to the leader of the Black Hawk gang. Then, Sister Mingxi and I were released. Using his connections? Mother Chen was obviously not as simple as Chen Mingyan. Naturally, she wouldn't believe Yang Ming's words. In fact, Chen Mingyan and Victoria were the bargaining chips for the leader of the Black Hawk gang to safely rescue his son. How could he just let them go? Even if he used his connections, the leader of the Black Hawk gang probably wouldn't agree, right? How sharp was Yang Ming's intuition? He immediately noticed Mother Chen's suspicion, so he smiled and said, if it were an ordinary person speaking, the leader of the Black Hawk gang would naturally not give face. However, this person is my father's business partner, the current patriarch of the Buffon family, the largest family in Europe. He has considerable power throughout Europe. Russia is also a European country, so the Black Hawk gang had to compromise. The Buffon family, it turns out to be like this. No wonder the Black Hawk gang would compromise. Mother Chen showed a clear expression after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. The cooperation between Mingyang Heavy Industry and the Buffon family was not a secret. Mother Chen naturally knew about it. What kind of existence was the Buffon family? Mother Chen was also very clear about it. Even if the Black Hawk gang was an underworld gang, it was impossible for them not to give face to old Buffon. Even if they were reluctant, they could only swallow it. This was a major event that involved the survival of the entire Black Hawk gang. She believed that the leader of the Black Hawk gang could make a wise choice. This is also a fluke. If the Black Hawk gang was not in the European territory, I believe that things would not be so smooth. Yang Ming sighed and said ambiguously. This is true, but anyway, Yang Ming, Auntie thanks you. Mother Chen took a deep breath, patted Yang Ming's shoulder, and said sincerely. Auntie Chen, what are you saying? If I don't save her, who will save her? Yang Ming suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Mingyan is your daughter, but she is also my girlfriend. Haha, but you're quite considerate, child. Mother Chen sighed, and then said slowly, before this, I was still worried about handing Mingyan over to you. I was afraid that you would not treat her well in the future. I was afraid that you could not protect her, but today, I am completely relieved. Mom. Chen Mingyan suddenly blushed, and she was a little embarrassed. What are you talking about? Yang Ming also had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that his words would lead to so much emotion from Mother Chen. Little Yen, don't talk first. Listen to me. Mother Chen waved her hand and interrupted Chen Mingyan's words, not letting her disturb. Oh. Chen Mingyan had to nod and no longer say anything. Yang Ming also listened attentively. Before, when you were together, there were some words that I didn't say because you were still young. It was a bit early to say those words. So, I plan to wait until the day of your wedding to say it. Mother Chen said, but now it seems that those words don't need to be said. What words? Chen Mingyan blinked her eyes curiously. Looking at her mother's serious expression, she knew that she had something important to say. Yang Ming, in fact, in addition to little Yen, you are still entangled with two other girls. Your Uncle Chen knows about this matter, and I know about it too. Mother Chen changed the topic and said seriously, although the things between the two girls named Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia have some coincidences and intentions, I don't know how you let little Yen accept this fact and maintain the balance, but what I want to say is that now you are still young. I won't interfere with these things, but one day when you and little Yen get married, other relationships will be cut off. I don't want my daughter to be unhappy. This? Yang Ming's heart was shocked, and his face was full of cold sweat. He originally thought that only Uncle Chen knew about these things, but he didn't expect Mother Chen to know such details. Especially Mother Chen's decision, it made Yang Ming feel shocked and embarrassed. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun because of Chen Mingyan. Not only Yang Ming, but even Chen Mingyan's face changed at the moment. Although she acquiesced to the existence of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia in her heart, it was another matter if her parents knew about it. Chen Mingyan had a feeling of being in a dilemma. Don't say anything first. Listen to me. Mother Chen made a gesture to Yang Ming to calm down and then continued, however, after today's incident, I think I don't have to say these words. N? Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He faintly guessed what Mother Chen was going to say next, and his heart was suddenly happy. There is an old saying that a husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly away separately when a disaster befalls them. Mother Chen looked deeply at Yang Ming and said, a husband and wife are already like this, not to mention that you are just a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Yang Ming, you can stay by little Yan's side at this time and save her. This makes me very gratified. Although this time, you asked someone to talk to the leader of the Black Hawk gang, I'm afraid you are aware of the risks in this. Some things can't be solved by just talking to someone. If the other party goes crazy, they might even leave you there. You dared to go to Russia alone and bring little Yan back. What else can I say? With this incident, I can see your feelings for little Yan. So, I won't say what I originally said. As long as little Yan is happy, and she feels that it's nothing, I will no longer interfere in your matters. This? Yang Ming looked at Mother Chen in disbelief. That's it? Originally, Yang Ming thought that he would be scolded severely. After all, which mother would let it go so easily when she found out that her daughter's boyfriend had other girlfriends? Even Chen Mingyan had a look of disbelief on her face. Mom, are you telling the truth? Mother Chen smiled and nodded calmly. Mom, you are so nice. Chen Mingyan's heart was relieved. She hugged Mother Chen in surprise. This matter had always been a sore point in her heart. She didn't know how to explain it to her parents, especially after living under the same roof with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. She was worried that one day her parents would discover the secret. However, when she heard that her mother finally relented and agreed to this matter, how could Chen Mingyan not be happy? After all, it was most important to get the understanding of her parents. So nice? Mother Chen looked at her daughter's happy look and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Yan, Mom will pursue this matter. The one who should be happy should be Yang Ming. Why are you so happy? Chen Mingyan's face turned red and found that something was wrong. I shouldn't be happy about this matter. Why am I happy? She glared at Yang Ming fiercely, turned her face away, and ignored Yang Ming. Mother Chen smiled. The original knot in her heart also disappeared with Chen Mingyan's attitude. Her daughter didn't care, so why should she care? As they were talking, the sound of the key opening the door came again. Chen Fei rushed in. As soon as he entered the door, he almost bumped into Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan who were standing at the door. Old Chen, why are you so impatient? Although Mother Chen was no longer so angry with Chen Mingyan because Chen Fei had returned, the whole thing was caused by Chen Fei. If it weren't for the drug dealer, would Chen Mingyan be kidnapped? Therefore, although she no longer hated Chen Fei in her heart, her tone was still cold with no trace of friendliness. Mingyan, you really came back. Chen Fei didn't care about Mother Chen's sarcasm. He looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile and looked at Yang Ming on the side. His big hand directly hit Yang Ming's shoulder. Good boy, you didn't let Uncle Chen down. Let's go to the study with Uncle Chen. Let's have a good talk. Oh, okay. Yang Ming thought, luckily, I have practiced. Otherwise, wouldn't my shoulder be broken by you? If it were someone else, he would definitely be sitting on the ground. If I didn't insist on training, how could I withstand such a blow? Eh? Chen Fei was slightly puzzled. He was too excited to control. He didn't control of his strength. But Chen Fei was shocked. He knew the power of his palm very well. One had to know that he had once won the title of the provincial police's internal mixed martial arts champion. With this slap, even if Yang Ming did not sit on the ground, his arm would have been dislocated. The best-case scenario would have been a black and blue bruise. However, Yang Ming seemed to be fine and easily endured it. His shoulders did not even tremble, and his expression did not show any signs of discomfort. This made Chen Fei feel surprised. Yang Ming really has some skills. No wonder they value Yang Ming so much. You and Ming Yan prepare some delicious food. Yang Ming and I will drink to celebrate tonight. Chen Fei instructed Mother Chen. It's okay to prepare it for Yang Ming, but it's not okay to give it to you. Mother Chen snorted. It was obvious that she was still angry. Chen Fei didn't care. He pushed Yang Ming to the study room. He closed the door after entering the study room. What they were going to talk about was confidential. Even Chen Mingyan and Mother Chen couldn't know about it. Mother Chen and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled. Little Yan, you're tired too, right? Go and rest. I will prepare some food. Then, I will order a few bottles of beer from the supermarket downstairs. Mom, I'm not tired. Chen Mingyan shook her head and rejected Mother Chen's request. I'm not sleepy now. My mental state is good. Oh? You're not sleepy? Mother Chen was stunned. You didn't sleep last night, right? My Tina town is so far away from Songjiang. You have to travel all the way, right? No, the one who drove the boat was Sister Mingxi. After that, the one who drove was Yang Ming. I was resting all the time, so I wasn't tired at all. Chen Mingyan smiled. Sister Mingxi. Are you talking about that Chen Mingxi? Mother Chen's gaze focused. She remembered the girl who was kidnapped together with Chen Mingyan. Previously, because she was worried about Chen Mingyan's safety, she didn't think about the identity of this Chen Mingxi. Now that she had calmed down, Mother Chen had some doubts. Little Yan, tell me the truth. That girl named Chen Mingxi, who is she? Who? It's nothing. She's just a relative of Yang Ming. She doesn't have a household registration in the mountains. Yang Ming helped her to register a household registration here so that she can go to school with me. Chen Mingyan blinked. She didn't say the true origin and identity of Victoria. Faintly, Chen Mingyan felt that these should be secrets. Since Chen Mingxi confessed to her, she couldn't simply tell her to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Relative? Mother Chen still frowned. Little Yan, don't be fooled by appearances. Why haven't I heard Brother Dehai mention that the Yang family has any relatives in the mountains? This person, is she also Yang Ming's? What? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She looked at her mother puzzledly. You child, why are you so careless? Mother Chen glanced at her daughter helplessly and said with love, I suspect that Chen Mingxi is also related to Yang Ming. Is she also his girlfriend? Ah? Chen Mingyan thought that her mother suspected that there was a problem with Chen Mingxi's identity, but she didn't expect that her mother was worried about this. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you are overthinking. Sister Mingxi is definitely not his girlfriend. I can be sure of this. Really? That's good. Mother Chen nodded. Seeing that Chen Mingyan was so sure, she didn't continue to say anything. Well, let's go to the kitchen to cook. As the mother and daughter were talking, the phone in the living room rang. Mother Chen walked over and picked up the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Mother Chen thought that it was a colleague who cared about Chen Mingyan or Chen Fei's colleague who called, so she didn't care. But there was a familiar voice on the other side of the phone. Xiao Yu, I am your elder brother, Chen Jifu. A male voice came over the phone. Ah, it's big cousin. Mother Chen's name was Chen Fengyu, and Xiao Yu was her nickname. She and Chen Fei both came from the Chen family village. The Chen family village had close relationships. Cousins, uncles, and so on were everywhere in the village. This Chen Jifu was one of them. He was one of the more famous people in the village. Although he was called Big Cousin, he had no real relationship with Chen Fengyu. It was just that the people in the village called him that. Chen Jifu sold pager parts back to the north from Guangzhou in his early years and made a lot of money. Now he was running an agricultural product company with a decent scale. He could earn tens of millions a year. He was a celebrity in the Chen family village. Of course, Chen Jifu was not the richest person in the Chen family village. The richest person in the Chen family village was Chen Jifu's younger brother, Chen Jie. However, Chen Jie had offended a big hooligan in Songjiang in his early years. At that time, Husan could do whatever he wanted in Songjiang, let alone the villages and counties near Songjiang. Chen Jie could only run away and go to the south. He left for 8 years, but he didn't expect to meet a nobleman by chance. That nobleman was a big boss in a foreign country who started a business in China. Xianxia had been working under him and was very important. Xianxia was the same as Qin Jifu. They were both smart people. Originally, he was one of the best businessmen in the Qin family village. However, because of a business matter, he offended Song Zhang's gangster leader, Hu San. He had no choice but to leave his hometown. His eldest brother, Qin Jifu, was also afraid of being implicated, so he hastily ended the business of pager parts in his hand. He was afraid that Hu San would vent his anger on him if he couldn't find Xianxia. Later, Hu Sandong was exposed and uprooted. His subordinates and related people were also sentenced. Only then did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Jifu and Xianxia started working again in the Qin family village. With Xianxia's support and financial support, Qin Jifu quickly established an agricultural products company that specialized in selling some northern specialties. Because his younger brother, Xianxia, had strong funds and advanced equipment, he quickly made a name for himself and accumulated a lot of wealth in a few years. Of course, compared to Xianxia, Qin Jifu was still a lot worse. Xianxia was very discerning and good at flattering. The foreign boss was a young man in his 30s. After being fooled by Xianxia, he immediately turned Xianxia into his confidant. Many things were handed over to him. Gradually, Xianxia also grasped part of the company's power. After Xianxia negotiated a few big orders, the foreigner was happy and gave Xianxia part of the company's shares. Although it was not much, it was compared to the overall scale of the company. In fact, it was enough to make Xianxia instantly become a billionaire. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't think of using some tricks to get the company into his hands. After all, this was China. Xianxia knew the laws and rules better than the foreigner, especially under the premise that he gradually took over the company's power. As long as he gradually moved his hands and feet, the company would eventually become his own. However, Xianxia was just thinking about it. In fact, he didn't dare to do so. Because his boss, the foreigner Kaik, was not a simple person. Behind him, there was a huge family supporting him. Although Kaik was not a direct descendant of that family, he came from a huge family no matter what. There was no doubt about this. Xianxia had also heard that these big families were very protective. Perhaps, Kaik wasn't an heir in the family, so he wasn't valued by the family. However, if he was bullied outside, it would be tantamount to slapping the family's face. In any case, the family wouldn't tolerate such a thing. This was a matter of the family's face. If they endured it, they would be ridiculed by other families. Therefore, although Xianxia coveted the huge amount of money at his fingertips, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only fantasize in his heart to satisfy his greed. Previously, when he had offended that big hooligan Hu San, he had to leave his hometown and hide in the south. If he were to provoke such a huge family, wouldn't he have to hide on an alien planet? Xianxia had to give up and stop controlling the company's power. Instead, he became more respectful to Kaik. Before doing anything, he would consult Kaik first. This made Kaik value and trust Xianxia more. Xianxia's position also rose again and again. From the initial assistant to the chairman, he had reached the current position of the company's general manager. Although his power was about the same as before, and he was Kaik's absolute confidant, his status had risen. Xianxia had also become the pride of the Qin family village. He was even more respected than Qin Fei, the bureau chief. He was a billionaire. In such a small village like the Qin family village, such a person had never appeared since ancient times. Originally, Xianxia also planned to work for Kaik for the rest of his life. Although he couldn't monopolize the power, he could still get a lot of benefits. Besides, he was also above everyone else in the company. His power had also reached the peak. Although he had to consult Kaik for many of his decisions, Kaik only took a look and rarely denied them. Most of the time, Xianxia's decision was the final decision. Other people in the company also knew about this matter, so their respect for Xianxia was almost the same as their respect for Kaik. However, things were unpredictable. Although it was rare for a pie to fall from the sky, it happened to Xianxia. Just a few days ago, Kaik suddenly received a notice from his family that there were some problems at home. He was asked to return to his home abroad immediately. Xianxia also knew that Kaik was going back to China, but he didn't take it seriously at first. Kaik often went back to China before and came back after a while. Xianxia was already used to it, so he patted his chest and promised that he would work hard to run the company well during Kaik's absence so that Kaik could rest assured. However, after Kaik heard it, he smiled non-committally and didn't say anything. This made Xianxia a little nervous. Is Kaik worried about me? Xianxia tried hard to recall what he had done during this time, but there was nothing excessive. He had always been respectful to Kaik. He only did everything after consulting Kaik. It was impossible for Kaik to see through his ambition. It was not wrong for him to be ambitious in the past, but he had completely given up recently. He didn't show anything in his expression or actions at all. Thinking of this, Xianxia became more and more nervous. He became more cautious and conscientious every day. He didn't dare to have the slightest disrespect. He knew very well that his current status and power all came from Kaik. Once Kaik took back his power, he would be nothing. Those subordinates respected him because he was the general manager. If he was not the general manager, who would? Know that he was just an idiot? Just as Xianxia was feeling uneasy, Kaik suddenly found Xianxia to talk to him alone. Xianxia didn't know why Kaik wanted to talk to him before he left. In the past, Kaik had left many times, so he was used to it. He just simply told him a few words. This time, he said that he wanted to talk to him. This made Xianxia's heart feel uneasy, and he lost his backbone. Mr. Kaik. Xianxia knocked on the door of Kaik's office. He found that these foreigners didn't like to be called Chairman so-and-so. Instead, they called him Mr. So-and-so. It seemed that this made them feel more like gentlemen. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. Please come in. Kaik heard Xianxia's voice, raised his head, and motioned for him to push the door and come in. At first, Xianxia was not used to Kaik calling Xianxia Mr. Chen. But after a long time, Xianxia got used to it. Anyway, this was Kaik's habit. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Mr. Kaik, I'm here. Do you have any orders? Xianxia carefully pushed the door and walked into Kaik's office, then quietly closed the door again. Sit down. Kaik looked at the cautious Xianxia with some doubts. What's wrong with you today? You are usually very easygoing. Nothing. I know that Mr. Kaik is going back to China, so I'm going to part with him. I'm not in a good mood. Xianxia casually found a reason. Oh? You know? Kaik was slightly stunned. He glanced at Xianxia with some surprise, and said, since you know, I won't say much. You have been with me for so many years. You have been busy. It's been hard on you. It's not hard. When Xianxia heard Kaik's words, his heart suddenly went thump. Is Kaik really going to fire me? I know in my heart how you treat me. You know in your heart how I treat you. Kaik said, take a look at this document and sign it now. Huh? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He looked at the document handed over by Kaik. He was so stunned that he didn't know how to take it. His mind was blank. Am I really fired just like that? Does Kaik know that I have done some little things behind his back? But that was in the past. I didn't know the family behind Kaik. When I knew the power of the Kaik family, I had no other thoughts. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Kaik looked at Xianxia inexplicably. No, nothing. Xianxia quickly collected his thoughts and said pitifully, Mr. Kaik, I have been devoted to you all these years. I am also devoted to the company. Please believe me. Xianxia cried with snot and tears. It was no wonder. The feeling of falling from the top of the clouds to the ground was uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, of course, I know what you said. That's why I asked you to sign this document. Kaik was even more inexplicable. He thought, is this Xianxia so moved that he can't be any more? It doesn't seem like it. Ah, then you still want to fire me? Xianxia was a little confused. In this case, why do you still want to fire me? Who said I want to fire you? Take a look at this document first. Kaik looked at Xianxia with a dumbfounded expression and pushed the document in front of him. Xianxia carefully took the document in his hand and read it carefully. At first glance, he was stunned. There was an incredible expression on his face. "Mr. Kaik, you want to give me all 41% of the company's shares?" It was no wonder that Xianxia didn't believe it. Kaik had already given him 10% of the shares. The market value was already about 100 million yuan. This time, he gave him 41%. Wouldn't that add up to 500 million yuan? Moreover, the key problem was not this. It was that Xianxia's own shares added up to 51%. In other words, the person with the most shares in the company was the company's chairman. If he became the chairman, what would Kaik do? Moreover, although the company was not listed, he was not the only one who held shares in the company. Although the others were few, they added up to about 5%. In other words, Kaik only had about 45% of the shares left in his hands. This made Xianxia extremely confused. What the hell is going on? Is Kaik testing me? When he thought of this possibility, Xianxia's mind immediately sobered up. It must be so. Otherwise, why would Kaik do such an illogical thing? When Xianxia thought of this, he quickly and respectfully pushed the document back to Kaik. He said carefully, "Mr. Kaik, I am not a greedy person. You have already treated me well. How can I accept these with peace of mind?" Haha. After listening to Xianxia's words, Kaik laughed twice and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Since I want to give you shares, it is not a joke. I have thought it through carefully. As I said before, I know how you have treated me over the years. So, you deserve these shares. But, that's too much." After Xianxia listened to Kaik's words, he said doubtfully, "Mr. Kaik, you know that I already owned 10% of the company's shares before. If I add this 41%, it will be more than half of the shares. But you are the company's chairman. Look at the document below." Kaik did not answer Xianxia's words directly, but motioned him to continue reading the document. Oh? Xianxia finished reading the share transfer document in his hand, then took out another document below. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Mr. Kaik, you want me to be the chairman?" The second document in Xianxia's hand was the appointment document for Xianxia as the chairman. "It seems that you are already very confused. Then, I will tell you the truth." Kaik smiled and said, "Originally, I thought you knew that I was leaving. Now it seems that you don't know. I made a mistake before. I do know that you are going back to China, but what are you referring to?" Xianxia looked at Kaik in confusion. "Now, there are some things that I don't have to hide from you. My true identity is actually the second heir of a big family in Europe," Kaik said. "Previously, because there was a first heir before me, I had no hope of inheriting the position of the family master in this life. I didn't want to continue to stay in the family and fight with others. So, I came to China with the family's entrepreneurial funding to start a business. With the help of the family's power, the international trade business is doing very well. I originally wanted to stay here for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that just a few days ago, I received an urgent report from the family. Something big happened to the family." "Something big?" Xianxia looked at Kaik in confusion. "Yes, it's a big thing." Kaik nodded and said, "Our family's first heir actually died an unnatural death. As a result, I became the first heir. This time, I was summoned back as the country's master." "What? You are going to be the family master?" Xianxia's mind was full of thoughts. He quickly calculated the gains and losses, and figured it out in an instant. It turned out that Kaik was going back to be the family master, so he definitely couldn't personally manage the business in China. So, he handed over the business to his most trusted confidant. Moreover, once Kaik became the family master, he probably couldn't always come to China. Moreover, compared to the position of the family master, this small business was probably nothing to the current Kaik. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly congratulated, "Congratulations, Mr. Kaik, for successfully inheriting the position of the family master. Hehe, I didn't expect that I would actually become the family master." Kaik was very happy when he said this. After all, he had been living in the shadow of the second heir since childhood. How could Kaik be happy? After being suppressed for many years, he actually inexplicably became the first heir. the gap before and after was too big. It was good enough that he didn't become silly at that time. After knowing all this, Xianxia was relieved. He smoothly signed 2 documents and completed the handover with Kaik. As for the shares retained by Kaik, Xianxia didn't think about encroaching. He was even glad that Kaik didn't directly leave all the company's shares to him. Xianxia was not stupid. Kaik was going back to be the family master this time. Before becoming the family master, Kaik's relationship was enough to make the company's international trade flourish. Now that he was going to be the family master, wouldn't his relationship be even wider? He had always maintained a relationship with Kaik, so he didn't have to worry about not being successful in the future. Although giving all the shares to him seemed to be very cost-effective for a while, it was not a long-term plan after all. After sending Kaik away, Xianxia suddenly became the company's chairman. There was a saying that went, "Return home in glory." Xianxia felt that it was time for him to return to the Chen family village in Songjiang. His achievements were probably the most glorious in the Chen family village. So, Xianxia did what he thought. He called his elder brother, Chen Jifu, in his hometown and told him that he was going to fly back and treat all the famous people in the Chen family village to a meal. So, after Chen Jifu received a call from his brother, the first thing he did was call Chen Fei. Besides his younger brother, Xianxia, the person who was doing the best in the Chen family village was Chen Fei, the chief of the Songjiang police station. However, at this special moment, Mother Chen Fengyu, picked up the phone. She was still wondering how Chen Jifu knew about Chen Mingyan's kidnapping. "Big cousin? What's the matter?" Chen Fengyu asked, puzzled. "It's like this. My brother, Chen Jia, is coming back to Songjiang tonight to treat the famous and successful people in our Chen family village." Chen Jifu said, "Brother Chen Fei is also one of the successful people in our Chen family village. So, I called you first. Are you free tonight?" "I see." Only then did Chen Fengyu understand the purpose of Chen Jifu's call. It turned out that it was not because of Chen Mingyan. Chen Fengyu was relieved. After all, this kind of thing was not a good thing, and Chen Fengyu didn't want to make it public. However, Chen Mingyan had just returned. She didn't know if she could participate in this kind of event, so she hesitated. "Big cousin, I don't know if our family's old Chen has anything to do tonight. You know the nature of his unit. He works overtime all day." "I know about this, but my dad and 7th grandfather are coming today. Brother Chen Fei better come too," Chen Jifu said quickly. Although his brother Chen Jia was now worth hundreds of millions, he was only worth tens of millions. Naturally, he was very respectful to Chen Fei. He hoped that Chen Fei could also participate in this Chen family village banquet. "I see. 7th grandfather is coming too." Chen Fengyu was in a bit of a dilemma. 7th grandfather was the old village chief of the Chen family village. He was also a person of virtue and prestige in the Chen family village. In the past, he was also the old patriarch of the Chen family village. So, if 7th grandfather came, Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei would have to participate. When Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei were young, they received many favors from 7th grandfather because of their parents' early death. They were able to successfully finish college, get married, and have children. Therefore, Chen Fengyu was very grateful to 7th grandfather. When she heard that 7th grandfather was going, Chen Fengyu couldn't refuse. "Yeah, when the old man heard that my disappointing brother had finally returned to his hometown in glory, he was very happy. He insisted on joining in the fun," Chen Jifu said proudly. Especially when he was talking about his disappointing younger brother and returning to his hometown in glory, he deliberately emphasized the words. But it was no wonder. Who would not proudly show off to others when their relative had such achievements? "Then I will ask my old Chen later. We will try our best to attend." Chen Fengyu hesitated and finally said. If 7th grandfather went, it would be a bit unreasonable for Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei not to go. As for Chen Jifu's father, Chen Fengyu didn't care. Chen Jifu's father, Chen Dai, was the current village chief of Chen family village. He didn't have a deep friendship with Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei. He became the village chief after Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei were admitted to Songjiang University. They didn't have many opportunities to meet over the years. Okay, sister, I will call you later. Chen Jifu smiled and hung up the phone. Chen Jifu sincerely hoped that Chen Fei and his wife would come. Before his younger brother became rich, Chen Fei and his wife were the most promising people in Chen village. Chen Fei was the chief of the Songjiang police station, while Chen Fengyu was a middle-level leader of a large state-owned enterprise. Both of them were considered to be successful in their careers. However, this time, he was much worse than his younger brother. His younger brother, Xianxia, now owned a large trading company with assets of more than 1 billion. His personal assets were as much as 500 million. Chen Fengyu hung up the phone and shook her head helplessly. This matter had been delayed for a day, but there was no other way. No matter what, she still had to talk to Chen Fei. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Master Qi had any ideas. Mom, who's calling? Chen Mingyan felt that her mother's words were a little strange. It didn't sound like an ordinary phone call, so she asked curiously. It was your Uncle Jifu who called. Your Uncle Jia is coming back tonight and is holding a banquet in Songjiang. Your 7th great-grandfather is also coming. He asked me and your father to attend, Chen Fengyu explained to Chen Mingyan as she went to the kitchen to cook. Ah? Chen Mingyan frowned after listening to her mother's words. She remembered Chen Jia's son, Chen Xiaolong. When he was in high school, he pursued her for a while. Later, he transferred to the south. When she thought of Chen Xiaolong's actions, Chen Mingyan felt an unspeakable disgust in her heart. You just got out of danger. Your father and I should be at home with you. But this time it's really not easy to refuse. Chen Fengyu said to Chen Mingyan, in a while, wait for your father to finish talking to Yang Ming. Then, ask him what to do. Chen Fengyu's previous resentment towards Chen Fei disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened. Chen Mingyan looked at her mother's appearance and shook her head. She thought, I have quarreled with Yang Ming many times. But didn't we reconcile after the quarrel? In the study, Chen Fei lit a cigarette and threw the remaining half of the pack of cigarettes to Yang Ming, indicating that he could get it himself. I'm not smoking anymore. Yang Ming waved his hand. Why? Are you still pretending in front of Uncle Chen? Chen Fei smiled and looked at Yang Ming. I'm not pretending. I've quit. Yang Ming said, Mingyan heard that smoking affects fertility and is not good for children, so I quit. Really? Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He secretly admired Yang Ming's perseverance. Chen Fei had tried to quit smoking many times, but he still failed in the end. But Yang Ming actually quit smoking. Isn't this too amazing? You can ask Mingyan in a while. Won't you know if it's true or not? Yang Ming did not explain. He shrugged and said. Okay. Chen Fei made a stop gesture and said, let's talk about the operation this time. You're really bold. You dared to go to the Black Hawk Gang's headquarters alone. You're not afraid that they'll leave you there. Do you think they don't want to? Yang Ming shook his head and said, however, under absolute pressure, they don't dare to do so. Yang Ming did not lie to Chen Fei. Some things could only be deceived to Chen Mingyan and Mother Chen. There was no need to hide from Chen Fei. Even if he concealed it, he had to tell the truth to Xia Bingbao in the end. Yang Ming did not believe that with Xia Bingbao's power, he could not find out any information. So if Chen Fei knew that he lied to him, it would not be good. At least, Yang Ming felt that Chen Fei was a credible person. Even if he did not have the relationship with Chen Mingyan before, the relationship between the two people was already very harmonious. However, this time, although Yang Ming decided to tell the truth, he did not intend to say it all without reservation. I didn't expect your means to be so tough. You can make the Black Hawk Gang compromise. Chen Fei couldn't help but be moved after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he did not ask further. Chen Fei also knew that this might involve some of Yang Ming's own secrets. It might be the special ability that was valued by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so this kind of thing was kept confidential. Chen Fei was also a person in the system. He would not be so insensible and undisciplined to ask questions. Nicholas Shevich, you can rest assured that you will deal with it. Do what you need to do. Yang Ming said. Victor Rajiv also promised that from now on, he will never step into China again. Is that so? Chen Fei was already very surprised because Yang Ming easily brought back Chen Mingyan and Xia Xiaoluo. At this time, he heard that Yang Ming actually made an agreement with the Black Hawk gang so that they would never set foot in China. This made Chen Fei's expression change dramatically. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously and nodded after a long time. Well done. Don't worry. I won't ask you about the details. I also know your confidentiality system. Some things are not convenient to say, so you don't have to explain. Yang Ming did not expect Chen Fei to say these words first. It saved Yang Ming the time to explain, so he showed an understanding smile. Uncle Chen, this matter ends here. Also, what I said to you today, you should keep it to yourself. Don't tell Xiaxua and Xiao Bingbao. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Chen Fei looked solemn and quickly promised. The two chatted for a while about school and life. Chen Mingyan's voice came from outside the study. Dad, Yang Ming, the meal is ready. Are you coming out to eat? Coming. Chen Fei shouted outside the door, then stood up and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Let's go, Yang Ming. Let's go out and eat something. You should be hungry for a long time, right? It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled. But I am a little hungry after hearing what you said. After leaving the study, they came to the dining room. Chen Mingyan and Chen Fengyu had already prepared and were setting up the bowls and chopsticks. When Chen Fengyu saw Chen Fei come out, she said, Old Chen, cousin Jifu called just now. He said that Jia is coming back to Songjiang tonight. He is holding a banquet in Songjiang. He invited the two of us to participate. Oh? Jia is back? Chen Fei was stunned after hearing Chen Fengyu's words. These two brothers have suffered a lot in the past few years. Later, after Husan was executed, I heard that Jia made a big career in the south. This time, he is probably returning to his hometown in glory, right? Hehe, it should be like this. Cousin Jifu also mentioned that he is returning to his hometown in glory a few times. Chen Fengyu didn't care. She and Chen Fei both had successful careers. Their in-law, Yang Dehai, had jumped from a worker to the chairman of a multinational group with a net worth of billions. Their family was not short of money, so she didn't envy Chen Jia and the others. Logically speaking, we should go at night. After all, we grew up together and played together. However, there is a special situation at home today. Yang Ming is also here. It's not good to go, right? Chen Fei thought about it and said. I think so too, but cousin Jifu said that seventh grandfather will also come tonight, so it's not good for me to refuse. Chen Fengyu explained with some embarrassment. Seventh grandfather is coming too? Chen Fei didn't speak after listening to Chen Fengyu's words. He hesitated slightly and said, how about this? Let's go at night. It's not good to not go. Ming Yan, you stay at home with Yang Ming? Okay. Chen Mingyan's face turned red for no reason. She couldn't help but think of the night when her father had a car accident. Yang Ming stayed with her at home. That was the first time that Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming were alone at home. This time it would be the second time. But now, the relationship between the two was much closer than before. As they were talking, the phone rang again. Chen Fengyu quickly walked over and picked up the phone. Hello, who are you looking for? Sister, it's me. Your brother Jifu. Chen Jifu's voice came from the phone. How is it? Have you discussed it with brother Chen Fei? I just talked to my old Chen. Old Chen said that since seventh grandfather is here, we naturally have to go too. Chen Fengyu said, what time and where in the evening? At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Songjiang International Hotel. The entire 6th floor has been booked by us. You and brother Chen Fei can come directly at that time. If you can't find it, call me again. Chen Jifu said happily when he heard that Chen Fengyu and Chen Fei would come. That's good. We will be there on time. Chen Fengyu promised. By the way, don't forget to bring your little Ming Yan here. I haven't seen her for a long time. She didn't even come to see me when she was admitted to university. I didn't even give her the meal ticket money. Chen Jifu said with a smile. There was a custom in the Chen family village. That was, whoever's child was admitted to university, the villagers would give the child a gift called meal ticket money. However, Chen Fei had just been promoted to the bureau chief, so it was not appropriate for him to hold a banquet. Otherwise, people would say that he was taking advantage of the opportunity to receive benefits. Therefore, Chen Mingyan's admission to university was not publicized in the Chen family village. However, for a reputable person like Chen Jifu, he would give a meal ticket money to the college students in the Chen family village. If he couldn't give it, he would feel embarrassed. In his opinion, it was an honor and glory for a successful person like him to sponsor the students in the village. Therefore, he must give a meal ticket money to Chen Mingyan when she was admitted to university. Little Yan. Chen Fengyu suddenly hesitated. Chen Mingyan had just returned home from the robbers. Mother Chen didn't want to torment her anymore. However, since Chen Jifu had brought it up, it was difficult to refuse. Seventh grandfather also wants to see the child. Besides, other children of the same age from other families will also go. It will definitely not be lonely if they come together. Chen Jifu said, "It's settled then. Sister, I will call someone else." Okay. Chen Fengyu had to agree helplessly. What's wrong? Chen Fei asked when he saw Chen Fengyu's helpless smile. Cousin Jifu insisted that our little Yan go with him. I can't refuse. Chen Fengyu said with a wry smile, I thought that little Yan had just returned home and was exhausted. She should have a good rest. I didn't expect there to be a meal party. If that's the case, then let's go together. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said, it just so happens that Yang Ming also comes along. Let seventh grandfather see that our Mingyan also has a boyfriend. Dad. Chen Mingyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. A father and son were sitting in the first-class cabin of an Airbus 319 flying to Donghai Airport. They were the father and son, Xianxia and Chen Xiaolong, who had returned to Songjiang from the south. Xianxia's wife could not bear the hardships when he was away, so she left him and their child behind and eloped with a rich man. Only the father and son were left to depend on each other. Therefore, Xianxia loved his son, Chen Xiaolong, very much. After he made a name for himself in the south, he brought his son from Songjiang. However, he heard that his son was a little reluctant because he had to be separated from a female classmate he liked when he transferred schools. At that time, Xianxia did not take it seriously. After chatting with his son over the years, he realized that his son had always liked Chen Fei's daughter, Chen Mingyan. He thought that Chen Xiaolong's feelings would fade after a few years, and this matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaolong became excited again when he heard that he was going back to Songjiang. How could Xianxia not understand his son's thoughts? However, he did not expect his son to be so infatuated. He was still thinking about a girl after so many years. However, Xianxia did not say anything about his son because he felt that his son was very similar to himself. For so many years, although he was rich and had a status, he was still thinking about his ex-wife. He hoped that his ex-wife would change her mind one day. How could he blame his son for being like this? Are you still thinking about Chen Fei's daughter? Chen Jie glanced at his excited son and asked helplessly. Ah? Chen Xiaolong was stunned. When did I? Really? Then I guessed wrong. I originally planned to ask seventh grandfather to matchmake you too. Since that's the case, then forget it. Don't. Chen Xiaolong was shocked and said quickly, Dad, how did you know? A father knows a son best. Do you think I don't know what you were thinking? Chen Jie sighed, I really don't know what was in your head before. You only know how to like girls at such a young age. Chen Xiaolong suddenly looked embarrassed and lowered his head. Dad, are you playing with me? Okay, do you think I don't know what you are thinking, kid? Chen Jie said, now that you are in college, you will inherit my career in the future. It's not too early for you to fall in love. Dad will help you this time. Really? Chen Xiaolong was overjoyed after hearing his father's words. Dad, thank you so much. You are so kind. I just called your uncle and asked him to invite Chen Fei's family. I also told him to let Chen Fei bring his daughter. Chen Jie smiled, are you happy now? Hee hee. Chen Xiaolong grinned. His face was full of smiles when he thought that he could meet his dream lover at night. Looking at his son's happy silly look, Xianxia shook his head. In his opinion, Chen Fei's daughter was no longer worthy of his son. He was now worth 500 million. His son would definitely inherit his career in the future. At that time, what kind of woman could he not find? Why is he still thinking about a high school classmate? However, after calling his elder brother, Qin Jifu, and hearing that Chen Fei had been promoted to the chief of the Songjiang City Police Department, and that Chen Fengyu was also a middle-level cadre in a state-owned enterprise, he reluctantly felt that they were a good match. He planned to help his son play matchmaker. Of course, although Chen Fei was the chief of the Songjiang City Police Department, Chen Jia didn't think that he would be of much help to him. After all, his career was in the south, not the north. The connections in the north didn't have much support for his career. He wanted to find a girl of equal social status in the south to introduce to his son. However, Qin Jia couldn't do anything about it because of his love for Qin Xiaolong. Since his son liked her, he would follow his son's wishes. Anyway, he had a big backer, Kaik. Kaik would soon become the heir of that big family. As long as Kaik became the family master of that big family, would he still have to worry about not having social connections? When the time comes, find a way to transfer that girl to the south to learn about economics. She can also be of help to your career in the future. Qin Jia thought about it and said, however, she has to be that material. If she's just a flower vase, then I won't agree to let her into our family. Yang Ming called home. He had just returned from Europe. He wanted to go home, but he didn't expect to encounter Chen Mingyan's kidnapping. He rushed to Russia and brought Chen Mingyan back. He had told his parents before that he was going to return to China yesterday. However, because of Chen Mingyan's incident, he didn't have time to say hello to his parents. Later, he wanted to call his parents to tell them that he was safe, but it was put on hold because his phone was wet. He planned to have dinner at Chen Mingyan's house in a while, then he would take Chen Mingyan home to visit his parents. However, he didn't expect that Chen Fei would go out for dinner at night and bring him and Chen Mingyan, so Yang Ming called his father first. Hello, how are you? Yang Dehai was in a meeting. When he saw that the phone displayed the phone number of Chen Mingyan's house, he hesitated and picked up the phone. He made a gesture to the others to wait. Although Yang Dehai was the chairman, in order to restrain others, he also took the lead in refusing to answer the phone during the meeting. However, this phone call was from Chen Mingyan's house, so Yang Dehai finally picked it up. Yesterday, Yang Ming was supposed to come back, but when he heard that Yang Ming came back, he went to Russia to save Chen Mingyan. This made Yang Dehai shocked and gratified. He was shocked because Yang Ming's courage was really big. He dared to go to the underworld's nest alone. Wasn't he afraid of losing his life there? However, he was gratified because he felt that although Yang Ming's approach was reckless, it was the behavior of a responsible man. Yang Dehai was a straightforward and decent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unhappy with his elder brother, Yang Dashan. Although Yang Dehai had recently become the chairman, and his personality had changed a little. He had become more tactful, but the integrity in his bones hadn't changed. Therefore, he was particularly gratified that Yang Ming could stand up at this time. If Yang Ming didn't care or only sighed anxiously at home, Yang Dehai would feel that he was irresponsible and not like a man. This was also why after the incident with Lin Jiyun, although Yang Ming was a little annoyed, he didn't scold Yang Ming anymore after he knew the truth and Yang Ming was brave enough to take responsibility. No one in the society knew that Chen Mingyan was kidnapped, and Chen Fei didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, Yang Dehai was the future father-in-law of Chen Mingyan. If something happened to Chen Mingyan, Chen Fei should inform Yang Dehai. Therefore, when Chen Fei suddenly called at this time, Yang Dehai subconsciously thought that it was about Chen Mingyan, so he picked up the phone during the meeting. Even if it wasn't about Chen Mingyan, it should be about Yang Ming. Dad, it's me. Yang Ming said, I'm at Mingyan's house. Yang Ming? What's the matter with you, kid? You're quite bold. Where are you now? Oh, you're at Mingyan's house. Yang Dehai heard Yang Ming's voice and was suddenly happy. The worry in his heart was put down. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently, Yang Ming, are you back or not? Dad, you know about it? Yang Ming was shocked and glanced at Chen Fei. He didn't want to tell Yang Dahai about these things, so that he wouldn't worry needlessly. But now, it seemed that he already knew, so there was no need to hide anything. Of course, I know. Yang Dahai snorted. You, kid, have your wings hardened now. You don't discuss things with your family. You start to make your own decisions. Well, let's not talk about this first. Are you back or not? How is Meng Yan? Meng Yan is fine. I have brought her back. Yang Ming quickly said with a smile, Dad, I was afraid that you would be worried. So, I didn't tell you before. I thought that I would tell you when I came back and everything was safe. Afraid that I would be worried? Aren't you making me more worried? Yang Dahai said, have you learned to act first and report later? Hee hee. Yang Ming could only respond to his father's question with a dry laugh. Although Yang Ming felt that his father's worry was unnecessary, he didn't propose any objections. After all, no matter how old he was always a child in his father's eyes. You brought Meng Yan back? After Yang Dahai finished scolding Yang Ming, he thought of the key point of the whole thing. Yang Ming just said that he brought Chen Meng Yan back. How did he bring her back? This matter, let's talk about it later. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and glanced at Chen Fei. Chen Fei also smiled apologetically. He also understood that Yang Ming couldn't tell the truth about some things to Yang Ming. But since Yang Dahai knew about this matter, Yang Ming couldn't not explain it, so it became a troublesome matter. He didn't think so much at the time. Now that he saw Yang Ming in a dilemma, he was a little embarrassed. Dad, Uncle Chen will take me and Meng Yan out to attend a banquet in the evening. I originally planned to take Meng Yan home, but I'm afraid I can't. If it's too late tonight, I can only go home tomorrow. Yang Ming put aside the previous topic and said. Oh? You want to go out at night? Since old Chen wants to take you out, it's naturally okay. But when you go home, you have to tell me in detail. How did you bring Chen Meng Yan back? Yang Dahai was very puzzled in his heart. How did his son do this thing that seemed to be difficult for the police? Chen Fei was also troubled for a long time because of this. In the end, Yang Ming solved it by going there? Although Yang Dahai gradually knew that his son was definitely not an ordinary person, wasn't this too unexpected? Okay, definitely. Yang Ming quickly promised, but he was thinking about how to explain it to his father. Speaking of it, Yang Ming really didn't want to lie to his father. Ever since he fought with Jean Gang in high school and his bicycle was smashed, Yang Ming had been feeling uncomfortable in his heart since he lied to his parents. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't want to lie to his parents unless it was a last resort. However, he couldn't say anything about the King of Assassins. If he really couldn't do it, he could only choose the identity of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to talk about it. He thought that his father would believe it. Yang Ming hung up the phone and looked at Chen Fei helplessly. While Chen Meng Yan and Chen Fengyu weren't paying attention, he whispered, Uncle Chen, you can really find trouble for me. Now my dad is asking me a lot. He is a little suspicious of me. I didn't think so much at the beginning. Chen Fei shrugged helplessly. If you really can't do it, you can selectively tell old brother Yang about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Anyway, there is no system that must be kept secret from the family. That's the only way. Yang Ming nodded. With Chen Fei's status, he naturally had a special car to commute to work, but there was no need to use the public car to attend this kind of private party. It was not that there were no other cars at home. It would have a bad impact on Chen Fei if someone saw it. Yang Ming's car was parked downstairs, so Chen Fei didn't need to find another car. Beforehand, Yang Ming had asked Victoria to go back to the hotel first. Originally, Yang Ming and Victoria had some things to say, but because of Chen Fei's dinner party, he had to let Victoria leave first. In theory, Victoria was Yang Ming's slave, so Victoria obeyed all of Yang Ming's orders. Only this time, Yang Ming felt that although Victoria did not hesitate to agree to his request, there seemed to be a trace of emotion in it. Where are we going? Yang Ming sat in the driver's seat, while Chen Mengyan sat in the passenger's seat. Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu sat in the back of the car. Songjiang International Hotel, Chen Fei pursed his lips and glanced at Yang Ming with a smile. It's your property. Yang Ming listened to Chen Fei's words, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Uncle Chen wants to be vain in a while? Let's wait and see. Uncle Chen did not speak, but Mother Chen said, if Xianxia is not bragging, then it's fine. If he is bragging, we can't let him get it right. Don't talk nonsense, Chen Fei pulled Chen Fengyu's sleeve and said. How am I talking nonsense? Mother Chen snorted and said, I analyzed it carefully just now. Only then did I understand why cousin Jifu wanted to drag the two of us along. We were the most promising people in the Chen family village before. Now that Xianxia is back, cousin Chen Jifu naturally wants to use us as a comparison to show off. How can he do this? Aren't we all relatives? It's just a meal together. Why are there so many thoughts? Chen Fei waved his hand generously, indicating that Chen Fengyu should not make wild guesses. After Yang Ming listened to Mother Chen's words, he sneered in his heart. Mother Chen probably guessed it correctly. It should be like this. It's just that Chen Fei is an upright person and doesn't think so much. Yang Ming naturally remembered the class reunion held by Sui Guangji. In many cases, such gatherings were initiated by successful people from the same village. Most of the initiators had a certain level of achievement. It seemed that they cared about their past relationships and invited their former classmates and friends together. In fact, it was nothing more than to show off their strength. Xianxia, this name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it before? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. After all, this person was an old friend of Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu. It was impolite for Yang Ming to mention it so hastily. Chen Xiaolong's father. Chen Mingyan whispered in Yang Ming's ear. It's him? Yang Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. Yang Ming was not unfamiliar with this name. On the contrary, he was very familiar with it. This Chen Xiaolong was Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's high school classmate. However, he transferred to the south in the first semester of his second year of high school. However, this person's previous actions made Yang Ming very unhappy. The main reason for this person's transfer was also because of Yang Ming. At first, Chen Xiaolong was really low-key for a while because of his father's matter. But later, because Husan was defeated and his uncle Chen Jifu also made a name for himself, Chen Xiaolong began to do things unscrupulously. This Chen Xiaolong was one of Chen Mingyan's suitors. However, with the advantage of knowing Chen Mingyan since childhood, he spread rumors in class and school that Chen Mingyan was his childhood sweetheart. He even had a physical relationship with her. He made it sound so convincing that many people who didn't know the truth believed it and treated Chen Mingyan as his girlfriend. At that time, Yang Ming was also one of the victims. He really believed Chen Xiaolong's words and was sad for a while. This was actually one of Chen Xiaolong's methods. He first created a seemingly established fact for everyone. That was, he spread the news and let everyone believe it. At this time, even if Chen Mingyan was unwilling, under the rumors, she might really become his girlfriend over time. This kind of method was actually very common, but Chen Xiaolong used it well. After all, he had the advantage of being born in the Chen family village at the same time as Chen Mingyan. His parents were longtime friends. These things could not be disbelieved by others. If it were a girl who was not determined, she might have compromised. However, Chen Xiaolong's trick failed. Chen Mingyan had never thought about finding a boyfriend during high school, so no matter what Chen Xiaolong did, Chen Mingyan would not easily agree to be his girlfriend even if she liked him, let alone not liking him. This was also the direct reason why Chen Xiaolong's method failed. This kind of method could deceive for a while, but it could not deceive for a lifetime. Over time, flaws would naturally be exposed. A lot of people could see that Chen Xiaolong was just trying to be passionate. Chen Mingyan didn't care about him at all. Not to mention a girlfriend, he wasn't even an ordinary friend. Seeing that this guy actually dared to spread rumors to hurt his dream lover, Yang Ming was naturally unwilling. Yang Ming was a famous bad student in school, so Chen Xiaolong's tragic life began. Yang Ming would find an excuse to beat this guy up every 2 to 3 days. Anyway, Yang Ming never needed a reason to beat people up. Chen Xiaolong could not guess why Yang Ming wanted to beat him. After begging for mercy several times, he could only avoid Yang Ming. Although it was because of Chen Mingyan that he taught Chen Xiaolong a lesson, Yang Ming also knew his own weight. Qin Xiaolong was not worthy of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming felt that he was not worthy at that time. If he hastily expressed his feelings, it would be even worse. It was better to hide it in the bottom of his heart and vent his anger on Qin Xiaolong by beating him up. On one hand, he continued to fiercely pursue Chen Mingyan, but on the other hand, he had to be on guard against Yang Ming looking for trouble at any time. Qin Xiaolong asked Yang Ming more than once how he had offended him, but Yang Ming was too lazy to tell him, so Qin Xiaolong continued to be beaten up in confusion. Of course, this was only what happened in the first semester of the first year of high school. At the end of the second semester of high school, Qin Xiaolong did something that made Yang Ming extremely angry. After the end of the final exam, Qin Xiaolong blocked Chen Mingyan in a small alley near the school. After a few words with Chen Mingyan seemed to want to reject something. In the end, Qin Xiaolong wanted to forcefully kiss Chen Mingyan. How could Yang Ming tolerate this? Yang Ming was furious at that time, but after hesitating, he let Li Dagong take action while he hid at the side. As a result, Qin Xiaolong was tragically beaten half to death by Li Dagong again. Only Chen Mingyan inexplicably escaped danger. She wanted to thank Li Dagong, but Li Dagong turned and left after beating Chen Mingyan. He did not give Chen Mingyan a chance to speak at all. This made Chen Mingyan feel inexplicably relieved that she was saved, but she also felt a little depressed. Other heroes would try their best to attract the attention and favor of the beauty when they saved the beauty. This person was different. After beating up Qin Xiaolong, he turned around and left. What kind of person is this? However, Chen Mingyan was not a love-struck fool. Naturally, she would not like Li Dagong because of this incident. She only paid a little attention to this person in the following days. After asking around, she suddenly found out that Li Dagong was also a well-known delinquent student in the school. He was the underling of Yang Ming, the fighting king in her class. After knowing that Li Dagong was Yang Ming's underling, Chen Mingyan was a little surprised, but this matter quickly faded with the arrival of the summer vacation. Yang Ming, after knowing that Chen Mingyan actually inquired about Li Dagong after the incident, suddenly regretted that he did not stand up for her. It had to be said that at that time, although Yang Ming seemed to be very powerful in school, he still had some cowardice and inferiority in his bones. The impact of Suya's incident made Yang Ming's heart not so easy to untie. However, Yang Ming did not regret it. He knew that even if he saved the beauty, Chen Mingyan would at most be a little grateful to him. She would not have any other inappropriate actions, and she would not become his girlfriend. So, he might as well do a good deed without leaving his name. After 3 years of high school, after graduation, everyone would go their separate ways. The past would also disappear with the wind. On the other hand, the unlucky Qin Xiaolong, although he was madly in love with Chen Mingyan and was reluctant to leave, after inexplicably provoking the school's #1 ruthless person, Yang Ming, he actually provoked the second ruthless person, Li Dagong. His days would not be good in the future. This made Qin Xiaolong suddenly think of the miserable situation when his father was forced to leave by Husan. Although Yang Ming and Li Dagong were not as ruthless as Husan, who could stand being beaten up every day? So, Qin Xiaolong simply gritted his teeth and transferred to the south. After this, as this person disappeared from Yang Ming's sight, Yang Ming also gradually forgot about this person's existence. However, at this time, Chen Mingyan mentioned this person again, which made Yang Ming's face suddenly become ugly. Tonight, he's going too? Yang Ming took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions. He didn't know why, but after Chen Mingyan mentioned this name, Yang Ming's body, which had been suppressed and calm, began to jump again, making Yang Ming once again have the impulsive and hot-blooded pleasure of a little gangster's fight. Should be. Chen Mingyan also hated this person and frowned. Hee, I haven't beaten him for a long time. I kind of miss the feeling of that time. Yang Ming's face showed a wicked smile. Thinking of the past, he felt a little fascinated and nostalgic. Beat him? Chen Mingyan was slightly stunned. She suddenly remembered that Yang Ming did beat Qin Xiaolong up for no reason. She didn't feel anything at first. Later, this matter gradually faded away. Now that she heard Yang Ming mention it, she seemed to realize something. I remember. You were looking for trouble with him every day. Was it because? Chen Mingyan originally wanted to say, because of me, but her parents were sitting behind. Although Chen Mengyan knew that her voice might not be heard by her parents, she was still a little embarrassed. Her face turned red, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped. She believed that Yang Ming could understand what she meant even if she didn't say it completely. Sure enough, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Of course, it was because of you. That guy spread rumors that he seriously injured my dream lover. Of course, I won't let him have it easy. But you can't just beat people up." Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she was not angry. Although she didn't like Yang Ming to use violence casually, Chen Xiaolong's behavior at that time was too abhorrent. So, when Yang Ming beat Chen Xiaolong, Chen Mingyan felt that she had vented her anger. "He was like this even after I beat him up. If I didn't beat him up, he would have gone up to the roof to tear the tiles off." Yang Ming smiled. "However, I guess that he may not know why I beat him up until he transfers to another school." Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh after listening to Yang Ming's words. "Even I don't know why you beat him up. How would he know? But, why didn't you show anything at that time? At that time, the gap between you and me was too big. Even if I expressed my feelings, I probably wouldn't end up any better than Chen Xiaolong. Even Wang Jitao was rejected. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to casually try to confess," Yang Ming said matter-of-factly. Chen Mingyan didn't expect Yang Ming to be so straightforward. She blushed. "So you're not far behind now?" "Now." Yang Ming laughed. To be honest, Yang Ming's wonderful life came entirely from that pair of magical glasses that could see through things. Although the glasses could only provide him with certain conveniences and a golden finger in life, it increased Yang Ming's self-confidence to an unprecedented peak. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was determined to pursue Chen Mingyan. Otherwise, if he didn't get this pair of glasses, Yang Ming would probably be walking on another path now. He would be mediocre and go to a third-rate private university or technical school, or he would have gone out to work. Everything would change. His parents would be laid off, and he would fail the college entrance examination. Where would Lin Jiyun be? Where would Zhou Jie be? Would Zhaoying continue to teach and know? For high school? Would Chen Mingyan accept Wang Jitao's pursuit after college? Would Wang Shifan still have an accident and go to jail? If he didn't have a relationship with Chen Mingyan, would he still know Lan Ling during the quarrel? Would he meet Xiaoqing during the date? If he didn't go to college, would he still go to the party with his cousin, Yang Li? Would he still meet Sun Jie? Without his special ability, during the days in the detention center, would Yang Ming give up and lose confidence in life because of self-abandonment? Would he still be accepted by Fang Tian as his last disciple? Would he still have an intersection with Wang Xiaoyan? All of this would become a variable. A slight difference could lead to a loss of 1,000 miles. Perhaps it was only a step away. These people were destined to be missed and never meet again in this life. The most important thing was that if he wasn't accepted by Fang Tian as his last disciple, there wouldn't be a trial on the Alice. He wouldn't have met the big star, Suya. Would the fate between him and Suya be broken? After a few years, would the ruthlessness of time change the infatuation of a young man? Yang Ming would meet an ordinary woman in the struggle of an ordinary life, then get married and have children. The infatuation for Suya, the fascination for Chen Mingyan, and the youthful budding for Zhaoying would all disappear and become an old album in his memory. It would only be in a dream of a certain year, month, and night. Perhaps he would miss and perhaps he would pay tribute to that period of youth. The pure Suya, the sunny Chen Mingyan, the kind Zhaoying. Thinking of all this, Yang Ming had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The mysterious old man gave him a gift that could change his life. Not only did it change him, but it also changed the people around him. Although danger and happiness existed together, Yang Ming liked the feeling of standing at the top. Such a life would not be lonely and dull. What are you doing now? Why aren't you talking? Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming was silent and looked at him strangely. Nothing, I just thought of some past events. Yang Ming sighed softly, and then his expression changed back to the previous teasing. He said with a smile, however, if Chen Xiaolong comes today and sees the two of us together, I am afraid he will understand something. You're still talking about it? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. If I knew at the beginning, I would have stopped you. Then, if you knew that I liked you, would you accept me? Yang Ming asked back. At the beginning. Chen Mingyan hesitated slightly, but shook her head. I don't know. Sometimes, I feel that this thing is really out of control. Although I told myself very strongly that I would never fall in love in high school, before the college entrance examination, you and I still had some ambiguity in it. Chen Mingyan was a very principled person, but since the two of them watched a movie, they had an inexplicable relationship. Yang Ming knew this in his heart, and so did Chen Mingyan. It was just that no one pointed it out. It seems that I am quite lucky that you didn't insist on your principles. Otherwise, I would be in a tragedy. Yang Ming shrugged and said with some luck. Humph. Chen Mingyan snorted and didn't answer. Yang Ming's words were really difficult to answer. Right, that time, Li Dagong suddenly appeared. What happened? Li Dagong? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He remembered what Chen Mingyan was referring to by Li Dagong. What happened to Li Dagong? When Li Dagong's matter was mentioned, Yang Ming blushed a little. Wasn't I a little too cowardly at that time? I obviously had the opportunity to be a hero saving the beauty, but I didn't dare to show it. Therefore, Yang Ming was not willing to let Chen Mingyan know the truth of the shame. Don't say that you don't know. Li Dagong and I don't know each other, and he has no grievances with Chen Xiaolong. Why did he come to beat up Chen Xiaolong when I was being bullied, and then turn around and leave after that? Ugh. You even found out? Seeing that Chen Mingyan had guessed the general idea of the matter, he didn't hide anything. That was my order. Sure enough. Chen Mingyan nodded thoughtfully. Thinking back, Li Dagong was Yang Ming's follower. If it was Yang Ming who ordered it, then it would make sense. Otherwise, there was only one possibility, which was that Li Dagong suddenly beat up Chen Xiaolong for no reason. Yang Ming was a little guilty. Seeing Chen Mingyan's thoughtful expression, Yang Ming thought that Chen Mingyan had guessed the reason. He had to brace himself and explain, at that time, I was afraid that if I showed that I liked you, you would feel conflicted in your heart. It would be difficult to get close to you, so I let Li Dagong do it. Ah? After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Chen Mingyan was stunned. Then, she looked at Yang Ming with a strange expression. I didn't ask you this, but you confessed first? Ah? Yang Ming was also stunned. Didn't you already guess it before? Chen Mingyan couldn't help but smile. What did I guess? I'm not as complicated as you think. You are the one who confessed to me. In this regard, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. It seemed that he was really superfluous. The car slowly drove into the parking lot of the Songjiang International Hotel. After the renovation, the Songjiang International Hotel was almost full every day. Every time it was mealtime, the parking lot was full of cars. There was even a trend of not enough. Last month, Bao Sanli had just applied for approval for the construction of the underground parking lot. It would start at the end of the month. The popularity here was beyond Yang Ming's expectation. Although the level of Wang Shifan's management wasn't low, it wasn't as prosperous as it was now. Yang Ming's car was too eye-catching. The security guards in the parking lot of the International Hotel didn't recognize it. When they saw Yang Ming's car, the security captain, Little Wang, ran directly to the side of Yang Ming's car. When he saw that the driver was Yang Ming, he smiled and said, Mr. Yang, the parking lot is full. Can you park in the internal parking lot in front? Yang Ming looked at the congested parking lot in front. He glanced at Chen Mingyan, Chen Fei, and the others. Let's get off here. Let Little Wang park the car. Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu also saw the congestion in front. Even if they went to the internal parking lot, they had to pass through the external parking lot to enter. They couldn't enter in a short time, so when they heard Yang Ming's words, they nodded and got off the car. Yang Ming let Little Wang get in the car. Little Wang was very excited. Yang Ming came here last time and asked for his surname, so he remembered it. Little Wang was excited that Yang Ming could still call out his surname. He happily got in the car and said, Mr. Yang, where should I send the car key later? Just leave it in your hand. You can give it to me when I finish eating. Yang Ming thought about it and said. There would definitely be a lot of people going up to eat later. It would be difficult for Xiao Wang to find him. Yang Ming also gave the key to Xiao Wang without worry. Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. If I'm not at the door, you can find any of the security guards and ask them to call me through the walkie-talkie. Little Wang was very happy with Yang Ming's trust. Yang Ming and the others got out of the car and walked through the parking lot towards the hotel. Before they had taken 2 steps, they saw a stout middle-aged man yelling at a parking lot security guard. Yang Ming and the others didn't care, but Chen Mingyan had sharp eyes. After glancing at the middle-aged man, she said to Chen Fei with some doubts, "Dad, do you think that person is Uncle Jifu?" Although there were lights in the parking lot, it was hard to see the person opposite if one did not pay attention. Chen Fei did not pay attention before. When he heard Chen Mingyan's reminder, he looked over. That person was indeed Chen Jifu. "Where's your captain? Go find him. We came here to spend money. Why did you ask me to park my car on the side of the road?" Chen Jifu pointed at the little security guard and scolded him, "My car is a Mercedes-Benz. What if it gets scratched on the side of the road? Will you pay for it?" "This? Sir, you also saw the parking lot. There is no parking space. We can't do anything about it." The security guard was scolded until his face turned green. He carefully apologized, "Our boss has applied to build an underground parking lot. It should be ready for use in the second half of the year." "Second half of the year? Do you mean that I have to wait until the second half of the year to eat?" Chen Jifu glared and yelled at the security guard. "No, sir." The security guard was shocked and quickly explained, "Now the parking lot is limited in size. Those who come first have parking spaces, and those who come later can only park on the side of the road." T. "Do you know who I am?" Chen Jifu patted his car door and said, "Do you know who booked the entire 6th floor of your hotel tonight?" The security guard smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he knew, but he couldn't say that he didn't know either. "Today, my brother came back from the south. I booked the entire 6th floor of your hotel. You can't even get a parking space? Someone from our village will come in a while. Now, go find your captain. I'll give you 1 minute. Ask him to give me a parking space. Look at that broken bun over there. You let him park here too? And that broken Jeep. The driving school doesn't even use that car anymore. You still let him park here? Their cars are not afraid of scratches. You let them park their cars on the side of the road." Chen Jifu pointed to the few worn-out cars around him and instructed the security guard. "This? Sir, aren't you making things difficult for us? Those who come here are all guests. They came first. We have no reason to let them leave, right?" The security guard said awkwardly. Chen Fei frowned. He couldn't stand it anymore. This Chen Jifu is making things difficult for a little security guard here. What kind of ability is this? He walked over quickly, "Jifu." Chen Jifu was still venting his anger when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He was slightly stunned. When he turned his head, he saw that it was Chen Fei. He immediately suppressed his anger and turned it into a smile. "Chen Fei, your family is here first. Why are you here first? Wait for me, I'll take you up." Chen Jifu understood that although Xianxia was rich, he was still his younger brother, not himself. So, he didn't dare to be too careless when it came to Chen Fei. "What's the matter?" Chen Fei nodded, glanced at the little security guard, and asked Chen Jifu. "It's all because of this little security guard. He made me so angry. Brother Chen Fei, since you are here, you can call their boss and ask him to solve my parking space." Chen Jifu saw Chen Fei as if he had seen his savior, that motherf asterisk cur. He's just a little security guard in a hotel. Look at how arrogant he is. I think the hotel owner needs to be taught a lesson. Brother Chen Fei, if this matter isn't solved, you can find a reason to teach them a lesson. I don't believe that there are no dirty things in any hotel. Chen Fei was slightly stunned after hearing Chen Jifu's words. He knew what Chen Jifu was talking about. It was nothing more than a surprise inspection to see if there were any pornography in the hotel, but in this hotel, there really wasn't. Chen Fei glanced at Yang Ming strangely. The owner of this hotel is Yang Ming. Let Chen Fei teach Yang Ming a lesson? Yang Ming shrugged innocently and looked at Chen Fei with a smile on his face. Jifu, this hotel is the property of a security company affiliated with our bureau. I can't say anything. Just park the car on the side of the road and let the security guard take care of it for you. There won't be any problems, Chen Fei coughed and explained. Ah? Chen Jifu was stunned after listening to Chen Fei's explanation. He didn't expect this hotel to have such a background. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary private hotel. Chen Jifu was not stupid. Chen Fei had already said so. If he continued to make trouble, he would not be giving Chen Fei face. Chen Fei was here to attend his brother's banquet. Chen Jifu didn't want him to turn around and leave because of such a small matter. Since Chen Fei had spoken, Chen Jifu no longer insisted. He threw the car keys to the little security guard and smiled. You see, we are all family. The flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple. I was a little angry before. Little brother, don't take it to heart. After parking the car, just send me the keys to the 6th floor. The little security guard was relieved after hearing Chen Jifu's words. Why would he take it to heart? This kind of thing was very common. He glanced at Chen Fei gratefully, took the keys, and said to Chen Jifu, "Okay, sir. Don't worry. There won't be a problem with parking the car on the side of the road. I will ask the people over there to take care of it carefully." You're welcome. Chen Jifu waved his hand. He could be pretentious in front of the little security guard. If he continued to be pretentious when Chen Fei was here, it would be a little degrading. So, he pretended to be generous and ignored the little security guard. He turned to look at Chen Fengyu and said enthusiastically, "Sister Little Yu, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are still so young." Hee, what young? My daughter is 20 years old. I am already an old lady. Chen Fengyu smiled. Although she knew that Chen Jifu was being polite, she was still very happy. Yeah, Meng Yan is so old in the blink of an eye. Chen Jifu turned to look at Chen Meng Yan. He took out a prepared red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chen Meng Yan. "Meng Yan, Uncle Jifu gave you the meal ticket money." This? Chen Meng Yan glanced at her parents with some embarrassment. She had a bad impression of Chen Xiaolong. Her impression of Chen Jia was also not so good. Especially after seeing the scene just now, she felt that Chen Jifu was a vulgar nouveau riche, so she was even more unwilling to accept his things. "Uncle Jifu is giving it to you. Just take it." Chen Fengyu had heard Chen Mengyan mention this matter on the phone before, so she didn't let Chen Mengyan refuse at this moment. "Thank you, Uncle Jifu." Since her mother said so, Chen Mengyan had to take the red packet handed over by Chen Jifu. It was heavy in her hand. She didn't know how much money was in it. Chen Mengyan couldn't open it on the spot. She knew that there must be a lot of money in it. She didn't want to owe this favor, but it was even more inappropriate to return it at this moment. She had to keep it in her bag. When Chen Mengyan took the red packet, Yang Ming glanced at it with his special ability and frowned immediately. There was at least 10,000 yuan in this red packet. It was a thick stack. Yang Ming didn't believe that Chen Jifu gave so much meal ticket money to every child who went to school. This 10,000 yuan was enough to spend for more than a year on food. If it was a frugal student who only ate in the school cafeteria, it would be enough for 4 years of university meal ticket money. Although Chen Jifu was a distant relative of Chen Mengyan, he was not a real relative after all. What did he mean by giving so much money at this time? Yang Ming didn't quite believe that it was a bribe for Chen Fei. Since Chen Jifu grew up with Chen Fei, it was impossible for him not to know what kind of person Chen Fei was. How could he bribe Chen Fei? Moreover, for a person like Chen Fei, even if he didn't get any benefits, they were all relatives. He would still help them. So in this way, there was a hint of abnormality in this matter. There was only one possibility left. That was, Chen Jifu's money was originally for Chen Mengyan. He also wanted to give it to Chen Mengyan. As for the reason, Yang Ming couldn't figure it out for the time being. If it was because of Chen Xiaolong, Yang Ming didn't quite believe it. It had been almost 4 years. Was Chen Xiaolong still infatuated? But in any case, although such a large amount of red packet was not worth mentioning in Yang Ming's eyes, it was enough to sentence him if it was 5,000 yuan. Who knew what Chen Jifu was thinking? Did he have good intentions? Would it bring any trouble to Chen Fei? Thinking of this, Yang Ming directly reached out and stopped Chen Mengyan from putting the red packet into her bag. He took the red packet in his hand and pushed it back to Chen Jifu. Uncle Jifu, this amount of money is too big. How is this meal ticket money? We can't accept this. Chen Jifu had seen Yang Ming before, but he didn't care. He thought that Yang Ming was Chen Fei or Chen Fengyu's driver. For people like Chen Fei or Chen Fengyu, it was not unusual for a driver to follow them when they went out. Therefore, even if they saw Yang Ming, they would never think that Yang Ming was Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. However, when Yang Ming suddenly spoke at this time, Chen Jifu immediately realized that he had mistaken Yang Ming's identity. This person's identity should not be Chen Fei's or Chen Fengyu's driver. But even so, Chen Jifu's face still fell. In his opinion, even if Yang Ming was Chen Fei's relative or nephew, he spoke first before the adults spoke. This was simply uneducated and rude. So Chen Jifu glanced at Yang Ming coldly and snorted, "This red packet is for Chen Mingyan, not for you. Brother Chen Fei, whose child is this? Why is he so rude?" Chen Fei did not expect that Yang Ming would suddenly stop Chen Mingyan from receiving the red packet. He was a little embarrassed. However, with his understanding of Yang Ming was definitely not the kind of person who would make trouble out of nothing. He must have his purpose and deep meaning. At this time, he was in a dilemma and did not know what to say. "I am Chen Mingyan's boyfriend." Yang Ming didn't want to make things difficult for Chen Fei, so he simply introduced himself. "I'm not rude, but there is at least 10,000 yuan in your red packet. Is this still the meal ticket money? If it was 1,000 or 2,000, it would be acceptable. But isn't this too much?" How do you know?" Chen Jifu's expression froze. He did not expect Yang Ming to directly say the amount in the red packet. As a matter of fact, he had racked his brains in order to give this 10,000 yuan to Chen Mingyan. He deliberately found a gift shop to buy a small gift box and made a packaging for the red packet. This way, even if Chen Mingyan had doubts in her hands, she would not think that there was so much money in the gift box. This was because from the outside of the gift box, it was just a small gift box. The amount of money could not be seen. "Uncle Jifu, although you wrapped a gift box, how heavy can the gift box be? You can know with a little estimation." Yang Ming said faintly, "Otherwise, why don't you open it and take a look?" Chen Jifu was angry in his heart. He glared at Yang Ming with resentment. He did not expect Chen Mingyan to have a boyfriend. She was only in her first year of college, right? Previously, his younger brother, Xianxia, called and said that his nephew, Chen Xiaolong, liked Chen Fei's daughter, Chen Mingyan. He asked him to prepare first. Chen Jifu did not understand why Chen Xiaolong liked Chen Mingyan. Even if they were classmates, they had not seen each other for a few years. How could there be any feelings and thoughts? But since his younger brother had said so, Chen Jifu could only help. In his opinion, although Chen Fei was the bureau chief, his position was not lifelong. After retirement, he was no different from an ordinary person. His younger brother was a billionaire. Chen Xiaolong would inherit his business in the future. In this way, Chen Mingyan could be considered to be climbing up the social ladder with his nephew, Chen Xiaolong. Chen Jifu objected, but since his younger brother had nodded, what else could he do? He just had to do his best. Therefore, Chen Jifu tried every means to let Chen Fei bring Chen Mingyan to the banquet in the evening. He also prepared 10,000 yuan for the meal ticket. It was considered to be for his niece-in-law, so it was not a big deal. In Chen Jifu's opinion, which woman did not love money? He could show his financial resources in front of Chen Mingyan. When the time came, his nephew could save a lot of effort in pursuing her. That was why Chen Jifu was so generous. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary child from the Chen family village, Chen Jifu would at most give 1,000 yuan as a token. How could he give so much? If he was not afraid that Chen Mingyan would not dare to accept so much, he wanted to give 50,000 yuan directly. He wanted to use money to knock Chen Mingyan out so that his nephew could get the beauty that night. However, there was a sudden change in his beautiful plan. In his plan, Chen Mengyan was single. How did a boyfriend appear out of nowhere? It was not that Chen Jifu felt that Chen Mengyan should not have a boyfriend. He felt that even if she had a boyfriend, she had just met him in college. It was impossible to bring him to such a family gathering, right? At that time, under the attack of his and his nephew's money, he was not afraid that Chen Mengyan would not have a change of heart. What was a college boyfriend? It was just that he did not expect that Chen Mengyan would bring her boyfriend along. It seemed that he had already met Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu. The two had also tacitly agreed to their relationship, and they seemed to be very harmonious. This made Chen Jifu somewhat unsure of what to do for a while. Chen Fei's upbringing should be very strict. How could he allow Chen Mengyan to have a boyfriend so early? However, even if he had other thoughts, he couldn't say it directly at this moment. Since Yang Ming could appear here with Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu, it meant that Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu had already acknowledged Yang Ming's identity. It would be a bit wrong for him to make irresponsible remarks here. Why did you give the child so much money? Chen Fei was shocked when he heard that there were tens of thousands of yuan in the red packet. He quickly said, Jifu, this is a bit too much. Even if you give a meal ticket money, it would be at most 1 or 2,000 yuan. Why would a child need so much money? The reason why Chen Jifu made a gift box to put the red packet in before was that he was afraid that Chen Fei would reject it directly with so much money in a red packet. Now that Yang Ming, this little brat, had pointed it out, he couldn't continue to give it out. He was extremely angry in his heart, but he could only continue to smile and say, I was just thinking, are we all relatives? Hee, since it's too much, then 1,000 will do. As Chen Jifu spoke, he took out his wallet from his pocket, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Chen Mengyan. Here, is this enough? Chen Mengyan hesitated, took the money, and said, thank you, before keeping it in her bag. Chen Jifu casually threw the previous red packet into his bag. He glared at Yang Ming bitterly. He thought to himself, I really have to think of a reason to humiliate you, little brat, so that you will know how to back off. However, before that, he had to figure out the background of this little brat first. Chen Jifu was not a reckless person. He looked like a nouveau riche, but in fact, he was a very shrewd person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to run the agricultural products company so well in just a few years. Chen Jia's investment was one of the reasons. There were many people who had the ability to attract investment, but not many were really successful. This proved that Chen Jifu was a smart person. Just like how he could quickly change his attitude after learning that the Songjiang International Hotel was actually an affiliated company under Chen Fei. This also showed that Chen Jifu was a person who was good at changing the rudder according to the wind. Therefore, Chen Jifu felt that since Yang Ming could become Chen Fei's son-in-law and get the approval of Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu, it meant that Yang Ming's family background was definitely not ordinary. At the very least, they had to be well matched. Otherwise, with the dignity of bureau chief Chen Fei, it was impossible for him to let his daughter marry an ordinary boyfriend. Because of this idea, Chen Jifu did not act rashly and turn hostile on the spot. He had to investigate Yang Ming's background first before making a decision. Even if they wanted to find trouble with Yang Ming, it would be Chen Jia and Chen Xiaolong. He did not need to be the bad guy who offended Chen Fei. Therefore, it would be better to leave the confrontation between Chen Xiaolong and Yang Ming later. In Chen Jifu's opinion, even if Yang Ming's family background was good, there was still a big gap compared to his nephew Chen Xiaolong. At that time, this kid would probably still withdraw in shame. Let's go. Let's go together. Chen Jifu suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu. He did not look at Yang Ming again. Chen Fei also saw that Chen Jifu was not happy, but he thought that it was because Chen Mengyan did not accept the big red packet. He could not think of other reasons, so he did not mind. After all, 10,000 yuan for a child's meal ticket was indeed a little too much. Even though Yang Ming's refusal was a little disrespectful to Chen Mengyan, Chen Fei felt that Yang Ming did nothing wrong. If he knew that there was nearly 10,000 yuan in the red packet, he would also ask Chen Mengyan to refuse. It was really not a good thing to accept this money. Chen Fei didn't know that Chen Jifu was pleasing Chen Mengyan for Chen Xiaolong. He felt that Chen Jifu was giving this money to him, so Chen Fei couldn't accept it. On the contrary, he was very glad that Yang Ming discovered this in time and stopped it. Otherwise, if he received the money and found it at home, he could neither keep it nor return it. Chen Jifu took 2 steps forward. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He scolded Yang Ming, this little bastard, 10,000 times in his heart. He felt that there was a nameless fire that could not be vented. It made him very unhappy, as if he was about to explode. After taking 2 more steps, Chen Jifu couldn't hold it in anymore. When had he been ordered around by a junior? He thought about it again. Although he couldn't deal with Yang Ming directly, he could take a step back and make things difficult for him in other ways. Soon, Chen Jifu came up with an idea in his heart. He was also the kind of person who was full of bad ideas, so he didn't have to think much. The bad idea directly came to his mind. Right, brother Chen Fei, this gathering is our Chen family village's gathering. We don't bring outsiders. This kid is not from the Chen family village. Chen Jifu thought, I can't mess with you in front of you, but I have to do something behind your back. You can be cocky in front of me. Can't I just not let you attend the banquet tonight? I don't care if you are Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. As long as you are not there, my nephew, Chen Xiaolong, will have a chance. Chen Jifu's words made Chen Fei suddenly stunned. Although he didn't think of the deeper meaning of Chen Jifu's words, he probably knew that Yang Ming's previous actions must have offended Chen Jifu. Chen Jifu lost face. Since he was there, he couldn't scold Yang Ming. So, he thought of such a trick to make things difficult for Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Chen Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had to say, Brother Jifu, this Yang Ming is not an outsider. He is Mingyan's boyfriend. He spoke without thinking before. Don't lower yourself to the same level as a child. Although Yang Ming might not be willing to attend this gathering, Chen Fei couldn't just let Yang Ming leave like this. Even if Yang Ming agreed, he couldn't face Yang Ming in the future. Brother Chen Fei, what are you talking about? What happened before is in the past. Why are you still mentioning him? Chen Jifu smiled and said, I'm just saying what my brother meant. Xia specifically said before that this is an internal gathering of our Chen family village. There are no outsiders. Otherwise, with Xia's identity, maybe the mayor of Songjiang City will come to the banquet. This? Chen Fei didn't know what to say because of Chen Jifu's words. Although he understood in his heart that Chen Jifu was still angry with Yang Ming because of the previous incident, Chen Fei couldn't do anything since Chen Jifu didn't admit it. Moreover, the other party's current reason was dignified and irrefutable. Dad, Mom, since this is the case, then I will go back with Yang Ming first. When you are done, we will pick you up again. How about it? Chen Mingyan was not very willing to come here. When she heard that Chen Jifu insisted on letting Yang Ming leave, she was even more annoyed. She simply didn't want to participate and planned to leave with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan's words made Chen Jifu's heart tighten and he was shocked. At this time, he couldn't let Chen Mingyan leave. It must be known that inviting Chen Mingyan to the banquet was specifically instructed by his brother, Chen Xia. With such a special instruction, if he, as the elder brother, didn't do it well, wouldn't it seem too incompetent? Moreover, Chen Xiaolong would resent his uncle for not knowing how to do things. So since this was the case, then this Yang Ming would reluctantly let him attend the banquet. At that time, Chen Xiaolong would be forced to leave with shame. Why should he do this? Ming Yan, what are you doing? Chen Jifu said with a smile, I'm just joking. Since Yang Ming is your boyfriend, he is considered half a member of our Chen family village. In that case, let's go together. Let's go together. Haha. Okay, Ming Yan, you see, Uncle Jifu is joking. Let's go. Chen Fei quickly mediated and was relieved. Although Chen Fei was usually very dignified as the bureau chief, he was really helpless in front of these relatives. Especially since Chen Jifu was also a capable person, it was even more difficult to say anything. Since he took the initiative to compromise, Chen Fei also went with the flow. Oh. Chen Mingyan followed reluctantly. Yang Ming, who was at the side, frowned again. Previously, he felt that Chen Jifu seemed to have an ulterior motive for Chen Mingyan. It could be seen from the red packet incident. The scene just now was even more obvious. After he offended Qin Jifu deliberately did not want him to attend the banquet. When Qin Mengyan expressed that she would not attend, Qin Jifu immediately changed his attitude and directly compromised. What did this mean? At least it proved that Qin Jifu wanted Qin Mengyan to attend the banquet. He even did not hesitate to let him go with her. Although there may be an element of politeness in this, if Qin Mengyan also left, then Chen Fei might turn hostile on the spot. After all, it was barely acceptable to let Yang Ming leave because of Qin Jia's excuse. However, if Qin Mengyan also left, what would Chen Fei think? Chen Fei would probably turn around and leave, right? It was fine if he did not attend this banquet. Of course, Yang Ming keenly felt that there must be another meaning in this. Qin Jifu is hostile to me. Is it just because I stopped him from giving the red packet? Or is there another reason? Is it really because of Qin Xiaolong? Yang Ming was a little confused. If it were Yang Ming with his temper, he might have pulled Qin Mengyan away and left. He would not give Qin Jifu any face at all. What was he in Yang Ming's eyes? What qualifications did he have to point fingers? Did he really think that he could be high and mighty in front of everyone because he had a billionaire brother? Not to mention him, even if his brother, Qin Jia, came in person, Yang Ming would still ignore him. More than 1 or 2 billionaires had fallen in his hands. From the beginning, Wang Shifan, the drug lord Dorsk, the Ouyang family, to General Houghton and the Lancer family, all of them were wealthy people. But what was the result? Moreover, Yang Ming was not weaker than Qin Jia in terms of wealth, so there was no need to give him any face. But now that Chen Fei was here, Yang Ming could not give face to Qin Jifu, but leaving with Qin Mengyan was not giving face to Chen Fei. Whether Qin Fei was Qin Mengyan's father or not, he was a person whom Yang Ming admired from beginning to end. Even if there was no relationship with Qin Mengyan, Yang Ming still remembered his initial acquaintance with Chen Fei and Chen Fei's help to him. How could Yang Ming not give face to Chen Fei in public? He sighed secretly and followed Qin Mengyan to the entrance of the hotel with Qin Jifu and others. Yang Ming lowered his head, afraid that the lobby manager would recognize him. With Qin Jifu, a person with ulterior motives, Yang Ming had to be on guard. Who knew what Qin Jifu would do later, so he could not reveal his identity first and let Qin Jifu be prepared. In Yang Ming's opinion, Qin Jifu must have a motive for doing so many things. He also tried to drive him away. His intentions and purpose were even more strange. Yang Ming would not be stupid enough to reveal his details. However, even if Yang Ming had already lowered his head, how could the hotel lobby manager not recognize Yang Ming? Normally, it would be fine if he didn't pay attention. But today, the security captain, Little Wang, had specially used the walkie-talkie to inform him that Yang Ming was coming. How could the lobby manager not be prepared and pay extra attention? Seeing Yang Ming enter, the lobby manager smiled and walked towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, this lobby manager's eyes are too crafty. Did he just call out his own people? Yang Ming was a little helpless, but he couldn't scold him. He could only give the lobby manager a look, indicating that he shouldn't come over and not reveal his identity. How astute was the lobby manager? When he saw the look in Yang Ming's eyes, he immediately realized something. In the past, there had been a similar situation. When it was inconvenient for Yang Ming to reveal his identity, he would give the lobby manager a look. So, the lobby manager immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. However, since he had already walked over, it would be too abrupt if he stopped. Just as he was in a dilemma, the lobby manager suddenly saw Qin Jifu and Chen Fei beside Yang Ming, and suddenly showed a smile again. Chief Chen, President Chen, both of you are here together. Your presence brings light to our hotel. The lobby manager walked in front of the two people with a smile, but he didn't look at Yang Ming anymore. The previous enthusiasm seemed to be completely directed at these two people. President Liu, isn't this our Chen family village's gathering today? Brother Chen Fei is also from our Chen family village. You still don't know, right? Qin Jifu cleverly pointed out his relationship with Chen Fei. When he knew that this was the unit of Chen Fei's affiliated company, he had this thought. After he pointed out his relationship with Chen Fei, the senior management of the Songjiang International Hotel would know that he had a relationship with Chen Fei. In this way, it would be more convenient for him to order food or do other things in the future. They would probably give him face. Oh? It turns out that Chief Chen is also from the Chen family village. I really didn't know this. President Liu said with a smile, it seems that the Chen family village is really a place where talents come out in large numbers. Haha, it's not bad. Chen Jifu listened to President Liu's words, and his face suddenly bloomed with joy. He accepted President Liu's words and said without blushing at all, however, I'm not a talent. Chen Fei and my brother, Xianxia, are the talents. President Chen is joking. Even in Songjiang, you are one of the top few. President Liu smiled flatteringly. Chen Jifu only felt comfortable all over. The unhappiness that Yang Ming had brought to him before had disappeared. However, when his gaze swept over Yang Ming, he still frowned. He thought in his heart, why is the gap between people so big? Well, President Liu, I still know what I'm worth. Anyway, I'm not good enough, but I'm good enough. Chen Jifu waved his hand and said, right, President Liu, how many of our Chen family village's guests have arrived? A lot have arrived. I have arranged for the waiter to take them upstairs first. President Liu said, President Chen, when will the dishes start serving? This is not urgent. Let's wait until my brother comes. Chen Jifu thought about it and said to Chen Fei, Brother Chen Fei, why don't you take the big sister and the child up first? I'll wait for my brother here. He will be here soon. His flight is at 4:30 in the afternoon. He should be here soon, including the drive. Oh? Then let's wait together for a while. Chen Fei heard that Xianxia would be here soon, and it was not good to go upstairs alone, so he decided to wait together for a while. It just so happens that I haven't seen Xianxia for several years, and his son, Chen Xiaolong. I remember that he seemed to be classmates with Meng Yan at that time, right? Yeah, Xiaolong is a good kid. He is excellent in both character and academics. He is now admitted to Southey University. He is a top student. Chen Jifu boasted for his nephew. In fact, how could Chen Xiaolong be admitted to Southey University? It was just that Chen Jia spent a large amount of sponsorship money to let Chen Xiaolong go to the United College of Southey University. However, it was said to be Southey University. The so-called United College was a school established by the cooperation of formal universities and private enterprises. However, there was still some gap in the graduation certificate. It was similar to the branch of Songjiang Industry University that Zhang Bin studied at that time. So, I have to prepare some meal ticket money for Chen Xiaolong in a while. Chen Fei smiled and thought that he could take this opportunity to return the previous 1,000 yuan favor. Yeah, now that you mention it, I just remembered that Xiaolong hasn't been back for so long. I haven't given him meal ticket money yet. I will give it to him in a while. Chen Jifu did not show the slightest inappropriateness because Chen Fei wanted to give him meal ticket money. In his opinion, Chen Fei could only show the closeness of the two families if he could give Chen Xiaolong meal ticket money. Chen Mengyan frowned at the side. Yang Ming was expressionless. He watched Chen Jifu's performance there, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yang Ming could now basically confirm that the whole thing tonight was probably related to Chen Mengyan. Although Yang Ming felt a little strange that Chen Xiaolong still had thoughts about Chen Mengyan after such a long time, Chen Jifu's words were almost all related to Chen Mengyan and Chen Xiaolong. This could not help but explain the problem. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of what tricks he could play. Whether it was Chen Jifu or Chen Jia, Yang Ming did not really care about them. Although Yang Ming could not kill them in public, he could still teach them a lesson, especially Chen Xiaolong. Of course, Yang Ming's mocking eyes were not noticed by Chen Jifu. On the contrary, Chen Mengyan was very sensitive to Yang Ming's every move. She noticed the disdain in Yang Ming's eyes and immediately felt relieved. With Yang Ming by her side, Chen Mengyan also had some confidence. Otherwise, Chen Mengyan was really afraid to face Chen Xiaolong because of what happened in the past. Chen Mengyan did not tell her parents or others about what happened in the past. Except for Yang Ming and Li Degong, only Chen Mengyan himself knew about it. This incident left a psychological shadow on Chen Mengyan for a long time. Although it was very faint now, it was difficult to guarantee that she would not have any negative emotions when she saw Chen Xiaolong again. However, with Yang Ming by her side, Chen Mingyan was not afraid. Chen Jifu and Chen Fei were casually talking about Xianxia and Chen Xiaolong. Suddenly, the hotel door was opened. Two young men in black suits rushed in quickly and held the curtain. This scene shocked the people in the hotel lobby. Those who did not know the situation thought that they had encountered robbers. However, the security guard at the door had clearly checked the identities of these people. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to enter. So after the lobby manager, Chief Liu, was slightly shocked, he returned to normal. Although this kind of scene was not common, it had never happened before. Some of the top rich people, big shots, and celebrities would have bodyguards to clear the way when they went out. This situation meant that a big shot had arrived. Sure enough, after the two bodyguards parted the hanging curtain, a middle-aged man in a white evening dress and a fashionable young man walked into the hotel side by side. Seeing the person, Chen Jifu was taken aback at first, but then his face was full of joy. He ran over quickly. "Xia, Xiaolong, you are here? That's great. Big brother." This middle-aged man in a white evening dress was indeed Xianxia. Looking at his dressing, he was no different from the celebrities in the upper class. Even his walk had a trace of majesty and style. The young man beside him was naturally Chen Xiaolong. Chen Xiaolong's dressing was very fashionable, just like the fashionable people nowadays. His whole body was branded from head to toe, and his hair was styled. People could tell at a glance that he was a rich young master. "Uncle." Chen Xiaolong saw his uncle whom he had not seen for many years and quickly greeted him. However, after greeting him, his eyes began to drift around the hotel lobby, looking for something. Previously, Chen Jifu had secretly sent him a text message, telling him that Chen Mingyan was also waiting for them in the lobby. So, as soon as Chen Xiaolong came in, he began to look for Chen Mingyan. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed in Chen Xiaolong's eyes. He found Chen Mingyan. After not seeing her for many years, he found that Chen Mingyan had become more and more beautiful. Compared to her previous naivety, the current Chen Mingyan was like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. "Chen Mingyan." Chen Xiaolong ignored his father and Chen Jifu beside him and walked quickly toward Chen Mingyan. But while walking, he struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Speaking of Chen Xiaolong, he was actually not bad looking. Especially after deliberately dressing up, he gave off a cool vibe. In addition, he was dressed in famous brands from head to toe. When he was in the south, he attracted the attention of many girls. Speaking of girlfriends, Chen Xiaolong had changed a lot over the years, but it was just for fun. In his heart, he had a soft spot for Chen Mingyan. Perhaps the things that could not be obtained were always the best. The more beautiful Chen Xiaolong was surrounded by beauties, the more he wanted Chen Mingyan. Therefore, when he returned to Songjiang this time, he was like a demon. He vowed to pursue Chen Mingyan. When he saw Chen Mingyan at this time, his eyes were fixed on her. Chen Xiaolong sighed in his heart. The women he had played with over the years were really too tasteless. Mediocre women, mediocre women. Compared to Chen Mingyan, it was like heaven and earth. This was the perfect candidate for a girlfriend. As for those trashy girls from before, they could all go to hell. It would be impossible for him to even look at them in the future. "Chen Mingyan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting more and more beautiful." Chen Xiaolong walked in front of Chen Mingyan and made a style that he thought was very tasteful. He said to Chen Mingyan leisurely. Then, he took out a small gift box from nowhere and handed it to Chen Mingyan. "This is a gift for our first meeting. Please accept it as a sign of respect." Chen Mingyan was disgusted with Chen Xiaolong. No matter how handsome his style was, in Chen Mingyan's eyes, he was a very annoying person. She would not look at him if she could. Even if he was dressed in famous brands, Chen Mingyan did not care about it at all. She even felt that it was a little showy. Seeing that he gave her a gift as soon as they met, Chen Mingyan's brows suddenly frowned. "Chen Xiaolong, I can't accept the gift. We are not familiar with each other. So, I appreciate your kindness. Please take back the gift." Chen Mingyan replied coldly, but she did not reach out to take the small gift box. "It's okay. It's just a little thing. It's not worth it." Chen Xiaolong said as he reached out to grab Chen Mingyan's hand and stuffed the gift box into her palm. It's just a watch that costs tens of thousands. It's very ordinary. Chen Xiaolong took it for granted that Chen Mingyan would gladly accept it after hearing the value of the gift. Because in his opinion, most girls loved money. Chen Mingyan was obviously no exception. Although Chen Fei was the bureau chief, his identity was just more honorable. His family could not have much money. So, Chen Mingyan would definitely be moved when he gave this watch. This was also his experience of picking up girls for many years. Many girls he liked in bars and schools. As long as he made a move, there were few who would not compromise under the influence of money. So, this successful experience made Chen Xiaolong think that he was already a master in the field of love. Dealing with Chen Mingyan was already a piece of cake. Mingyan has a watch. You should take this back. If you can't give it away, give it to a charity. Yang Ming reached out and blocked Chen Xiaolong's hand from grabbing Chen Mingyan. He said to him coldly. Chen Xiaolong was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. Only then did he notice Yang Ming next to Chen Mingyan. Previously, all his eyes and thoughts were attracted by Chen Mingyan. He did not pay attention to the people next to Chen Mingyan. Chen Xiaolong felt that this voice was a bit familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard this voice. Frowning and looking up, Chen Xiaolong looked for the source of the voice. Suddenly, he saw the owner of the voice. Chen Xiaolong was obviously stunned. Yang Ming? You are Yang Ming? Chen Xiaolong looked at Yang Ming in amazement. He was somewhat incredulous. Why are you here? Chen Mingyan is my girlfriend. Why can't I be here? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong coldly. There was a hint of warning in his words. So, you'd better be honest. Chen Mingyan will not accept your things. Under Yang Ming's threat, Chen Xiaolong subconsciously took 2 steps back. The shadow that Yang Ming gave him before was too serious. He spent almost the entire first year of high school being beaten up. However, Chen Xiaolong soon woke up. No, why should I be afraid of him now? Now that everyone is an adult, the school fighting won't work at all. In this era, it's about who has money and who has power. You, Yang Ming, are just a little gangster. How can you compare to me? I am a rich second generation. My father is Xianxia. So what if you can fight? I have bodyguards. Even if you can fight, I will let 2 bodyguards fight 2 against 1. Won't you be beaten to a pulp? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaolong suddenly became confident. He glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, who do you think you are? Chen Mingyan will decide whether she wants my things or not. What does it have to do with you? Are you her boyfriend? I'm not afraid to tell you that many girls who have boyfriends take the initiative to throw themselves at me. Yang Ming heard Chen Xiaolong's words and almost laughed out loud. Is this guy an idiot? How can he say this? Not to mention that Chen Mingyan will never like you. Even if she is tempted by your watch, it is impossible for her to say anything after you say this. I have a watch. I don't need yours. Is that okay? Chen Mingyan glanced at Chen Xiaolong in disgust. She was tired of even saying one more word, but she couldn't not say anything at this time. Chen Mingyan reluctantly explained. You have a watch? How much is it? 10 yuan? 20 yuan? Chen Xiaolong glanced at the watch on Chen Mingyan's wrist. This watch is only a few hundred yuan. Won't you lose your value by wearing this watch? Yang Ming was a little speechless. He guessed that Chen Xiaolong's way of picking up girls would only be able to pick up some bad celebrities who worshipped money. Those who were slightly more high-end would not be interested in him. Chen Xiaolong, after so many years, have you forgotten the pain of being beaten by me? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong and said faintly, or do you think that I don't dare to beat you now? Beat me? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiaolong seemed to have heard the funniest thing. You dare to touch me? Do you think we are still in school? If you dare to touch me, I will let my father's bodyguards kill you. Bodyguards. Yang Ming looked at Chen Xiaolong's so-called 2 bodyguards with some contempt. Although these 2 people seemed to be from a formal security company, they could only deal with ordinary people. Not to mention Yang Ming, they couldn't even deal with people who had a little bit of Sanda skills. For example, many of the security guards in the Songjiang International Hotel were strictly trained by Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Their skills were not inferior to some professional Sanda players. It was a simple matter to deal with these two bodyguards. This was also the reason why they had allowed the two bodyguards to break in so easily. They had absolute confidence that they would be able to take down the two people in an unexpected situation. How is it? Are you scared? Chen Xiaolong saw Yang Ming's thoughtful expression and thought that Yang Ming was shocked by him. He couldn't help but be a little proud. He pointed at Yang Ming while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? You apologize to me, and then disappear from my sight immediately. I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, humph." Speaking of this, Chen Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a look of resentment. At this point, he finally understood why Yang Ming would find trouble with him all the time for no reason. Why every time he pursued or flirted with Chen Mingyan, he would be beaten black and blue. Originally, he just thought that Yang Ming saw that he was easy to bully, so he deliberately found trouble with him. After all, during the school period, there were often some overbearing students who bullied the weak in order to show their strength. Therefore, Chen Xiaolong felt that he was unfortunate to become the weak tool for Yang Ming to show his strength. For so many years, he didn't think much about it, but at this moment, Chen Xiaolong suddenly woke up. He finally understood why Yang Ming beat him up. It was because Yang Ming also liked Chen Mingyan. Judging from the situation of him being with Chen Mingyan now, his guess should be correct. He just didn't know what means Yang Ming, this punk student, used to get Chen Mingyan. This made Chen Xiaolong very depressed. In his opinion, Chen Mingyan was a very rational girl. It was impossible for her to worship some punk youth. That was something that only delinquents would do. Chen Mingyan should consider the overall situation. Appearance and character were certainly part of it, but what was the most indispensable thing in life? That was money. Chen Xiaolong didn't believe that Chen Mingyan would not consider this. And now, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming had indeed become a couple. Chen Xiaolong had to maliciously guess whether Yang Ming had used some despicable means. For example, Chen Xiaolong. Chen Mingyan was a girl. Chen Mingyan was Chen. She was a girl who cherished her reputation. Chen Mingyan was a girl. Chen Mingyan. B. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan had already been taken by Yang Ming. Chen Xiaolong's hatred for Yang Ming in his heart deepened. In his eyes, Chen Mingyan was his goddess. Except for himself, no one was allowed to blaspheme her. Chen Mingyan was probably not a virgin. This made Chen Xiaolong extremely unhappy. But since he liked Chen Mingyan to the bone, he could only grit his teeth and accept this matter. As long as Yang Ming was completely gone, he would not think about this kind of thing in the future. Chen Xiaolong was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He had such thoughts before. That time, he planned to force a kiss. Chen Xiaolong thought that if he kissed Chen Mingyan first, then with Chen Mingyan's character, she would definitely not make a big fuss about it. He could only swallow it. Maybe Chen Mingyan could only accept her fate and follow him. Then, his goal would be achieved. Since he had such a plan, he thought that Yang Ming must have used similar means. Because in Chen Xiaolong's opinion, Yang Ming was not better than him in any way. Although Yang Ming's appearance was more masculine than his, Chen Xiaolong did not think that a man's appearance could be used to make a living. Everyone had grown up. How was it still the era of who was handsome and who was loved? Money was the king. So in comparison to Chen Xiaolong, Yang Ming had no money and no IQ. He was just a brute. How could such a person get Chen Mingyan's favor? In this way, the only possibility was that Yang Ming used some underhanded means to make Chen Mingyan have no choice but to be with him. Thinking that his means were used by Yang Ming first, Chen Xiaolong was depressed. At the same time, he hated Yang Ming to the bone. Especially when his first plan failed in the association, Li Dagong suddenly appeared and beat him up. Now that he thought about it carefully, it must be Yang Ming's interference that led to all this. Who was Li Dagong? He was Yang Ming's follower. It was impossible that Yang Ming did not exist in this. Yang Ming must have been inspired by his forceful kiss this time. Then, he did something similar to a forceful kiss and made Chen Mingyan be with him. Are you sick? Yang Ming looked at Chen Xiaolong up and down. Uncle Chen is here today. I don't want to make things difficult for him, so you should go. Don't stand here and be crazy. F***ck. Chen Xiaolong was furious with Yang Ming's words. He thought, if it weren't for Chen Fei's presence, I would have asked the 2 bodyguards to take Yang Ming out and beat him up. How can I let him leave peacefully? Did this brat not know how to read the situation? Does he think that this is the time when I was the boss when I was in school? Yang Ming understood Chen Xiaolong and Chen Jifu's intentions. He did not have the intention to dawdle with them anymore. Now, Yang Ming no longer had the competitive spirit of the past. In the beginning, because Zhou Ruoguang had an ulterior motive toward Chen Mingyan, he found by high to beat Zhou Ruoguang up. Now, he just regarded Chen Xiaolong as a joke and did not really take it to heart. Alright, Yang Ming, you better remember this. When there's a chance later, don't blame this young master for not reminding you. When the time comes, you'll lose all your face. Don't regret it. Chen Xiaolong saw that his father, Chen Fei, and others had turned their heads to look at this side. It was not good to continue to entangle. After leaving a few words, he turned and left. At this moment, although Chen Xiaolong was still a little brainless, he also knew that if he made things difficult for Yang Ming now, not only would it make Chen Fei angry with him, but it would also make his father and uncle lose face. Therefore, he did not mind letting Yang Ming go for the time being. When the banquet was over, he would find an opportunity to humiliate Yang Ming and make him ashamed. Why, Xiaolong? Do you know the little friend beside Chen Mingyan? Although Xianxia had exchanged pleasantries with Chen Fei and Chen Jifu before, his peripheral vision had never left his son. Although he did not hear clearly what his son said to the young man beside Chen Mingyan, he could feel the smell of gunpowder between the 2 sides. Moreover, it was easy to guess that the relationship between the man beside Chen Mingyan and Chen Mingyan was not shallow. It was possible that he was Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. Xianxia was also very surprised that Chen Mingyan had a boyfriend. He originally thought that with his current identity and status, being in-laws with Chen Fei was already giving Chen Fei a look. But now, Chen Mingyan actually had a boyfriend. This matter was difficult to handle. What was even more difficult was that Chen Mingyan's boyfriend seemed to have been recognized by Chen Fei. In this way, wouldn't my son have no chance? Thinking of this, Xianxia's face became a little gloomy. This time, he returned to Songjiang to show off his return to his hometown. It was true, but the more important thing was his son, Chen Xiaolong's matter. Xianxia had noticed that his son had frequently changed female companions over the years. But at first, he just thought that his son had developed the habit of playing with women because he was with those rich kids. Anyway, those women were not good people, so Xianxia did not care. He thought that when his son grew up, he would introduce him to a permanent girlfriend. But after his son went to university, Xianxia introduced a few daughters of his business partners to his son. Their family backgrounds and looks were not bad, and they could be considered to be a match for his son. However, when Chen Xiaolong heard that he was talking about a formal girlfriend, he immediately shook his head and refused. He did not even meet them. Even if he reluctantly met them, it was perfunctory. After that, there was no follow-up. Only then did Xianxia realize that there was something wrong with his son. At first, he didn't expect that his son already had a sweetheart. Instead, he wondered if his son had some mental illness. Thinking of this, Xianxia became more and more worried. After hiring a few psychiatrists for Chen Xiaolong couldn't resist his father's annoyance and told the truth. Only then did Xianxia know that his son liked his former high school classmate, and this high school classmate was Chen Fei's daughter, Chen Mingyan. After so long, his son was still worried about this girl. Xianxia felt deeply helpless. After all, his son's infatuation was inherited from him. Didn't he also miss his ex-wife for so many years? Although his ex-wife betrayed him, Xianxia knew that as long as his ex-wife returned to his side, he would definitely forgive her for what she had done. Therefore, the main purpose of his return this time was actually for his son's marriage. What he didn't expect was that his son would be at a disadvantage as soon as he met the girl of his dreams. Xianxia planned to explore Yang Ming's background first, and then weigh whether his son could snatch her away. His thoughts were similar to Chen Jifu's. Since Yang Ming was Chen Fei's son-in-law, his family background must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Chen Fei would not give his daughter to him so easily. However, there were many kinds of extraordinary. As long as Xianxia wanted to see the gap between his family and his own family, Xianxia really had no other way if they were evenly matched. Yes, he is our high school classmate, just like Chen Mingyan. After Qin Xiaolong replied, he suddenly saw the hint in his father's eyes. He slightly mouthed the words background to him. Qin Xiaolong immediately understood and said, "He is Yang Ming. Yang Dehai's son." Yang Dehai? Chen Jia frowned after hearing this name. He didn't have any impression. Could this person be a famous person in Songjiang City? Seeing Chen Jia frowning, Qin Xiaolong knew that his father probably couldn't remember who this person was, so he quickly reminded, "Dad, you forgot. When you were at the Songjiang bus factory, Yang Dehai in your workshop was Yang Dehai's son." "Oh? That Yang Dehai?" Chen Jia glanced at Yang Ming incredulously and muttered, "Songjiang bus factory? Is Yang Dehai the factory director?" "The Songjiang bus factory was closed long ago. It is bankrupt." Chen Jifu was reminded in Chen Jia's son. Chen Jifu and Chen Jia had both worked in the Songjiang bus factory in their early years, so when Chen Jifu heard Qin Xiaolong's reminder, he immediately thought of Yang Dehai. He knew that the Songjiang bus factory had completely closed down half a year ago. He heard that it was bought by a company. Many of the workers there had been laid off. "Uncle Chen Jia." Yang Ming glanced at Chen Jia and called him uncle coldly. However, it was also because of Chen Fei's face. How could he not know what Chen Jia was thinking? It was nothing more than hearing that his father used to be a worker in the Songjiang bus factory. He was very surprised and did not think highly of his relationship with Chen Mingyan. Although Yang Ming's efforts had made tremendous changes in the Yang family, when Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming were together, Yang Ming was just an ordinary teenager. Yang Ming's father was not the current chairman. Therefore, Yang Ming looked coldly at the malicious speculations of Chen Jifu and Chen Jia, but he did not say much. "Since you are all classmates, then let's get closer to each other." Chen Jia glanced at Qin Xiaolong, hinting that he should seize the opportunity. In this situation, Chen Jia naturally could not say anything because Chen Fei was present. However, once there was a chance, he would talk to Yang Ming personally. He did not believe that Yang Ming would not leave Chen Mingyan if the price was high enough. "Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming, let's go. Let's go together." Qin Xiaolong walked over with a smile as if he had forgotten the previous grievances. However, when he walked to Yang Ming's side, a trace of unkindness flashed in his eyes. Yang Ming ignored him and went into the elevator with the crowd. Qin Xiaolong's eyes were fixed on Chen Mingyan. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Mingyan, how have you been all these years?" Qin Xiaolong glanced at Yang Ming and whispered to Chen Mingyan when he was not paying attention. Yang Ming heard Qin Xiaolong's words, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although Yang Ming's gaze was not locked on Chen Mingyan or Qin Xiaolong, Yang Ming could easily monitor Qin Xiaolong's every move because of his special abilities. Qin Xiaolong's whispered words were also seen by Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally knew the meaning of Qin Xiaolong's words. He was testing how Chen Mingyan had been all these years. If Chen Mingyan showed a trace of hesitation or bitterness, Qin Xiaolong could use it as an excuse to seduce Chen Mingyan with some good life. "Very good." Chen Mingyan replied to Qin Xiaolong directly without thinking. It made Qin Xiaolong unable to say what he wanted to say next. "I see." Qin Xiaolong laughed twice and said, "How did you and Yang Ming get together? I remember that the relationship between you two didn't seem to be very good." Chen Mingyan frowned and didn't want to answer this question, but Qin Xiaolong put his face in front of her in annoyance. If she didn't answer, he wouldn't leave. Chen Mingyan had to say, "We were admitted to the same university. Naturally, we got together." "Oh? Is that really the case?" Qin Xiaolong didn't seem to believe Chen Mingyan's words. In his opinion, Chen Mingyan couldn't like Yang Ming. Yang Ming must have used some means, so he asked unwillingly, "Chen Mingyan, is there any secret in this?" I know Yang Ming. He is not a good person. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Now my identity is not what it used to be. Even if Yang Ming is capable, he can't do anything to me. After listening to Qin Xiaolong's words, Chen Mengyan suddenly frowned and moved back with some disgust. She didn't want to answer Qin Xiaolong's question at all. She knew that as long as she opened her mouth, Qin Xiaolong might say something else to stop her. However, if she didn't speak, Qin Xiaolong wouldn't give up. Chen Mengyan regretted coming to this banquet. When Qin Mengyan was in a dilemma, Yang Ming turned his head coldly and said to Qin Xiaolong, are you done? Ah. Qin Xiaolong didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly speak. Although he was asking Chen Mengyan before, his attention was always on Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't notice him, he dared to say these words to Chen Mengyan. Qin Xiaolong, do you think that you are better than before because you have a good father? Yang Ming looked at Qin Xiaolong sarcastically. In fact, to tell you the truth, whether it's your uncle or your father, I really don't put them in my eyes. Qin Xiaolong was angered by Yang Ming's words. He glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming, you wait for me. I'll show you later. Wait. Okay. Yang Ming shrugged and said, but Qin Xiaolong, don't blame me for not reminding you. 3 years ago, I could beat you until you were looking for your teeth on the ground. I can still do it now, even if you have 2 bodyguards by your side. Qin Xiaolong didn't care about Yang Ming's words. He just snorted coldly and turned his face away. He felt that Yang Ming was a bit unreasonable, and even a little arrogant. Indeed, if it were 4 years ago when he was still in high school, he would definitely be very afraid of Yang Ming. School life and now were 2 different things. In school, whoever had a harder fist was more powerful. But in society, who had a harder fist? He just had to throw out some money casually, and there would be people who would help him. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor with a ding. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan followed behind the crowd and walked out of the elevator. Chen Mengyan held Yang Ming's hand tightly. It was obvious that Chen Mengyan was very nervous. Yang Ming smiled comfortingly, it's nothing. I won't act rashly. At least, I won't make things difficult for Uncle Chen. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan was not worried that Yang Ming would do something unexpected, but that Yang Ming would do something impulsive in anger. At that time, Chen Fei would also be there, and it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Chen Mengyan was relieved when she saw that Yang Ming understood her meaning. The entire 6th floor was a banquet hall. At this time, many people had already arrived. They were sitting in the banquet hall seats, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. When the elevator door opened, everyone looked at the elevator at the same time. When they saw Qin Jifu coming out from inside, they immediately stopped talking and stood up one after another. These people were all from the Qin family village or people who were still in the village. There were people from all walks of life, but their achievements were not as high as Qin Jifu's, let alone Qin Jia's. Among them, some people recognized that the man next to Qin Jifu was Qin Jia, and they all showed envious eyes. Qin Jifu walked out of the elevator and made a greeting gesture to everyone present. He then introduced, this is my younger brother, Qin Jia, the chairman of the Southern Jingyuan Import and Export Trading Company. Among the people present, most of them came here to flatter Qin Jifu and Qin Jia. They wanted to find some benefits from the 2 of them, so these people immediately clapped and cheered after hearing Qin Jifu's introduction. Qin Jifu was very satisfied with the current scene and atmosphere. He smiled and nodded to everyone, and continued to introduce, this is my nephew, Qin Xiaolong. Applause rang out again, accompanied by the praises of some people. They praised Qin Xiaolong for his striking appearance, young and promising, and so on. In short, there were all kinds of words, which satisfied Qin Xiaolong's self-esteem like never before. Qin Xiaolong glanced at Chen Mengyan proudly. He wanted to let Chen Mengyan see how glorious he was now. As long as she followed him, half of this glory would belong to her. However, Chen Mengyan was indifferent, as if she didn't hear the praise in front of her at all. She was expressionless. Qin Xiaolong was a little depressed in his heart, so he looked at Yang Ming to demonstrate the gap between him and him. However, it was even more regrettable that Yang Ming's expression did not show any shame or envy. Instead, there was a mocking look on his face, which made the resentment in Chen Xiaolong's heart increase by another level. This Yang Ming doesn't know what's good for him. I have clearly shown that I am 100 times more capable than him, but he is still indifferent. Does this person really not know what's good for him, or is he arrogant to a certain extent? Chen Xiaolong snorted helplessly and turned his head. At this time, Qin Jifu said, "Next, let's welcome our Chen family village's old patriarch, 7th grandfather Chen." As soon as Qin Jifu's voice fell, the praise for Qin Xiaolong and Xianxia in the dining hall immediately subsided. It could be seen that 7th grandfather Chen had a high status in the hearts of the Chen family village. A side door in the dining hall slowly opened. A man of about 60 years old slowly walked out from inside while supporting an old man of about 80 years old. This man of about 60 years old was Qin Jifu's father, Qin Dai. He was also the current village chief of the Qin family village. The old man of about 80 years old beside him was the old patriarch, 7th grandfather Qin. 7th grandfather. 7th uncle. 7th great-grandfather. The people of the Chen family village opened their mouths and greeted him respectfully. There were all kinds of names, but these three were the most common. The others were nothing more than close relatives, such as uncle, grandfather, and so on. 7th grandfather. Qin Jifu and Qin Fei immediately stepped forward. Even Qin Jia carefully went over to greet him. It was imaginable how high 7th grandfather's status was. 7th grandfather nodded slightly in the midst of everyone's greetings. It could be seen that the old man was very hale and hearty. Although he was in his 80s, he was still very healthy. The old man saw Qin Jia and nodded to him. "Jia is back. Good, you have returned home in glory. You did not disgrace our Qin family village. This is all thanks to 7th grandfather's good education when I was young." Qin Jia said quickly and respectfully. Although he was a billionaire, 7th grandfather Chen was a supreme existence in the hearts of all the Chen family village people. In the old society, the patriarch of a big family was a godlike existence. His words were not to be disobeyed. Even if you were a high-ranking official in the imperial court, or even if you were extremely wealthy, when you returned to your hometown, you still had to show the etiquette of a junior to the elders of your clan. Otherwise, you would be considered unfilial and unethical. Although it was a new era now, this tradition was still maintained in many big families. The Qin family village was no exception. Although Qin Jia was very influential outside, he was still respectful when he saw 7th grandfather Chen after returning. 7th grandfather Chen nodded, and his gaze fell on Qin Fei again. There were only a few outstanding people in the Qin family village, so 7th grandfather Chen naturally remembered them in his heart. When he chatted with others, he had something to talk about that he was proud of. "Little Fizi, you're here too. I heard that you have already become the bureau chief. You are the highest official in our Qin family village now. You and Jia are the leaders of the younger generation in our Qin family village, one in politics and one in business. 7th grandfather, you flatter us." Qin Fei quickly said modestly, "How can we be considered the younger generation? Our child is already 20 years old." "That's true." 7th grandfather Qin stroked his beard, then turned to look at Qin Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, do you still recognize 7th great-grandfather?" "7th great-grandfather." Qin Xiaolong said humbly, "How can Xiaolong not recognize you? When I was young, you carried me to the river to play. At that time, I was still insensible and pulled your beard." Qin Xiaolong had already known from his father that the key to the success or failure of the matter between him and Qin Mingyan was 7th grandfather's attitude. If 7th grandfather facilitated this matter, then with 7th grandfather's status in the Qin family village, his words carried weight. Even if Qin Fei was unwilling, he had to consider it. Therefore, Qin Xiaolong decided to flatter 7th grandfather Qin. He. When 7th grandfather Chen heard Qin Xiaolong talk about his childhood, 7th grandfather Chen couldn't help but be happy. He also thought of the past and touched Qin Xiaolong's head lovingly, and, in the blink of an eye, the little brat behind 7th great-grandfather is going to marry a wife. 7th great-grandfather. Qin Xiaolong deliberately pretended to be young. "Right, I heard that you have taken a fancy to little Fei's daughter?" 7th grandfather Qin suddenly asked kindly. 7th great-grandfather, "I Qin Xiaolong pretended to blush, but in the end, he nodded. Ha 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 ha, good, seventh great-grandfather will help you with this matter. Seventh grandfather. Qin narrowed his eyes and said confidently, when it comes to matchmaking, 80% of the young people in the Qin family village were matchmade by me. Even the marriage between Xiao Feizi and Xiao Yu was decided by me. Isn't that right, Xiao Feizi? When Qin Fei heard seventh grandfather Qin talking about Qin Xiaolong and Qin Mengyan, his face froze. Just as he was about to say something, he didn't expect seventh grandfather Qin to suddenly mention his marriage with Qin Fengyu. He quickly nodded and said with a bitter smile, yes, thank you for matchmaking me. N. Seventh grandfather Qin nodded with satisfaction and looked at Qin Mengyan beside Qin Fei. This is little Mengyan, right? Not bad, you have become so beautiful. You look just like your mother back then. No wonder our Xiaolong would like you. This seventh grandfather Qin was Qin Dai's seventh uncle. He was also Qin Xiaolong's seventh great-grandfather, so he was particularly concerned about Qin Xiaolong's matters. When he heard that Qin Xiaolong liked Qin Mengyan, he decided to decide on their marriage. One must know that the Qin family village had a rule that the young men and women in the village should try to find a partner in the village as much as possible and not go to other villages. So when he heard that Qin Xiaolong was looking for Qin Fei's daughter, Qin Mengyan, seventh grandfather Qin took on the responsibility without thinking. This made Qin Jia and Qin Jifu very happy. With seventh grandfather Qin's appearance, they were not afraid that Qin Fei would say anything. Seventh great-grandfather, Qin Mengyan's face changed immediately. She did not expect to encounter such an awkward situation. Qin Mengyan did not have much contact with seventh grandfather Qin when she was young, so she was not afraid of him. However, when she saw her parents' cautious look, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She had a bad feeling. Okay. Today, I announce to the entire Qin family village that my great-grandnephew, Qin Xiaolong, and Qin Mengyan from Xiao Feizi's family are officially engaged. Seventh grandfather Qin had not presided over a young person's marriage for a long time. If it were not for Qin Xiaolong today, he would not be like this. At most, he would send Qin Dai to announce the congratulations. But today, Qin Xiaolong was his grandnephew. He felt that only by announcing it personally, he could give his grandnephew face in front of the entire Qin family village. Good. Good. The people of the Qin family village cheered. Congratulations and blessings were heard one after another. Qin Xiaolong was particularly proud at this moment. He only felt that this was the best moment in his life. He glanced at Yang Ming contemptuously, then glanced at Qin Mengyan proudly. He thought, so what if you are my boyfriend? Qin Mengyan must listen to seventh grandfather Qin as long as she is a member of the Qin family village. This is the family rule. Qin Fei's face became quite ugly. He did not expect seventh grandfather Qin to suddenly do such a thing. However, due to the relationship between him and seventh grandfather Qin when they were young, Qin Fei could not refute, so the atmosphere was in a deadlock. Seventh great-grandfather, I have a boyfriend. I can't accept this engagement. Qin Mengyan also guessed her parents' difficulties. At this time, she could only refuse. Originally, everyone in the Qin family village was congratulating Qin Jia and Qin Xiaolong. Qin Mengyan's sudden words suddenly made the scene cold and silent. The smile on seventh grandfather Qin's face froze instantly. He did not expect Qin Mengyan to have a boyfriend. Yes, he had never thought about this matter. If he knew in advance, he would not be so reckless. However, he didn't know. Since he had already said it, he couldn't change it. This was because he was seventh grandfather Qin, the patriarch of the Qin family village. He was a man of his word. Even the current village chief, Qin Dai, had to listen to him and could not go against his will. Therefore, in the Qin family village, the custom of seventh grandfather Qin's words having enormous weight had been developed. Seventh grandfather Qin's words were the imperial edict. No one could disobey or resist. Even if what he said was wrong, others had to carry it out. Although Qin Mengyan's refusal was reasonable, seventh grandfather Qin would not allow this to happen. He would not allow a junior to defy his orders. Seventh grandfather Qin's face darkened and became somewhat ferocious. For so many years, no one dared to refute him like this, especially in front of so many people. These were the villagers of the entire Qin family village. If he took back his previous words, how could he continue to stay in the Qin family village? What boyfriend? You are from the Qin family village. How can you look for outsiders? Seventh grandfather Qin snorted coldly and said unquestionably, okay, I'll make the decision on this matter. You will marry Qin Xiaolong. Set a date and hold the engagement ceremony first. After listening to seventh grandfather Qin's words, Qin Xiaolong's face suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Previously, he was afraid that seventh grandfather Qin was not tough enough and would give up after hearing that Qin Mingyan had a boyfriend. However, he did not expect seventh grandfather Qin to be more overbearing than he imagined. At this moment, Qin Fei finally understood that he had been fooled. He should not have come tonight. He was not stupid. When he connected it to Qin Jifu's attitude towards Qin Mingyan, he also understood that tonight's banquet was a trap. It was a trap for his family. The goal was Qin Mingyan. Qin Jia's son, Qin Xiaolong, had taken a fancy to Qin Mingyan for some unknown reason. He even invited seventh grandfather to be the matchmaker. This made Qin Fei angry but helpless at the same time. No matter how overboard seventh grandfather Qin was, he was still their elder. He had no way to refute and was embarrassed to object. Qin Fengyu and Qin Fei also had the same idea. They glanced at Qin Jifu with some hatred. They regretted answering this call. They only hoped that tonight's matter would be over quickly. Then, they could explain to seventh grandfather Qin afterward. However, now it seemed that seventh grandfather Qin was not going to let it go. He had to set a date today. Seventh grandfather, there's no time like the present. I think, how about tonight? Qin Jifu narrowed his eyes and suggested to seventh grandfather Qin, this way, the people of the Qin family village are also here. They can be witnesses. What do you think? Okay, let's do it tonight. Seventh grandfather Qin also wanted to cut the Gordian knot. Things had already come to this. He had to solve it as soon as possible to protect his prestige from being damaged. Otherwise, who knew what would happen after tonight? At that time, even if the people of the Qin family village did not say anything in front of him, they would definitely talk behind his back. When he thought of this, seventh grandfather Qin was even more determined to facilitate this marriage. Seventh grandfather Qin said that we will hold an engagement ceremony for Qin Xiaolong and Qin Mingyan tonight. Does anyone have any objections? Qin Jifu looked at the people of the Qin family village. Although everyone saw some clues, seventh grandfather Qin had always been a man of his word in the Qin family village. Since seventh grandfather Qin had said so, who would object? Therefore, they all agreed and echoed in agreement. I say, old man, are you okay? Yang Ming stood at the side and couldn't bear it anymore. He looked down on seventh grandfather Qin's way of doing things based on his seniority. Yang Ming also saw seventh grandfather Qin's shock when he first knew that Qin Mingyan had a boyfriend. He understood that this seventh grandfather Qin was probably used by the Qin brothers as a tool. He even had some sympathy for this old man. However, after seventh grandfather Qin knew that Qin Mingyan had a boyfriend, not only did he not take back his previous words, but he also insisted on marrying Qin Mingyan to Qin Xiaolong. This made Yang Ming's impression of seventh grandfather Qin plummet instantly. Yang Ming was originally a person who respected the old and loved the young. Otherwise, he would not have helped the old man who sold the street stall and obtained this magical pair of glasses. After that, in the detention center, it was also because he sympathized with Feng Tian that he helped him teach those little punks a lesson. However, this seventh grandfather Qin in front of him was not worthy of Yang Ming's respect and sympathy. He actually forced Qin Mingyan to marry Qin Xiaolong for his own selfishness. This practice had already crossed Yang Ming's bottom line. Even if he was an old man in his 80s, Yang Ming would not give him the slightest bit of face. In order to protect his own dignity, he did such a bad thing. Not only was he immoral, but he was simply brainless. Therefore, Yang Ming suspected that this seventh grandfather Qin was old and muddle-headed. Although Yang Ming's voice was not loud, it was very powerful. Everyone present heard it clearly. In the entire hall, there was an awkward silence immediately. Everyone looked in the direction of Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually called seventh grandfather Qin an old man. This kind of provocation to 7th grandfather Chen's dignity had never happened before. These people were at a loss for a while. All of them kept quiet out of fear. Little brat, what did you say? 7th grandfather Chen was infuriated by Yang Ming's words. He raised the crutch in his hand and smashed it at Yang Ming. Where did you come from? Which family are you from? I'll kill you. Yang Ming curled his lips and dodged casually, avoiding 7th grandfather Chen's crutch. He thought to himself, this is also because you are older. Otherwise, if someone else dared to wave the crutch at Yang Ming would have already returned the favor. Chen Fei's expression was uncertain. Obviously, he was struggling. 7th grandfather Chen's prestige was deeply rooted in the Chen family village. Chen Fei had respected and loved 7th grandfather Chen since he was young, just like everyone else. However, although 7th grandfather Chen was very dignified and his words carried weight, he was also the symbol of justice in the village. Whenever a family had a conflict, as long as it was brought to 7th grandfather Chen, it would be resolved fairly. The people of the Chen family village had no choice but to submit to 7th grandfather Chen. Everyone listened to 7th grandfather Chen's words. No one had any complaints in their hearts, and no one thought of going against him. This kind of thinking instilled in Chen Fei since he was young made it very difficult for him. Although he had been out of the Chen family village for many years and had taken up a leadership position in the unit, his respect for 7th grandfather Chen had not decreased at all. However, today's matter made Chen Fei think of rebelling for the first time. 7th grandfather Chen's actions had crossed Chen Fei's bottom line. Chen Fei could not abide by and execute his words and decisions. How could Chen Mingyan's marriage be decided by someone else's casual words? Not to mention that Chen Mingyan now had a boyfriend. Even if she did not have a boyfriend, this matter must be approved by Chen Mingyan first. Thinking of this, Chen Fei gritted his teeth. 7th grandfather Chen, please calm down first. He is Mingyan's boyfriend. It is inevitable that he will be agitated. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? 7th grandfather Chen was very angry. Now that he saw Chen Fei speaking up for Yang Ming, he was even more annoyed. Well, I announce that he is not now. Chen Xiaolong is Chen Mingyan's boyfriend. Chen Xiaolong's face bloomed with joy when he heard this. Yang Ming was angry and amused. He thought, even if you are the Secretary General of the United Nations, you can't control this matter? You want to announce it? Do you think you are the emperor of the past? What you say is an imperial edict. How can you grant a marriage? Chen Mingyan's face was still pale. She was at a loss. She had never experienced such a situation. She could also see that her parents were very embarrassed when facing 7th grandfather Chen. Chen Mingyan also knew in her heart that it was difficult to resist the words of an old man whom she respected since she was young. It was already not easy for his father to say those words so decisively. One could imagine how much struggle he had in his heart. In contrast, Yang Ming did not have much respect for 7th grandfather Chen. In Yang Ming's eyes, 7th grandfather Chen was just an old man in his twilight years. Even though Yang Ming respected the old and loved the young, he would not show any mercy to people like 7th grandfather Chen who took advantage of his seniority and thought that he could do whatever he wanted because of his seniority. However, when Yang Ming wanted to speak, Chen Fei spoke first. This made Yang Ming a little surprised. Chen Fei was actually determined to resist to the end. Now, there is freedom to love and freedom to marry. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment before saying, 7th Master, what you're doing is violating the marriage law. Marriage law? Huh. 7th grandfather Chen glanced at Chen Fei coldly. Well, little Fei, you've grown up. Now that you are a bureau chief, you are actually talking to me about the law? Have you forgotten? When you were young, who was the judge in the Chen family village for everyone? Who was the one who upheld justice for everyone? In this Chen family village, I am the law. Chen Fei had a bitter expression. It was a headache to talk to 7th grandfather Chen about these things, but 7th grandfather Chen did not listen. 7th grandfather Chen, right? Yang Ming straightened his body and took half a step forward. Yang Ming knew that it was useless for anyone to speak at this time. He could only speak up himself. I don't care what you do in the Chen family village, but I can tell you that I am not a member of the Chen family village. I am not under your command. Moreover, this is not the Chen family village. It is Songjiang, the Songjiang International Hotel. It doesn't matter if you are not a member of the Chen family village, as long as Chen Mingyan is. Although 7th grandfather Chen was furious, he could also see that Yang Ming was not a member of the Chen family village and would definitely not listen to him. However, it did not matter as long as Chen Fei was a member of the Chen family village. He only needed to talk to Chen Fei. Chen Fei, I will ask you one question now. Do you still recognize me as your 7th grandfather? This 7th grandfather. Chen Fei was now in a dilemma. He knew very well in his heart that as long as he said the word recognize, 7th grandfather Chen would definitely continue to talk about Chen Mingyan and Chen Xiaolong, and he would not be able to refute. However, if he said no, he would not feel good in his heart and his conscience would not be able to live with it. For a moment, Chen Fei was in a dilemma. Okay, 7th grandfather Chen, take back your clumsy little trick. Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Chen Fei from continuing. 7th grandfather Chen, I might as well tell you clearly now. No matter what Uncle Chen says, as long as I am here, it is useless no matter what you say. Chen Mingyan will not be engaged to Chen Xiaolong. If you like to daydream, then I advise you to go home and read more YY novels. I recommend you a book called Chasing Beauty After Rebirth written by Fishman too. It is good. I have read it. You can read it. When 7th grandfather Chen heard Yang Ming's words, his lungs were about to explode. His right hand trembled as he pointed at Yang Ming. You little beast, what did you say? What, a beast dreaming? You dare to call me a beast? And a fool? Do you want to fool me? 7th great-grandfather, please calm down. It is more important to take care of your body. When Chen Xiaolong saw that 7th grandfather Chen was so angry that he almost fainted, he quickly came over to support 7th grandfather Chen. He patted his back to soothe his breathing and explained, 7th great-grandfather, he didn't call you a beast. He wasn't talking about a beast dreaming, but chasing beauty after rebirth. It was a novel. As Chen Xiaolong explained, he pondered in his heart. The title of this book sounds quite attractive. Wait for me to find my phone and read it online. Maybe I can learn some techniques to chase after beauty. Then, I can pursue Chen Mingyan. Hee. It would have been better if Chen Xiaolong did not explain. Once he did, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chen Jia also frowned. He thought, why are you explaining to Yang Ming? He is now on the opposite side of you. Chen Xiaolong really did not think so much just now. He had just read a book written by Fishman too, very pure and very ambiguous prequel. It was written well, so he just subconsciously explained. He did not expect that he would unintentionally explain for Yang Ming. Seeing his father's and uncle's unkind gazes, as well as everyone's strange gazes, Chen Xiaolong also knew that he should not have explained this. Sentence for Yang Ming. The current situation was that the more he put Yang Ming on the opposite side of 7th grandfather Chen, the more 7th grandfather Chen would spare no effort to speak for him. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaolong quickly corrected himself. No, 7th great-grandfather, Yang Ming called you a beast just now. He said that you're a beast and that you're dreaming. He's fooling you. Huh? Yang Ming was still wondering why Chen Xiaolong explained for him. Before he could figure out what was going on, Chen Xiaolong suddenly did this again. Yang Ming was immediately stunned. This Chen Xiaolong is too ruthless. He is simply a talented person. King talented person. This time everyone in the Chen family village looked at Chen Xiaolong with increasingly strange gazes. Chen Jifu and Chen Jia were even more annoyed. They glared at Chen Xiaolong fiercely, especially Chen Jia. He had never been angry with his son before. Now, he had the urge to beat his son up. You said that you had explained everything. No one said anything about you. Why did you change your words after explaining everything? Previously, 7th grandfather Chen misunderstood that Yang Ming was scolding him. It was easy to explain. Now that you have explained everything, you said that Yang Ming was scolding him. Even if 7th grandfather Chen was old and confused, it was impossible for him not to understand what was going on. How could Chen Jia endure this? Sure enough, 7th grandfather Chen's expression eased slightly after listening to Chen Xiaolong's explanation. Although he still glared at Yang Ming, he no longer trembled. However, good times do not last forever. Chen Xiaolong's next sentence made seventh grandfather Chen tremble again. This time, not only was his whole body trembling, his face was ashen, and his breathing had become rapid. At this moment, Chen Xiaolong, Chen Jifu, Chen Jia, and the others were frightened. They couldn't care less about scolding Chen Xiaolong and dealing with Yang Ming. They all surrounded seventh grandfather Chen, supported his back, and pinched his philtrum. However, seventh grandfather Chen still twitched all over. He directly rolled his eyes and fainted. Seventh grandfather. Seventh uncle. Seventh great-grandfather. Everyone was immediately in chaos. Shouts, exclamations, and phone calls came one after another. After feeling that seventh grandfather Chen was still breathing, he was relieved. It seemed that seventh grandfather Chen had just fainted out of anger, and was fine. However, Chen Jifu still dialed the emergency number immediately, while Chen Jia stared at Yang Ming and said, "Yang Ming, right? This matter is not over yet. If anything happens to seventh master's body, you better be prepared." This was the first sentence that Chen Jia had said to Yang Ming in a long time. The majesty of a superior was revealed all of a sudden, and the threat in his words made people feel creepy. If it were a normal person, they would definitely be suppressed by this power, but what kind of person was Yang Ming? Not to mention the existence of Chen Jia's level, Yang Ming had seen a lot of people with higher status. Which one of them did not have a higher status than Chen Jia? Therefore, the majesty of Chen Jia and the threat in his words were not worth mentioning in Yang Ming's eyes. He replied coldly, "Chen Jia, I have already given you a lot of face in my territory. Don't be so shameless. If you are not done, then go ahead. I want to see how you are not done. Besides, what does seventh grandfather Chen's fainting have to do with me? Everyone here saw it clearly. It was your precious son who made him faint. Don't try to blame someone just because you caught him. You." Chen Jia didn't expect Yang Ming to be so calm and say these words under his coercion. In his opinion, Yang Ming would definitely be frightened by his threats first. "Don't do it. I will say it here today. I don't care how good you are in the south. This is Songjiang. In Songjiang, I advise you to abide by the law and be a good citizen. Otherwise, Yang Ming didn't say the following words. Because of Chen Fei's presence, he couldn't threaten anything. Although he didn't say it directly, the threat in his words was not less than what Chen Jia had said before. Instead, it was more direct. "You." "Very good." Chen Jia's expression was uncertain. He naturally heard that Yang Ming was threatening him, but he misunderstood what Yang Ming meant. He didn't think that Yang Ming could do anything to him. In Chen Jia's opinion, the reason why Yang Ming said abide by the law was because Yang Ming was relying on Chen Fei's identity as the chief of the Songjiang police department. This was a disguised reminder for him to be honest. Otherwise, Chen Fei would not be merciful. This was Songjiang, not the south. It was not a place where Chen Jia could play around. However, Yang Ming had no intention of using Chen Fei to suppress Chen Jia. Yang Ming alone was enough. "Since you want to play dirty, I'll play dirty with you." When it came to being dirty, who could be better than Yang Ming, the king of assassins? If Chen Jia wanted to play with his identity and background, that was fine. Yang Ming knew that with his identity in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he was not afraid of anyone. As long as Xiao Bingbao had someone to rely on, he could help Yang Ming settle it if Yang Ming didn't cause any big trouble. "Uncle Chen, let's go. It doesn't make sense to stay here." Yang Ming glanced at Chen Jia and Chen Jifu, then looked at seventh grandfather Chen, who was supported by everyone on the sofa. He had just opened his eyes but couldn't speak. Then, he said to Chen Fei, "If they are willing to return to their hometown in glory, then let them. Let's not get involved. As for seventh grandfather Chen, he is no longer the fair seventh grandfather in your memory. Everyone is selfish. Chen Xiaolong is his great-nephew." Yang Ming didn't finish his words, but he believed that Chen Fei should be able to understand the meaning behind it. Sure enough, Chen Fei sighed helplessly. He glanced at the Chen brothers, then looked at seventh grandfather Chen. Then, he stood up and bowed solemnly to 7th grandfather Chen. Then, he said, 7th grandfather, Little Fei thanks you for your care in the past. Thank you for being the matchmaker between Feng Yu and me. However, today's matter concerns Ming Yan's lifelong happiness. Little Fei is unable to comply. 7th grandfather, please forgive me. In the future, if 7th grandfather recognizes Little Fei will still respect 7th grandfather as before. If 7th grandfather doesn't recognize Little Fei will still respect 7th grandfather in his heart. After saying that, Chen Fei bowed again. After 3 bows, he cupped his fist and said, 7th grandfather, Little Fei will take his leave first. 7th grandfather Chen looked at Chen Fei, who had a resolute look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth squirmed twice, but he didn't say anything in the end. His entire person seemed to have aged a lot in an instant after tonight's incident. He no longer had the hale and hearty spirit he had before. Looking at 7th grandfather Chen's dispirited state, Yang Ming sighed secretly. He didn't want to argue with an old man anymore. He just shook his head and said, 7th grandfather Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Don't work for them. In the end, not only did you fail, but you also got yourself into trouble. You were looked down upon in front of everyone for no reason. At your age, the most important thing is to be able to look on the bright side and keep your heart at ease. In the end, Yang Ming didn't scold 7th grandfather Chen. Instead, he said these words from the bottom of his heart. If 7th grandfather Chen was wise, he would let go of everything and stop worrying about these useless things. Feng Yu, Ming Yan, Yang Ming, let's go. Chen Fei turned around and said to Yang Ming and the others. Wait. You can't go. Chen Jifu spoke at this time. Jifu, what do you mean? Chen Fei frowned and glanced at Chen Jifu. He couldn't get angry. Chen Fei, you also came from the Chen family village. 7th grandfather is like this now. Isn't it all because of your daughter's little bastard boyfriend? You can go, but he has to stay. Chen Jifu said coldly, since you are the police chief, you should know that we are all victims. We want Yang Ming to stay. He can only leave after confirming that there is no problem with 7th grandfather. Otherwise, what should we do if he doesn't admit to it? Huh? Yang Ming laughed instead of being angry. He looked at Chen Jifu with contempt in his eyes. Chen Jifu, you know the truth of the matter. Although I, Yang Ming, am not afraid of trouble, I am not willing to be the scapegoat for your nephew. Today, I will leave. Let's see who can stop me. Chen Jifu glanced at Chen Jia. He wanted Chen Jia to use the power of the bodyguards to force Yang Ming to stay. Chen Jifu wasn't doing this because of 7th grandfather Chen. He had long hated Yang Ming. He was going to wait for Chen Fei to leave, then find a place where no one was around to teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, Chen Jia was indifferent. Chen Jifu really didn't know what to do. In fact, Chen Jia also had his own thoughts. He took Yang Ming's warning to heart. He was also a little afraid of Chen Fei's identity. If he forced his bodyguards to stay, not only would he fail to keep Yang Ming, but it might also backfire. Chen Fei would arrest the 2 security guards for the crime of obstructing other people's personal freedom. It would be a loss, so Chen Jia really didn't dare to act rashly. Let them go. Just when everyone was in a deadlock, 7th grandfather Chen suddenly spoke. 7th grandfather? You. Chen Jifu turned his head in disbelief and looked at 7th grandfather Chen on the sofa. Chen Jia did the same. I said, let them go, 7th grandfather Chen repeated his words. This? Chen Jifu was a little embarrassed. Previously, he wanted to force Yang Ming to stay in the name of 7th grandfather Chen, but he didn't expect 7th grandfather Chen to let Yang Ming go. 7th great-grandfather, you can't let him go. You can't let Chen Mingyan go either. Chen Xiaolong shouted anxiously. 7th grandfather Chen glanced at his beloved great-grandnephew and sighed. He thought of Yang Ming's words, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Don't be an ox for your children and grandchildren. Although this sentence was simple, how reasonable was it? He had never done anything wrong in his life. Only this time, after knowing that Chen Mingyan had a boyfriend, he still stubbornly wanted her to marry his great-grandnephew. How unreasonable was this? Seventh grandfather Chen shook his head when he thought of Qin Xiaolong's careful explanation of chasing beauty after rebirth. This great-grandnephew is really useless. On the contrary, Yang Ming is brave and resourceful. He is not afraid in the face of danger. Especially the last sentence. Seventh grandfather Chen suddenly woke up. He should not have been involved in this matter from the beginning to the end. He should not have listened to Qin Jie and Qin Jifu and helped Qin Xiaolong to propose marriage. Now, not only did he lose face in front of the people of the Qin family village, but he was also scolded by a junior in front of so many people. However, this junior's words were very reasonable, so seventh grandfather Chen could not refute. Seventh grandfather Chen gritted his teeth and decided not to care about this matter anymore. Although this seemed to be a little weak, in fact, if seventh grandfather Chen continued to pester endlessly, he would be looked down upon even more. Especially after Yang Ming's words, everyone was not a fool. They were in awe of seventh grandfather Chen, but they were not unreasonable. Therefore, seventh grandfather Chen decided to let Yang Ming, Qin Fei, and the others leave quickly. Out of sight, out of mind. As for the matter between Qin Xiaolong and Qin Mengyan, Yang Ming's words were right. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune. Let Qin Xiaolong think of a way himself. I'm tired. Seventh grandfather Chen ignored Qin Xiaolong's pleading, waved his hand faintly and said. Seventh great-grandfather. At this time, even if Qin Xiaolong was stupid, he knew that seventh grandfather Chen did not intend to care about his matter anymore. He was suddenly shocked. As a matter of fact, he had seen it before. Qin Mengyan didn't know why, but she didn't seem to be interested in his wealth. He didn't know what means Yang Ming used to make Qin Mengyan so loyal. If seventh grandfather Chen spoke up, Qin Xiaolong felt that he still had some confidence. Now that seventh grandfather Chen did not care, Qin Xiaolong was a little scared. He had tried to probe several times, but Qin Mengyan was indifferent to his hints. Thinking about it, this Yang Ming should have something powerful that made Qin Mengyan not betray him so easily. What exactly does Qin Mengyan fancy about Yang Ming? Could it be that Yang Ming was better in that aspect? Qin Xiaolong speculated maliciously. He thought to himself, I'm not bad either. I should find an opportunity to let Qin Mengyan experience it. Okay, stop talking. Let them go. Let's continue with the banquet. Seventh grandfather Chen waved his hand impatiently before Qin Xiaolong could finish his words. Can I leave now? Yang Ming glanced at Qin Jifu coldly. His previous bad impression of seventh grandfather Chen had reduced a little. Yang Ming had always been very tolerant of the elderly. Qin Jifu's old face turned red. He glared at Yang Ming fiercely and did not speak. Seventh grandfather Chen had already spoken. No matter how unwilling Qin Jifu was, he had to let Yang Ming leave. He cursed in his heart. Yang Ming better fall to his death when he goes out later. Yang Ming naturally did not care about what Qin Jifu and Qin Xiaolong were thinking. He turned around, took Qin Mengyan's hand, and entered the elevator with Qin Fei's family. As the elevator door closed, Qin Fei and the people of the Qin family village would no longer have anything to do with each other in the future. Qin Fei sighed. Before he came, he did not expect things to come to this point. However, Qin Fei had no choice. If he could do it all over again, Qin Fei would still stand up. Uncle Chen, seventh grandfather Chen is not muddle-headed. He is just blinded by Qin Jifu and Qin Jie. My last words should have woken him up. Otherwise, he would not have let us leave so easily. Yang Ming also saw Qin Fei's depression and advised, so, your relationship with seventh grandfather Chen will not be affected. I hope so. Qin Fei spoke and smiled reluctantly. He patted Yang Ming's shoulder. It's been hard on you today. You have been restraining yourself. Qin Fei knew very well that Yang Ming was not the same as before. With his identity as the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he would not be afraid of anyone. Even if he really caused a big mess, Yang Ming would deal with it. In Bianhai City, the entire Golden Hawk gang was annihilated. Qin Fei also heard a thing or two from Xiao Bingbao. While sighing at Yang Ming's ruthlessness, he also knew that Yang Ming must have some kind of great ability. Otherwise, Xiao Bingbao would not value Yang Ming so much. Here, it was not easy for Yang Ming to only say a few harsh words and not make a move because of Chen Fei's face. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's temper, it was possible for him to directly throw Xianxia off the 6th floor. Yang Ming smiled tacitly and did not say anything. It seemed that Chen Fei was gradually aware of his other side. However, with the identity of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it was easy to hide. Yang Ming was not afraid that his identity as an assassin would be exposed. I didn't expect that the brothers Chen Jifu and Chen Jia would become like this. Chen Fengyu also sighed. The relatives who played with each other since childhood actually want to scheme against our little Yin. I think we should avoid these people in the future. Auntie Chen is right. Uncle Chen, if Chen Jifu and Chen Jia look for you in the future, no matter what, just refuse them directly. Yang Ming hesitated and reminded, these two people have bad intentions. Who knows if they will set a trap again? One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Yang Ming knew the truth of this sentence very well. He used to be negligent in guarding against Wang Jitao. He almost regretted it for life, so the current Yang Ming was cautious. I understand. Chen Fei nodded and smiled at Chen Fengyu and Yang Ming. He said, don't forget what kind of industry I am in. They are still too inexperienced to set a trap for me. Then how do you explain today? Chen Fengyu snorted. Today? Chen Fei was a little embarrassed. I didn't think of it today. Well, Uncle Chen, Auntie Chen, don't worry about those useless things. Since it's already over, don't think about it. Yang Ming smiled and said, we came here to eat, but we didn't manage to eat. Why don't we find a place to eat something? Why are we still looking for a place? Isn't this a restaurant? Chen Mingyan pulled Yang Ming's hand and said, let's eat here? I'm a little hungry. Yang Ming patted his head and remembered that this was a restaurant, and it was his territory. Why are we still looking for a restaurant? During the meal at Chen Mingyan's house, Chen Mingyan was busy with Chen Fengyu and did not eat much. It was equivalent to not eating anything after returning from Maitina town. It would be strange if she was not hungry. Then let's eat here. Should I get another private room? Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu. Don't look at us. You and Mingyan can decide. Chen Fei didn't care. It was the same wherever they ate. Yang Ming nodded. After the elevator stopped on the 1st floor, Yang Ming walked out of the elevator. Manager Lu in the lobby was talking to a receptionist at the front desk. He suddenly saw Yang Ming coming out of the elevator from the corner of his eyes. He quickly stood up straight, but he didn't directly walk over. He saw that Yang Ming didn't want to expose his identity, so Manager Lu maintained a state of standby. Manager Lu. Yang Ming waved at him and motioned him to come over. When Manager Lu saw that Yang Ming called him, he immediately ran over and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, do you have any orders? Find me a private room. I want to eat something, said Yang Ming. Okay. Manager Lu nodded. Do you want to use the special villa on the top floor? It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Yang Ming waved his hand. Yang Ming knew that he was talking about the 2-story pavilion on the top floor of the International Hotel, but Yang Ming just wanted to have a meal. There was no need for such a big scene. Okay, then I will find one for you. After Manager Lu finished speaking, he ran to the computer at the front desk and found a private room. Then he said to Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, shall I take you up? No need. Yang Ming waved his hand. Tell me the room number. I will go up by myself. Okay. Manager Lu didn't insist and said, private room 307. I will tell the waiter above. Yang Ming nodded and then said to Chen Fei, Uncle Chen, let's go up now. As he spoke, he pressed the call button for another elevator. After Yang Ming and the others left, Chen Jia winked at the 2 bodyguards beside him. The 2 bodyguards immediately understood and quietly disappeared from behind Chen Jia. They came to the door of another elevator, glanced at the number on the elevator that Yang Ming was in, then decisively entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 1st floor. The departure of these 2 people did not attract anyone's attention. These 2 were insignificant people. No one would deliberately look for them, so even 7th grandfather Chen did not notice that 2 people were missing from Chen Jia's side. However, Qin Jifu and Qin Xiaolong noticed this scene. Qin Xiaolong smiled and thought, Yang Ming, I'll let you show off in front of me. Aren't you good at pretending? This time, I'll let you see whether one person's fist is stronger or two people's fists are stronger. Two fists can't fight against four hands. This will kill you. Just as the two bodyguards exited the elevator on the first floor, they saw the back of Chen Fei and Chen Fengyu entering another elevator. The two bodyguards were not in a hurry to return to the elevator. Instead, they pretended to wait for someone and watched the number on the elevator that Yang Ming was in slowly increase. When the number on the elevator passed the number on the third floor, it stopped and did not move for a long time. They went to the third floor. Bodyguard A said to Bodyguard B they didn't go out. Why did they go back? Bodyguard B frowned, call Mr. Chen and ask. Mr. Chen just hinted that we should follow them, but he didn't say anything else. Bodyguard A nodded, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Qin Jia's phone number. The Qin family village's welcome dinner for Qin Jia began as scheduled. Although the atmosphere was still lively, the entire venue was indescribably depressing after Yang Ming's previous disturbance. Although 7th grandfather Chen had recovered a lot, he was still listless. He sat there, didn't talk much, and didn't eat. The other people in the Chen family village didn't dare to make any noise or disturb the old man. Qin Jia was chatting with a person from the Chen family village about what had happened in the past few years. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Qin Jia took it out and glanced at the caller ID. He quickly made an apologetic gesture to the person beside him. Sorry, I have to answer the call first. It doesn't matter. That person was just trying to build a relationship with Qin Jia. His purpose was to let his son, who would graduate from college next year, work in Qin Jia's company, so that Qin Jia would take care of him. Qin Jia had already agreed to the person's request, so the person had no need to dawdle with Qin Jia. When he heard that Qin Jia had something to do, he quickly dodged to the side. Hello? Qin Jia picked up the phone. What's the matter? Boss, Yang Ming and the others didn't leave the hotel. Instead, they took another elevator and went to the third floor. It seems that they are going to eat here, Bodyguard A reported to Qin Jia. Oh? Qin Jia frowned, you guys go too. Just focus on that Yang Ming. Wait for an opportunity to teach him a lesson when he is alone. Okay, boss, Bodyguard A said. Don't let Qin Fei find out, and don't let Yang Ming see through your origins. Be quick, Qin Jia ordered, do you hear me? Don't worry, boss. We will never let you down, Bodyguard A responded. Qin Jia hung up the phone with satisfaction. He had to teach this Yang Ming a lesson first to relieve the hatred in his heart. On the one hand, it was also to intimidate and threaten Yang Ming. Next, it would be easier for him to negotiate with Yang Ming. He believed that after this, Yang Ming would not dare to ask for too much, nor would he dare to not agree to his request. The most important thing was not to leave any evidence. Even if Qin Fei was suspicious, there was nothing he could do. No matter what, they were still relatives. It had not reached the point of falling out, so Qin Fei could only suffer in silence. What's more, as long as Yang Ming was dealt with, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan would break up. Why would Qin Fei care about Yang Ming's matters? At that time, Qin Xiaolong would be Qin Fei's son-in-law. Would he stand up for his ex-son-in-law and offend his current son-in-law? That was purely out of his mind. After Yang Ming entered the private room, he casually ordered a few home-cooked dishes that Chen Mingyan liked to eat. Then, he gave the menu to Qin Fei. Qin Fei also casually ordered a few dishes. Everyone was on the same side, so there was no need to be particular. The dishes that were ordered were what everyone wanted to eat. The waiter had already been instructed by Manager Liu. He was indescribably respectful to Yang Ming. He immediately passed the menu without hesitation. Yang Ming, why don't you drink with Uncle Chen? Qin Fei suggested. I drove here. Although Yang Ming didn't drink much, it was more dangerous to drive drunk. Especially when Chen Mingyan, Qin Fei, and Chen Fengyu were in the car, he had to be more careful. Hee, that's not easy. Just let the security guard, Little Wang, send us back. Qin Fei was a little depressed today. He wanted to drink some wine, but it was meaningless to drink by himself, so he wanted to pull Yang Ming. Okay, then I will drink with Uncle Chen. Yang Ming nodded. Ming Yan, are you not afraid that Yang Ming will drink too much? Chen Fei saw that Yang Ming agreed, and he was happy. But he thought of Chen Ming Yan, so he asked. So be it. Chen Ming Yan blushed. In front of her parents, how could she care about Yang Ming's matters? Hee, Uncle Chen, don't worry. My alcohol tolerance is still good. Yang Ming smiled and said, even if I drink too much, I will just sleep for a while. Chen Fengyu also knew that Chen Fei was very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, seventh grandfather Chen, whom he respected since he was young, had a falling out with him. Chen Fengyu's heart was very uncomfortable. The wine and dishes were served quickly. Chen Mingyan and Chen Fengyu only ate the dishes and the staple food. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Fei to drink one cup after another. Yang Ming was still okay. He was just a little confused. Chen Fei had something on his mind, so he was soon a little drunk. He began to talk about some things that happened between him and Chen Fengyu in the Chen family village. Yang Ming did not interrupt. He just listened silently. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Ming felt that his bladder was a little bloated, so he stood up and said to Chen Fei, Uncle Chen, I will go to the bathroom first. I will continue to drink with you when I come back. N. Chen Fei waved his hand and motioned for Yang Ming to go and come back quickly. Yang Ming pushed open the door of the private room and walked out. In an instant, at the end of the restaurant corridor, 2 men suddenly turned around. Then, like 2 drunk guests, they hugged each other's shoulders and walked forward step by step. This turning around was only done in an instant, but it still did not escape Yang Ming's eyes. How sharp was Yang Ming's intuition? He immediately found the abnormality of these 2 people. Although Yang Ming was a little dizzy at the moment, his mind was very clear. He walked in the direction of the bathroom and did not show any abnormality to the 2 people in front of him. However, while walking forward, Yang Ming secretly checked the 2 people in front of him with his special ability. At first glance, Yang Ming's mouth showed a trace of mockery. This Xianxia and Chen Xiaolong really don't give up? These 2 bodyguards actually followed him all the way here? Yang Ming naturally would not naively think that these 2 people appeared here by coincidence. If these 2 people were not here for him, even ghosts would not believe it. Especially the appearance of these 2 people. Yang Ming remembered them in the elevator before he came here, so he had a deep impression of them. He came out. He seems to be walking in the direction of the bathroom. Bodyguard A hugged Bodyguard B's neck and pretended to be drunk. He walked forward step by step, but his mouth whispered. Then, let's go to the bathroom first and make our move there. Bodyguard B suggested. Okay, let's go in first and see if there is anyone inside. We will hide inside and wait for Yang Ming to come in. Then, we will make our move. Bodyguard A nodded in agreement. Then, it's settled. As Bodyguard B spoke, he and Bodyguard A quickened their pace and entered the bathroom first. After the washroom door was closed, Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B immediately separated from each other. They no longer looked like they were drunk and returned to normal. They began to quickly patrol the washroom. Fortunately, there was no one else in the bathroom except for the 2 of them. This was not surprising. There were bathrooms on every floor of the hotel. It was common for one of them to be empty. I don't have anyone here. How about you? Bodyguard A asked hurriedly. Although Yang Ming was still some distance away from the bathroom, the distance of a few dozen meters could be completed in an instant, so they had to hurry. I don't have anyone here either. Bodyguard B said excitedly, this is a godsend opportunity. I think we should teach that young brat a lesson here. Well, this is a good opportunity, but the boss said not to let that young brat see through our origins. I'm afraid that we will have to disguise ourselves and not let him recognize us, Bodyguard A said. That's true, but the 2 of us left in a hurry and didn't make any preparations, Bodyguard B muttered. Why don't we wait for Yang Ming to come in and knock him out? If we knock him out, we won't be able to achieve the purpose of teaching him a lesson. Besides, even if he is knocked out, what if he wakes up in pain and sees us? Bodyguard A said disapprovingly. That's true, and we can't guarantee that we can knock that brat out immediately. Bodyguard B nodded. We have to find a mask. How can there be a mask here? Bodyguard A frowned. By the way, Do you have silk stockings or something like that? I've seen on TV that those criminals wear silk stockings on their heads when they commit crimes. F***CK. I'm a man, and I don't have any special hobbies. Where do I get silk stockings? Am I supposed to wear them on my body? Bodyguard B glared and said with some dissatisfaction. Then what should we do? That young brat is coming soon. Are we going to smear feces on our faces? Bodyguard A said anxiously. I have a good idea, Bodyguard B suddenly said. What idea? Say it. Bodyguard A hurriedly urged. We can take off our underwear and put it on our heads. Wouldn't that work? Bodyguard B suggested. What kind of F***king idea is this? Bodyguard A frowned, but after a moment of silence, he nodded and said, It seems that this is the only way. Take it off. So, Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B quickly took off their pants, then took off their underwear and put it on their heads. After that, they quickly put on their pants again. If I knew this earlier, I would have changed into a new pair of underwear yesterday. It smells so bad. Bodyguard A complained. Mother****, I'm the one. Who's miserable? I suddenly had a stomachache on the plane today, so I ran to the toilet and found someone inside. I held it in for a long time, and in the end, I let out a few farts and brought my feces out. Now, it smells like feces. Bodyguard B said bitterly. Then stay away from me. Bodyguard A quickly moved to the side. After Yang Ming came to the bathroom door, he was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he stood at the door and used his special ability to monitor the movements of the two bodyguards. When he saw that they actually put their underwear on their heads, especially after listening to their conversation, Yang Ming almost burst out laughing. And the conversation between the two people was even more so. Underwear with feces? Even a bad *SS person like Yang Ming couldn't help but admire them. These two people were too bad *SS. They were even more bad *SS than him. This time, the kid surnamed Yang definitely won't recognize us. Although Bodyguard B smelled his own feces, he could only endure it for the sake of the situation. Chen Fei is the chief of the Songjiang police station. If he knows, I'm afraid we won't have a good time. Even if the boss doesn't remind us, we still have to be careful. Bodyguard A nodded in agreement. But, why hasn't this Yang Ming come in yet? We prepared for nothing for a long time. Could it be that he came to the bathroom? It can't be. I saw him coming in this direction. Besides the bathroom, there is only the emergency passage. Even if he wants to go downstairs, he has to take the elevator. He can't take the stairs by himself, right? Bodyguard B analyzed. Then, should I open the door and take a look? Bodyguard A hesitated and said. Although the two of them had been seizing the time to take off their pants and put on their underwear, they also spent a lot of time going out. No matter how slow Yang Ming walked, he should have walked from the private room to the bathroom. It was impossible for him to not come over after so long, right? Don't. If you open the door, what if the kid surnamed Yang comes in at this time? Wouldn't he bump into him? Bodyguard B objected to Bodyguard A's proposal. That's right. Bodyguard A nodded and said, then, let's lean on the door and listen to the movements outside. That's not a problem. Bodyguard B nodded and leaned his ear on the bathroom door. Yang Ming stood outside the bathroom, thinking about whether to make a move on these two bodyguards. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his strength in front of Xianxia too early. This Xianxia gave Yang Ming an intuition that he must have some tricks up his sleeve. He wouldn't just have these few tricks. Although Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him, Yang Ming didn't want to directly shed all pretense of cordiality and embarrass Chen Fei due to the complicated relationship between Chen Fei and seventh grandfather Chen if it wasn't a last resort. Of course, if Xianxia didn't want to give him face and kept finding trouble with him, then he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. However, it was obviously not Yang Ming's character to just let these two bodyguards go. At this moment, Yang Ming's phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Fei calling. In an instant, a plan popped up in his mind. Hello, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? Did you fall into the bathroom? Do you want me to go find you? Chen Fei's voice came from the phone. Huh, how could that be? I just went to the wrong bathroom just now. Yang Ming said with a smile. He already had a plan in his heart. His special ability locked on the two bodyguards in the bathroom. I drank a little too much. I was dizzy and couldn't tell north from south. You can't hold your liquor, kid. I thought you were quite good. Chen Fei suddenly laughed after listening to Yang Ming's words. In the bathroom, bodyguard B frowned. The kid surnamed Yang seems to be answering the phone at the door. He said something about Uncle Chen. It seems like Chen Fei is calling. Let me listen? Bodyguard A also put his ear on the door and listened carefully to the movement outside the door. Then, he said, Motherf asterisk Kerr, he really is on the phone. It seems that we can't make a move? If we make a move, the person on the other side of the phone will definitely hear it clearly. If Chen Fei hears it, I'm afraid he will come to the door immediately. Won't we be unlucky then? That's right. Motherf asterisk Kerr, we are really unlucky. Bodyguard B nodded and said gloomily. After Yang Ming heard the words of the two people, there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This was his plan. He was sure that these two guys wouldn't dare to make a move on him when he was answering Chen Fei's call. Then, he would just wait for him to ravage them. Yang Ming used his special ability to look at the two bodyguards who were leaning on the door in the bathroom. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the bathroom door. With a ping sound, the bathroom door was kicked by Yang Ming fiercely toward the two bodyguards inside. The two bodyguards were directly slammed to the door and fell to the ground. Behind the door was the big bucket that stored the garbage. The two bodyguards slipped and knocked over the big bucket. The garbage in the big bucket splashed onto the two bodyguards and buried them directly. Ugh! Bodyguard B's head was directly knocked over. He snorted, rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. Bodyguard A was also knocked over heavily. His nose was bleeding, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He cursed in his heart. This Yang Ming just opened the door. Why did he use so much force? Is he crazy? He didn't think that Yang Ming would do it deliberately because Yang Ming was standing outside the bathroom. It was impossible for him to know that the two of them were leaning on the bathroom door. How could it be intentional? There was no window on the door. However, how could he know that Yang Ming had a special ability that could see through things? Therefore, the end of these two bodyguards was very tragic. The refreshing feeling brought by this kind of sneak attack made Yang Ming feel more comfortable than beating them up. Yang Ming didn't look at the two people who fell behind the door because Yang Ming had already seen their fate with his special ability. Yang Ming took the phone and walked into the bathroom. What's so loud? Chen Fei heard the sound of Yang Ming kicking the door, so he asked. Oh, the door of this hotel's bathroom is a return door. It's a bit tight. I just couldn't push it open, so I kicked it. As a result, it opened. Yang Ming explained. On the surface, Yang Ming said it for Chen Fei. In fact, Yang Ming said it for the two bodyguards. In order to prevent them from doubting, he explained it. Sure enough, the bodyguard who didn't faint heard Yang Ming's words and rolled his eyes. He was depressed. Why am I so unlucky? I haven't met him yet. I haven't taught Yang Ming a lesson, and I was knocked away by the door panel. My nose is bleeding. Looking at my partner, he is still unconscious. It's really a bad start. Yang Ming pretended to be drunk and walked into the bathroom. He didn't even look at the urinal on the opposite side. He waited for the return door to close automatically with a bang. Then, he unbuttoned his pants and started shooting at the pile of garbage behind the door. As he sprayed, he talked to Chen Fei on the phone. Uncle Chen, why is this bathroom so dirty? Is there garbage everywhere? I'm standing in the garbage and peeing. Yang Ming, did you go to the wrong place? Chen Fei was suddenly inexplicable. Are you going to the bathroom? Don't pee everywhere? It seems to be so, right? Yang Ming's mouth showed a hint of a smile that was hard to miss, then he said. Forget it. Anyway, it's your own hotel. You can do whatever you want. Chen Fei said helplessly, it seems that you are really drunk. Drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm sober. Yang Ming said with a big tongue. The water under his body didn't stop. Although the garbage had already covered the bodies of bodyguards A and B, Yang Ming had special abilities. He could directly lock the position of the two people, so the urine was directly sprayed on the two people's bodies. Bodyguard A was going crazy. His nostrils were full of Yang Ming's urine. He really wanted to jump out of the garbage and throw Yang Ming into the toilet. However, he finally endured it. Because he couldn't explain why he was hiding in the garbage. Even if the garbage was knocked down by Yang Ming, he couldn't explain why he was sneakily hiding next to the door. Well, even if it was all a coincidence, and Yang Ming and Chen Fei believed it, how could they explain the underwear on their heads? Could he say that he was pretending to be Superman? In underwear? Bodyguard A didn't want to complicate matters and make Chen Fei suspicious. After all, both of them were Xianxia's bodyguards. Once Chen Fei came over, he could find out their identities as long as he investigated. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The ulterior motives of these two people would be exposed. So, Bodyguard A endured it. When he couldn't help it, he thought of the masters in Japan. For example, Ninja Turtles. So, Bodyguard A continued to endure and marched toward the highest level of Ninja Turtles. Looking at Bodyguard A's unpredictable expression, how could Yang Ming not guess this guy's thoughts? Bodyguard A was probably afraid that the urine would go into his nose. He didn't dare to breathe or open his mouth. He just kept holding his breath. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth flashed a smirk. He suddenly stopped shooting under his body as if he had finished peeing. He even shivered all over. When Bodyguard A saw that there was no more urine flying down, he thought that Yang Ming had finished peeing. He was suffocating just now. He quickly opened his mouth to take a deep breath, but he didn't expect that the moment he opened his mouth, a stream of urine sprayed down without warning. It directly sprayed into Bodyguard A's mouth and choked his lungs. He didn't dare to cough, so his face turned purple like a pig's liver. Yang Ming smiled secretly. He fastened his pants, turned around and swaggered out of the bathroom door. Then, he said to the phone in his hand, "Uncle Chen, let's talk later." "I'm going back." "Oh, then we'll talk when you come back. You have to be careful." "Do you want me to ask Meng Yan to pick you up?" Chen Fei said with some worry. "Hee, Uncle Chen, I'm fine." Yang Ming's tone suddenly returned to normal. "I can go back by myself." "And?" Chen Fei was slightly stunned. He shook his head, but he didn't believe Yang Ming's words. Generally, how many drunk people would say that they were drunk? Yang Ming put the phone into his pocket. This phone was the Nokia 1200 that he bought for Chen Mengyan. After Chen Mengyan changed to the N97, this phone was no longer used. Yang Ming's phone was soaked in water, so when he was at Chen Mengyan's house, he put the SIM card in this old phone. It could still be used, but it didn't have so many functions. He couldn't read novels on it. Yang Ming also changed his previous swagger. He returned to the private room normally and sat back in his seat. "And?" Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming's clear eyes in disbelief. He didn't look like a drunk person at all. He asked curiously, "Yang Ming, are you sober?" "Uncle Chen, I'm not drunk." Yang Ming said with a smile, "I was pretending just now." "Pretending?" Chen Fei frowned. "Why are you pretending to be drunk?" Chen Fei didn't think that Yang Ming was pretending to be drunk to amuse him. He must have a purpose, so he wasn't angry. With his understanding of Yang Ming couldn't be such a bored person. When I went out just now, I met Xianxia's two bodyguards." Yang Ming didn't hide it and said with a smile. "The two bodyguards?" Chen Fei's expression became more dignified. "Are they going to harm you?" Yang Ming nodded. There was no need to hide this matter from Chen Fei. Even if he really fell out with Xianxia in the future, Chen Fei wouldn't blame Yang Ming if he knew the contradiction in advance. "The two of them saw that I was going to the bathroom, so they hid in there first." Yang Ming wanted to laugh as he said this. "They wanted to make a move on me in the bathroom. As a result, I received your call at the bathroom door. They heard that it was you who called me, so they didn't dare to make a move on me directly. No wonder you are so patient, kid. You talked nonsense with me for so long." Chen Fei nodded and understood Yang Ming's meaning. However, his expression was a little strange. Chen Fei knew that with Yang Ming's skill, he wouldn't be afraid of the two bodyguards at all. Why did he still use such a method? Yang Ming saw Chen Fei's doubts from his expression and shrugged. I was afraid that you would be in a difficult position, so I didn't directly teach the two guys a lesson. Chen Fei nodded and looked at Yang Ming with some gratitude. If this matter really got out of hand, then it would be time for him and the Chen family village to break off. However, it was still necessary to teach them a lesson indirectly without making a move directly. Yang Ming said until here and smiled slyly, so, I pretended to be drunk and kicked the bathroom door. As a result, the two fools were directly hit by the door panel and fell behind the door. One fainted and the other had blood all over his face. He even knocked over the trash can behind him and was covered in garbage. Chen Fei looked at Yang Ming dumbfoundedly. He thought, this kid is really bad. I finally know why he kicked the door. Thinking of this, Chen Fei's expression suddenly became a little strange. Yang Ming, you said that you stood on the garbage heap to relieve yourself. Could it be? Hee, that's right. These two people drank my piss directly. Hee. Yang Ming said with a sly smile. Pooh. Chen Fei spat out a mouthful of wine and laughed on the table. Chen Fengyu and Chen Mengyan naturally heard the cause and effect of the matter. When they heard that Yang Ming kicked the door panel and knocked the two people over, they felt a little funny. When they heard that Yang Ming actually urinated on the two people, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Yang Ming, you let the two of them suffer in silence. Even if Xianxia knows, he can't do anything. Besides being angry, he won't have any other thoughts. While Chen Fei laughed, he also sighed at Yang Ming's wit. They are Xianxia's hired thugs, so they should have such awareness. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, moreover, they probably just think that they were unlucky. They won't think of me. Hee, Yang Ming, I find that you are quite bad, kid. Chen Fei raised the wine glass in his hand. Come, let's toast. I really didn't expect you to play such a trick. This way, I have nothing to do in the middle, and Xianxia won't think too much about it. Uncle Chen, why do you still care about what he thinks? Yang Ming sighed, I think that today's matter won't be over just like this. Xianxia won't stop just because of the two bodyguards' failure. I think they'll make the next move. I hope that Xianxia can stop now. Otherwise, my relationship with the Chen family village will end here. Chen Fei actually understood very well in his heart that Yang Ming didn't make a move mainly because he was taking care of their feelings. Otherwise, even if these two people were killed by Yang Ming, no one would cry out for them. Yang Ming was now a senior agent. It was normal to be killed for attacking Yang Ming. Xiao Bingbao would deal with the aftermath of this incident for Yang Ming. In the bathroom at the end of the corridor on the third floor, Bodyguard A climbed out of a pile of garbage with difficulty. He wiped the urine on his face, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and scolded, Brat surnamed Yang, I'm not done with you. A crisp ringtone sounded. Bodyguard A took off his underwear and took out his phone. He didn't want to answer, but when he looked at the caller ID, it was actually Xianxia. Bodyguard A couldn't refuse to answer anyone's call, but he couldn't refuse to answer Xianxia's call. Hello, boss. Bodyguard A picked up the phone. Where are you? Asked Xianxia. He had waited for so long, but there was no news. He thought that these two bodyguards were discovered by Chen Fei and were killed. He was shocked, but he was relieved when he heard Bodyguard A's voice. Boss, we are now in a very safe place. Bodyguard A looked around and said carefully. How is Yang Ming? Did you teach him a lesson? Xianxia frowned, hurry up. Don't delay. Boss, there was a small accident just now, but it doesn't matter. We will teach that brat surnamed Yang a lesson as soon as possible, Bodyguard A promised. And, then hurry up, Xianxia ordered and hung up the phone. Bodyguard A put the phone away, and patted Bodyguard B next to him and scolded, get up, hurry up. Ah? Bodyguard B immediately woke up and looked around at a loss. What's wrong? What happened? What do you mean what? Bodyguard A glared at Bodyguard B and said, when that young brat opened the door, the two of us were knocked over. Don't remember? Yes. I remember now. F*CK, it's that little bastard surnamed Yang. He was on the phone with Chen Fei, so we couldn't make a move. Now, where did he go? Bodyguard B recalled the previous incident. Where did he go? He left a long time ago. Bodyguard A's face was full of resentment as he said this. This guy is F***king drunk. He stood in the garbage dump and peed all over us. Oh? Bodyguard B wiped his face. Sure enough, it was still wet. His face immediately turned green. Young brat, you've gone too far. Stop scolding. Fortunately, no one came during this period of time. Otherwise, if the two of us were to be seen in this embarrassing state, it would be embarrassing. Bodyguard A reminded. Bodyguard B rubbed the back of his head that was still swollen. He stood up. We have to find a place to change our clothes and take a shower. It's too uncomfortable. I reckon that Yang Ming will drink for a while, so there's no hurry. You go get a room. I'll get 2 sets of clothes from the car, Bodyguard A said to Bodyguard B. Bodyguard B nodded. The two stood up and walked out of the bathroom. Their bodies were wet. Although the garbage was not too smelly, it was very uncomfortable on their bodies. Bodyguard B braced himself and went to the front desk. He said under the surprised gaze of the front desk lady, "Give me a rest room. I drank too much and slipped in the bathroom." Oh. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The front desk lady was not surprised when she heard Bodyguard B's explanation. After all, there were all kinds of people who drank too much. It was not uncommon to slip in the bathroom. Bodyguard A quickly left the hotel and ran to the side of the road. When he arrived, there was no space left in the parking lot. The car was parked on the side of the road. Fortunately, it was not a very good car. It was a Passat sent by Chen Jifu to the airport. Chen Jia's car was a rented Rolls-Royce, but the car originally belonged to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, it went straight back to the internal parking lot. Fortunately, there was a change of clothes in the luggage. Otherwise, where would she go to buy clothes in the middle of the night? Bodyguard A took out another set of clothes for himself and Bodyguard B. Then, he locked the car and quickly ran in the direction of the hotel lobby. At this time, Bodyguard B had already gotten a room and was waiting at the elevator entrance. The clothes have been brought. Is the room ready? Bodyguard A asked. It's ready. 9108, let's go up. Bodyguard B shook the door card in his hand and said. Bodyguard A nodded. After the two of them waited for the elevator to come down, they went into the elevator together. Of course, this scene was not missed by Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming returned to the room, his special ability was locked on the two bodyguards. Their every move was monitored by Yang Ming. This included their cursing of Yang Ming and their taking of the clothes from the car on the street downstairs. He also watched the two of them take the room card and go into the elevator. If the two of them gave up, Yang Ming would naturally not do anything to them and cause them trouble. After all, Yang Ming also had a perfunctory attitude because of Chen Fei's face. However, judging from the conversation between the two of them and Chen Jia's phone call, the two of them had no intention of giving up. Since they were so stubborn, Yang Ming would no longer be merciful. After sending a text message to Bao Sanli, Yang Ming put down the phone and toasted with Chen Fei again. However, it didn't take long for a white Jinbei van to stop next to the street of the Songjiang International Hotel, just behind the Passat of the two bodyguards. Wu Ming, take some people to destroy the brake system of the Passat in front. Bao Sanli parked the car and ordered a few people in the car. Okay, brother Bao. Wu Ming responded and got out of the car with 3 helpers with tools. He turned around and went under the Passat in the dark. The text message that Yang Ming sent to Bao Sanli was to ask Bao Sanli to bring people to destroy the brake system of the two bodyguards' car. This idea came from Wu Ming. When Wu Ming assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, he destroyed their brake system, but fortunately, it was discovered by Yang Ming early, so it was prevented from causing a disaster. However, Wu Ming was now a member of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. He was left behind by Yang Ming in Songjiang to assist Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan in doing some secret things. Destroying the brake system was Wu Ming's forte, so this time when Bao Sanli received Yang Ming's text message, he directly brought him over. Wu Ming was familiar with this kind of thing, and he had helpers, so the battle quickly ended. He got out from under the car and returned to Bao Sanli's Jinbei van. Brother Bao, it's done. Let's go. Bao Sanli nodded and returned a short message to Yang Ming. Then, he quickly drove away. Most people did not notice this scene, but some security guards on the roadside who were responsible for watching the cars noticed it. However, when they saw Bao Sanli in the driver's seat of the Jinbei van, they quickly turned around and pretended not to know anything. After Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B came to the room, they quickly took a hot shower to wash away the smell of garbage and urine on their bodies. After changing into a new set of clothes, they both breathed a sigh of relief. That felt great. This is so much more refreshing. Bodyguard B sighed. Let's not talk about those useless things. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go investigate. That kid surnamed Yang might have already slipped away. It will be troublesome if we look for him again. Bodyguard A reminded. You're right. Let's go now. Bodyguard B nodded. The two quickly packed up the old clothes that they had changed out of before, then left the room. They entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. The two walked out of the elevator and Bodyguard A said, You wait for me here. I'll go investigate and see if that kid surnamed Yang is still around. Be careful. Don't get caught. Bodyguard B exhorted. Don't worry. I know better than you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fainted when you fainted just now. Bodyguard A said indifferently. Bodyguard B frowned and didn't say anything. He just waited at the entrance of the elevator. Yang Ming's special ability had been locked on the two bodyguards. How could he not know that the two of them were near the entrance of the private room? Since the two of them wanted to investigate if he was still in the private room, how could Yang Ming not let them do as they wished? Chen Mingyan, asked the waiter to send in a pot of hot tea. I'm a little thirsty. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mingyan and said to her. Okay. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't know Yang Ming's intention. She came to the door of the private room, opened it, and shouted to the waiter who was standing not far away, Waiter, I want a pot of hot tea. Okay, it'll be here soon. The waiter heard and quickly responded. Chen Mingyan immediately closed the door and returned to her seat. She said to Yang Ming, It'll be here soon. Yang Ming deliberately did it for the two people to see. He wanted to see what their next plan was. I saw it. That little girl surnamed Chen is still there. She even asked for tea. It seems that little brat surnamed Yang is also here. Bodyguard A didn't stay for long. After confirming that there were still people in the room, he quickly walked back to the elevator. What do we do now? I'm afraid we won't be able to find a chance for Yang Ming to be alone for a while. Don't tell me we have to wait for him to go to the bathroom again? Bodyguard B still had some lingering fear when he mentioned the bathroom. Forget it. Let's not talk about whether he can go to the bathroom alone. Even if he can, I won't go to that damn place. It seemed that not only Bodyguard B, but even Bodyguard A was very afraid of his previous experience. Whenever he thought about it, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Then let's wait in the car. We can see the entrance of the hotel from there. When Yang Ming and the others come out, we can see them immediately, Bodyguard B said. Let's go. It's safer in the car. We don't have to worry about being discovered by Chen Fei here. Bodyguard A nodded. Since the two of them had a plan, they quickly returned to the elevator and went downstairs. Yang Ming smiled slightly in his heart. As expected, these two people decided to track me in the car. In a while, I'll let them enjoy the speed and passion. Yang Ming didn't bother with the two of them anymore. He and Chen Fei continued to drink. Chen Fei was depressed in his heart. After exchanging drinks with Yang Ming, he was drunk and laid on the table. Auntie Chen, I think we should call it a day. Uncle Chen is drunk. Let's go back and rest early. Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei, who was lying on the table. I think so too. Chen Fengyu smiled bitterly. Old Chen's temper is embarrassing. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Yang Ming didn't drink much, and he had been controlling himself, so he was still very sober. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan supported Chen Fei on the left and right. Chen Fengyu carried the bag, and the four of them went out of the private room together. Yang Ming signed the bill at the front desk of the lobby on the first floor. He asked Manager Lu to call the security captain, Little Wang. After a while, Little Wang ran over quickly. When he saw Yang Ming and the others, he immediately said, "Brother Yang, should I get the car?" "I'll wait for you at the door." Yang Ming nodded. Soon, Little Wang drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. Yang Ming helped Chen Fei sit in the back seat. Chen Fengyu and Chen Mingyan sat on the left and right of Chen Fei. Yang Ming sat in the front row. "Let's go to this place first." Yang Ming said the address of Chen Mingyan's house and said to Little Wang, "Okay, Brother Yang." Little Wang started the car excitedly. He was also one of the middle-level leaders of the Songjiang International Hotel, so he had some understanding of Yang Ming's identity. He knew that Yang Ming was actually the owner behind the hotel. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were responsible for Yang Ming. As for him, he could personally drive for Yang Ming, which made Little Wang feel very proud. He was afraid that after Bao Sanli knew about this matter, it was possible for him to go one step further. Wasn't the position of the hotel's security department director implicated because of the defection of the two vice presidents last time? Now that the position is still empty, I may be able to fill it. At that time, I will be the hotel's top leader. When Yang Ming's car drove out of the parking lot, bodyguard A dialed Xianxia's phone in the roadside Passat. "What's the matter?" Xianxia picked up the phone. "How's the progress on your side?" "That kid surnamed Yang has left the hotel, but he is with Chen Fei. We plan to secretly follow behind and wait for Yang Ming to be alone before we make a move," said bodyguard A. "Then you guys be careful. Don't let others find you." Xianxia said, "Where are you now?" "We are in a very safe place. We won't be discovered by that kid surnamed Yang." "Don't worry, boss," said bodyguard A. After hanging up the phone, bodyguard A said to bodyguard B, who was driving, "Drive and follow the BMW X5 in front." "Okay." Bodyguard B nodded and started the car. "This license plate number is quite good. It seems that this Chen Fei is also a corrupt official, right? This license plate number is probably not cheap." Both of them thought wrongly that this car belonged to Chen Fei, but they didn't know that this car was actually Yang Ming's own. That's not necessarily the case. I just saw the hotel's security captain driving for them. I'm afraid that this car is the same as the previous Rolls-Royce that the boss made. It was rented from the hotel, bodyguard A analyzed. Damn, red light. Bodyguard B glanced at the signal light in front of him and frowned. What are you afraid of? Just rush over. It's not our car anyway. The boss brother will be in charge of issuing the fine, bodyguard A said indifferently. Bodyguard B felt the same when he heard this. It's more important to chase after Yang Ming now. What if I lose Yang Ming? It will be troublesome if I find him again. Thinking of this, bodyguard B stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed over with a whoosh. After passing the checkpoint, bodyguard B naturally stepped on the brakes to slow down, but he was shocked to find that he seemed to have stepped on cotton. Bodyguard B's face changed instantly. However, he still didn't give up and stepped on the brakes twice. The result was the same. The brakes failed. The brakes failed. Bodyguard B's face turned pale instantly, and bean-sized sweat drops fell. Although they were a group of desperados before they were hired by Xianxia, and they weren't from a regular security company, they were still afraid of death. Failed? What happened? Bodyguard A was shocked after hearing this. When he saw that bodyguard B was stepping on the brakes continuously, and the car's speed didn't decrease at all, he was also scared. Who the F***ck knows? Bodyguard B yelled, F***ck, what should I do? Although bodyguard B was extremely scared, his hands were holding the steering wheel tightly. If he couldn't control the direction at this time, he would definitely die. Pull the hand. Brake. Bodyguard A was also very anxious, but he didn't know how to drive. He didn't know that pulling the handbrake was useless in a moving car. He pulled it subconsciously, and the car only felt a slight delay. Then, it continued to rush forward crazily. Fortunately, bodyguard B had some common sense. He immediately turned off the car's engine, but the car was moving too fast. Under the inertia, it continued to rush forward. However, although this bodyguard B had some common sense, he was not a professional car driver. Once the car was turned off, the steering wheel was gone. With his skills, he could not control the steering wheel at all. So, in the absence of direction and brakes, the car they were in rushed to the side of the road. However, bodyguard B was quick-witted. He turned the steering wheel for a long time and crashed the car into the garbage station on the side of the road with a boom. Due to the buffer of the garbage station, the car did not directly hit the wall, so the two bodyguards managed to escape with their lives. Although they managed to escape with their lives, the clothes they had just changed into were once again covered in garbage when they climbed out of the car. Moreover, this garbage station was different from the garbage in the hotel's bathroom. The garbage here had been piled up for a few days. There were all kinds of things, and the stench was overwhelming. F***CK, do you know how to drive? How did you end up in the garbage again? Bodyguard A was furious when he saw his fragrant clothes become like this in the blink of an eye. If I didn't know how to drive, the two of us would be dead now. Bodyguard B rolled his eyes and said with some dissatisfaction. For a long time, the two of them had been following Bodyguard A. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Bodyguard A to follow Xianxia first? He was more trusted than Bodyguard B. Bodyguard B had no other choice but to swallow his anger. But this time, Bodyguard B couldn't bear it anymore. If it weren't for the buffer of the garbage, do you think we could survive if we hit the wall directly? Bodyguard A was just grumbling casually. After hearing Bodyguard B's words, he felt a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "We have to drag the car away as soon as possible. Although this is a backstreet alley, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the police are attracted here, it'll be really difficult to escape. Once our true identities are exposed, Qianfei will definitely be suspicious." That's true. It is so late at night. If we drive out alone without Xianxia, we will definitely be suspected. Bodyguard B nodded. Moreover, Qianfei is the chief of the Songjiang police station. The police in Songjiang will listen to him. We can't take this risk. Fortunately, no one will notice us here for a while, Bodyguard B said. Bodyguard A said, "I'll call the boss now and get a tow truck to tow the car away." Bodyguard A knew that he would definitely be scolded by Xianxia this time. However, he had no choice but to force himself to call. "Hello? What is it? Are you done?" Xianxia picked up the phone and asked in a low voice. "Boss, we had a small accident here. There was a problem with the car's brake system. As a result, it hit the roadside garbage can." Bodyguard A explained carefully, "We have to find a tow truck quickly to tow the car away. It will be troublesome if Qianfei knows about it when the police come." "Is there a problem with the brakes?" Xianxia frowned. He was extremely annoyed. Why is it so troublesome to teach Yangming a lesson? Anything could happen? However, this car belonged to his elder brother, Chen Jifu. Although Xianxia was annoyed, he couldn't vent. "Where are you now?" "Boss, don't worry. We are now in a very safe place," Bodyguard A replied. When Xianxia heard Bodyguard A's words, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes. "I didn't ask if the place is safe or not. I asked where you are. If you don't tell me the location, how can I contact a tow truck for you?" Oh. Bodyguard A said quickly, "Not far from the intersection of Heiyang Road and Jiangzhong West Road." "Okay, you stay there and don't move. I'll contact a tow truck." Xianxia was going crazy. He originally thought that it was a waste of talent to let his two bodyguards teach Yangming a lesson. However, he didn't know if it was because he and his two bodyguards were unlucky or something else. It was actually not settled yet. Yangming withdrew his special ability from bodyguards A and B surveillance. A sneer appeared on his face. His previous guess was right. These two people suffered a loss and didn't dare to call the police to seek the truth. Instead, they had to hide and move the car away before the police arrived. This was also the reason why Yangming dared to let Bao Sanli take Wu Ming to destroy their brake system without any scruples. If this matter was made clear, Qianfei would probably suspect Yangming after he knew about it. However, Yangming was sure that these two people didn't dare to let Qianfei know, so they were doomed to swallow their anger. "Brother Yang, we're here. Where should we park the car?" The security captain, Little Wang, drove the car into Chen Mingyan's neighborhood and asked Yang Ming for instructions. Park in front of the building in front. Yang Ming pointed at the building where Chen Mingyan's house was located. Okay. Little Wang respectfully parked the car at the place designated by Yang Ming. Then, he got off the car and opened the back door of the car. Chen Mingyan and Chen Fengyu helped Chen Fei, who was already sober, get off the car. Thank you, Little Wang. Chen Fengyu nodded to Little Wang. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Little Wang was a little flattered. He didn't expect that Yang Ming regarded him as one of his own. He even knew Chen Mingyan's home address. As a matter of fact, if he wasn't a trusted person, how could he know this? He believed that among the people around Yang Ming, only Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan would know such details. Yang Ming glanced at Little Wang and thought that this young man was good. He was smart and diligent. He was a useful person. Mingyan, don't go back tonight. Stay at home. Yang Ming looked at Chen Fei, who was drunk, and said to Chen Mingyan. I will stay. I can take care of Dad. Chen Mingyan nodded. Auntie Chen, then I won't go up. I just came back. I haven't gone home yet. I have to go back and take a look. Yang Ming said to Chen Fengyu. Well, then you should go back and rest early. You just drank a lot. Chen Fengyu said, when you get home, send a message to Mingyan. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I'm actually still very sober. Yang Ming smiled. Watching Chen Mingyan's family go upstairs, Yang Ming used his special ability to see that they were safely back home. Only then did he feel relieved. When Yang Ming sent Chen Mingyan's family home, Little Wang's cell phone rang in the car. Little Wang took out the cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was his girlfriend who lived with him. Little Wang quickly picked it up. Little Ran, what's the matter? Didn't you get off work at 8 o'clock today? Why aren't you home so late? Are you fooling around somewhere? Xiao Ran bombarded him with questions. I have business. Little Wang was afraid that Yang Ming would hear him on the phone, so he lowered his voice and replied. What business? What business can you have? You're just a small security captain. What business do you have? Do you think you're the security director? Little Ran was angry when she heard Little Wang's words. Isn't the security director position in your hotel empty? If you have the ability, you can go up. Don't say that you're the chief, even if you're the deputy chief, I'll believe you if you say that you have business. What business can you have now? You're speaking so softly. Did you do something wrong and hide it from me? Don't waste my time. I really have business. Little Wang saw that his girlfriend was chattering with him. He was a little anxious. Let's talk about it at home. You yelled at me. You dare to yell at me. Little Wang, you've grown up, haven't you? When Little Ran heard that Little Wang dared to refute her, she suddenly exploded. Little Wang frowned. He really wanted to hang up the phone directly. Although Little Wang was the security captain outside, he was a typical henpecked husband at home. Little Ran's family background was better than his, so no matter what, she was superior to Little Wang. Little Wang also knew that earning 3,000 yuan a month wasn't a big sum. He couldn't afford to raise Little Ran, and he still had to rely on Little Ran's parents, so he usually swallowed his pride. As for his marriage with Little Ran, the attitude of Little Ran's parents was very unclear, which made Little Wang very depressed. He was just a small security captain. He was probably nothing in the eyes of her parents. The most intolerable thing for Little Wang was that Little Ran's parents actually introduced a partner to Little Ran last Sunday. This made Little Wang feel that he was simply too useless. If it weren't for Little Ran's strong opposition, Little Ran's parents would have succeeded. Thinking that although Little Ran ordered him around, she really loved him, Little Wang's heart suddenly softened. He didn't hang up the phone directly, but he whispered, I'm sending a big shot home. I'll tell you in detail when I go back. Big shot? Little Ran was stunned. Although she didn't quite believe it, since Little Wang said so, she still said skeptically, well, if you can't explain it to me when we go back, don't go to bed today. Little Wang smiled bitterly and hung up the phone, sighing. Although sending Yang Ming home this time was an opportunity, he might not have any gains. He just wanted to get familiar with him. How could it be so easy to be the security director of the hotel? Yang Ming naturally didn't notice little Wang's expression. He returned to the car and said to little Wang, "Drive. Let's go to the Songjiang bus factory family courtyard." "Okay, brother Yang." Little Wang quickly adjusted his emotions, nodded, and started the car. The car was on the way to the Songjiang bus factory family courtyard. The Songjiang bus factory family courtyard had been renamed to Mingyang district, but because it was newly changed, many people were used to calling it the Songjiang bus factory family courtyard. "Little Wang, how old are you this year?" Yang Ming looked at little Wang, who was focused on driving, and asked casually. "Brother Yang, I'm 20 this year." Little Wang didn't know why Yang Ming asked this question, but he still answered truthfully. 20. I'm 22. "You don't have to call me brother Yang," Yang Ming said with a smile. "How can that be? Age doesn't matter. Ability comes first." Little Wang was startled and replied nervously. He didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly said this. As a matter of fact, both Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were older than him. Didn't he also respectfully call Yang Ming brother Yang? "Hee, it's up to you." Yang Ming smiled. "Do you have any plans to change your job?" "Change jobs?" Lil Wang's heart suddenly tightened. He was a little bewildered. He didn't know if Yang Ming's words were good news or bad news. He asked nervously, "Brother Yang, it's my fault. Are you going to fire me?" "Of course not." Yang Ming smiled. "I'm lacking a driver. I think you're quite good. Do you plan to drive for me?" This. Little Wang suppressed the excitement in his heart. Even his hand that was holding the steering wheel was a little unstable. "Brother Yang, can I do it?" Even in his dreams, little Wang never thought that his chance would actually come just like that. Moreover, it was much better than what he had expected. Originally, little Wang thought that it was not easy for him to be the deputy director of the hotel security department, but he actually became Yang Ming's driver. Although a driver might not be as prestigious as a security team captain, it also depended on who the driver was. Little Wang knew the identity and status of Yang Ming. If he were to be a driver for Yang Ming, he was afraid that he would belong to the core circle of Yang Ming. In the future, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan would look up to him when they saw him. "I think you're good. Now it's up to you." Yang Ming smiled. "Of course, I'm willing." Little Wang said excitedly, "Brother Yang, when do I take office?" "I don't use the car every day. I just use it occasionally. I will ask Bao Sanli to give you the position of deputy manager in the logistics department. Don't be idle. Be in charge of the company's security situation. Mingyang Entertainment doesn't have its own security department. The Mingyang Security Company is responsible for the security work. After you go there, do this. After the establishment of the security department, you will be the head of the security department." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Then, you will go to Mingyang Entertainment to report tomorrow. I will let Bao Sanli give you the position of deputy manager in the logistics department." With just a few words, Yang Ming had arranged little Wang's future path. Little Wang was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Yang Ming actually arranged a position for him in the company. He had already made up his mind. Even if he was only a driver, he had the intention to continue working. However, Yang Ming's arrangement was undoubtedly like a pie falling from the sky. It made little Wang somewhat at a loss. He felt like he was dreaming. Originally, he only expected to be the deputy director of the security department in the hotel. However, Yang Ming arranged for him to be the first director of the security department in the hotel's parent company. This made little Wang really unable to accept the reality in front of him. "Then, when I have something, I will call you. You just have to drive over." Yang Ming said, "However, it won't be too frequent. If there is no big deal, I will drive myself." Yang Ming arranged this because he really lacked a reliable driver. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were now very busy every day. There were a lot of things in the company waiting to be dealt with. Yang Ming couldn't always ask them to be his drivers. Although the two of them didn't say anything and were willing to drive for him, Yang Ming couldn't do this. When he saw little Wang just now, Yang Ming had this idea. This little Wang seemed to be quite good, so Yang Ming planned to use a period of time to look at him. If he was really a reliable and credible person, Yang Ming would gradually entrust him with important tasks. If not, he would ask him to return to Mingyang Entertainment to be the director of the security department. Then, he wouldn't have followed him in vain. Anyway, the director of the security department of the Mingyang Security Company was not an important position. It was insignificant to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I will do a good job and live up to your cultivation. Little Wang said excitedly. Yang Ming nodded. As for how little Wang was doing, Yang Ming would observe by himself. Yang Ming had now discovered that there were too few people in his hands that he could really use. In Songjiang, except for Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, there was no one else he could use. If he counted Wu Ming, there were only 3, but Wu Ming still had to go back to Africa. Right, I still don't know your name? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he only knew that he was called Little Wang. My name is Wang Lin. Little Wang replied. Oh. Wang Lin. Do you know Ergen? Asked Yang Ming. Ergen? Who is Ergen? Wang Lin was stunned. Nothing. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. This name Wang Lin reminded him of the name of the protagonist in a web novel. Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and arranged Wang Lin's identity. Then, he got off at the Songjiang bus factory's residence. Wang Lin didn't drive back, but returned the car key to Yang Ming. After he reported to the company tomorrow, Bao Sanli would give him a special new car. Seeing that Yang Ming had completely disappeared from the corridor, Wang Lin excitedly pinched his face to make sure that he wasn't dreaming, but was awake. Then, he happily ran in the direction of his home. He wanted to share this good news with his girlfriend, Little Ran. Yang Ming naturally didn't think that his random action would change the fate of a person and a family. If it weren't for Yang Ming's action, Wang Lin would probably still be the former captain Little Wang and would continue to stay in the hotel. And between him and his girlfriend, Little Ran, there would probably be some problems in the end. After all, Little Ran's parents were oppressing him. However, all of this would change tonight. If Yang Ming knew all of this, he would probably sigh with emotion. When a person had enough ability, he could unknowingly affect the people around him and change their lives and fates. Perhaps, this was the so-called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Today's influence was developing in a good direction. Would tomorrow's influence be in a bad direction? Yang Ming walked to the familiar door. He hadn't been home for a long time. He took out the key and opened the security door. He heard his mother's voice coming from the house. Who is it? Is it Big Ming? Mom, it's me. The long-lost warmth warmed Yang Ming's heart. Big Ming, you really came back. Mother Yang was wiping the floor in the living room. When she turned around, she saw Yang Ming open the door and come in. Mom, why are you still doing housework so late at night? Didn't I say to hire a nanny? Yang Ming saw that his mother was wiping the floor personally, and he couldn't help but frown. I used to work as a temporary worker in the community downstairs. I worked all day, but now I am the manager of a property company. There is no work to do in the company, but I can't stay idle. If I don't work for a day, I will feel uncomfortable. Mother Yang said with a smile, when I am old, I will move my body and treat it as exercise. When Yang Ming heard his mother say this, he had to nod helplessly. How could she change the habit that she had developed for most of her life? Where is my dad? Asked Yang Ming. He is lying in the bedroom watching TV. He probably didn't hear you open the door. Mother Yang glanced at the closed bedroom door and said to Yang Ming, are you going to see him? N. Yang Ming changed into slippers and walked into the living room. He came to the door of his parents' bedroom. Yang Ming knocked on the door, then pushed the door and walked in. What's wrong with him? Why did he knock on the door when he entered? Yang Dehai thought that his wife came in. His eyes were staring at the TV screen. He didn't look back and muttered in confusion. Dad, it's me. I am back. Yang Ming turned on the bedroom light and walked to the bed. Oh? Didn't you, kid, go out to eat with Ming Yan's family tonight? Why are you back so soon? Yang Dehai saw that it was Yang Ming. He was a little surprised and sat up. Don't mention it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, we parted on bad terms. Parted on bad terms? What happened? Did you quarrel with Chen Mingyan? Yang Dehai frowned and asked. Of course not. Yang Ming shook his head. Uncle Chen's Chen village, an entrepreneur came back from the south today. He felt that he had a few $100 million in his hands and returned to his hometown. After he came back, he invited everyone in the Chen village to eat. Uncle Chen's family naturally went. A few $100 million? You sure talk big now. Yang Dehai glanced at Yang Ming, but he didn't say much. Indeed, for the current Yang family, a few $100 million was naturally nothing. After that? After that, the entrepreneur's son began to court Chen Mingyan. The most helpless thing was that the old patriarch of the Chen family village, a person called 7th Grandfather Chen, actually announced that Mingyan and the entrepreneur's son were engaged. Yang Ming was both angry and amused when he said this. Did he think that he was the emperor? In the end, we naturally parted on bad terms. Yang Ming didn't talk about the two bodyguards, and he didn't describe the conflict at that time as fierce. Instead, he downplayed it like a joke. He was also afraid that his father would be worried about him after knowing the truth. Although Yang Ming now had enough ability to protect himself, his father might not know, so Yang Ming didn't want him to worry too much. I see. Yang Dehai shook his head helplessly after listening. It's normal for a gentleman to pursue a fair lady. And the old patriarch. Old people are a bit stubborn. Don't lower yourself to their level. Hee, I naturally know this. Yang Ming smiled. Well, let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Let's talk about you and your mother. How are your health recently? How else can it be? We eat and drink every day, and there is a special private doctor who gives your mother and me regular checkups. What problems can there be? Yang Dehai smiled bitterly. Speaking of it, except for the moment of accomplishment every day, I am not as free as before. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. What you have to consider now is the future of the company. The welfare of thousands of company employees will naturally sacrifice a lot of your time. As Yang Ming said this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that he was comforting Yang Ming, but in fact, wasn't Yang Ming talking to himself? Since he got the special ability, became the disciple of the King of Assassins, took over the Black Butterfly Assassin Group and the Charles family, and became a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, there were too many things to do every day. Although there were public and private matters, he was definitely not as free and easy as before. The ordinary campus life was far away from Yang Ming. Yang Ming really hoped that one day, he would end all the busyness and disputes now and enjoy his university life in peace. However, it seemed unlikely in the near future. You're right. Yang Dehai nodded. This is also the reason why I have insisted on not moving to a big house. In fact, your uncle has long suggested that I build a new family area in the abandoned factory behind the community and build a few villas, but I think it is not as warm as here. Although the area here is not big, it has the warmest memories of our family of 3. Now that you have grown up, I am also busier than before. You seem to be busier than me. Only your mother's work is still leisurely. Our family has fewer and fewer days to reunite. Except for the new year, you have never come back. Yang Ming was also very helpless about this, but who asked him to have so many things just after the new year? After a night of silence, Yang Ming stayed at home for the night. The next morning, he rushed to Chen Mingyan's house to pick up Chen Mingyan. Then he returned to the villa in the Huashang district and saw Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun. The two had already known the news that Chen Mingyan had returned safely yesterday, so they were relieved and no longer anxious. At this time, when they saw Chen Mingyan, they just showed their longing and concern. They were not too shocked. Yang Ming hadn't gone to school for a long time. Naturally, he had to go to school today. However, when the 4 people walked out of the villa and were about to get in the car, there was an accident. Miss Zhao. Sistering? Chen Mingyan's voice made Yang Ming's heart suddenly tighten. Although there was nothing substantial between Xiaoying and me, there was a tacit understanding of the ambiguity and Cold War between us. At this time, I actually met Xiaoying. Moreover, it was in this situation where I was with Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. Mingyan, are you going to school together? Zhao Ying's voice was quite calm. There was no fluctuation. She just smiled at Chen Mingyan in a friendly manner. Sister Ying. Yang Ming had to turn around helplessly. When he called Xiaoying, Sister Ying, his eyes fell on Wang Xiaoyan who was next to Xiaoying. It seemed that Xiaoying must have spent the night at Wang Xiaoyan's house. Today, the two of them were planning to go to school together. They didn't expect to meet their neighbor. Wang Xiaoyan smiled and winked at Yang Ming. Then, she looked at Chen Mingyan and waved to her symbolically as a greeting. Previously, on Valentine's Day, Wang Xiaoyan and Chen Mingyan had met before. They even did their hair together. At that time, Chen Mingyan's junior high school classmate was pursuing Wang Xiaoyan. Chen Mingyan also nodded to her politely. Because the two of them weren't familiar with each other, they didn't have a deep friendship. She was just a little surprised. Why would Wang Xiaoyan be with Xiaoying and appear not far from her house? Because Wang Xiaoyan and Xiaoying came out first, Chen Mingyan didn't realize that Wang Xiaoyan was her neighbor. Sister Ying, are you going to school too? Yang Ming asked indifferently. Yan and I have classes early in the morning. Xiaoying nodded. There was a complicated look in her eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. It wasn't easy to detect. Looking at the girls around Yang Ming, there was a ripple in Zhao Ying's heart. She had already decided to have nothing to do with Yang Ming, but when she saw Yang Ming, some unrealistic thoughts appeared. That's just right. Let's go together. Chen Mingyan didn't have any guard against Xiaoying now. Instead, she felt very embarrassed because of the previous incident. Okay. Xiaoying wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her mouth, it became okay. When Yang Ming heard this okay, his heart suddenly jumped. He thought, what's so good about it? If it's only Xiaoying, then it's fine. But there's also Wang Xiaoyan, the assassin. If I anger this chick, then it will be a big problem. Yang Ming really wanted to slap himself. Why is my mouth so cheap? Of all things to ask, why did I have to ask if Xiaoying is going to school? This is a tragedy. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Chen Mingyan found that Yang Ming's expression was a bit weird, so she asked with some surprise. No. Nothing. Yang Ming laughed twice. It's just that the car can't seat so many people, right? Can it? Chen Mingyan looked at the large X5 in the back and pointed to the back seat. 4 people can sit here. We aren't fat, so it won't be crowded at all. If it really can't, I can drive alone with Sister Xiaoying. Alone? Yang Ming was suddenly shocked and quickly said, can we sit down? Oh, then sit down. Get in the car. Listening to Yang Ming's incoherent words, Chen Mingyan frowned, but she didn't find any other clues. She opened the back door and let Wang Xiaoyan and Xiaoying sit in first. She and Lin Jiyun sat next to them. Then she said to Zhou Jejia, Jejia, you sit in front? N. Zhou Jejia now noticed that Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun always let her spend more time with Yang Ming. She didn't know the reason, but after Zhou Jejia thought about it, she thought of a more embarrassing reason. That was, Yang Ming hadn't really pushed her down, so Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were like this. So every time Chen Mingyan hinted at her, Zhou Jejia would blush a little. Because Xiaoying was there, Zhou Jejia couldn't say anything. She nodded and sat in the front passenger seat. Yang Ming only hoped to get to school quickly so that Xiaoying, Wang Xiaoyan, and Chen Mingyan could part ways without leaking anything. Wang Xiaoyan naturally knew why Yang Ming was anxious at the moment. She smiled secretly. He usually looked like he had everything under control, but it turned out that there were also times when he was anxious. Sister Ying, last time you said that during the New Year's temple fair, the one who bullied you was him, right? Wang Xiaoyan's heart moved, and she deliberately said something bad. Ah? Xiaoying was stunned. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to suddenly mention that matter. Xiaoying and Wang Xiaoyan talked about it. At this time, was Wang Xiaoyan hinting something? Yang Ming was also shocked and suddenly had cold sweat. He was so angry. This Wang Xiaoyan really needs to be taught a lesson. I really should find a chance to beat her. She only knows how to find trouble for me. Isn't this the source of the war? However, before Xiaoying could reply, Chen Mengyan laughed first. That's right, Wang Xiaoyan. After we went to the temple fair, he accompanied Sister Ying. But because of some accident, he fell on Sister Ying. I just happened to see it. Because of this, I wronged Sister Ying. Sister Ying, are you still angry now? I'm not angry. It's all in the past. Xiaoying shook her head in fear. Originally, she was a little afraid of Yang Ming's thoughts in her heart. When she thought of the time when Chen Mengyan was angry with her, Xiaoying had some palpitations. Don't look at Chen Mengyan's usual kindness. When she was really angry, she was really scary. Xiaoying also knew why Chen Mengyan accepted Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia, but not her. That was because she was Yang Ming and her teacher. Chen Mengyan trusted and respected her. If she suddenly became a sister, Chen Mengyan couldn't accept it. The teacher that she had always trusted, the big sister, had become a woman who was trying to steal her man. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Chen Mengyan could not be blamed. This was a psychological and ideological constraint. This was also the reason why Xiaoying was worried about her identity and rejected Yang Ming on that summer's moonlit night. Although Xiaoying and Yang Ming were now university classmates, her own ideology was still there. This was the reason why Xiaoying didn't dare to take the first step. Right, Sister Ying, why were you at my door? Chen Mengyan thought of the previous matter, so she asked. That place wasn't your door, but Yan Yan's door. Xiaoying smiled and said, Yan Yan and you are neighbors. Don't you know? Ah? Wang Xiaoyan, you live next door to us? Chen Mengyan looked at Wang Xiaoyan in disbelief. Although she and Wang Xiaoyan weren't very familiar with each other, they had met a few times. Suddenly discovering that she was actually her neighbor made Chen Mengyan somewhat surprised. I usually don't live here. I'm also surprised that you and Yang Ming live next door. Wang Xiaoyan replied faintly, which made Yang Ming's heart feel relieved. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan just wanted to scare him before and play with his heartbeat. She didn't want to expose anything. Is that so? It's a coincidence. In the future, you can come to my house to play. Chen Mengyan didn't suspect anything. Indeed, she rarely saw people in the villa next door. Hee, no problem. However, Sister Ying also lives in this community. You didn't know, right? Wang Xiaoyan blinked and said suddenly. Ah? Sister Ying also has a house in the community? Chen Mengyan was really surprised this time. Two of her acquaintances were actually in her own community, but she never knew. Yang Ming's head suddenly sweated again. He thought, this Wang Xiaoyan is really not done yet. She's playing with some suspense. She's not afraid of exposing anything. Isn't this close to school? Zhao Ying's heart also tightened. She glared at Wang Xiaoyan and then said unnaturally, the house is lent to me by a friend. His family has a lot of houses. Oh. Chen Mengyan didn't think too much. After all, Zhao Ying's words were nothing to think about. Borrowing a friend's house was a very normal thing. Sister Ying, come visit more often in the future. Otherwise, Yang Ming is always not at home. It's meaningless for us to be at home. When you come, it's more lively with more people. Lively. Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. When the two of them move in, if you still feel that it's lively, then that's great. Well, we're here. I'm going to class over there. Zhaoying pointed to a teaching building in the school and said. And I'll get off here, too. Wang Xiaoyan said. Finally arrived? Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the teaching building and said with a smile, Sister Ying, Yan. Wang Xiaoyan, goodbye. Yang Ming almost called Wang Xiaoyan as Yan Yan. From the community to the school, it was just a few minutes' drive, but Yang Ming felt like he was tortured. He was full of cold sweat. Looking at the backs of Xiaoying and Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ming sent Lin Jiyun and Chen Mengyan to the teaching building of their respective departments. Then, he drove Zhou Jiejia to the teaching building of the computer science department. Zhou Jiejia's expression was very quiet. After Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun left, she didn't speak again. She seemed to enjoy the warmth of this moment of solitude. Until Yang Ming parked the car in front of the teaching building, Zhou Jiejie got off the car reluctantly. In the past, when I was in junior high school, I saw you and Sister Suya go to school together every day. I dreamed that one day, I could be like her. Yang Ming listened to Zhou Jiejie's soliloquy, and his heart trembled. This girl's request and dream are actually so simple. In the past, I have always ignored her feelings. In fact, Yang Ming could have helped Zhou Jiejie realize her small wish long ago. It was just that he had been with Zhou Jiejie for so long, but he didn't go to school with her even once. Although he was very busy, Yang Ming's heart was also very uncomfortable. Let's go together at night. Yang Ming locked the car and said. No, I have to find Sister Xiaoqing in a while. There are still projects to be done. Zhou Jiejie smiled. I just complained casually. Now I am very satisfied. I can live with you every day. My previous dream can be considered to have been fulfilled. Well, when you are done with your work. Yang Ming nodded and walked into the teaching building with Zhou Jiejie. However, the scene of Zhou Jiejie getting off the luxury car was seen by Li Buoliang. Li Buoliang only felt like he was struck by lightning. He almost fainted as his vision turned black. It wasn't that Li Buoliang hadn't heard of a beautiful female student being kept by a rich man and being picked up by a luxury car every day, but this kind of thing was relatively far from him, so he didn't take it seriously. Now, he saw the girl he admired get out of a BMW with a young man, and the two of them were still flirting with each other. How could this not make Li Buoliang feel uncomfortable? It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming was also a celebrity in Songjiang Industry University. Li Buoliang had no reason not to know Yang Ming. However, Li Buoliang was a busy person, and he thought highly of himself. He disdained those outstanding people in the campus art festival. He felt that these people's specialties were really useless, and they couldn't be used as food in the future. Only his own real talent was the way to make a living in the future. Moreover, he never thought that the person who could drive a BMW to school would be a student of the university. In addition, Yang Ming's car usually didn't appear in the computer science department, so Li Buoliang didn't recognize Yang Ming in the car. As for the previous encounter when Li Buoliang lobbied Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie to join the Computer Science Association, Li Buoliang had already forgotten. He wouldn't remember the appearance of a boy. What's more, Li Buoliang's attention was on Zhou Jiejie before. How could he have the mind to look at Yang Ming? What's wrong? Buoliang? Jiang Naigong looked at Li Buoliang, who was still joking with him, and suddenly trembled. He asked with some concern, "Are you not feeling well?" For Li Buoliang and Jiang Naigong, see the previous article for details. Li Buoliang, the president of the school's Computer Science Association. Jiang Naigong, Li Buoliang's roommate. Li Buoliang once helped his father's company unlock the encryption of an account. Zhou Jiejie. I saw Zhou Jiejie. Li Buoliang's eyes were blood red, and he said in a hurry. Zhou Jiejie? Jiang Naigong was stunned, and then he was somewhat inexplicable. Then you don't have to be so excited? She got off from a man's BMW. It's this car. Li Buoliang pointed to the BMW that Yang Ming parked in front of the computer science building not far away. Are you serious? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Naigong looked at the lake blue BMW X5 not far away with suspicion. This car's license plate is quite good. It shouldn't be an ordinary person. Are you sure that such a person can come to our school so ostentatiously to keep a female student? This. Li Buoliang hesitated when Jiang Naigong said that. Indeed, the license plate of this car was too eye-catching. Who would keep a female student without being low-key? Was he afraid that his peers and family would recognize him? Only those who were not married could be so unbridled. But how many unmarried men would come out to keep female students as their mistresses? Li Buoliang had some doubts, but then he nodded firmly. I saw it right. Zhou Jiejie and the man were flirting with each other. It is definitely impossible to say that there is no relationship between the two people. This matter is really a bit difficult to handle. If Zhou Jiejie is really a mistress, you really can't do anything. Jiang Naigong frowned. I know this. My dad has also been a mistress. They have all signed an agreement. Once the woman breaks the agreement, she won't get a single cent unless you give Zhou Jieji more benefits. She may leave that person. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Zhou Jieji is not that kind of girl. How could she be a mistress? There must be something wrong here. Li Builiang clenched his fist in disbelief and smashed it heavily on Yang Ming's BMW. However, his fist was not a steel plate. Naturally, it would not do anything to the car, but it made his hand bones hurt. You are right about this sentence. Being a mistress, there is more or less a reason. Either something happened at home, or she is vain. Look at that seaweed in her humble abode. Isn't it because she wants to buy a house for her sister? Jiang Naigong explained to Li Builiang like an expert. What should I do? Li Builiang listened to Jiang Naigong's words and rekindled his hope. I think you should talk to Zhou Jieji openly and honestly first to see if she really has any difficulties. If you know the real reason of the matter, then it will be easy to handle. Jiang Naigong said, however, if Zhou Jieji's family is really short of money, then it depends on the amount. You know, although my dad is the chairman of the company, the pocket money in my hands is not too little, but it is not too much. I can still give you 100,000 or 80,000. If it is too much, I am afraid I will have to discuss it with my dad. I don't know what the result will be. In fact, Jiang Naigong said this, but he had already decided in his heart. Even if it was a few 100,000, it would not be a problem. When the time came, he would write the IOU. After Li Builiang graduated, wouldn't he obediently work in his father's company? In order to repay the debt, he could only use labor compensation. Jiang Naigong's father asked Jiang Naigong to befriend Li Builiang. The purpose was to let Li Builiang go to his company. His company now lacked a computer genius. However, these words couldn't be said by Jiang Naigong now. He could only wait until the situation had really reached this point before he could say it. Otherwise, it would seem that he had ulterior motives. Thank you, Naigong. Li Builiang saw that Jiang Naigong helped him so much and nodded gratefully. It's nothing. Who asked us to be buddies? Jiang Naigong smiled and said, however, maybe it doesn't need money, or maybe Zhou Jieji's weakness fell into the hands of that man. This is true. When Li Builiang heard Jiang Naigong's words, he suddenly felt that it made sense. In this way, it is easy to handle. As you said, since the man can support Zhou Jieji, he must be a successful person in his career. He must have a family. As long as we take a photo of this man and Zhou Jieji together, we can blackmail him in turn. I believe that if he is afraid of being exposed, he will definitely comply. I hope so. Jiang Naigong thought, this possibility is too small. Do you think Zhou Jieji is a fool? However, he maintained his composure and said, now, what we can do is to have some fun. How do we have fun? What do you mean? Li Builiang was stunned and asked. No matter what the reason is, you are now very angry with that man, right? Jiang Naigong asked with a smile. Of course. Do you still need to ask? Li Builiang nodded heavily. Then let's first deflate his tires. As Jiang Naigong said this, he bent down and prepared to deflate the tires. You do it like me. It seemed that Jiang Naigong was familiar with doing this kind of bad thing. He had done it many times before. After the two quickly deflated all 4 tires of the car, they quickly disappeared on the spot and continued to plan to talk to Zhou Jieji. Just as Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, another major event happened in Jiangyan City. Lu Xiaolei, the deputy captain of the escort team of the Jiangyan Rime Company, and Lu Zhenan, the vice president of the Jiangyan Group, quarreled. Lu Xiaolei should be grateful to Lu Zhenan. It was Lu Zhenan's arrangement that allowed his seriously ill father to be admitted to a high-end hospital and receive expensive treatment that he couldn't afford. However, Lu Xiaolei and Lu Zhenan turned against each other. This made all the employees of the Jiangyan Group puzzled. Listening to Lu Xiaolei's hoarse roar in the conference room, they were all at a loss. You say, why is Lu Xiaolei so angry? At the door of the conference room, a gossipy employee who passed by asked. Who knows? Maybe he saw that Vice President Louis Kinder, so he wants to ask for more benefits? Employee B guessed. I'm afraid things don't seem to be so simple. Employee A said, shall we watch the show here? That's not very good. It's working hours. Employee B hesitated. What are you afraid of? Look over there. The XX manager of the XX department is also here. We are just going with the flow, said employee A. Well then. Then let's watch for a while. If something is wrong, we will leave immediately. Employee B nodded. Sure enough, since employee A and employee B stayed here, more and more company employees began to watch at the door of the conference room. This employee A was actually one of Lu Zhanan's confidants outside. His task was to persuade the company's employees to come and watch because Lu Zhanan wanted this effect. He wanted everyone in the company to come here as witnesses. When the time came, some words would not be appropriate from his own mouth, but if these people were to say it, it would naturally be much more convincing. Lu Zhanan looked at the message on his phone. It was sent by his trusted employee A. He told him that there were enough onlookers at the door of the conference room. They could proceed with the next step of the plan. Lu Zhanan nodded to Lu Xiaolei beside him, indicating that he could start. Vice President Lu, what do you mean? I have already found a suitable kidney source. Why are you going back on your word? Lu Xiaolei was still very normal just now, but suddenly, he roared again, just like a furious tiger. Comrade Lu Xiaolei, don't be so agitated. Lu Zhanan was not angry. He said gently, the situation you are talking about is illegal. We can't agree. Illegal? What illegal? The person who donated the kidney said that he only wants 500,000. As long as he is given 500,000, he will give the kidney to my father. Vice President Lu, since you can spend tens of thousands every day to pay my father's medical fees, why can't you even take out 500,000? Lu Xiaolei said angrily. It's not that we can't take it out. It's a completely different matter. Lu Zhanan explained with some difficulty, we are a legitimate company, and the sale of kidney sources is illegal. How can we do this kind of thing? Captain Lu Xiaolei, you should be patient and wait quietly for a legal kidney source. Once it is available, we will arrange for your father's surgery immediately. Wait. Wait for what? If we wait like this, who knows how long we will have to wait. When the time comes, whether my father can survive or not is another matter. Lu Xiaolei said excitedly, since you said that it is illegal and you are not willing to do it, then give me 500,000. I will take full responsibility for this matter. What happens in the future has nothing to do with the company. It is all my personal behavior. How about this? This? Lu Zhanan pretended to ponder, thought for a while, and then said, I'm afraid this won't work. Since I already know about this matter, I can't pretend that I don't know anything. If I give you money, it will mean that you are doing illegal things. This won't work. Even if my grandfather knows, he won't support it. Good. Vice President Lu, now you know to use Chairman Old Master Lu to pressure me? Previously, you pretended to be kind and righteous, but now you can't do it again. I think you are forcing me into a dead end. Lu Xiaolei laughed angrily. Lu Xiaolei, don't be agitated. Lu Zhanan laughed secretly. Lu Xiaolei is really a genius at acting. Agitated? If the person lying in the hospital was your father, would you be agitated? Lu Xiaolei slammed the table and roared, today, we only have one word. Are you going to give me the 500,000 yuan or not? This? I can't do it. Lu Zhanan finally shook his head. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. The company has its own considerations. I hope you can understand. I understand. Lu Xiaolei said okay 3 times at once, and then suddenly rushed out of the door. The people at the door of the conference room were shocked, but before they could react, Lu Xiaolei had already disappeared. Lu Zhanan walked out with a gloomy and helpless expression. He looked at Lu Xiaolei's back and side with a complicated expression. He raised his head and looked at the people at the door of the conference room. What are you doing here instead of working? President Lu, we are going to work now. Employee A said first and left with everyone. However, on the way out, Employee A whispered, in my opinion, this Lu Xiaolei really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Does he think that the company is his? That he can do whatever he wants? Using 500,000 to buy a kidney in the black market, only he can think of it. This matter was said openly. How can Vice President Liu agree? If this matter is known by others, they will definitely attack Vice President Liu and our company. What you said makes sense. After employee A said this, the others also agreed with him. People tend to be like this. When they are ambiguous and have doubts, as long as someone stands up and says a word, these people will immediately turn around and feel that this person is right. Yeah, I think Liu Xiaolei is blackmailing. Vice President Liu is already kind to his father, but he still wants to do this. AI, this person. Another employee also sighed. Seeing that the public opinion was almost directed, employee A continued, however, this Liu Xiaolei, from his point of view, is not wrong. After all, is he worried about his father's safety? If it were us, we might be the same as him. Yeah, from a different point of view, the way of looking at the problem will also change. Everyone nodded. It's just that I don't know if this Liu Xiaolei will give up. He still comes to make trouble every few days. That will affect the company's image. Employee A said. He wanted to create the impression that Liu Xiaolei was unwilling to give up, and also to pave the way for future matters. Brother Nan, how was my performance today? Liu Xiaolei was sitting in a car returning to Songjiang at this moment. The people in this car were all his confidants, and also some of the people he had chosen. Not bad, we can carry out the next step of the plan. Liu Zhenan said, don't worry, there is no problem with what I promised you. That's good. Liu Xiaolei nodded heavily, Brother Nan, you can rest assured that I will do my job well. After hanging up the phone, Liu Zhenan sneered and dialed his sister Liu Huamei's phone again. Big brother? Liu Huamei didn't know what happened in Jiangyan City just now, so she picked up the phone in surprise. She didn't expect Liu Zhenan to call her. Huamei, Liu Xiaolei from your side came to the company and made trouble for a while, Liu Zhenan said. Oh? Liu Xiaolei? What did he go there for? Didn't the Jiangyan group already arrange for his father's treatment? Liu Huamei asked in surprise. It's like this. Liu Xiaolei came just now, but he told me that he wanted me to go to the black market to buy a kidney for him. I rejected him, so he made a big fuss, Liu Zhenan said. You also know that we are a legitimate company. How can we do that kind of thing? So, Liu Xiaolei got a little emotional. That's right. Liu Huamei nodded, Liu Xiaolei's request is a bit too much, but it is reasonable. That's right. That's why I'm giving you a call. When Liu Xiaolei goes back, you should comfort him well and tell him that the head office will help him solve his problems as soon as possible. Tell him not to worry. Liu Zhenan said. Don't worry, I will counsel and comfort him, Liu Huamei frowned. Liu Zhenan is so kind to call me and tell me this? Well, that's it then. I still have things to do here. No matter what, Liu Xiaolei is your employee. I can't say much. Liu Zhenan laughed secretly. This time, I have already told you the matter in advance. If there is another problem, then it has nothing to do with me. It is your problem. Sister, don't blame me for not warning you in advance when the time comes. Okay, then I'll talk to him when he comes back, Liu Huamei responded. Liu Huamei hung up the phone and frowned even more. What does Liu Zhenan mean? Is he really worried about Liu Xiaolei, so he called me? However, Liu Huamei couldn't think of any other schemes this Liu Zhenan had. She could only assume that Liu Zhenan was afraid that Liu Xiaolei would continue to go to the head office and cause trouble for him, so he wanted her to comfort him. Other than that, Liu Huamei couldn't think of anything else. Brother Nan, that little bitch Liu Huamei didn't think too much, right? Liu Jifei waited for Liu Zhenan to finish the call and asked. No, no matter how smart she is, she will never think of our plan. Liu Zhenan sneered, when the time comes, she will make such a big mistake. Humph, even the old man will be disappointed in her. That's natural. Liu Jifei said this, but he was thinking that he could also mess with Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming this time. When the time comes, none of them will be able to escape. Liu Zhenan was very clear about Liu Jifei's thoughts, but he didn't say anything. After all, he could avenge Liu Jifei without affecting the overall situation. Why not? Yang Ming first went to the classroom to show his face, then he was ready to go to the computer control center's teaching building to see Xiaoqing. As a result, when he went out, he found that all 4 tires of his car were deflated. Did I encounter a deflated tire? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked around, but he didn't find that his car had hindered anyone. Generally, when a car's tires were deflated, it was because the car's tires were parked randomly and obstructed others, so it would be maliciously retaliated. Yang Ming's car was parked in front of the teaching building, so it wouldn't hinder anyone at all. In this way, it was a bit strange. Could it be that it was specifically directed at him? It was no wonder that Yang Ming would think so. Generally, if it was a prank, at most 1 tire would be deflated. It was impossible to deflate all 4 tires. This was clearly done on purpose. Yang Ming glanced at the surveillance camera on the teaching building and shook his head. If the average person wanted to delete the school's surveillance video, it was basically impossible. Not to mention that the tires were deflated, and it didn't cause any substantial damage. It was generally difficult for the school to cooperate. But Yang Ming was different, especially in front of the computer science teaching building. Yang Ming was even more confident. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiaoqing's number. Not long after, Xiaoqing's friendly voice came from the phone. Yang Ming, I heard from Xianxia that you are back. I am at school now. Yang Ming knew that since the last incident, Zhou Jiejia and Xiaoqing had been very close, so Xiaoqing could know his whereabouts from Zhou Jiejia immediately. Why don't you report to your tutor, Xianxia, at school? When school started, I gave you a long holiday. If you didn't win the first prize at the school art festival on behalf of the computer science department, I am afraid that someone would have been dissatisfied with you. Xiaoqing rebuked, you also know that although I am the head of the department, I don't have the final say in this computer science department. Everyone knows that you are my god brother. You haven't come to class for so long. There will definitely be people who are dissatisfied. I got it. I will go over now. Yang Ming didn't expect to be scolded by Xiaoqing as soon as he made the call. However, Yang Ming also knew that Xiaoqing was just complaining to him. If the relationship between the two people wasn't close to a certain extent, Xiaoqing wouldn't say so much to him. Right, you called me at this time. There should be something wrong, right? With Xiaoqing's understanding of Yang Ming, if he came to see her, she was afraid that he would come directly to her door. He wouldn't call her in advance. Often, he would only call her after seeing that she wasn't in the office. My car was parked in front of the computer science building. It was deflated. All 4 tires were flat. I want to see the surveillance video to see who did it. Yang Ming was not polite and directly stated his request. Released? Xiaoqing was stunned. Could it be that you provoked someone again? I came back to school for the first day. Who can I provoke? Yang Ming was somewhat innocent. Could it be that someone saw you driving those girls to school and treated you as a love rival and wanted to prank you? Xiaoqing thought about it and joked. It shouldn't be. After listening to Xiaoqing's explanation, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little guilty. Needless to say, there was really this possibility. So, I will call Teacher Zheng, who is in charge of the surveillance video. He is also in our department. Xiaoqing said, you go to the computer room on the 12th floor of the teaching building and find him. I will say hello to him first. Okay, I will go up now. Yang Ming turned and walked back to the teaching building. I will look for you after I finish watching the video. Then I will wait for you in the office. Xiaoqing said. Yang Ming took the elevator directly to the computer room on the 12th floor. After a little inquiry, he found Teacher Zheng, who was in charge of the surveillance video. Teacher Zheng was a balding man in his 30s. He had a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. At first glance, he had the typical image of a scholar. You are Yang Ming, right? Teacher Zheng saw Yang Ming and was very kind. Director Qingqing has already called me and said that her god brother is coming to watch the surveillance video. I have already prepared it for you. Director Qingqing? Yang Ming's brows frowned slightly. Why does this person call Xiaoqing like this? However, Yang Ming didn't change his expression. For Teacher Zheng's hospitality, he just nodded and smiled. then, I will have to trouble teacher Xiang. No need to mention it. You are Director Qingqing's younger brother, so you are also my younger brother. Teacher Xiang smiled and said, you don't have to call me teacher Xiang. Just call me brother Xiang. For teacher Xiang to be so obviously close to him, even if Yang Ming was late, he would have noticed something. This teacher Xiang probably had that kind of thought for Xiaoqing. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was unnaturally disgusted. He said seriously, this is a school. I will still call you teacher Xiang. Oh? Teacher Xiang was stunned. He felt a little strange that Yang Ming refused without hesitation, but he didn't take it to heart. You are right. This is a school. It is better to be formal. You are right to call me teacher Xiang. Although Yang Ming didn't hate this teacher Xiang, he still had some disgust, especially the words that he pretended to be close to him. Yang Ming shook his head. He was afraid that this was just a one-sided lover. Although Xiaoqing was 30 years old, she looked no different from a 20-year-old girl. Together with Chen Mingyan, they could only be regarded as sisters. And this teacher Xiang had the appearance of a veritable uncle. The news of Xiaoqing's infertility was not a secret in Songjiang Industry University. When it was publicized by Song Hang, Xiaoqing did not come out to refute the rumors, so the truth of this matter was naturally clear at a glance. Teacher Xiang in front of him obviously knew this, but for a young man like him, it was still uncertain whether he could find a girlfriend. For this kind of person who didn't have the slightest threat, Yang Ming didn't pay attention to it. He just watched him skillfully pull up the surveillance video. Soon, Yang Ming saw the two people who deflated his tires. One of the men was familiar, but Yang Ming didn't have any impression of the other one. However, the familiar one, maybe because he didn't have much contact with him, Yang Ming couldn't name him. Li Buoliang? How can he do this kind of thing? Teacher Xiang looked at the person on the screen and suddenly exclaimed, how is this possible? Li Buoliang? Yang Ming frowned. He was still a little familiar with this name, but he didn't know what this person did. Li Buoliang is the president of the Computer Association of our Computer Science Department. Teacher Xiang probably wanted to please Yang Ming, so he naturally said whatever he wanted. He didn't hide it. Maybe he hoped that Yang Ming would put in a good word for him in front of Xiaoqing. It turned out to be him. After Teacher Xiang's reminder, Yang Ming remembered Li Buoliang. Previously, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia met this person in school. He lobbied them to join the Computer Association and boasted that he knew the #1 hacker, I Love Little Ming. Of course, after Yang Ming knew that I Love Little Ming was Zhou Jiejia, he didn't have a good impression of this Li Buoliang. If it was him, it would be a bit strange. Is it because of Zhou Jiejia? However, there was no interaction after lobbying there. I didn't even hear Zhou Jiejia say that someone was pursuing her. It's strange. Why did he want to deflate your tires? Teacher Xiang was also very puzzled about Li Buoliang's motive. The surveillance video wasn't very clear. It was shot from top to bottom. Yang Ming couldn't see the mouth shape of their conversation, so he planned to copy it back and enlarge it to analyze it carefully. Teacher Xiang, I will copy this surveillance video back. Is there any problem? No problem. What's the problem? Teacher Xiang agreed. He was now afraid that Yang Ming would have any dissatisfaction. When he returned to Xiaoqing's side, he would have no hope of pursuing her. Did you bring a USB flash drive? If you didn't bring it, I can burn it into a CD for you. Yang Ming took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Teacher Xiang. Yang Ming usually carried a USB flash drive with him in case of emergency. Teacher Xiang was very enthusiastic to help Yang Ming finish copying, and he sent Yang Ming to the door of the computer room with a smile. Yang Ming, come and play when you are free. Yang Ming nodded and quickly left the computer room. He couldn't stand Teacher Xiang's enthusiasm, which made Yang Ming have a very strange feeling. His woman was coveted by others, but he couldn't say it. In the elevator, Yang Ming called Little Wang. Originally, Yang Ming didn't intend to look for him so early in the morning, but now it seemed that he had to let him pick him up and bring an air pump. Speaking of which, Little Wang returned home last night. When he entered the door, he saw his girlfriend, Little Ran, with a black face. However, Little Wang didn't care. He waved his hand and said to Little Ran, hurry up and prepare some good dishes for me. I haven't eaten yet. It's a good time to celebrate. Celebrate? Celebrate what? What kind of tone are you talking to me with? Little Ran was already angry with Little Wang for not coming home on time. When she heard Little Wang talk to her in such a commanding tone, she suddenly became angry. She immediately said, "You come home so late, and you still have a reason? What are you arguing about? Didn't I tell you that I have something important to do?" Little Wang frowned. He was happy to share the fact that he was Yang Ming's driver with his girlfriend, but he didn't expect to be scolded. He was a little depressed. Something important? What is it? Little Ran raised her eyebrows and said with some disappointment, "Do you know how much pressure I have to bear every day for you? My dad just called and wanted to arrange a blind date for me. He said that the other party was a white-collar worker in a company with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. He also asked what you were doing. I couldn't say that you were fooling around. I could only say that you were working overtime in the hotel. I really didn't fool around. I really did something important." Little Wang smiled bitterly. When he heard Little Ran talk about her pressure, Little Wang's heart softened again. He didn't want to continue arguing with her. Okay, I didn't say it clearly before. Now you listen to me, okay? And then you say it. Little Ran really couldn't do anything. Although Little Wang, the security captain, was better than the ordinary security guards, he still couldn't reach the standards of her parents. In their opinion, even if their son-in-law wasn't a small leader, even if he was a small employee, he should be a senior employee with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. Little Wang was obviously far from that. "I changed my job," Little Wang said. "Little Ran, from tomorrow onwards, I will be a driver for others." "What? You're going to be a driver?" When Xiao Ran heard this, her lungs were about to explode. She stood up and glared at Xiao Wang. "What did you say? You're actually driving for someone else? Why are you regressing? Although you're the security captain now, you at least have some subordinates under you. Why are you running off to be someone else's driver? Xiao Ran, calm down and listen to me first. This time, I'm Brother Yang's chauffeur." Lil Wang quickly explained. "What do you mean by Brother Yang, Brother Liu? Why did you choose to be a chauffeur instead of a security captain? Did you make a mistake? Or did he offend the hotel's leader? Otherwise, why would I arrange for you to drive there?" Xiao Ran subconsciously thought that Xiao Wang had made a mistake and was tricked. "Brother Yang is the leader." Little Wang said anxiously, "What mistake did I make? I was too outstanding. That's why the leader took a fancy to me and made me his chauffeur. Others want to do it, but they don't have the chance." "Leader? Is it your hotel's leader?" Xiao Ran heard Xiao Wang's explanation and calmed down a little. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. "I don't know which leader it is, and how is his salary?" "It's not the hotel. It's the chairman of our group." Xiao Wang's words were shocking. "What? The chairman of your group?" Xiao Ran was stunned too. She wasn't stupid. Naturally, she knew that the chauffeur who drove the chairman was not an ordinary chauffeur. It could be said that only the chairman could trust. His status was not even lower than a department manager. "Yeah, and Brother Yang also promised me that I will report to Mingyang Entertainment tomorrow. I will be the deputy manager of the logistics department to assist in the management of the group's security work. For the rest of the time I will be Brother Yang's chauffeur." "I will be on call," said Xiao Wang. "He even transferred you to the head office? He let you be the deputy manager of the logistics department?" Xiao Ran couldn't accept the fact in front of her. She looked at Xiao Wang incredulously. "Xiao Wang, you're not lying to me, right? Even if the pressure from my father's side is great, I can handle it." It was no wonder. If Xiao Wang was just a chauffeur because the chairman valued him, it would be reasonable. However, he was suddenly transferred to the head office to be the deputy manager of the logistics department. Xiao Ran couldn't believe it. "Why would I lie to you?" Xiao Wang smiled bitterly. Today was also a coincidence. Brother Yang drank and couldn't drive, so I sent him back. As a result, on the way back, Brother Yang asked me if I was willing to drive him, so I agreed. Could it be that he was drunk and said those words? Xiao Ran heard it and asked with some concern. Brother Yang was sober at that time. Xiao Wang waved his hand firmly. When it comes to you women, when I was useless, you hoped that I would be successful. Now that the opportunity is here, you are worried about me. I really don't know what you are thinking. Isn't it because I care about you? Xiao Ran was a little embarrassed. You wait. I will get you some food now. And I will look up information on the internet and see how to be a qualified chauffeur for the leader. Xiao Wang said as he sat in front of the computer. You turn off my videos and the web page where I steal food. Don't affect the internet speed. Xiao Ran said quickly. In the past, the computer at home was occupied by Xiao Ran. When Xiao Wang moved, Xiao Ran was afraid that it would delay her from stealing food. This time, she took the initiative to ask for all the web pages on the computer to be turned off. Xiao Wang looked at the back of Xiao Ran walking to the kitchen and sighed at the wonders of life. Early the next morning, Xiao Wang went to Mingyang Entertainment smoothly without any suspense. Bao Sanli was very warm to him, and the car assigned to him was actually an Audi A8. This made Xiao Wang feel a little flattered. However, when he thought about it carefully, this car was not for him, but for Yang Ming, so he was relieved. For Xiao Wang, Bao Sanli was also very clear. Yang Ming didn't want to trouble him and Ho Zhenhan to do some trivial things, so he found a full-time driver. This Xiao Wang had also mingled in the underworld before. He could be regarded as his veteran. Bao Sanli was still very assured of his character. On Yang Ming's side, he only used Xiao Wang to drive for some normal things. As for special things, he would still look for Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Xiao Wang just got the car key and looked at the new Audi A8 downstairs. He was a little itchy. He wanted to go up and drive around, but there was nothing, so he couldn't go up and try it. At this moment, the phone rang. Xiao Wang took out the phone and looked at the caller ID. His face quickly showed a respectful expression. Brother Yang. The phone call was from Yang Ming. Yang Ming's phone number was already saved in Xiao Wang's phone. Xiao Wang, have you reported? Asked Yang Ming. I have already seen President Bao. I am in the parking lot of Mingyang Entertainment. I just got the car key and packed the car, said Xiao Wang. You come to Songjiang Industry University and bring an air pump by the way. Yang Ming instructed Xiao Wang. Okay, Brother Yang, I will go over now. Xiao Wang responded with joy. He was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't use him. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would use him the next day. This made Xiao Wang very happy. As a matter of fact, the people in the group were looking at him. The more frequently Yang Ming called him, it proved that he was valued by Yang Ming. This made the attitude of the people in the group become respectful to him. After you come over, wait for my call at the door. Yang Ming said. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Xiao Wang hung up the phone excitedly and quickly ran in the direction of the garage. As he ran, he shouted to the group's team captain, Xiao Liao, prepare an air pump for me. Hurry up. The team was also under the management of the logistics department. This Xiao Liao was naturally under Xiao Wang. However, Xiao Liao was a little unhappy that Xiao Wang was not older than him, so he became his leader. Oh? What do you need an air pump for? Do you want to pump up the car? Xiao Liao thought that little Wang was looking for an air pump for a private matter, so he began to complain, the company's cars are pumped up every day. Why do you have so many questions? Little Wang frowned as if he could see little Liao's dissatisfaction. However, he also understood that he was a parachuted soldier who was promoted from the security captain to the logistics department's deputy manager. These people might think that he relied on his connections to get the position. The matter of him driving for Yang Ming had not been spread out yet. Only Bao Sanli knew about it at present. Brother Yang asked me to drive. You should get ready quickly. Brother Yang? Which Brother Yang? Xiao Liao was stunned. He thought about it. There seemed to be no Brother Yang in the logistics department. I'm driving for Chairman Yang. Don't you know about this? Little Wang frowned. Hurry up. It will be troublesome if you mess up the important matters. Chairman Yang. When Xiao Liao heard the name, he suddenly realized who the brother Yang in Little Wang's mouth was. Yang Ming also participated in a meeting of Mingyang Entertainment when Jing Xiaolu was in office, so the employees in the company now knew that there was a chairman named Yang Ming above Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. The reason why Xiao Liao dared to talk to Little Wang as the captain of the team and was under Little Wang's jurisdiction was because he drove the car when Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan went out. Although Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan could drive, it was inconvenient for them to drive. After all, their identities were there, so they temporarily used Xiao Liao as the driver. Xiao Liao felt that he was extremely bad *SS. As the driver of the boss, he was naturally superior to others. It was normal to not put Little Wang in his eyes. Although he had heard that the reason why Little Wang was arranged to be the deputy manager of the logistics department was that he was chosen by a company leader to drive, Xiao Liao did not put it in his eyes. After all, no matter how powerful the leader was, he could not be more powerful than Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan, right? He subconsciously thought that the reason why Xiao Wang was given a higher position than him was because the leader was a relative of his family. Thinking of this, he despised Xiao Wang even more, which was why he made things difficult for him. However, when he heard that Little Wang was actually driving for Yang Ming, Little Liao suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He finally realized that in this company, Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan were not the most powerful. There was a chairman above him. Although the chairman didn't appear in the company often, his authority was there. He thought about how he was promoted to the captain of the team because he had driven for Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. Little Wang was the driver for Yang Ming. It was understandable that he was promoted to the deputy manager of the logistics department. Who asked him to serve someone who was better than him? Xiao Liao's face immediately changed when he thought that he almost ruined the plan. He put on a flattering expression that was only used in front of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. "Brother Wang, you should have said so earlier. I will get you the air pump now." The way he addressed Little Wang had also become Brother Wang. This instantaneous change in the eyes of Little Wang made him deeply feel the hypocrisy of the world here. He had unknowingly taken advantage of the authority of others. Soon, Xiao Liao brought a pressurized air pump. Little Wang wanted to reach out to take it, but Xiao Liao shook his head and refused. He personally ran to the side of Little Wang's car, opened the trunk, and put it in properly. "Brother Wang, I have prepared everything for you. You should hurry up and do something for the chairman. Don't delay it. You and I can't afford to be responsible." After Xiao Liao finished all this, he said respectfully with a smile. It was as if the person who was sarcastic before was not him. Xiao Liao, good job. I thought that the air pump had to be pressurized. I didn't expect it to be pressurized. Little Wang nodded with satisfaction. He. Xiao Liao was praised, and he smiled happily. Xiao Liao could see that even though Little Wang was the deputy manager of the logistics department, he was definitely better than the manager. In the future, even if the manager had any decision, he had to discuss it with him. There was no other reason. If he wanted to continue working in the company, how could he simply offend the people around the chairman? Xiao Liao thought that it was a close call. Fortunately, I acted quickly according to the situation. Otherwise, I am afraid that I would be finished today. Little Wang got in the car and started the car in the direction of Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming came to Xiaoqing's office with ease. He didn't knock on the door. He used his special ability to see that there was no one else inside except Xiaoqing, then he pushed the door and entered directly. Xiaoqing heard the sound of the door opening and looked up in amazement. When she saw that it was Yang Ming, she was relieved. Her face was a little red. "Why didn't you knock on the door and come in directly? You scared me. I was wondering who was so rude." I saw that there was no one else in the room, so I came in directly," Yang Ming said and closed the office door. Seeing Yang Ming's action, Xiaoqing's face was more flushed. "Why did you close the door? It's cold. Didn't you close the door before?" Yang Ming locked the door and said naturally. "Then why did you still lock the door?" Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming's serious look and couldn't help but be amused by him. She couldn't help but laugh. "Ah? You even found out about this?" Yang Ming felt that he was very secretive. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. There was no clue, but he didn't want to be discovered by Xiaoqing. He scratched his head. Isn't this because I am afraid that someone will come in? If I find out anything that shouldn't be found out. Let me tell you. Don't mess around. Last time, Xianxia saw it. You were just careless. Xiaoqing said, fortunately, it was Xianxia. If it was someone else, what should we do if it was spread out? What's the big deal? At most, I will just drop out of school. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, let's see what other people can say. What, drop out of school? Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoqing frowned, but her heart was moved by Yang Ming's words. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Just be careful in the future. Yang Ming said. In fact, Yang Ming now had no desire and expectation for university. People who went to university would find that university was just that. Therefore, even if Yang Ming dropped out of school now, it was nothing. With Yang Ming's current identity and achievements, university had become unimportant. Even Yang Dehai's concept was not like before. He also felt that Yang Ming's university was just a life experience. He no longer asked about things like Yang Ming's grades. Even when Yang Ming didn't appear in school for a few months, he no longer interfered. I heard from Xianxia that Meng Yan was kidnapped, and you saved her. Is everything okay? Xiaoqing had seen Yang Ming's skill. When they were in Hong Kong, Yang Ming shocked the boss in the bar with a few moves and helped her escape successfully. It's okay. It has been solved. Yang Ming nodded. Now Meng Yan has gone to class. Not many people know about this matter. Then when you saved her, didn't Chen Mingyan's parents suspect anything? You know, Chen Fei is the police chief. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming and asked, your ability wasn't discovered by anyone, right? They know more or less. Yang Ming shrugged helplessly, and then took out 2 documents from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoqing. They came to me and I joined this organization. Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Military Region? Xiaoqing glanced at the documents that Yang Ming handed over, and then she showed a dignified expression. They know about your matter? They also have a similar master. I can't hide it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. But this matter is also two-sided. Although I have exposed my ability and have to do something for them, this is also a protective talisman for me. With these 2 certificates, other organizations and individuals will not be able to trouble me. They will solve it for me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. That's right. Xiaoqing listened to Yang Ming's analysis and nodded. She said sincerely, Yang Ming, you have grown up. Ah? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. In terms of looking at things, you are much more mature than before. I don't have to worry about you anymore. Xiaoqing smiled and said, you just need to know your limits. People will grow up. Yang Ming looked up and looked at Xiaoqing's bright eyes. In the past, you were my sister Xiaoqing. Now, let me protect you. Xiaoqing looked at the expression in Yang Ming's eyes, and her nose was slightly sour. She had to admit that Yang Ming had really grown up during this time. He had transformed from a boy into an indomitable man. Okay, then I will become a child in front of you in the future. Xiaoqing suddenly had a very relaxed feeling. She felt that there was no gap between her age and Yang Ming's. It seems that it has been like this since a long time ago. Yang Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Since the incident with Song Hang, I have felt so. And? Xiaoqing blinked and recalled the incident where Song Hang found trouble with her. It seemed to be true. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had become the shore of her fragile soul. The meeting with Xiaoqing was always rushed. Although it felt like an affair every time, it was really rushed and nervous. However, this couldn't be helped. Before Xiaoqing didn't intend to resign or Yang Ming didn't drop out of school, this matter couldn't be made public. Yang Ming didn't care, but he was afraid that Xiaoqing wouldn't be able to stand the strange gazes of others. After all, a relationship between a younger man and a sibling was still unacceptable. After leaving the computer science faculty building, Yang Ming thought about it and called Sun Jia again. The phone rang a few times, but it was cut off. Yang Ming was stunned. As he was about to call again, a text message came in. I'm in class. What are you doing? What's the matter? Yang Ming looked at the text message and smiled bitterly. He replied, nothing. Then you go to class. I'm back in Songjiang. You can contact me after class. Sun Jia didn't have many classes, but he happened to catch up. After a while, Sun Jia replied, N. Yang Ming dialed Little Wang's phone. Little Wang, where are you? Brother Yang, I have arrived. I'm at the main entrance of Songjiang Industry University. Little Wang had arrived early and had been waiting for Yang Ming's call. N, then you wait for me in front of the computer science faculty building. My car is parked there. That BMW X5, you can see it when you get there. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, Brother Yang, I'm coming. Little Wang responded. Yang Ming hung up the phone and walked from the faculty building to the teaching building. Before he walked to the teaching building, he saw an Audi A8 parked side by side next to his car. Little Wang was dragging an air pump around the BMW and carefully inflating the tires. Yang Ming smiled. This Little Wang's eyesight and observation were good. After arriving here, he saw that the tires of his car had no air. He knew the purpose of the air pump. Brother Yang. Little Wang inflated the tires while paying attention to whether Yang Ming came over. When he saw Yang Ming, Little Wang quickly shouted. How is it? Is it done inflating? Asked Yang Ming. It's the last one. Little Wang said as he pulled out the air pump, then he measured the tire pressure with the tire pressure gauge. He nodded with satisfaction. It's done, Brother Yang. N, this early in the morning. I don't know who deflated the tires. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Little Wang's attitude. Even when he saw that his tires were deflated, he did not show any doubts. This way of handling things was a qualified driver. He did not ask anything that he should not ask. I'm always on standby in the company to help Brother Yang. Little Wang smiled and said, what's the trouble? I'm afraid that I have nothing to do. N, then you go back first. I will look for you again if I have something. Yang Ming nodded to Little Wang, indicating that he could go back. Okay, Brother Yang. Although Little Wang was disappointed that Yang Ming didn't have anything else for him to do, he didn't show it. If there is anything, just call me at any time. I'm on standby 24 hours. 24 hours? Yang Ming smiled. This Little Wang seems to be a promising person. At the very least, his enthusiasm is not bad. Even if Yang Ming didn't need him in the future, he would send him to his father or uncle to do things. Yang Ming was ready to move the car. Since it was Li Duoliang, the little bastard, who deflated the tires, he would park the car in front of the teaching building. When he saw it when he came out, he might deflate the tires for the car. Yang Ming couldn't keep an eye on the car, so it was better to move to a safe place. In fact, in the school, the safest place was the parking lot at the entrance. There were guards on duty. Most people wouldn't make trouble under their eyes. However, there were generally cars without a school pass parked there. People like Yang Ming who had a pass could drive the car into the campus at will, so no one deliberately parked in the parking lot at the entrance of the school. Yang Ming got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of the school gate. A crisp ringtone sounded. Yang Ming took out the mobile phone. He thought it was Sun Jia calling him after class. He glanced at the caller ID, but it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming? Asked the person on the other side of the phone. It's me. Who is this? Yang Ming frowned. The voice on the other side of the phone was a little unfamiliar, but he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. I am Xianxia. I want to talk to you. The person on the other side of the phone didn't hide it. Xianxia? Yang Ming suddenly realized. No wonder the voice was a little familiar. It turned out to be Chen Xiaolong's father, Xianxia. At the banquet yesterday, although he didn't say much and only said a few words, Yang Ming still had some impressions of him. What's the matter? Just say it. Yang Ming didn't have any good impression of Xianxia, so he said faintly. I want to meet you. Don't worry. After you come, there will definitely be unexpected benefits, said Xianxia. Oh? Unexpected benefits? Yang Ming sneered. He didn't want to agree, but after thinking about it, Xianxia's matter had to be solved eventually. It was better to take this opportunity to teach Xianxia a lesson and avoid some unnecessary conflicts. Yang Ming was not afraid of conflicts. He even thought that only by giving Xianxia a bloody lesson could he remember. However, because of Chen Fei's face, Yang Ming still tried to suppress himself as much as possible so that Chen Fei wouldn't be in a difficult position. Yes. Xianxia smiled. How is it? Are you interested? Where are you now? I'll send a car to pick you up. No need. Just tell me the place. I'll go there myself. Yang Ming was still very indifferent. He wasn't tempted by the so-called benefits at all. Well, in half an hour at the Songjiang International Hotel, Presidential Suite 1222. Xianxia received it. Okay. Yang Ming replied faintly. Yang Ming was clear about the fate of the two bodyguards yesterday. He guessed that after Xianxia knew about it, he would feel that he was at a disadvantage. Since he couldn't use force, he would use force and ask him to meet and talk directly. Come to think of it, that so-called enormous benefit was just giving him some benefits. Yang Ming curled his lips. He didn't stop the car and drove directly in the direction of the Songjiang International Hotel. During the day, there weren't many cars parked at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Ming casually found a parking space and parked. The newly appointed security captain, Xiao Zhang, was the former vice captain. Xiao Wang was promoted today. Xiao Zhang was envious and excited that he could be promoted to security captain. Brother Yang. Xiao Zhang knew the process of Xiao Wang's promotion. When he suddenly saw Yang Ming's car coming to the parking lot again, he quickly ran over. You are? Yang Ming looked at Xiao Zhang, who was wearing the captain's uniform, and asked. I'm the new security captain, Xiao Zhang, brother Yang. Xiao Zhang quickly replied, this is my contact information. Brother Yang, just call me if you need anything. Little Zhang said as he respectfully handed over his name card. N. Yang Ming took it and glanced at it. He nodded, indicating that he understood. The name on the business card was still the vice captain of the hotel security team. It seemed that he hadn't had time to change it. Xiao Zhang didn't say anything more, but moved aside. He didn't expect to impress Yang Ming this time. He had just been promoted to security captain, so he wouldn't have higher achievements in the near future. Yang Ming locked the car and walked to the hotel. When he passed by the hotel lobby, he nodded to manager Liu and didn't say anything. Instead, he went straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. Presidential suite. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Just tell me the room number. He even added the words presidential suite. Is he trying to show off his financial resources? This hotel belongs to Yang Ming. Obviously, Xianxia was showing off to the wrong person. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor. Yang Ming walked in the direction of room 1222 and stopped at the door of the room. Yang Ming didn't knock on the door immediately. Instead, he used his special ability to look into the room. Although Yang Ming didn't think that Xianxia was a threat to him at all, Yang Ming had become more careful since the incident with Wang Jitao. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming didn't want to do something that would cause him to suffer losses because of his conceit. In the room, there was no one else except Xianxia and the two bodyguards from yesterday. Yang Ming was also relieved. If they invited 7th grandfather Chen to be noisy, Yang Ming really couldn't say some things because of Chen Fei. This 7th grandfather Chen was 70 or 80 years old. If he died here because of one sentence, then Yang Ming would be looking for trouble. Dang dang dang. Yang Ming knocked on the door of the room. Xianxia heard the knock on the door. He looked at his watch and waved to the two bodyguards, motioning them to open the door. Who is it? Bodyguard A walked over and gave bodyguard B a look as he walked. The two of them walked to the outside of the presidential suite and asked in front of the door. Yang Ming replied faintly. With a caw sound, the door was opened. Bodyguards A and B looked at Yang Ming coldly. These two people had suffered a loss from Yang Ming in the bathroom yesterday, so there was a hint of hostility in their eyes. These two people were hit by Yang Ming's door panel yesterday. They also peed all over their bodies. How could they not have resentment in their hearts? Although Yang Ming wasn't to be blamed for the car's brake system malfunctioning and her crashing into the garbage dump, it was also because of Yang Ming. So, at this moment, all the annoyance was put on Yang Ming. Previously, they were instructed by Xianxia to show Yang Ming their power. So at this moment, both of them were eager to teach Yang Ming a lesson. While the two of them were looking at Yang Ming coldly, Yang Ming didn't even look at them, as if they didn't exist. He lifted his leg and walked into the room. The two of them were despised by Yang Ming, which made bodyguards A and B very angry. Most people, when they entered the house and saw two macho men standing at the door, it would cause a certain amount of pressure, both psychologically and visually. However, Yang Ming didn't take them seriously at all. How could they endure this? They were bodyguards. The kind of bodyguards who were awesome around rich people. If they were in a movie, they would be cool existences. How could they be despised today? Stop right there. Bodyguard A was despised by Yang Ming. How could he let it go? If Yang Ming was allowed to walk into the room directly, how could it serve as a deterrent? So, Bodyguard A directly stretched out his hand and stopped Yang Ming. Bodyguard B also followed suit. He immediately stretched out his hand and blocked Yang Ming at the door of the room with Bodyguard A. Why? Am I not welcome? Yang Ming glanced at the two bodyguards with a smile, and then said leisurely, if that's the case, then I'll leave. It just so happens that I don't want to come here. If it weren't for your boss persuading me to come here, do you think I would be willing to come? After speaking, Yang Ming turned around and was about to leave. Yang Ming's sudden action stunned the two bodyguards. They thought that Yang Ming would be furious, and then he would naturally clash with them. This way, they could also teach Yang Ming a lesson. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Ming didn't want to reason with them at all. He didn't want to force his way in. Instead, he turned around and left. What kind of game was this? The two bodyguards were dumbfounded for a while. However, no matter what Yang Ming was up to, the two bodyguards couldn't just watch Yang Ming leave. If Yang Ming left, who would the boss talk to? Especially when the two of them got rid of Yang Ming, would they still have a good time when they went back? Thinking of this, Bodyguard A quickly reached out and closed the door of the room with a bang. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. In fact, if Yang Ming wanted to leave, how could these two bodyguards stop Yang Ming? With his slow speed of closing the door, Yang Ming would have already disappeared. However, Yang Ming didn't really want to leave. He was just teasing the two of them. Oh? Weren't you the ones who stopped me and told me to stop? Yang Ming looked at the two of them with a playful expression. Is there something wrong with my ears? Or is your mouth crooked or the nerves in your arms can't be controlled? You better be honest. Do you want to die? Bodyguards A and B were ridiculed by Yang Ming, and they immediately lost their faces. They snorted and scolded, little brat, why don't you open your eyes and see whose territory this is? You dare to behave atrociously in front of me? Whose territory? The playful expression in Yang Ming's eyes became more intense. Whose territory is the Songjiang International Hotel? Could it be that these two people thought that just because they rented a room, this place was their territory? Of course, it's mine. Bodyguard B snorted. Put away your little punk act. Young Master Xiaolong is right. You're just a little punk. But let me tell you, you met the ancestor of punks today. When I was fighting on the streets, you were still playing with mud. Oh, is there anything else? Yang Ming nodded and replied normally. You. Bodyguards A and B didn't expect Yang Ming to be so stubborn. No matter what they said to him, he looked calm and indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Kid, raise your hands. We want to search you. Bodyguard A's original intention was to simply find a reason to stir up trouble between Yang Ming and himself. Then, he could clean up the mess along the way. That way, it would be perfectly justifiable. After all, Xianxia was sitting in the room. If they casually beat up Yang Ming, it wouldn't be justifiable. They also had some scruples about the relationship and face between Xianxia and Qinfei. If there was no reason, it wouldn't be justifiable. However, if they casually provoked an incident, it could be considered that there was a reason. In this way, even if he and bodyguard B taught Yang Ming a lesson, it would be a personal action. It had nothing to do with Xianxia. In his opinion, Yang Ming's performance at the banquet yesterday was very impulsive and arrogant. Therefore, he was confident that he could use this trick to anger Yang Ming, and then teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, judging from Yang Ming's performance today, this kid was terrifyingly calm. He wouldn't listen to anything. If you said too much to him, he would just turn around and leave without caring about you. This attitude made bodyguards A and B speechless. It couldn't be helped. Bodyguard A could only be quick-witted and use the excuse of a body search. In his opinion, Yang Ming was definitely unwilling, so he could take advantage of the situation to carry out the next step of his plan. In fact, as he wished, Yang Ming would not let bodyguards A and B search him. They were not security guards. How could Yang Ming let them search him? However, things in the world often went against one's wishes. Yang Ming did not agree to let them search him, but they could not teach Yang Ming a lesson. Body search? Yang Ming looked at bodyguards A and B sarcastically. Body search? Did you want to search me, or did your master, Xianxia, ask you to do so? This. Bodyguard A was a little dumbfounded after listening to Yang Ming's words. It was difficult to answer. If he said that they wanted to search him, Yang Ming could say, "Your master, Xianxia, didn't ask you to do so. Why did you search him on your own accord?" If he replied that Xianxia instructed them to do so, then Yang Ming could say, "Since you don't believe me and still do so many things, why are you still talking to me?" If he turned around and left again, the two bodyguards would not be able to handle it. For a moment, bodyguard A was in a dilemma. However, bodyguard B was more clever. He helped bodyguard A out of the situation with one sentence. "Why are you asking so much?" Bodyguard B pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, "You came here. Do you think you have a choice? You still want to bargain with us? Do you want to die?" "Yeah." Bodyguard A glanced at bodyguard B gratefully and also shouted, "Are you tired of living? Do you want me to fix you?" "Old king, you hold him down. I will search him." In this way, there was no need to provoke him. He could directly use this as a starting point to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Okay. Old king, who was bodyguard B, grabbed Yang Ming and wanted to control Yang Ming. "Kid, if you want to suffer less, you better be honest." "Suffer less?" Yang Ming raised his head with a smile and glanced at bodyguard A and B. "Yesterday, didn't the P make your heads clear? Don't you know that some people can't be provoked? The P last night. Did you do it on purpose?" Bodyguard A's face immediately became gloomy, and there was anger in his eyes. "It turned out that you did it on purpose. I was wondering why you were peeing on the garbage heap so coincidentally. It turned out that you did it on purpose. Good. Nonsense." Yang Ming shrugged. "If I didn't do it on purpose, why would I pee on the garbage heap? Do I have nothing to do? It's ridiculous. Did you think I was really drunk? You two sneakily walked in front of me. When you saw that I was going to the bathroom, you ran in first. Did you want to ambush me? I just dawdled at the door for a while. You two idiots really fell for it. You leaned on the door to listen to the movement outside. As a result, I kicked you. How is it? The power of the door panel is very cool, right?" Yang Ming sneered sarcastically. You. I think you don't know how to spell the word death." Bodyguard A was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He didn't expect that yesterday's incident was actually Yang Ming's scheme. He had always thought that it was a coincidence, so even if he was angry with Yang Ming, there was a limit to it. He wasn't irrationally blaming everything on Yang Ming. However, after hearing Yang Ming's explanation, bodyguard A couldn't wait to kill Yang Ming. He even had the heart to kill Yang Ming. Bodyguard B had fainted yesterday, so it was still a little worse. However, bodyguard A had been awake the whole time. Being drenched in someone's urine was a great humiliation to him. It was no less humiliating than the humiliation he had suffered back then. Therefore, bodyguard A was about to go crazy for a moment. "Good, you little bastard surnamed Yang, you're very good. Since you dare to admit it, Grandpa will let you know the price of blood today. Oh? Price of blood? Yang Ming shook his head regretfully. I thought that the two of you had already tasted the price of blood when you crashed into each other yesterday. It seems that it wasn't enough. I still have to do a little more to make it unforgettable. What? Yesterday's car accident was also caused by you? Bodyguard B was the driver yesterday. He still had lingering fears about the brake system malfunction. He was secretly relieved that he almost lost his life yesterday. Now that he heard that this incident was actually related to Yang Ming, his anger was no less than Bodyguard A's. You've got guts. You dare to admit it here? Don't you know whose territory this is? Whose territory? Yang Ming put his hands in his pockets and looked like he was asking for a beating. Why don't you tell me? Okay. You've got guts. Bodyguard A wasn't in a hurry to teach Yang Ming a lesson now. In his opinion, a simple lesson couldn't resolve the hatred in his heart. He wanted to let Yang Ming remember the price of teasing and insulting him forever. Bodyguard A was really angry. Before he was recruited by Xianxia, he was also a fugitive. He was also a master who fought to the death. How could he swallow this insult now? Old Kung, tell him whose territory this is. Bodyguard A glanced at Bodyguard B and said. Kid, since you entered this room and dared to admit what happened yesterday, then you should be prepared to pay the price. Bodyguard B said coldly, but little brat, let me tell you. The chances of you walking out of here in one piece today are very slim. Really? Then I'd like to see what the two of you are capable of. Yang Ming shrugged. Right, I forgot to tell you. This is not your territory. What do you mean? Bodyguard A was stunned. Because this is my territory. Yang Ming chuckled. Haven't you heard of this saying? This is my territory, and I call the shots. Your territory? Bodyguard A still didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Take the two of them down and entertain them, Yang Ming said faintly. Ah? Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B were confused by Yang Ming's confusing words. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Are you talking nonsense? However, just as the two of them were puzzled, the door of the room opened with a bang. A pair of people in security uniforms rushed in. Without saying anything, they directly pressed Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B to the ground. You. Who are you? What do you want to do? Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B were shocked. They didn't expect a group of people to suddenly rush into the room. However, no one answered them. After Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B struggled for a while and found that it was futile, they could only stop resisting and obediently lie on the ground. Although the two of them were experienced fighters, these security guards weren't weak either. They were well-trained and swift, and they were very strong. They couldn't move at all. In the face of so many people, Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B knew that they weren't opponents at all. They could only obediently give up resistance. People like them belonged to the category of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When they saw people who were stronger than them, they could only obediently listen to orders in order to avoid physical pain. Brother Yang, how are you? Are you hurt? Captain Xiao Zhang ran in front of Yang Ming in high spirits and asked for credit. I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled. Take the two of them down to have a good rest. Yes. Brother Yang. Xiao Zhang waved his hand, and the security guards took Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B out of the room. Yang Ming didn't want to show his skills in front of these people. This was Yang Ming's trump card. Therefore, when Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B were talking nonsense with him, Yang Ming reached into his pocket and sent a text message to the hotel's security captain, Xiao Zhang, asking him to bring people to the door of room 1222 to be on standby at any time and listen to his orders. If it were other people, I'm afraid that this text message wouldn't be sent out, but Yang Ming's special ability allowed him to see the phone screen in his pocket clearly, so the text message was sent out quickly. Xiao Zhang received Yang Ming's text message, and he was so excited that he almost exclaimed. On his first day in office, Yang Ming had something for him to do. This made him feel very honored. It should be said that it was a great honor. He immediately gathered several core personnel of the security company. These people were specially trained and had good skills. Xiao Zhang took them directly to the 12th floor and waited at the door of room 1222, waiting for Yang Ming's instructions. Hearing the conversation between Yang Ming and Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B in the room, Xiao Zhang was anxious. He was afraid that Bodyguard A and Bodyguard B would hurt Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming's text message asked him to take people to wait at the door, so Xiao Zhang didn't dare to break in directly. He could only wait anxiously at the door for Yang Ming's orders. After waiting for a while, he finally heard Yang Ming say, "Take the two of them down and treat them well." At this time, Xiao Zhang knew that it was time for him to appear, so he immediately took people to break in. He showed his power and pressed the two bodyguards to the ground without any hesitation. He wanted to make a good impression on Yang Ming quickly, and he did do it. Yang Ming nodded to Xiao Zhang with satisfaction. "You go down too." "Yes, brother Yang." Xiao Zhang said in his heart, "I can't go. I have to leave a few brothers to wait at the door together. What if brother Yang has other things to do?" Xiao Zhang and the security guards quickly left the room and closed the door as if nothing had happened. "Come out. Did you enjoy watching?" Yang Ming waited for little Zhang and the others to leave. He stared at the door of the presidential suite with a smile and said mockingly. Yang Ming had already seen with his special ability that Xianxia had been standing in the presidential suite's inner room, peeking through the peephole at everything that happened outside. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it before. He waited for his people to take the two bodyguards away before he spoke sarcastically. At this moment, Xianxia was already sweating. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would ambush a group of people at the door in advance and take down his two bodyguards. Indeed, as Yang Ming said, he had been in the presidential suite's inner room and had been monitoring the movements outside through the peephole. The idea of the two bodyguards provoking Yang Ming to teach Yang Ming a lesson was also instigated by Xianxia. He was also extremely angry with Yang Ming, so he also wanted to give Yang Ming a show of strength. So, he ordered bodyguards A and B to act according to the situation in advance. At that time, he would hide in the presidential suite's inner room and secretly watch. Even if Qin Fei was dissatisfied, he could say that he wasn't present and that it was the idea of the two bodyguards. In this way, even if Qin Fei was unwilling, there was no other way. Just as Xianxia was watching the show, Yang Ming suddenly said that he had peed on the two bodyguards last night. This made Xianxia suddenly stunned because he didn't know about this matter that Yang Ming said. However, looking at the two bodyguards' hatred, he knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth and not talking nonsense. It was just that Xianxia didn't know the specific situation. The two bodyguards didn't mention this matter to him. It was probably because it was too embarrassing, so they hid it. However, after Yang Ming's explanation, Xianxia also understood the general situation. It was his two bodyguards who were monitoring Yang Ming. When they found that Yang Ming was going to the bathroom, they rushed to the bathroom first to prepare to ambush Yang Ming. As a result, they didn't know what happened. Yang Ming discovered and saw through their actions, so he deliberately didn't enter the bathroom door. This also caused the two bodyguards to put their ears on the door out of curiosity to listen to the movements outside. They wanted to find out why Yang Ming didn't enter the bathroom. Yang Ming's timing was very good. After the two bodyguards put their ears on the door panel, Yang Ming kicked them, so the door panel knocked the two bodyguards to the ground. In the end, they didn't know why. Maybe the two of them hit the trash can, and the trash overturned, covering the two of them. Then Yang Ming pretended to be drunk, walked into the bathroom, and peed on the trash pile. As a result, the urine was all over the heads of the two bodyguards. This was the whole process of the tragedy. It had to be said that Xianxia's imagination was quite rich. Just from a few sentences of Yang Ming's explanation, he was able to link the process before and after. It was not much different from the truth. Xianxia didn't expect Yang Ming to actually trick his two bodyguards. However, this was nothing. He had already learned from Qin Xiaolong that Yang Ming's temper was completely like a hooligan. It was reasonable for him to do such a thing. However, what Yang Ming said next shocked Xianxia. The failure of the two bodyguards' brake system yesterday was actually related to Yang Ming. This shocked him. He also secretly thought that Yang Ming was ruthless. He actually dared to do anything. Wasn't he afraid that the two bodyguards would be legally responsible if they really hit him with a car? Did he think that he could be unscrupulous with Chen Fei as his father-in-law, the police chief? This was Xianxia's misunderstanding of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was unscrupulous because of his identity as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. These two people followed Yang Ming and tried to do something bad to him. It was normal for Yang Ming to destroy them. Even if Xiao Bingbao knew about this, he wouldn't say anything. After hearing that Yang Ming was so unscrupulous, Xianxia had the intention to let go of Yang Ming. This sense of vigilance came from the fact that Yang Ming stood in his own private room and dared to talk about what he did yesterday in front of the two bodyguards. What did this mean? It meant that either Yang Ming was fearless, or his brain was damaged and he wanted to die. However, it seemed that the former possibility was more reliable. In Xianxia's opinion, this Yang Ming was not a fool. Then, when Yang Ming said, "Take the two of them down and treat them well," Xianxia immediately understood everything. After that, Xianxia understood everything at once. Yang Ming really had a backup plan. He didn't come here by himself, but someone was lying in ambush at the door of the room. As for how Yang Ming's people opened the door of the room, Xianxia didn't think much about it. He thought that the two bodyguards didn't close the door tightly at that time, or that Yang Ming did something. This was because Xianxia never thought that little Zhang's group of people would be the security guards in the hotel. When they opened the door, they used the universal door card for cleaning the room. Xianxia didn't care about Yang Ming's so-called "this is my territory." He thought that Yang Ming meant that this was Songjiang, not the south. He didn't mean that the hotel was Yang Ming's territory. So at this point, although Xianxia had guessed it, he didn't get the essence. He still didn't understand that Yang Ming's current identity was no longer the little punk of the past. The reason why Yang Ming was so confident when facing Xianxia was because his identity and value had far exceeded Xianxia's. Even Xianxia couldn't catch up with him. This was the real reason why Yang Ming dared to be arrogant. If it were in the past, Yang Ming wouldn't be so calm when facing Wang Shifan. Why is it so noisy? Xianxia yawned and walked out in a daze. I just slept. What's wrong? Oh? Is classmate Yang Ming here? Xianxia knew that Yang Ming's people were lying in ambush outside, so he no longer mentioned the previous Yang Ming show of strength. Instead, he used the tactic of conciliation. Although he didn't know where the group of people at the door came from, he thought that Yang Ming was the king of gangsters when he was in school. Now, he was definitely a big gangster. These people were undoubtedly gangsters in society. Xianxia didn't want to provoke this kind of person. When he was in the south, he hired two bodyguards who had been in society because he was afraid of being harassed by gangsters. It saved him a lot of trouble. In Songjiang, Xianxia didn't want to cause too much trouble. He just didn't understand. How did Chen Fei find such a son-in-law? Is this possible? Xianxia, why do you pretend that you just woke up and that it has nothing to do with you? Yang Ming sneered, you were leaning on the door panel before and made a sound. Do you think I didn't hear it? This, hee. Xianxia smiled awkwardly, classmate Yang Ming, the two bodyguards were played by you yesterday. It's normal for them to be resentful, but it's not my intention. Oh, then what do you mean? Yang Ming snorted coldly. Naturally, he didn't believe Xianxia's nonsense. I mean, we can talk about it. Xianxia was a little afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't play by the rules. This kind of person was the most troublesome. When he was in the south, he was unwilling to deal with such people. He couldn't be persuaded by force or persuasion unless he found someone more powerful to pressure them. Talk about what? Yang Ming asked, talk about what great benefits you want to give me? Yes. Xianxia regained his confidence when he talked about this great benefit. Yang Ming, why do people live in this world? Talk to me about life? Yang Ming shrugged, what do you think? I think that people need to enjoy life. But to enjoy life, you must have money first. If you don't have money, how can you enjoy life? Xianxia talked about what he was good at and began to talk, so, I think that people need to make money first, and then enjoy life. Do you think I'm right? Sorry, I don't think the same as you. I can't say if you're right or not. Yang Ming shook his head faintly. Oh? Xianxia was stunned, what do you mean? You don't like money? Xianxia had a lot of calculations before. He believed that most people would agree with him after he said this sentence. How could one not enjoy life? If one wanted to enjoy life, one must have money. It's not about whether I like it or not. I have no concept of money. Yang Ming said calmly, I think that I live for the people I love and the people who love me. I will make the people around me live better. If you don't have money, how can you make the people around you live better? Xianxia frowned. He secretly thought, this Yang Ming is beating around the bush. Why is he beating around the bush? He didn't believe that Yang Ming really didn't like money. He felt that the reason why Yang Ming was beating around the bush was that the chips he proposed were not enough. In his opinion, everyone had value. It just depended on whether he could afford to pay that value. How do you know that I don't have money? Yang Ming asked. Moreover, the value of happiness is not measured purely from a monetary point of view. Even without money, I can still live well. When Yang Ming said this, he couldn't help but think of the last period of high school, with Chen Mingyan, Zhao Ying, and Lan Ling. Although he didn't have much money at that time, he lived a very carefree life. It wasn't necessarily bad. Yang Ming, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll just say it directly. Xianxia had no choice. If Yang Ming continued to beat around the bush, he would be confused. He decided to say his purpose and chips directly. You should have done this earlier. Yang Ming curled his lips. I knew that a low-class person like you wouldn't understand my life ideals. Huh? Low-class person? Xianxia was about to explode when he heard Yang Ming's words. What is a low-class person? Is he a high-class person? Isn't this word too insulting? However, in order to achieve his purpose, Xianxia couldn't directly fall out with Yang Ming on the spot. He could only hold back his anger and said, in short, if you leave Chen Mingyan, I will give you 1 million yuan. Oh? Yang Ming raised his eyelids and looked at Xianxia from top to bottom, as if he was looking at a big fool. Xianxia felt a little scared. What are you looking at? I'll give you 1 million. Do you agree? Xianxia repeated uncomfortably. I'm looking to see if you're retarded. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia mockingly. You think 1 million is a lot? Xianxia was about to go crazy, but he held back from exploding. Then, how much do you want? I'll give you 1 million to let your wife be with someone else. Will you do it? Yang Ming said this and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, Xiao Rui, I remember now. Your wife has already run away with someone else. It doesn't matter if you do it or not. Yang Ming, don't go too far. Xianxia couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and finally exploded. Yang Ming touched the scar deep in his heart, making his heart bleed. He was angry. Do you think that I'm afraid of you, so I'm here to negotiate with you? Who do you think you are? You think 1 million is too little? Why don't you go rob a bank? Oh, then since you think it's a lot, I'll leave it for you to spend. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Yang Ming felt that although Xianxia was hateful yesterday, he had the aura of a superior. Now it seemed that he was just pretending to be superior. Yang Ming guessed right about this. Xianxia's aura yesterday was all learned from Kaik. He had just been the chairman for a few days. How could he cultivate the aura of a superior? He had been acting like a grandson in front of Kaik before, so he immediately revealed his true colors after being provoked by Yang Ming. Moreover, although Xianxia was very rich, his consciousness had not changed yet. He used to act like a grandson, but he did not spend money extravagantly. He always thought that he was working for others. He might be fired one day, so he had to save money so that he would not have no savings when he lost his job. Therefore, the price he gave Yang Ming was based on his previous thoughts. Some small farmers felt that 1 million was a lot, but compared with his hundreds of millions of wealth, this was really nothing. Wait. How could Xianxia let Yang Ming go like this? His purpose of looking for Yang Ming had not been achieved yet. If he let Yang Ming go like this, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Is there anything else? Yang Ming asked without looking back. Well, I underestimated you just now. You name a price. How about 5 million? Xianxia took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. After Yang Ming left Chen Mingyan, it would not be too late to deal with him. He suddenly increased the price by 5 times because he wanted to give Yang Ming a sensory shock. 5 million. Can you change your wife's mind if you take out 5 million? The sarcasm on Yang Ming's face became stronger. Do you think that money is omnipotent? Yang Ming, that's another matter. I'm asking you now. Why do you keep mentioning my ex-wife? Xianxia was about to explode. Why does Yang Ming talk so much nonsense? Just tell me if 5 million is enough or not. If it's not enough, I'll add more. You don't have to go back and forth like this, right? Well, then you answer me first. Can you get your ex-wife back with your money? Yang Ming didn't answer Xianxia's words at all, but continued to ask. I said that these are two different things. First, my ex-wife doesn't know that I have so much money now. Second, my ex-wife has remarried. It's not like a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship like yours that can be separated at any time. Xianxia felt that his head was about to explode. He endured the danger of explosion and explained to Yang Ming. I'm afraid that your ex-wife won't do anything if she knows that you have so much money because the one she found later is also very rich. He may not be as rich as you, but when money reaches a certain level, it can only be a string of numbers. Yang Ming said with a smile, if you can buy it, he can also buy it. No matter how much money you have, can you buy everything in the world and put it at home? Of course, you can't. You can only choose what you like. You mother****. Xianxia finally couldn't help but fly into a rage. Yang Ming, is it meaningful for you to say so much to me? Tell me, how much money do you need to leave Chen Mingyan? Why don't you ask Chen Mingyan how much money she needs to leave me? Asked Yang Ming. Xianxia was speechless for a while. He already knew from Chen Xiaolong that Chen Xiaolong had tested Chen Mingyan a few times yesterday. The results were not very good, so Xianxia decided to start with Yang Ming. However, Chen Xiaolong would also work on both sides at the same time. When Xianxia made an appointment with Yang Ming, Chen Xiaolong also went to find Chen Mingyan. Don't talk about those useless things. Say a number. Xianxia roared. After so long, you still don't understand. Yang Ming shook his head. My son is retarded, and I am not smart. No wonder the child's mother ran away. Yang Ming's words could be said to be extremely sinister. He scolded 3 people at once. Xianxia's face had turned purple. If he wasn't afraid of Yang Ming's thugs at the door, he would have already slapped Yang Ming. Yang Ming, what do you mean? Are you playing with me? Asked Xianxia with a pale face. I didn't play with you. You didn't understand what I meant from beginning to end. Yang Ming sighed. I have already said before that I am not short of money, but you still talk to me about 1 million or 5 million. I don't understand. Do you not understand me, or do you think I am lying to you? You. Xianxia was so angry that he couldn't speak. Moreover, I wanted to leave here several times, but you didn't let me go. How did it become me playing with you? Yang Ming shook his head. Do you have money? I have already investigated. Your father, Yang Dehai, is a laid-off worker. I was the leader of his workshop. Now, the factory has closed down. Xianxia said hoarsely, your mother has never had a job. She is a temporary worker. Chen Xiaolong told me all this. What money do you have? Oh, you are right. Yang Ming nodded. I have never denied the work my parents used to do, and I don't think it is shameful to be laid off. However, you have said so much, but you have neglected one person. In my family, besides my parents, there is also me. You? Xianxia was slightly stunned. He looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. What do you mean by you? Is there something special about you? Aren't you a student at Songjiang Industry University? Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't. Yang Ming shrugged. However, I'm afraid you haven't figured out my other identities or how many assets I have. You? Have assets? Could it be that you won the lottery? You don't care about this 5 million? Xianxia frowned. He naturally didn't think that Yang Ming's money came from business or other channels. In his opinion, Yang Ming was a freshman. Even if he had money, this money was probably a gift from the heavens. It was impossible for Yang Ming to earn it himself. First of all, he thought that Yang Ming was just a student. It was impossible for him to do business. Secondly, Yang Ming's parents were both laid-off workers. They didn't have any resources and channels. Even if Yang Ming did business, he could only open a small shop or something. It was basically impossible to earn 5 million. Although 5 million was not a lot in Xianxia's eyes, it was an amount that most people couldn't earn in a lifetime. Therefore, if Yang Ming didn't care about 5 million, there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming had won the lottery. Only this possibility would be accepted by Xianxia. Won the lottery? Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard Xianxia's words, yes, I bought the lottery. And did win the prize. When Xianxia heard Yang Ming admit it, his face immediately showed a look of understanding. He had an expression that said, look, it's true. But I didn't win the first prize, but the third prize, 60,000 yuan. Yang Ming immediately added. Only 60,000 yuan? Xianxia didn't believe it. Then how much do you think it is? Asked Yang Ming. Then, you only have 60,000 yuan. You actually think that 5 million is too little? Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Hee, I said that I won 60,000 yuan, but who told you that I only have 60,000 yuan? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and curled his lips. You. Xianxia felt that Yang Ming's words were too irritating. He didn't finish his words at once. It really made him feel anxious. What? Yang Ming spread his hands innocently. You asked me if I won the lottery. Is there anything wrong with me saying that I won 60,000 yuan? Okay. Then tell me, where else can you get money? Xianxia was about to faint. He rolled his eyes and asked. If he wasn't afraid of the large group of people that Yang Ming had ambushed at the door, he would have already fallen out with Yang Ming. However, because of the previous example of the 2 bodyguards, Xianxia didn't dare to act rashly. He was afraid that Yang Ming would call people to beat him up. That would be a disaster. I really don't know if you are deliberately pretending to be stupid, or you really don't understand. Yang Ming sighed and said, you are such an idiot. How did you become a billionaire? Oh, yes, I heard that you used to flatter a foreigner. Then, the foreigner returned to China and left the company to you. Is that right? F***ck. Xianxia was so angry that he trembled. He blurted out a curse, but quickly stopped halfway. This Yang Ming has a group of people. If I scold him, he will take the opportunity to fix me. Then, the loss outweighs the gain. So, he took 2 deep breaths and calmed himself down. Now tell me, how much money do you have? Don't talk about those useless things. Oh, that's right. Yang Ming smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Xiao Rui. I really feel it. Seeing that you are such an idiot, I have to say a few words of praise. Humph. Xianxia thought, when I figure out Yang Ming's matter, I must find a chance to mess with him. Originally, Xianxia planned to give Yang Ming a sum of money to let him leave Chenmingyan. He didn't want to have anything to do with him in the future. But now, Xianxia felt that if he didn't mess with Yang Ming, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Didn't I say before? This is my territory. Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and said, you can't not understand this sentence, right? My territory, understand? You want to say that you are the local tyrant of Songjiang? Xianxia frowned. Damn, Yang Ming was speechless. Xia, your IQ has reached an amazing level. Yang Ming, don't think that I am afraid of you just because I am talking to you nicely now. If I didn't want to solve this matter peacefully, do you think that you can do anything to me with just a few people at your door? Xianxia finally couldn't help but burst out, if I make a call, the hotel's security will arrive immediately. Your people are entangled here. It is obvious that they are up to no good. What do you think will happen to them? Sorry, the person who took the lead just now is the security captain here. Yang Ming said apologetically, you are really retarded. This Songjiang International Hotel is my territory. This is my industry. You still don't understand this truth? What did you say? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. His eyes widened and were full of doubt. This place is yours? If it's not mine, how can it be called my territory? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Xianxia. Otherwise, how can I come here alone? Do you think I am stupid? Xianxia's expression became uncertain. This time, he was really shocked. This Songjiang International Hotel actually belongs to Yang Ming? This was something that Xianxia couldn't believe. However, since Yang Ming said so, Xianxia didn't think that Yang Ming was lying to him. After all, this matter could be known as long as he inquired about it. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't have to lie to him about this. If this hotel was Yang Ming's, then Yang Ming naturally wouldn't care about the 5 million yuan. With the size and location of this hotel, the total value was probably more than 100 million yuan. What was 5 million yuan? However, how could Yang Ming own such a big industry? How is this possible? Aren't his parents laid off workers? Isn't Yang Ming just a hooligan student? Wait. Punk? Xianxia frowned. It was possible for a punk to open an entertainment city in the end, and then a hotel. This also followed the law of the market. Could it be that Yang Ming was the lucky one? There were cases where a punk became a big boss. There were a few in every city. They used to be punks on the streets, but they eventually became tycoons through hard work. Well, Yang Ming, since this hotel is yours, then it's my mistake. Xianxia sighed. The market value of this hotel is probably a few 100 million yuan. You really don't care about 5 million yuan. You only know now? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and said sarcastically, "Now, can I go?" Okay, you can go. Xianxia knew that his plan today was completely ruined. After he knew that this hotel was Yang Ming's industry, he gave up the idea of tempting Yang Ming with money. He also knew that no matter what he said today, he would not achieve his goal. However, he didn't intend to let Yang Ming go just like that. The humiliation that Yang Ming gave him today, he would definitely return it in the future. Although Yang Ming now had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him, he was not alone. He had a backer. Behind him was Kaik, the young patriarch of the big family. People should know how to face their own abilities. Yang Ming seemed to see Xianxia's unwillingness. He smiled ambiguously. I hope you can really give up so that we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. What do you mean? Xianxia's face became ugly again. Are you threatening me or warning me? I'm just saying it casually. Why do you think so much? Yang Ming shook his head. If you really don't have any ulterior motives in your heart, you can just pretend that I didn't say anything. However, if you really have any bad intentions, then you can take what I just said as a threat or warning. It doesn't matter. I just want to tell you not to be caught in a trap of your own making. It wasn't easy for you to achieve what you have today. If you ruin it, then it will be too late for regrets. Humph, you are still threatening me. Xianxia understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming, although you also have hundreds of millions of assets, some people and some things are not as simple as what you see on the surface. Do you think you have the qualifications to be on equal footing with me? I might as well tell you that I also have a backer behind me. Backer? Well, do whatever you want. Yang Ming didn't want to argue with Xianxia. He turned around and prepared to leave. I have said what I should say. You can think whatever you want. Well, Yang Ming, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then we will wait and see. Knowing that this hotel belonged to Yang Ming, Xianxia was relieved. He thought that Yang Ming wouldn't mess around in his hotel, nor would he let the security guards at the door come in and do anything to him. Yang Ming shrugged and didn't reply. He walked out of the room quickly and closed the door behind him. In a blink of an eye, he saw the security captain, Xiao Zhang, who was still standing at the door. Brother Yang. Xiao Zhang saw Yang Ming come out and quickly greeted him. Xiao Zhang? Why are you still here? Yang Ming wasn't surprised. After all, he had used his special ability to probe before. Xiao Zhang had been waiting for him at the door. It was just that this special ability couldn't be revealed, so he asked this question. Brother Yang, I ordered people to take those 2 guys away. I was afraid that you still had something to do, so I waited here. I didn't hinder you, right? Xiao Zhang quickly apologized. Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Where are those 2 people? They are now locked in the basement, Xiaozhang said. Brother Yang, you didn't say how to deal with them, so I didn't dare to act rashly. N. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Xiaozhang being so obedient, so he said, find a few brothers to teach them a lesson and let them go. It's useless to catch them. Do you expect us to provide food for them? Hee, that's true. When they are hungry, let them order from the hotel. It can be considered as generating revenue for the hotel. Xiaozhang nodded and responded. The position of the hotel's security director is still empty. How about this? You can be the deputy director for now. After a while, you can find someone to take over your position as the captain and become the official. Yang Ming recognized Xiao Zhang's performance today, so Yang was not stingy with people who sincerely worked for him. Thank you, Brother Yang. Xiao Zhang didn't expect that he would be so lucky. He was still envious of little Wang this morning. In the blink of an eye, he was also promoted. Perhaps, he was the fastest person to be promoted in history. He was promoted to the deputy director of the hotel's security department after being the security captain for less than a day. As a matter of fact, the deputy director of the security department was one of the company's senior leaders. He usually didn't need to be on duty. He just had to sit in the office. Moreover, the authority was much greater. Not only did he manage the security team, but the hotel's gym, swimming pool, and other places were also managed by the security department. He was much better than the previous security captain. Yang Ming waved his hand. Do a good job. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Xiaozhang quickly expressed his determination. I will work hard and live up to your expectations. Yang Ming nodded. Well, go back to work. I will talk to Bao Sanli about this, but I have to leave now. Brother Yang, take care. Xiaozhang said quickly. Yang Ming signaled that he didn't need to follow and entered the elevator by himself. Looking at Xianxia's reaction and the last few words, it seems that he hasn't given up. Although I gave him some shock today, it was obviously not enough. Xianxia probably won't give up. Yang Ming sighed. Some people just can't look at themselves. They don't know how to act according to their abilities. They just have to do something beyond their abilities. When they regret it, it will be too late. In Yang Ming's opinion, Xianxia was such a person. Although he had already hinted to him not to destroy his future and go against him, Xianxia obviously didn't listen. Instead, he felt that Yang Ming was threatening him, and he was even more unconvinced. As a result, it was foreseeable that Xianxia would do something else. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you are still stubborn, then I have no other way. Yang Ming said to himself, I let you go this time because Uncle Chen also came from the Chen family village. Next time, I won't be merciful. I hope you know what you're doing and can pull yourself back from the brink. Yang Ming came out of the elevator and nodded to Manager Lu in the lobby. Then, he quickly left the hotel. He walked into the parking lot and just got in the car when the phone rang. It was Sun Jia. Hello, little Jia. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I'm done with class. What happened before? Asked Sun Jia. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I'm back from outside. I'm now in Songjiang. When I called you just now, I was at school. I wanted to ask if you have time to have lunch together, said Yang Ming. Lunch? I'm afraid I can't make it at noon. I already have an appointment with someone, said Sun Jia apologetically. An appointment with someone? Is it Qing Qing? Yang Ming asked with a smile, if it's Qing Qing, then let's eat together. There is indeed Sister Qing Qing, but there is also a classmate from our graduate class. She has a good relationship with me and Sister Xiaoqing. Sun Jia said, we have already agreed to eat together at noon. If you come, it's not very good, right? If she sees something, how embarrassing would that be? If that's the case, then forget it. Let's do it another day. Yang Ming said with some regret. Let's do it at night. I'm free at night. I'll ask Sister Xiaoqing again if it's okay. Sun Jia thought about it and said. Well, let's contact by phone then. Yang Ming hadn't been intimate with Sun Jia for a long time. Thinking of Xianxia's figure, Yang Ming couldn't help but swallow. Especially when he thought of Xianxia and Xiaoqing together, he was even more restless. Hee, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Xianxia seemed to feel that Yang Ming's mood wasn't right, so she asked. It's nothing. I'm preparing to drive. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. If it's nothing, then I'll hang up first. My classmate is coming over. Xianxia said to Yang Ming with a smile. Okay, I'll contact you. Yang Ming heard someone calling Xianxia's name on the other side of the phone, so he said. However, the voice calling Xianxia's name on the other side seemed to be familiar. It seemed that he had heard it somewhere before. However, it wasn't very clear through the phone, especially since it wasn't said directly to the phone, but it came from a distance. Yang Ming recalled it slightly. He didn't think of anything, so he didn't take it seriously. After getting in the car, Yang Ming drove in the direction of the university. Yang Ming planned to find Zhang Ben and Tian Donghua to have a meal together at noon. He hadn't seen these two brothers for a long time. Zhang Ben, where are you? Yang Ming drove and called Zhang Ben. D***MN, bro, it's really you. Zhang Ben suddenly shouted, I thought you disappeared a while ago. If I didn't see sister-in-law Meng Yan and know that you went out of town, I would have thought that you were taken away by aliens. You kid, you're not serious. Yang Ming listened to Zhang Ben's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have something to do, so I went out for a while. Haha, I'm just saying it casually. Zhang Ben said with a smile, bro, I'm at the university. Why? What's the matter? Do you have something to do in a while? Let's have a meal together, asked Yang Ming. D***MN, what do you mean by do you have time? Bro has an appointment. No matter how important it is, I have to postpone it. Wait for me to give Cici a call. The two of us will definitely eat you up at noon. Zhang Bing said. And then you wait for me. I will be at the university in a while. Yang Ming said. Okay, wait for me to go to the toilet first and empty my stomach. Zhang Ben screamed. Yang Ming was helpless. My good brother is always such a clown. He has been like this since high school. Yang Ming hung up the phone call with Zhang Ben and dialed Tian Donghua's phone again. Bro? You finally remember me? Tian Donghua's resentful voice came from the phone. However, the way he addressed Yang Ming was the same as Zhang Ben. What do you mean by finally remembering you? Yang Ming sweated a little. You ignored me for so long. I thought you were going to abandon me. Tian Donghua sighed like a resentful woman. I went out a while ago. Yang Ming had no choice but to repeat what he just said to Zhang Ben to Tian Donghua. I had something to do. I just came back. Haha, I just said it casually. Tian Donghua's words were the same as Zhang Ben's. I'm just bored because the pressure at work is too great. Pressure at work? Yang Ming was stunned. I have started to learn and deal with the affairs of the Hongjun group. Tian Donghua said, otherwise, Uncle Sun can't handle it alone. It's too tiring every day. You are in Donghai now? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Yeah, I have been here for more than a week. Tian Donghua said, although I am very busy every day, it is very fulfilling. So you are in Donghai. I thought you were in Songjiang. Yang Ming said helplessly, I wanted to have lunch with you. Now it seems impossible. Lunch, forget it. It will take me more than an hour to drive back. I still have to drive fast. Tian Donghua said, if I take the old road, it will take more than 3 hours. Next time there is a chance. You don't have to come back. Yang Ming said with a smile, that's fine. You go ahead. Hee, bro, come and see your brother when you are free. I'm exhausted. Tian Donghua was now in pain and happy. Although he was tired every day, this feeling of fulfillment made him very satisfied. Yang Ming shook his head and hung up the phone. Sun Jia, here. Jiaoying waved to Sun Jia, who was talking on the phone. Okay, I got it. Sun Jia said a few words to Yang Ming on the other side of the phone and hung up the phone. Jiaoying, why are you so late? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xianxia walked in the direction of Xiaoying. I came out a long time ago, but I couldn't bear to disturb you when you were talking on the phone so intimately. Xiaoying joked, who is it? Could it be her boyfriend? Hee hee. Xianxia smiled noncommittally. Sister Xiaoqing hasn't come yet? Sister Xiaoqing is very busy. She said that she won't be coming. Xiaoying shook her head. She seems to be busy with a project. I know. That wireless network protocol project. Xianxia nodded. Then let's eat together. Don't worry about her. Sister Xianxia, what do you want to eat? Asked Xiaoying. Just the two of us. Feel free. We can go to the school cafeteria. I haven't eaten there for a long time. Xianxia said after thinking about it. Then let's go to the cafeteria. Xiaoying nodded. Xianxia, Xiaoying. What a coincidence. Xianxia and Xiaoying were talking when a handsome young man walked towards them. It was Xianxia, their graduate student in the computer science class. Hee hee. Yeah, what a coincidence. Xianxia was much more generous than Xiaoying. When she saw Xianxia coming over to strike up a conversation, she immediately replied. She especially emphasized the words, what a coincidence. Xianxia naturally heard the sarcasm in Xianxia's words, and he suddenly looked a little embarrassed. To be honest, he had a good impression of both Xianxia and Xiaoying, but he liked Xianxia more. There was no other reason. It was just that Xianxia's figure was too hot, especially her huge breasts. This made Xianxia always fantasized about Xianxia. As for Xiaoying, although she was not inferior to Xianxia in terms of appearance, her figure was slightly worse than Xianxia's. However, Xiaoying was more well-proportioned, and Xianxia was more like a cow. After seeing Xianxia's craftiness a few times, Xianxia knew that Xianxia was not a simple woman. She was not so easy to fool and pursue, so Xianxia still rationally targeted Xiaoying. In contrast, Xiaoying was much more pure and shy. Especially since Xianxia had studied women's physiological conditions for a period of time, he could see that Xianxia was no longer a virgin, but Xiaoying was. Therefore, Xianxia targeted Xiaoying even more. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Why don't we go together? Xianxia pretended not to hear the implied meaning in Xianxia's words and invited, find a restaurant, my treat. No need, we'll eat in the cafeteria. Xianxia shook her head and rejected Xianxia's kindness. Don't be in a hurry to reject. Xiaoying hasn't said anything yet, right? Since Xianxia had already chosen a target, he did not care much about Xianxia's thoughts and directly objected. I eat in the cafeteria with Xianxia. Xiaoying had to speak at this time. Although she hated Xianxia would definitely chatter endlessly if she did not express her opinion at this time. Xianxia was even more embarrassed. Then let's eat in the cafeteria. I also eat in the cafeteria. Do as you wish. Xianxia glanced at him and sighed that there was really someone who was not afraid of death. If Yang Ming saw him pestering her, it would be good if he did not beat him until his grandma could not recognize him. So, Xianxia and Xiaoying walked in front while Xianxia walked behind them. It was a very strange situation. Why is he so irritating? Zhao. She was his target. Was he? Xianxia was? In the end, Yang Ming helped him. Him? His target is you, Xiaoying. I was just implicated. Xianxia shrugged. However, Xiaoying, you don't have a boyfriend. You might as well consider it. I heard that he opened a company outside of school. The scale is around a few million. He has an annual income of hundreds of thousands. Then why didn't you consider Xianxia? Xiaoying shook her head. Don't I have a boyfriend? You heard it when we were on the phone just now. Xianxia said, as for you, I didn't see any intimate actions between you and any boy. Me? AI. Xiaoying sighed. Didn't I tell you before? I like a boy, but, me and him. Forget it, I won't say it. What's wrong? Why don't you say it? Xianxia was a little curious when she heard Xiaoying's words. This was the first time that Xiaoying talked to her about feelings. In the past, Xiaoying always avoided talking about this topic. Today, Jiaoying revealed some of her inner thoughts. Nothing. Jiaoying shook her head. Let's talk about it later. The person behind me is very annoying. With him around, how can I talk about other things? We will get rid of him when we reach the cafeteria. Xianxia frowned. She didn't have any good way to deal with people like Xianxia. He was like a gum that couldn't be gotten rid of. Jiaoying nodded. Both of them quickened their pace at the same time and walked toward the cafeteria. Behind them, Xianxia didn't know why the two of them quickened their pace, but he also quickened his pace and chased after them. After entering the cafeteria, Xianxia found a table for two and sat down first. This way, she could avoid Xianxia sitting next to them shamelessly. Sure enough, Xianxia frowned when he saw Xianxia choose a table for two. This damn woman, I am pursuing Jiaoying, not you. Why are you following me? If it weren't for your beauty and good figure, I would have scolded you. Xianxia was unhappy, so he could only sit at the table next to Jiaoying. Although they were more than a meter apart, at least they were close enough to look at each other. I'll reserve a seat here. Are you going to get the food? Xianxia looked at Xianxia who followed her and asked. It's better for you to go. I'm afraid that I can't handle it when he comes up to pay for me. Jiaoying said worriedly. Well, you stay here. I'll go buy it. Xianxia said and was ready to stand up. What do you want to eat? Alfalfa, persimmons, and a small portion of rice. Said Jiaoying. Is it that simple? Xianxia asked puzzledly when she heard that Jiaoying only ate so little. I can't eat too much for lunch. Jiaoying shrugged and lowered her voice. Who can eat when there is a fly watching them? Hee, okay. Xianxia couldn't help but smile when she heard Jiaoying describe Xianxia as a fly. Xianxia turned around to buy something. Xianxia hesitated, stood up, and followed her. Although he also wanted to talk to Jiaoying here, he hadn't bought anything yet. It would be a dream if he wanted Xianxia to buy something for him. Xianxia, wait for me. Let's go together, Xianxia shouted to Xianxia. Xianxia ignored Xianxia and pretended not to hear him. Xianxia was originally the little princess of Donghai who was not afraid of anything. Now that she had Yangming, no one dared to provoke her in Songjiang. Naturally, she would not give Xianxia any face. Xianxia. Xianxia quickly sped up and caught up with her while panting, wait for me. Why didn't you hear me? Oh, the cafeteria is too noisy. Naturally, I didn't hear you, Xianxia replied helplessly when she saw Xianxia catching up. In the current situation, Xianxia naturally couldn't ignore him. After all, they were still classmates. There was no need to make their relationship too bad. Xianxia, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Xianxia said heroically, I'm a man. This cafeteria is too crowded. It won't be easy for you girls to squeeze in. No need. I'll buy it myself, Xianxia refused coldly, moreover, there aren't many people now. Xianxia laughed dryly. Seeing that Xianxia refused him, he had to follow behind. 2 sets of alfalfa persimmons. Xianxia walked to the fast food window and said to the chef inside, 2 more boxes of rice. Okay. The chef was a pervert. Seeing Xianxia's beauty and hot figure, he scooped 2 big spoons. The food on the plate almost popped out. Then, he handed it to Xianxia with a smile, student, please take it. Thank you. Xianxia smiled sweetly at the chef. She took the plate and turned away. You're welcome. The chef looked at Xianxia's graceful figure as she left, and his face showed a lecherous expression. I also want an alfalfa persimmon and a box of rice. When Xianxia saw Xianxia leave, he didn't choose other dishes, so he asked for the exact same dish. He thought that if he ate the same dish as them, he might be able to gain their favor. The waiter was admiring Xianxia's graceful back when he was suddenly interrupted by Xianxia. He frowned and said, What are you shouting for? I heard you. Xianxia didn't know how he had offended this great master. He was baffled. Just now, he was fine. When he faced Xianxia, he was still smiling. How come when it came to me, he frowned? However, Xianxia was too lazy to talk to the chef. He swiped his card and waited for the chef to serve him the dishes. The chef was very upset that Xianxia interrupted him from looking at the beauty. So, when he served the dishes, he deliberately served less. Not to mention that it was not as much as Xianxia, but it was even less than the normal amount. You gave her so much, why did you give me so little? Xianxia was a little unhappy when he saw the dish handed over by the chef. He was a man. This little bit was not enough for him. It would be fine if it was just a little bit less, but this is too little, isn't it? What's less? How much is a pound of persimmons now? How much is a pound of eggs now? Do you want it? If not, I'll go back. When the chef heard that Xianxia was still being picky, he was even more dissatisfied. He raised his eyebrows and was about to put the dish back into the bowl. Okay, then you get me another dish. Xianxia saw that the chef was angry and was too lazy to argue with him. He still had time to pick up girls. How could he have time to argue with him? Isn't it just a dish? It was 3 to 5 yuan. Xianxia was not short of money. The chef scooped a small spoonful of alfalfa persimmons into the plate, then handed it to Xianxia and said, "Okay, I got you another dish." As Xianxia spoke, he swiped his meal card again. This? Xianxia was really going to go berserk this time. Isn't this too little? 2 servings is less than 1 serving for Xianxia. What the hell is this? What is this? Are you going to take it or not? The chef saw that Xianxia did not take the plate, so he rolled his eyes and asked. Aren't you bullying me? Are you giving me 2 servings? Xianxia was considered a celebrity on campus. He had a company outside of campus. He was quite awesome wherever he went. When had he ever been bullied like this? If I say so, then so be it. The chef snorted and was a little impatient. I say, how can a man like you be so wishy-washy? Did you see how straightforward that little girl was? She didn't even say a word of nonsense, but you were super wishy-washy like a woman. Look at how glossy your clothes are. Don't tell me they're all fake and imitations? Xianxia wanted to curse. If he was not afraid that Zhaoying would see him like this, he would definitely not let it go. He suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to take the plate and forget about it, an accident happened. Master, give me a plate of alfalfa persimmons. A girl walked over, said to the chef, and swiped her card. Okay. The chef nodded, scooped another spoonful of food on Xianxia's plate, and handed it to the girl. For you. Thank you. The girl smiled sweetly and left with the plate. Xianxia's face immediately darkened. It was fine that Xianxia bought a lot before, but the girl after that also bought so much. Moreover, there was an extra spoonful of food on his plate of 2 servings. How could Xianxia endure this? What do you mean? Xianxia was furious. Nothing. Do you want it? If not, give me your meal card. I will refund you. The chef said without looking up. Yes. Give me 3 servings of alfalfa persimmons and 2 boxes of rice. Xianxia endured it. This time, he asked for 3 servings and swiped his card again. The chef scooped 3 spoonfuls of food and handed them to Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this, he almost went crazy again. This time, the 3 servings were almost the same as the previous 2 servings. It seemed to be less. Give me 2 more servings of alfalfa persimmons. Xianxia thought, since I have endured it, I will continue to endure it. But you fat man, remember this. I will kill you if I have the chance. The chef scooped 2 more spoonfuls. This time, these 5 servings of food were barely the same as Xianxia's and the girls. This made Xianxia feel like he was cheated. However, in this case, Xianxia could only accept it. There was no other way. Xianxia glared at the chef, carried the plate and rice, and walked towards Xianxia and Zhaoying. Idiot! The chef curled his lips and scolded. Xianxia heard it clearly. He staggered and almost dropped the plate in his hand. He thought, I gave him so much money, and he still scolded me for being an idiot. What kind of world is this? However, Fan Jinja was anxious to talk to Xiaoying, so he didn't bother with the master anymore. This gigolo is so cowardly. He is messing with him, but he doesn't have any courage. He really has no guts. The chef shook his head. Fan Jinja already hated this chef to death. He thought, when I don't pick up girls next time, I will teach you a lesson. N? Fan Jinja walked to Xianxia and Xiaoying, but found that the table and chair next to them had been occupied by a man and a woman. They should be a couple. Fan Jinja frowned and thought, there are so many seats. In this cafeteria. Why did you have to sit here? Aren't you creating trouble for me? Putting the plate and rice on the table, Fan Jinja said to the couple, can you change your seats? This is my seat. Your seat? The girl raised her head in confusion and looked at Fan Jinja, this is your seat? Why didn't I know? I sit here basically every day. When did this place become yours? I took the seat before. Fan Jinja explained patiently, I was sitting here before I went to get the food. That's funny. So it's yours just because you took the seat before? The girl was amused, then I said that I took the seat yesterday. I took the seat the day before yesterday. Is it still mine today? Classmate, can you change your seat? It's the same if you sit over there. Fan Jinja said while suppressing his anger. Why should I change my seat over there? Why don't you change your seat? Isn't it the same if you sit over there? The girl retorted. You are being unreasonable. Fan Jinja did not expect to be so unlucky today. First, he was tricked by the chef who served the dishes, then his seat was taken by someone else. The person who took the seat was still being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Watch your words. Can you do it or not? This is a public cafeteria. Are you brainless? The girl frowned, it's only because of my current temper. If it was in the past, humph. So what if it was in the past? Are you threatening me? Fan Jinja was threatened by a girl in front of Xianxia and Xiaoying. He suddenly felt embarrassed, why don't you find out who I am? I, Fan Jinja, am also famous in the school. F*ck your mother, are you done yet? The boy opposite the girl was really annoyed by Fan Jinja's nagging. He picked up the alfalfa persimmon on Fan Jinja's table and smashed it directly on Fan Jinja's face, get out of here if you don't want to die. This boy was naturally Bai Hai who came to the school to visit Xianxia. The girl was naturally Xianxia. The two of them finally had a meal in the school cafeteria and experienced the beauty of university life, but it was ruined by Fan Jinja. How could Bai Hai just let it go? Originally, Bai Hai did not want to cause trouble, but this Fan Jinja did not know what was good for him. In the end, he even bragged about how famous he was. Bai Hai could not help but give him a slap in the face with a plate. A plate of hot dishes was splashed all over Fan Jinja. His eyes and nose were full of vegetable soup. Fan Jinja was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the boy sitting here would actually make a move without any warning. In an instant, he was in trouble. Wasn't this too fast? You. Fan Jinja pointed at Bai Hai. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Who are you? If you have the guts to leave your name, I, Fan Jinja, will remember what happened today. I'm Bai Hai. Bai Hai said, but I don't study here. If you want to take revenge on me, you can look for Jin Gang first. He can find me. Li Jin Gang was an excellent student in the school's physical education department. He was strong and good at fighting. He was famous in the school. Fan Jinja naturally heard of Li Jin Gang's name. He even had a meal with Jin Gang through a friend. Fan Jinja's expression immediately changed when he heard Li Jin Gang's name. Since Bai Hai knew Li Jin Gang and said it so casually, the two must have a close relationship. Otherwise, everyone would call Li Jin Gang brotherly. At this moment, Fan Jinja was in a dilemma. How could he dare to offend Li Jin Gang? In this school, there were probably only a few people who were not afraid of Jin Gang. If it was a normal day, Fan Jinja would just say a few words and this matter would be over. He would not pursue it further. But today was different. Xianxia and Xiaoying were watching. If he gave in, wouldn't Xiaoying and Xianxia laugh at him? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja gritted his teeth, what Li Jin Gang? I don't know him. don't say those useless things. You must apologize to me today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. What if I don't apologize? Bai Hai suddenly laughed after hearing it. Let's not talk about how you are looking for trouble. Even if I take the initiative to look for trouble with you, you have to accept it. Let's see what you can do to me today. Fan Xianxia did not expect Bai Hai to be so tough. He really could not do anything for a while. After all, when it came to fighting, he knew that he was definitely not a match for the strong Bai Hai. I will count to 3. Get lost. Bai Hai frowned. 1, 2. Fan Xianxia's face had turned into a purple eggplant. He felt that he had been humiliated, but he did not dare to resist. Zhaoying, let's go. We won't eat here, Sun Jia said to Zhaoying, feeling a little disgusted when she saw Fan Xianxia on the side. Okay, let's go. Zhaoying also nodded. She picked up the plate in her hand, stood up, and found another seat with Sun Jia, far away from Fan Xianxia. When Fan Xianxia saw that Sun Jia and Zhaoying had left, it was meaningless for him to pretend to be the big brother here. So, he quickly said before Bai Hai said 3, I'll go. I'll go now. After that, Fan Xianxia left Bai Hai's table dejectedly. Sun Jia and Zhaoying were now sitting in the crowd. There were more and more people in the cafeteria. There were already people around them. It was probably impossible for Fan Xianxia to squeeze in. After experiencing the incident with Bai Hai, he did not dare to simply grab other people's seats. Moreover, even if there were seats, Fan Xianxia would only increase Zhaoying and Sun Jia's disgust if he went there now. Fan Xianxia stomped his feet and walked out of the cafeteria bitterly. He thought, why am I so unlucky today? I must look at the calendar before going out in the future. Then Fan Xianxia met a powerful person. Sun Jia shrugged and smiled. The 2 people over there helped you solve a big problem. He asked for it. He can't blame others. Who asked him to be so overbearing first? Zhaoying had no sympathy for Fan Xianxia. Hee, okay, now that there are no outsiders around, you can tell me about your relationship, right? Sun Jia asked very nosily. Zhaoying was suddenly embarrassed. She didn't expect Sun Jia to still remember this matter. However, she had already promised Sun Jia before, so it was not good to refuse at this time. She could only say, okay, then I'll tell you. But, you can't tell others. Don't worry, I won't tell others, Sun Jia quickly promised. Actually, how do I put it? Zhaoying sighed with some self-reproach. I do have a person I like, but he likes someone else. Sun Jia nodded. Regarding this, Zhaoying vaguely mentioned it before, but it was not very detailed. You mean, he has a girlfriend, right? Zhaoying saw that Sun Jia understood what she meant, so she nodded quickly. Then, does he like you? Asked Sun Jia. Zhaoying blushed and lowered her head. She said in a very low voice, he should like me. Oh, I know. What you are struggling with is that he has a girlfriend, but he likes you. You like him, but because of his girlfriend, you can't be with him. Sun Jia nodded and said, is that so? Probably. Zhaoying said with a red face. Then, does he like his current girlfriend? Sun Jia asked again, that is to say, do you have the confidence to let him break up with his girlfriend and be with you? Or, do you know why he is with his current girlfriend? Is it out of a sense of responsibility, or something else? Break up? Zhaoying smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm afraid it's impossible. He also likes his girlfriend very much, and he doesn't only have one girlfriend. So strong. Sun Jia frowned and couldn't help but think of Yang Ming. I seem to have told you last time. Zhaoying saw that Sun Jia's reaction was not big, and it was a bit strange. Most people would be more or less surprised when they heard this relatively shocking thing. It seems that you have said it before, right? Sun Jia couldn't remember whether Zhaoying said it or not. However, such a man, you have to consider it. If you decide to choose, don't regret it. If you feel that you can't accept it, then don't continue to develop before you are together. I have decided. I won't regret it. Zhaoying nodded firmly. However, after that, she felt a little embarrassed. she was so shy that she blushed. I really don't know what to say to you. Since you have decided, why aren't you together yet? Xianxia nodded helplessly. Why does Xiaoying have the same fate as me? Could it be that beautiful women can't escape this fate? Or are there really too few excellent men? However, since Xianxia and Yang Ming were together, naturally, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Xiaoying having a similar situation as herself. I used to be his teacher. Zhao Ying's words were shocking. Moreover, I was also his girlfriend's teacher. Although I'm not now, his girlfriend's concept can't be changed in a short time. She shouldn't accept me. You're his teacher? Xianxia opened her mouth and felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Why does it sound more and more like Yang Ming and Xiaoqing? It was just that Xianxia didn't say it out loud. Yeah. I used to be. I was his high school teacher. Zhaoying nodded. Oh my god. Xianxia was a little dizzy. He is so much younger than you. This is too similar to the relationship between myself, Xiaoqing, and Yang Ming. Xianxia really had a feeling of a bosom friend. He's not too young. Zhaoying was a little embarrassed, but since the words had already been said, she naturally let go of her shyness. I also resigned because of him, and then I was admitted to our school as a graduate student. You don't want to tell me that he is a student of our school, right? Xianxia really wanted to say that in the world, there really was such a thing as if there is a similarity, it is purely a coincidence. Zhaoying nodded. Okay, I won't say it. If I say it again, you will get me to say it. Even if you say it again, I don't know him. Xianxia shook her head helplessly. How long have I stayed in school? Except for a few graduate students, how can I know anyone else? That's also true, but, I really don't know what to do now. Zhaoying sighed. On the one hand, I really want to be with him. On the other hand, every time I make a decision and take the initiative, something like this always happens, interrupting the matter. Then, I don't have the courage. Isn't this very confusing and unlucky? Oh my god. Xianxia listened to Zhaoying's rough love history and was somewhat speechless. Since he likes you, why didn't he take the initiative to chase you? Chase? I did chase him. Zhaoying sighed. But when he chased me, I retreated. I really don't know what to say about you. A girl like you is really the best. How can you have such a messy relationship like yours? Xianxia shook her head angrily. You belong to the group of people who don't lead but fight back. What is that? Zhaoying blinked her eyes and was somewhat baffled. Donkey, said Xianxia. Zhaoying was slightly stunned and suddenly complained, You dare to say that I am a donkey? I will ignore you. It's just a joke. Xianxia smiled. It's just a metaphor. How about this? When you and your little boyfriend go on a date, call me, and I will help you. This kind of thing is actually very simple. Both of you love each other, and there is nothing more than a window paper in between. That isn't very good, right? Zhaoying hesitated, but there was some expectation in her heart. If Xianxia could really help her to break the window paper, it would be a good thing. What's not good about it? Xianxia said, If you think that only I am more awkward, then I will call my boyfriend. Then, we will be more open with 2 men and 2 women. That works too. Zhaoying thought about it and agreed. Then, I will trouble you. What trouble? Isn't this a piece of cake? Xianxia smiled. Why don't we do it tonight? It just so happens that I am going out for dinner with my boyfriend tonight. You can also call your student. Stop it. What student? He is not a student for a long time. We are now classmates. Zhaoying corrected. Okay. A student is a student. Xianxia smiled. The 2 people talked and laughed for a while, then they left the cafeteria and went to their respective classrooms. Yang Ming looked at the slowing traffic in front of him and frowned. There should be an accident in front. There was no barrier in the middle of this road, and it was relatively narrow. Only 2 cars could pass each other on the left and right. If a car wanted to rush or overtake, it was easy to have an accident. Yang Ming struggled to get to a place a distance away from the accident scene. He was a little bored, so he used his special ability to look in the direction of the accident. At first glance, he couldn't help but be happy. He actually saw an acquaintance. Qin Xiaolong was standing in front of a brand new red BMW 3 Series without a license plate at the moment. He yelled at a taxi driver, "Do you know what kind of car this is?" "BMW. Why don't you give in to me with your broken Jetta? Do you know how to drive?" It was no wonder that Qin Xiaolong was angry. He had just taken out a brand new red BMW 3 Series sedan from the BMW 4S shop. He was going to show it off in front of Chen Mingyan, and then give the car to Chen Mingyan to win a good impression. He didn't believe that Chen Mingyan didn't like famous cars. When the time came, he was not afraid that Chen Mingyan would not be tempted. He had already made an appointment with his father, Xianxia. The two of them would work together. Xianxia would start from Yang Ming's side, and Qin Xiaolong would start from Chen Mingyan's side. However, it was almost 12 o'clock when he finished picking up the car. Qin Xiaolong was a little anxious. The lunch break was about to end. He didn't know if Chen Mingyan had classes in the afternoon. It would be F***ked if he couldn't see Chen Mingyan. Therefore, Qin Xiaolong had to hurry and overtake all the cars. However, when he was changing lanes to overtake the cars in the opposite direction, he was suddenly hit by a Jetta taxi from the opposite direction. Although both cars braked at the same time, it was still too late. In the end, they collided. "Obviously, you were the one who was going in the opposite direction. How can you blame me?" The taxi driver was a little aggrieved. However, looking at Qin Xiaolong's arrogant appearance, there was no doubt that he was a second generation. The taxi driver couldn't afford to provoke such a person. "Besides, if you hit me, just solve it." "Why are you yelling?" "Yelling? I want to scold you too. Do you know that you've ruined my plans?" Qin Xiaolong said with a frown, "I'm in a hurry to see my girlfriend." "You F***king hit my car. F***ck your grandpa." The taxi driver frowned, "Why are you scolding me? The responsibility of this accident is clearly yours. Are you being reasonable?" "Scold you? Just because my car is a BMW, which is better than yours, I'll scold you," Qin Xiaolong said arrogantly. After saying that, he added, "What? You don't accept it? If your car is better than mine, then you can scold me too. You're too unreasonable. Even if your car is a good car, you don't have to be like this, right?" The taxi driver was very angry. "Even if you have money, you can't bully people like this, right? So what if I bully you? It's good that I didn't hit you." Qin Xiaolong snorted coldly, "Let me tell you, you're too lucky today. My two bodyguards didn't follow me. Otherwise, they would have beaten you up so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you." "You." The taxi driver had never seen such an arrogant young man. It was clearly his responsibility to hit others, but he still had such words. "Call the police. When the police come, we'll know who's responsible." "Hey, whatever. Isn't it just repairing a car? How much is this broken car of yours? I'll just buy you a new one." Qin Xiaolong said proudly, "If you continue to dawdle, I'll smash the car for you." When the taxi driver heard Qin Xiaolong's words, he was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. However, when Yang Ming saw the appearance of the taxi driver, he couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he took a closer look, he realized that it was actually an acquaintance. Here, he was actually able to see two acquaintances, which surprised Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and parked the car at the temporary parking line on the side of the road. Then, he took out a large wrench from the trunk and walked in Qin Xiaolong's direction. Qin Xiaolong was in a rage with the taxi driver, so he naturally did not see Yang Ming coming over. When Yang Ming walked in front of him, Qin Xiaolong still did not notice because he was already surrounded by onlookers. He did not care and continued to slap the hood of the Jetta taxi while pointing at the taxi driver and shouting, "Look, look, your broken car is still an old model of Jetta. How can it be compared to my BMW? If you were a Mercedes-Benz, even if it was an Audi, I wouldn't say anything if you hit me. The key is that your car is too broken. You don't even know how to drive. If I were you, I would feel inferior." The taxi driver stood there, helplessly with a bitter smile on his face. He could only wait for the traffic police and the insurance company to deal with the problem. He did not answer because he knew that a second generation like Xianxia was very arrogant. Even if he answered, it would be useless. On the contrary, it would make him scold him even more fiercely. The taxi driver thought that he might as well not speak. After scolding for a while, he would shut up when he was tired. But who knew that when Xianxia saw that the taxi driver did not speak, he scolded even more fiercely. Do you have F***king eyes? Let me tell you, not to mention that my car hit your car, even if I smash your car, I will compensate you with a new one. But can you afford my time? I am a person of status. I am very nervous every minute. How can a small figure like you compare to me? Clang. With a loud sound, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Yang Ming smashed the glass of Xianxia's BMW with a wrench. The windshield, which had not been covered with an explosion-proof film, was immediately smashed into pieces. Xianxia heard the loud sound and immediately turned around, only to see Yang Ming holding a wrench and looking at him with a smirk. Xianxia was about to go crazy. Wasn't he called by his father? How could he still appear here? Isn't this 2F** Get up? You Yang Ming, what are you going to do? Xianxia's car was just bought and was hit by a taxi. Although it was not very serious, it already made his heart ache. Now that Yang Ming directly smashed the windshield, Xianxia's heart was bleeding. My car, this is the car that I used to chase Chen Mingyan. However, Xianxia's words, Xianxia's car. He did not dare to scold his mother like he did to the taxi driver. He did not dare to provoke his of the situation. But Yang Ming? The taxi driver was Sun Quan. Yang Ming met the taxi driver when he was in high school. He sent Yang Ming and Zhaoying home. He also sent Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan home. After that, Yang Ming had his own car, so he did not need to take Sun Quan's car anymore. In addition, Yang Ming was getting busier and busier. He had no time to do other things, so he did not contact Sun Quan for a long time. However, he did not expect to meet Sun Quan here. Sun Quan was obviously very surprised as well. He had a deep friendship with Yang Ming before, but they gradually drifted apart. He thought that it was because Yang Ming went to university, so he disdained to be with them. He did not take it too seriously. Occasionally, he would think of the past and feel a little emotional. At this time, he suddenly met Yang Ming again, and Yang Ming obviously came to help him. This made Sun Quan very moved. It seemed that Yang Ming did not forget him. This kid is an idiot. There is a problem with his IQ. He is like his father. His family has some money, so he doesn't know how to show off. Yang Ming pointed at Xianxia and said to Sun Quan. Heh. Sun Quan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yang Ming's words. He felt very comfortable when he heard Yang Ming scolding Xianxia. After all, he had been scolded by Xianxia for a while, so he had a stomach full of anger. When Xianxia heard Yang Ming calling him an idiot, although he was angry, he did not dare to say anything. Yang Ming dared to go against 7th grandfather Chen in front of all the guests of the Chen family village. Xianxia was not as ruthless as Yang Ming. Yang Ming, why did you smash my car? Xianxia asked while holding his breath. Oh, nothing. I want to do it. Yang Ming shrugged. You. Xianxia really felt like Sun Quan at this moment. He dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. It was really too cowardly. Didn't you say it? My car is better than yours, so I can hit your car and smash your car. Didn't you say this? Yang Ming patted the wrench in his hand and looked at the crowd with a smile. He said this, right? Everyone heard it, right? These onlookers were angry at Xianxia's behavior before, but they didn't dare to say anything. Now that a strong person suddenly appeared and extinguished Xianxia's anger, these people were naturally very happy and clapped their hands in their hearts. At this time, when they heard Yang Ming's question, although they were not willing to offend Xianxia, Yang Ming was stronger. Especially when they saw the big wrench in Yang Ming's hand, they could only agree and say, yes, he said it. Once someone spoke first, the others did not care. They all said, yes, that's right. He said that as long as the car is better than his, it doesn't matter even if his car is smashed. Chen Xiaolong's face turned green. He did not expect that the people who did not say anything and looked like they were watching the show would now support Yang Ming. However, Chen Xiaolong was not stupid. At this time, Yang Ming was strong. Of course, everyone supported Yang Ming. He did not want to cause public anger and be beaten up by a group of people. Well, even if I said this, where is your car? Do you have a car? Chen Xiaolong asked with a sullen face, don't tell me that you have a bicycle? You will know soon whether I have one or not. Yang Ming said faintly, since you really want to know whether I have a car or not, then I will fulfill your wish. After that, Yang Ming turned and left, then walked to his car. The onlookers didn't think much of it. When they saw Yang Ming walking towards a BMW X5, they had a look of understanding on their faces. In their opinion, since Yang Ming dared to go against Chen Xiaolong, he must be more powerful than Chen Xiaolong. However, Chen Xiaolong's face was gloomy. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He did not believe that Yang Ming had any car that was more high-end than his, so he asked like this before. But when he saw Yang Ming actually walking to a BMW X5, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. As for Sun Quan, although he was a little surprised, it was not too much. He had already seen that Yang Ming was extraordinary. He would be successful in the future, so he did not have any special feelings about Yang Ming having his own car. Under Chen Xiaolong's disbelief, he still saw Yang Ming open the door of the BMW with the remote control. Chen Xiaolong's face became extremely ugly. Indeed, he said before that if the car was better than his, he could even smash his car. But that was only for Sun Quan. It was based on the premise that Sun Quan's car was worse than his car, so he dared to say such nonsense. Moreover, he did not think that anyone would stand up for Sun Quan at this time. After all, it was not related to them. Who would help Sun Quan and lead the trouble to themselves? However, he never dreamed that he would actually meet Yang Ming here so coincidentally, and Yang Ming really interfered. Originally, he just thought that Yang Ming had a conflict with him, so he took the opportunity to retaliate against him. So, he used words to pressure him and told him that he said that he could only smash the car if the car was better than his. He, Yang Ming, did not have a car, so he should leave as soon as possible. Therefore, he asked before in order to let this evil star get out of here quickly and not get involved here. However, he did not expect that Yang Ming actually drove a BMW X5. Although it was also a BMW, the difference between the two was too big. One was at the level of 300,000 yuan, and the other was at the level of 1 million yuan. Even people who did not understand cars could tell the difference between the two. Yang Ming started the car and drove straight to Chen Xiaolong's side. Then, he directly hit the other side of Chen Xiaolong's car. Initially, only one side was dented by Sun Quan's car. Now, the other side was also hit by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's car had been hit many times, so he didn't care too much. Moreover, Yang Ming just wanted to teach Chen Xiaolong a lesson. You. Yang Ming, you. Chen Xiaolong pointed at Yang Ming, who was sitting in the driver's seat. He said you several times, but he couldn't say why. In the past, he was traumatized by Yang Ming. Moreover, he was especially frightened by Yang Ming's fearless and unscrupulous look yesterday. Chen Xiaolong was sure that if he provoked Yang Ming now, he would definitely be beaten up. Therefore, although he was very angry at the moment, he had a feeling that he could only bite the bullet and swallow his anger. You hit Brother Kuan's car, and I hit your car. This way, we are even. Brother Kuan doesn't need you to compensate. You can repair your car yourself. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong and said. Chen Xiaolong scolded Yang Ming's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. He could only stare at Yang Ming. He wanted to kill Yang Ming with his eyes. Sun Quan didn't expect Chen Xiaolong to repair his car. He couldn't afford to provoke such an arrogant and despotic person. Why couldn't he avoid him? Long before Yang Ming came, he had the idea of retreating. The car wasn't seriously damaged, but it didn't need to be repaired. It was just a piece of paint on the front. Therefore, when he heard Yang Ming say this, his heart was suddenly relieved. Brother Kuan, drive. Let's go. Don't waste time with him. Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan. Okay. Sun Kuan responded and didn't care about Xianxia. He jumped into the car and followed behind Yang Ming's car. They slowly drove away from the scene. Xianxia was unhappy. He looked at the two cars that were far away and spat on the ground. His plan to flirt with Chen Mingyan was ruined. The car was already in such a state. Who was he going to give it to? Even if he gave it away, he couldn't do it. Thinking that Yang Ming's father-in-law, Chen Fei, was the chief of the Songjiang police station, and that he was in the wrong in the first place, it would be useless to call the police. Chen Xiaolong had to admit that he was unlucky and jumped into the car. He was ready to go back to the 4S shop to get the car repaired. Chen Xiaolong reckoned that he was the unluckiest person. He had just picked up the car and had to go back to get it repaired. He hadn't even settled down yet, and such a thing had happened. He was really unlucky. This person bullies the weak and fears the strong. The onlookers saw that Chen Xiaolong was tricked by Yang Ming. He didn't dare to say a word and was ready to escape like a turtle. They all commented. Yeah, this kind of person is like this. I think that evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. You see that he was very arrogant. Now that a more powerful person came, this kid was scared. Another person in the crowd nodded and agreed. I thought that a taxi driver was easy to bully, but I didn't expect him to have a more powerful friend. The other people in the crowd also said, look, this kid is finished in an instant. Yeah. Another person also said, look at this kid's car. It's a BMW 3 Series. I know this car is only around 300,000. His X5 is more than 1 million. Of course, he is scared. Chen Xiaolong listened to the sarcastic words of the crowd outside the car window. A burst of anger surged in his heart. He opened the car door and shouted at the crowd who were making sarcastic remarks, look at your heads. Get the hell out of here. When the crowd saw that Chen Xiaolong was angry, they were stunned. Tisk, what's there to be proud of? Why don't you show off in front of the kid just now? At this time, one of the people in the crowd said, you are just pretending to be a bird in front of us ordinary people. What kind of ability is that? You're right. Once someone took the lead, the others followed, we are just watching you make a fool of yourself. What's wrong with that? Do you want to beat people up? Let me tell you, we are not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then go ahead. Chen Xiaolong saw that everyone was unanimously pointing the spear at him. He glared at the crowd, but he didn't dare to do anything excessive. He got into the car and slammed the door. Then, he clenched his fist and slammed it on the steering wheel. Yang Ming, remember this. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Beep beep. Chen Xiaolong started the car and honked twice to disperse the onlookers. Then, he drove in the direction of the 4S store. Yang Ming parked the car in front of a street food stall seafood restaurant. Sun Kuan also followed Yang Ming to stop the car. To be honest, Sun Kuan's heart was very uneasy now that he met Yang Ming again. At this moment, Yang Ming was obviously not the poor student in the past. Although he felt that Yang Ming was still as kind and cheerful as before, and the way he treated Chen Xiaolong was the same as Yang Ming in the past, Sun Kuan had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Brother Kuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yang Ming got out of the car, locked the car, and said to Sun Kuan behind him. Yang Ming. What are you doing now? Sun Kuan looked at Yang Ming's BMW. He was very clear about Yang Ming's family background. He came from a worker's family. When he bought a laptop, he had to grit his teeth. But now. I made a small fortune. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. You didn't eat at noon, right? Let's go and eat something together. This? Sun Kuan hesitated. After all, he hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. They were a little unfamiliar. Moreover, Yang Ming's current identity was obviously not on the same level as him. Brother Kuan, this is not your character. Yang Ming seemed to see Sun Kuan's concerns and said with a smile, Brother Kuan, you weren't like this before. Okay. Then it's my treat. You helped me out today. I haven't thanked you yet. When Sun Quan heard Yang Ming say this, he no longer hesitated and nodded boldly. Don't. What help? That Chen Xiaolong had a grudge with me. Even if you didn't help, I would still stop the car and teach him a lesson. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, this kid bought a new car. I guess he wants to show it off in front of my girlfriend. He wants to flirt with my girlfriend. How can I let him stay? Your girlfriend? Sun Quan was stunned. He thought, this relationship is really complicated. But in that case, Chen Xiaolong really needs to be taught a lesson. Chen Mengyan. You have seen her before. Yang Ming said with a smile. Sun Quan had seen Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhao Ying, so he knew Yang Ming better. Oh, it's her. Sun Quan nodded. I remember. She's a very good girl. Let's go. It's still my treat. Yang Ming smiled and said, how am I helping you out? This time you have to repair your car yourself. I guess that kid definitely won't repair my car. It's good enough that he won't let me repair his car. Sun Quan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't afford to provoke this kind of person. Let's go in first and find a seat. I will call Chen Mengyan and ask them to come over. Yang Ming said. Okay. Sun Quan nodded and walked into the food stall with Yang Ming. Now he also saw that Yang Ming was still the same Yang Ming as before. He didn't change anything. After the two sat down in the food stall, Yang Ming called Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben, I'm at the Seaside Food Stall Seafood Restaurant on Hongqian Road. You can pick up Mengyan and Jiyun and come here directly. Hongqian Road? Food stall? Zhang Ben was stunned. He thought, why did Yang Ming find a place so far away? It's a few kilometers away from the university. However, he still said, okay, I will pick up the two sisters-in-law, and then come over to find you. Yang Ming hung up the phone and sent a text message to Chen Mengyan, telling her that he wouldn't go to the university. Instead, he asked her and Lin Jiyun to come together in Zhang Ben's car. After doing all this, Yang Ming put down the phone and looked up at Sun Quan. Brother Quan, how have you been? I'm just living casually. Sun Quan smiled bitterly. I'm a taxi driver. What else can I do? Driving a taxi is also good. Isn't the road construction in our city this year? Aren't many people taking taxis when they travel? Yang Ming smiled. That's true, but... it may be my bad luck to meet such a rental company. The fee is too high. I can't afford it. Sun Quan smiled bitterly. My son is going to primary school in the second half of this year. I haven't prepared the school selection fee yet. The fee is high? Isn't your car a buyout? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. It's a buyout. My company's fee is high. My contract expires this year, but the rental company still won't let me go. I want to transfer to another company, but they won't give me a certificate. They forced me to renew the contract. Sun Quan smiled bitterly. There are a lot of unreasonable deposits in the contract. But for a vulnerable group like us, there is really no way. The owner of the rental company is rich and powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Won't let you go when the contract expires? Yang Ming frowned. Which rental company are you from? Dade Elegant Company, said Sun Quan. I haven't heard of it. Yang Ming shook his head. You're not in this industry. You definitely don't know. Sun Quan smiled and said, it's nothing. I can gather enough money, but I don't have the money for my child's school. I'll let him go to the primary school in the school district first. When I have money in the future, I'll transfer to another school. Why won't your company let you go? Did you breach the contract before? Yang Ming nodded and asked. That's not true. It's just that the rental company unilaterally won't let me go. If the person leaves, who will he earn money from? Sun Quan said, there are many people in the company who have the same experience as me. But those who have connections can leave as long as they ask someone to talk to the boss. In that case, I'll accompany you to have a look in the afternoon. Yang Ming thought about it and said. This matter was Sun Quan's. If it were another person, Yang Ming would definitely not care. There were unspoken rules in every industry. Yang Ming was not a hero. If it did not harm the interests of others, Yang Ming would not interfere. Just like some of Bao Sanli's previous industries were also gray areas. Yang Ming just let him gradually end it. He did not force him to do anything. You? Sun Quan was stunned at first, then he immediately realized that the current Yang Ming was different from the past. Maybe he could really solve the problem, so he said, "That's great. If you can really let me transfer to another company, I'm willing to spend some money. Let's go take a look first." Yang Ming waved his hand. Sun Quan nodded. Although he felt that Yang Ming was not the same as before, Yang Ming didn't understand the taxi industry after all. He wasn't sure if he could help. However, Yang Ming's enthusiasm made Sun Quan very moved. Yang Ming and Sun Quan ordered the dishes first and waited for Zhang Ben to come over. Not long after, Zhang Ben, Zhao Sisi, Chen Mengyan, and Lin Jiyun walked into the food stall. Sun Quan saw Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun walking into the food stall together while talking and laughing. He was suddenly stunned. If he remembered correctly, these two women were related to Yang Ming, and they actually walked together at the same time. They even talked and laughed. This made Sun Quan very surprised. Could it be that one of them had given up, and then the two of them became friends? "Bro, what happened to your car? How did you knock off such a big piece of paint?" As soon as Zhang Ben entered the door, he saw Yang Ming and shouted, "There is a taxi next to you." A piece of paint was also knocked off. "Did you crash into each other?" "Brother Quan." Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun had seen Sun Quan together with Yang Ming before. When they saw Sun Quan here, they were a little surprised and greeted him. "Chen Mengyan." "Lin." Sun Quan knew Chen Mengyan, but he couldn't call out Lin Jiyun's name. Yang Ming just happened to ride in Sun Quan's car with Lin Jiyun once. They didn't have much interaction. Even the main storyline of So Pure didn't mention it, so it was normal that Sun Quan couldn't call out Lin Jiyun's name. "Lin Jiyun, my girlfriend." Yang Ming introduced her to Sun Quan. "Girlfriend?" Sun Quan widened his eyes and looked at Chen Mengyan strangely. When he saw that Chen Mengyan didn't have any strange expression on her face, he was even more baffled. This Yang Ming, does he really have two girlfriends, and these two girlfriends can coexist peacefully with each other? Isn't this too magical? "Brother Quan." Lin Jiyun also nodded to Sun Quan in a friendly manner. "Oh. Hello, Lin Jiyun." Although Sun Quan had doubts in his heart, he couldn't ask so much. He could only nod to Lin Jiyun with doubts. "Zhang Ben, my good brother." Yang Ming pulled Zhang Ben over and patted his shoulder. He said to Sun Quan, "I mentioned him to you before, but we didn't have the chance to get together. Brother Quan, I heard bro mention you. When he didn't have a car, he often came to my house in your car." Zhang Ben said with a smile, "This is my girlfriend, Zhao Sisi." "Brother Quan." Zhao Sisi also smiled and nodded to Sun Quan. After a few people sat down, the dishes were almost served. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He first picked up a crab and ate it. Then, everyone started to eat. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had become the leader of this banquet. Everyone looked at Yang Ming's actions. This made Yang Ming somewhat helpless, but there was no way. With the change of identity and status, it was impossible to get back the feelings of the past. Although Sun Quan had somewhat adapted, he was still not as open and unrestrained as before. Because there was still something in the afternoon, everyone didn't drink. After the meal, Yang Ming asked Zhang Ben to send Chen Mengyan and others back to school. He accompanied Sun Quan to his rental company to see if he could solve the problem. "Let's go, Brother Quan. You lead the way in front, and I will follow behind," Yang Ming said to Sun Quan when they were out of the food stall. "Let's go." If Sun Quan was alone, he would never go to the company again. It was because he was very clear about what kind of people the company's boss invited. Last time, he clearly saw one of his peers being beaten out of the door by the people invited by the boss. It could be said that these people were no different from hooligans. They were rude and unreasonable. Sun Quan was frightened by them. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he wouldn't dare to mention the matter of transferring to another company. Sun Quan led the way in front, and Yang Ming followed behind. Soon, they came to a 3-story building with a slightly cheaper location. There was a sign hanging on it. It said, Songjiang City Dade Elegant Taxi Company, Limited. Sun Quan parked the car in front of the building. Yang Ming also parked the car next to him. Yang Ming, it's here. Sun Quan said to Yang Ming, who got off the car. After a while, when you go in, don't be impulsive. The people here are not good people. These people are similar to the underworld. There are a lot of thugs. Let's not have a head-on conflict with them. Thugs? Yang Ming looked at the 3-story building and sneered in his heart. If it was the previous Yang Ming who was a little punk, he might be scared. But now, Yang Ming was a person who could even destroy the Golden Hawk Gang's headquarters. Would he care about these small characters? Yeah, you can take a look in a while. If you can't find any connections, then forget it. I can also make do with driving here. It's just that the cost is higher and the income is less, but it's not a problem in terms of living, said Sun Quan. Yang Ming knew Sun Quan's family situation. His wife divorced him, and he was left to raise the child alone. It was really not easy. This was the main reason why Yang Ming planned to help him. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Ming nodded and signaled Sun Quan to lead the way in front. Sun Quan entered the company with ease. The guard on duty in the reception room at the door glanced at him. When he found that it was Sun Quan, he lowered his head and ignored him. Yang Ming followed Sun Quan to the 2nd floor and came to the door of a room with a business advisory sign. Sun Quan knocked on the door. The door is not locked. Come in by yourself. There was an impatient male voice inside. Sun Quan was fine. Apparently, he was used to it. Yang Ming frowned. This attitude is too bad. I heard that the taxi company served the taxi drivers. Now it seems that there are some black sheep among them. Sun Quan pushed the door open and walked in with Yang Ming. In the office, a bald man put his legs on the desk with a cigarette in his mouth. He was playing Do Diju on the computer. When he heard someone come in, he didn't raise his head and asked, "Who is it?" "What's the matter?" "Brother Zhao, it's me, Sun Quan." Sun Quan quickly replied respectfully. "Sun Quan?" The bald man looked up at Sun Quan and said impatiently, "What are you doing here? Are you here to renew the contract?" "No. I want to ask about transferring companies." Sun Quan said quickly. "What did you say?" The bald man raised his eyebrows and put down the mouse in his hand. He raised his head with an evil face. "You tell me again. What are you doing?" I said that I want to transfer companies. My contract here has expired." Sun Quan said carefully. If he didn't come with Yang Ming, he would definitely retreat now. "Transfer companies?" "Transfer your mother *Ker. Didn't I tell you that you can't transfer? Do you not want to work in the taxi industry anymore?" The bald man slammed the table and then wiped his nose with his hand. "Big Snot Zhao?" Yang Ming thought that this bald man surnamed Zhao was familiar, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember where he had seen him. However, looking at his habitual action of wiping his nose, Yang Ming suddenly remembered who this person was. "Isn't this person one of my underlings who used to follow me in junior high school, Zhao Debao, nicknamed Big Snot Zhao?" Zhao Debao was roaring when he suddenly heard someone call his nickname. He was stunned. Since he became famous and became a manager of the taxi company, very few people called his nickname Big Snot Zhao. They all called him Brother Zhao or Manager Zhao. Zhao Debao was a little surprised when he was suddenly called by a nickname. He didn't pay attention to the people around Sun Quan before. This time, he shifted his gaze to Yang Ming and carefully sized him up. "Eh?" Zhao Debao exclaimed in surprise. He removed his leg from the table and stood up. He walked in front of Yang Ming and looked carefully. He immediately recognized Yang Ming and pointed in front of Yang Ming. "Brother Yang? Big Snot Zhao, you recognize me? You seem to be doing well?" Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao with a smile that was not a smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he and Zhao Debao were old friends, how could Yang Ming let him live after Zhao Debao's screams? He would have sent him flying with a slap. It's all right. Zhao Debao puffed out his chest and felt a little proud. Especially in front of his former boss, he felt that his vanity was unprecedentedly satisfied. Brother Yang, are you also here to inquire about the taxi business? You can rest assured that I will definitely take care of you in my company. When Sun Quan saw that Yang Ming actually knew Zhao Debao, he was delighted. Originally, he thought that today's matter was hopeless, but he didn't expect an unexpected turn of events. Seeing that Yang Ming and Zhao Debao were familiar with each other, Sun Quan felt that he should be able to succeed today. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. I'm not a taxi driver. I'm accompanying him. As Yang Ming spoke, he pointed at Sun Quan with his finger. Accompanying him? Sun Quan? Zhao Debao glanced at Sun Quan, and his face became a little gloomy. Brother Yang, why are you accompanying him? Seeing Zhao Debao's face, Yang Ming knew that Zhao Debao was used to being domineering and had forgotten that he was his former boss. Since we are on the same side, then it's easy. Big Snot Zhao, help him to issue a certificate and let him transfer out. Yang Ming glanced at Sun Quan and said to Zhao Debao. Transfer out? That's impossible. Zhao Debao immediately rejected Yang Ming's proposal. Zhao Debao's ruthlessness surprised Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Zhao Debao might use a bureaucratic tone, but he would definitely be more tactful. He didn't expect this kid to be so straightforward. As for Sun Quan, he was also stunned. He saw that Yang Ming and Zhao Debao were so familiar. Why didn't Zhao Debao give him any face? Big Snot Zhao, what do you mean? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao coldly. You don't even give me face? Don't forget who was the one who stood up for you when you were beaten up in the past. Hee, Yang Ming, you said it too. That was in the past. Zhao Debao sneered and said, I gave you face. You called me Big Snot Zhao, and I responded. This nickname, can anyone call me that now? I gave you face and called you Brother Yang. If I don't give you face, you are nothing. Do you think it's still the same as before? Do you think you are still the boss? Really? Do you really think so? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao with a smile and asked. I haven't been the boss for many years. I don't like the cold bedside. Zhao Debao pinched his nose and sang. He even winked at Yang Ming with a mocking expression. Yang Ming, Boss Yang, you don't know what my identity is now, right? You don't know who I am with, right? When Sun Quan heard Zhao Debao sing and mocking Yang Ming, he knew that things were not going well. Now it seemed that there was no hope for him to transfer to another company. This Zhao Debao didn't give Yang Ming any face and even mocked Yang Ming. Listening to Zhao Debao singing, Yang Ming wasn't angry but laughed. Why is this scene so familiar? It seems that I have seen it a long time ago. Since Zhao Debao didn't care about the old relationship, then Yang Ming didn't need to give face to Zhao Debao. He didn't need to care about the previous relationship. This Zhao Debao was so ignorant. Yang Ming couldn't do anything about it. He could only let him suffer a little. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Zhao Debao's neck. He lifted him up. Your voice is really not good. You sang this song very badly. Cough cough. Let me go. Zhao Debao didn't expect Yang Ming to have so much strength. As a matter of fact, Zhao Debao was quite strong, but he was actually lifted up by Yang Ming with one arm. You let me go first. Are you going to transfer or not? Yang Ming asked coldly. Let me go first. Everything can be discussed. Zhao Debao was almost suffocated by Yang Ming's grip. He said with a red face. Yang Ming, don't be impulsive. Sun Quan saw that Zhao Debao's face turned purple. He was shocked when he saw that Zhao Debao was about to suffocate. He was afraid that Yang Ming would do something. It wouldn't be good if someone died, so he quickly advised, Yang Ming, why don't you let him go first? Peng, Yang Ming threw Zhao Debao to the ground. I will give Brother Quan face and let you go this time. Although I'm not your boss now, I can still fix you. Originally, Zhao Debao was still a little afraid of Yang Ming, but when he heard Yang Ming call Sun Quan brother Quan, he was relieved. Zhao Debao was very clear about Sun Quan's background. Since Yang Ming could call Sun Quan brother Quan, he was definitely not a powerful person invited by Sun Quan. He was definitely just an ordinary person. Yang Ming, you're good. You dare to touch me. Do you know the consequences? Zhao Debao suddenly stood up again. He pressed the intercom system on the table and shouted, Liang, someone is causing trouble. Quickly bring people over. After that, Zhao Debao looked at Yang Ming proudly. Yang Ming, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I will let you go this time. Otherwise, you can see whose territory this is. I will break your legs. It seems that you still don't want to give up. Yang Ming sighed. I took into account our past relationship, so I didn't do anything ruthless to you. But now it seems that you still have some awareness. You still dare to call people over. Well, if that's the case, you can do whatever you want. If Yang Ming wanted to stop Zhao Debao from calling people, he could not let him touch the intercom system. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of Zhao Debao calling people over. Hey! Boss Yang, Crazy Yang, do you think that you are still the king of fighting? Can you deal with a group of people with weapons by yourself? Zhao Debao saw that Yang Ming was so calm and suddenly mocked him. Yang Ming shrugged and did not take Zhao Debao's words to heart. Yang Ming. Why are you so impulsive? AI. When Sun Quan heard that Zhao Debao called people, he was a little anxious. He had seen the people that Zhao Debao mentioned. Those people were desperados. Some of them even had tattoos on their bodies. When these people came, how could he and Yang Ming be opponents? Even if Yang Ming was good at fighting, what Zhao Debao said was very reasonable. Can you deal with a large group of people alone? Moreover, they are holding weapons. Therefore, Sun Quan was a little scared. He quickly persuaded Yang Ming, let's go. We won't mention about transferring companies in the future. As Sun Quan spoke, he turned to Zhao Debao and said, Brother Zhao, I won't transfer companies. I will leave now. You don't need to call people. Won't transfer companies? Zhao Debao snorted. Do you think that if you don't transfer companies today, this matter will be over? Let me tell you. If you want to leave, it won't be so easy. You beat me up like this. How can I not treat my former boss well? Don't you think so, Boss Yang Ming? Brother Quan, don't talk nonsense with him. If he wants to find people, let him find people. Yang Ming shrugged. He didn't take Zhao Debao's threat to heart. Instead, he seemed very relaxed. Sun Quan saw that Yang Ming was still full of confidence. He couldn't help but sigh. Yang Ming is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Although Yang Ming may be very rich now and can suppress Chen Xiaolong, what can he do in the face of this group of vicious villains? Hee, Boss Yang, since you're not going to kneel and kowtow, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Zhao Debao snorted coldly, don't be too proud now. You'll feel good later. Yang Ming smiled slightly and didn't answer Zhao Debao's words. There was no point in saying anything now. Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. At this moment, the office door was pushed open with a bang. 5 young men rushed in. Some had dyed their hair, some wore big earrings, and some had tattoos on their faces. Everyone was holding an iron rod in their hands. The leader shouted as soon as he entered, Big Snot Zhao, what's going on? Who's causing trouble here? Liang, you're finally here. That's great. When Zhao Debao saw that his backer was here, his face was immediately filled with joy. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Liang, look, we have an old acquaintance. Here. Do you still remember? Liang looked in the direction Zhao Debao was pointing at and saw Yang Ming standing there with a smile on his face. He was stunned and his expression turned ugly. He brought Sun Quan to me to transfer companies. F***ck, does he think that he's still the boss now? I gave him face and told him to leave quickly, but he actually dared to make a move on me. Zhao Debao didn't see Liang's expression and kept saying, then I can't spoil him anymore. He doesn't even look at what era it is now. Does he think he's still in school? Does he think he's some kind of boss? We're all his little brothers. I'll give him a song. I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. When Zhao Debao reached the part where he was excited, he started singing again. You. Liang was so angry that he pointed at Zhao Debao that he couldn't say anything. His entire body was trembling as he complained in his heart. You blind man with eyes on your butt, what kind of person did you provoke? You want to die, but I don't want to die. Seeing that Zhao Debao was going to continue singing, Liang became anxious. He waved his hand and shouted to the people behind him, go, beat him up. Beat him to death. F***ck, I'm so angry. Yes sir. 3 of the 4 subordinates, upon hearing Liang's orders, swung their arms and were about to attack Yang Ming. Only one of them shouted and rushed towards Zhao Debao. He raised his iron rod and swung it, causing Zhao Debao's face to be covered in blood as he fell to the ground. The 3 subordinates behind him, who were about to attack Yang Ming, were dumbfounded when they saw that subordinate's actions. They forgot to make a move and looked at the subordinate who hit Zhao Debao in disbelief. What are the 3 of you standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Liang turned around and saw that his other 3 subordinates were standing there in a daze. He immediately became angry and shouted at them. Go. Where are we going? The 3 subordinates were also confused. Liang, who do you want us to hit? You can hit whoever Huang Mao hits. Don't tell me you can hit Brother Yang? Of course, you can hit that bastard big snot Zhao. Liang roared. Yes. Although the 3 subordinates didn't know why Liang suddenly asked them to beat Zhao Debao, weren't these people called by Zhao Debao to beat up the troublemaker? But since Huang Mao had already made a move, then it must be right. This Huang Mao was the first to follow Liang. He was Liang's confidant. It was definitely right to follow him. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't ask more. They picked up the rod and surrounded Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that Liang would ask his subordinates to beat him as soon as he came in. What is going on? Is this Yang Ming still worthy of Liang's respect? Could it be that Brother Liang was a sentimental person? It doesn't seem like it. Previously, there was also a person who used to be Brother Liang's acquaintance. He came to Brother Liang to plead for mercy regarding the expiration of the taxi contract. In the end, Brother Liang found someone to beat him up and scare him out. What was going on today? Before Zhao Debao could figure out what was going on, the stick fell down and hit him. Ayo! Zhao Debao suddenly screamed in pain. These people were all professional thugs. They all knew how to beat people without killing them. Therefore, although Zhao Debao was in so much pain, there was not a single fatal wound, and he did not faint. He just wailed and howled in pain. Sun Quan was also stunned by the change in front of him. What is going on? The people that Zhao Debao found didn't come to beat me and Yang Ming. Instead, they beat Zhao Debao up. Why is this so weird? On the other hand, Yang Ming also had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he thought that when the people called by Zhao Debao arrived, he would inevitably make a move. However, when the people called by Zhao Debao arrived, Yang Ming realized that the person he called was also an acquaintance. Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. This big-nose Zhao's snot got into his eyes. He didn't know that Brother Yang was here. I have already taught him a lesson. Please. Don't be angry, Brother Yang. Liang's heart was very nervous now. He really had the impulse to beat Big Nose Zhao to death. You could have provoked anyone, but you provoked such a big shot. Moreover, you knew that he was Brother Yang, but you still dared to do this. Aren't you courting death? You even saying, I haven't been a big brother for many years. What do you mean? Aren't you being sarcastic? This Liang was the little punk Zhang Yu Liang that Yang Ming met at the school gate. The previous Huang Mao was the follower behind Zhang Yu Liang, Huang Mao. These 2 people were old acquaintances with Yang Ming. Zhang Yu Liang mingled outside for a while. Suddenly, a distant relative who opened a taxi company found him and asked him to bring a few brothers to control the situation. So, Zhang Yu Liang became the deputy manager of the taxi company. With Zhang Yu Liang's punk style, he also controlled a lot of taxi drivers. This made the relative very satisfied. The bonus given to Zhang Yuliang was never less. This made Zhang Yuliang very proud. However, the more proud one was, the easier it was to have a tragedy. This sentence was simply the truth. Extreme joy begets sorrow. What is extreme joy begets sorrow? Zhang Yuliang felt that he was now. Is this brother Yang an ordinary person? When I was a little punk, I was beaten up by him. Later, I heard that the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was very good. Who is Bao Sanli? Even my distant relative who is the manager of the taxi company can't find a way to curry favor with him. I can't afford to offend him. However, Zhang Yuliang suddenly thought, didn't I also sing, I haven't been a big brother for many years, to Yang Ming? This big snot Zhao actually repeated the same mistake. It seems that this matter can't be entirely blamed on big snot Zhao. Didn't I not know how powerful Yang Ming was at the beginning? This big snot Zhao is quite like you, right? I remember that when you troubled me, you also sang, Big Brother to me? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuliang with a smile. Brother Yang, I have already repented. Zhang Yuliang didn't expect Yang Ming to remember the past. He begged Yang Ming with a bitter face, Brother Yang, this is all because Zhao Dabao didn't know what to do. It has nothing to do with me. I also taught him a lesson. Please don't vent your anger on me. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Yuliang's expression and found it funny. I didn't want to vent my anger on anyone. Previously, I thought about my relationship with Big Snot Zhao. I tolerated his rude remarks several times, but Big Snot Zhao didn't seem to appreciate it. Brother Yang, this. Zhang Yuliang had a bitter face, but he couldn't explain anything. It's nothing. I just want my friend to transfer to another company. I don't want to trouble you. Yang Ming said faintly, but his words revealed an unquestionable majesty. Zhang Yuliang was about to open his mouth to agree, but the office door was pushed open again. Before he saw the person, the voice had already arrived. This was a lazy but very arrogant male voice. Who wants to transfer to another company? Are you tired of living? Have you forgotten what happened to Wang Yiding before? Wang Yiding was the taxi driver that Sun Kuan mentioned. He wanted to transfer to another company and had a conflict with Big Snot Zhao. As a result, he was beaten half to death. These words made Yang Ming, Sun Kuan, and Zhang Yuliang all stunned. Yang Ming was surprised. Who is the person who spoke? Is there a third party in this taxi company? Sun Kuan was surprised. Why did General Manager Zhang Liebao, who rarely came to the company, come today? Zhang Yuliang complained in his heart. He thought, Yang Ming, this great god, was just appeased by me. Why are you provoking him again? The person who came in was the general manager of Dade Elegant Taxi Company, Zhang Yuliang's distant relative, Zhang Liebao. After drinking at noon today, he had nothing to do and came to the company to take a walk around. Unexpectedly, when he walked to the door of the consulting office, he heard someone inside saying that they wanted to change companies and even wanted to cause trouble. He immediately became angry. Hadn't Wang Yiding's incident taught these taxi drivers a lesson? How could someone dare to talk about changing companies? Thus, Zhang Liebao felt a surge of anger in his heart. He thought to himself, these little drivers are prickly again? Fine, since you're not being honest, then I'll take out another one and let you know how powerful I am. Thinking of this, Zhang Liebao pushed the door and walked into the consultation office, but he saw Zhang Yuliang was also inside. He was stunned for a moment, and then he thought, this Zhang Yuliang came quickly enough. Then it's easier to handle. There's no need to say anything, just start the fight. Zhang Yuliang, who was the one who said he wanted to transfer to another company. Don't waste time with him. Beat him up for me. Beat him to death. I want others to see what the consequences of transferring to another company are. Zhang Liebao shouted with the smell of alcohol. Yang Ming looked at the middle-aged man who had just walked in with the smell of alcohol. He didn't know where this person came from and what he did. What are you doing? You're asking me? You're asking me what I do. When Zhang Liebao saw that Yang Ming actually didn't recognize him, he was immediately angry. He slapped Yang Ming and was ready to teach Yang Ming a lesson. I'll let you know what I do. Pa, a crisp sound, but it wasn't a slap on Yang Ming's face, but Zhang Libao's hand was caught by Yang Ming. With a little force, Zhang Libao's wrist was dislocated. Then Yang Ming waved his hand and slapped Zhang Libao's face. He directly gave him a red five-finger mountain. Zhang Libao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fast. He was a little stunned. After a while, he felt the pain on his hand and face. He held, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "Oh?" When Yang Ming heard Zhang Libao's question, he looked at Zhang Libao as if he was looking at a fool. "I asked you what you do before, but you didn't answer. Now you ask me who you are. Are you stupid?" When Sun Quan saw Yang Ming hit Zhang Libao, his heart suddenly trembled. He secretly complained. He thought, "I'm afraid that the matter of transferring to another company today is really ruined." Previously, Zhang Yuliang's defection made the whole thing turn around. Sun Quan's heart was lit with hope. He didn't know when Yang Ming actually had a friendship with Zhang Yuliang. This matter would definitely be easy to handle. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Libao suddenly appeared and interfered, making things complicated again. "President Zhang, don't be angry. Yang Ming doesn't know your identity." Sun Quan was scared and quickly explained to Zhang Libao, "He's not from the taxi company. He's my friend." Then, Sun Quan said to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, this is the general manager of our taxi company, President Zhang." "President Zhang?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Libao and smiled. "Previously, I was afraid that Zhang Yuliang couldn't make the decision. Since you are here, then it's good that you are here. Transfer Brother Quan to another company. Just one word, is it okay or not?" If Yang Ming was so arrogant before he was drunk, Zhang Libao would think if Yang Ming had any backing. But now, he was drunk. How could he think so much? Moreover, when he heard Yang Ming call Sun Quan as Brother Quan, he had the same thought as Zhao Debao. He thought that since Yang Ming called a taxi driver as Brother Quan, then his identity must not be high. He was probably on the same level, but he was more ruthless in fighting. "I don't have to be afraid." Thinking of this, Zhang Libao endured the pain in his wrist. He pointed at Yang Ming and said to Zhang Yuliang, "Kill him for me. This little brat dared to hit me. I want to let him know what kind of person I, Zhang Libao, am." Zhang Yuliang secretly complained in his heart. He thought, "My distant relative, Zhang Libao, has offended Yang Ming. What should I do?" He quickly said, "Fourth master, this is Yang Ming. When I was in school, I used to follow him." Zhang Yuliang wanted to explain Yang Ming's identity, but before he could finish, Zhang Libao waved his hand and interrupted him. "School? Zhang Yuliang, you are quite nostalgic, aren't you? It was 800 years ago. How can you still remember? Don't forget who you are working for now. If you want to care about brotherhood, then you don't have to work here for me from today onwards." Zhang Libao was angry in his heart. He thought, "Now this Yang Ming beat me up. Even if this Yang Ming and Zhang Yuliang have a good relationship, it is useless. If I don't cut this Yang Ming today and teach him a lesson, my prestige in this taxi company will be completely gone. Who can I scare in the future?" "Fourth master, please listen to what I have to say first," Zhang Yuliang said anxiously. "What are you talking about? Stop talking. Hurry up and do it." Zhang Libao ordered Zhang Yuliang, "Do you not want to work anymore?" "Fourth master, I'm begging you, please listen to what I have to say first." Zhang Yuliang was about to cry. He saw Yang Ming sneering at the side. Zhang Yuliang almost sat on the ground. "What do you want to say to me? Hurry up and say it. Just say it." Zhang Libao saw that Zhang Yuliang was unwilling to let it go. Although he was somewhat unhappy, he thought that Zhang Yuliang had done his best to help him. So, he snorted and said impatiently, "I will give you 1 minute. Hurry up and beat him up when you are done. If you want to plead for this kid, I think you should just forget about it. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will make this kid a disabled person. Fourth master, Brother Yang is now Brother Bao and Brother Ho's buddy." Zhang Yuliang was afraid that Zhang Libao would interrupt him again. He didn't dare to talk more nonsense and quickly said the main point. "Brother Bao? Brother Ho? Which Brother Bao or Brother Ho?" Zhang Libao frowned. Leopard or monkey? Are you opening a zoo? When Zhang Yuliang heard Zhang Libao's words, he had the thought of running away. He thought, you dare to insult Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. Do you still want to stay in Songjiang? It is Bao Sanli, brother Bao, and Hou Zhenhan, brother Hou. Zhang Yuliang explained with a bitter face. This Zhang Libao usually treated Zhang Yuliang well, so Zhang Yuliang still explained patiently. If it were someone else, Zhang Yuliang would have already ignored him. Bao Sanli. Hou Zhenhan. Zhang Libao repeated these two names. His face suddenly became pale, and he sobered up. Liangzi, what did you say? Say it again? He is a person around brother Bao? Yeah. Zhang Yuliang smiled bitterly and nodded. Fourth master, we. You bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Libao's heart twitched, and he almost rolled his eyes. Such a big thing. Why didn't you report it to me? Zhang Libao usually didn't have a chance to have a relationship with Bao Sanli. Today, he offended Bao Sanli's people. How could he not be angry? This was originally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to please others, but he missed it. Not only that, it would be good if he didn't create a bad impression on others, let alone leaving a good impression. Fourth master, I wanted to say it before, but you didn't let me say it. Zhang Yuliang smiled bitterly. I just said it halfway, and you interrupted me. You. Zhang Libao was suddenly speechless. He did just interrupt Zhang Yuliang. However, he still said, such a big thing, even if I don't let you say it, you have to say it. Didn't I say it? Zhang Yuliang said in his heart, if you weren't so anxious, would this matter become like this? I have already appeased Yang Ming here. You came in and stirred things up. Things are out of control again. This? Zhang Libao blamed himself in his heart. Drinking really messes things up. If he didn't drink today, he wouldn't be so impulsive. At least, he should think carefully about Zhang Yuliang's previous reminder. Now, he drank too much, and his brain wasn't bright. He turned a deaf ear to Zhang Yuliang's previous words, which led to the current consequences. Sun Quan's face also changed. He had also heard of the names of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. After all, these two people were too famous in Songjiang. Sun Quan didn't expect Yang Ming to have a relationship with Bao Sanli. Things had taken a turn for the worse again. Originally, Sun Quan thought that after Zhang Libao came to interfere, not only would his transfer to another company failed, but today's matter would not end. However, the sentence of Zhang Yuliang pointed out Yang Ming's social relationship, which made the originally angry Zhang Libao instantly turn pale. Sun Quan saw this kind of emotional change. Sun Quan saw this kind of emotional change. This was a turn of things. Today's matter was really full of twists and turns, but now it seemed that the result was still good. It was really training people's psychological endurance. Yang. Mr. Yang, right? Before this, I didn't figure out the situation. You see, I drank too much. Zhang. Libao looked at Yang Ming with surprise and said carefully, this drinking messes things up. Previously, didn't you say that even if the King of Heaven came, you would beat me until I was disabled? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Libao and asked. That. If the King of Heaven came, I would beat him. If the King of Heaven didn't come, I wouldn't beat him. The King of Heaven didn't come. Zhang Libao explained with a flash of inspiration. Pfft. When Yang Ming heard Zhang Libao's words, he almost burst out laughing. There is such a shameless person? He can even explain it like this. He is really good. Haha, if the King of Heaven came, I would beat you. If the King of Heaven didn't come, I would beat him. The King of Heaven doesn't exist. Of course, he can't come, so I definitely can't beat you. Seeing Yang Ming laugh, Zhang Libao saw that there seemed to be a way and quickly continued to explain, so, since the King of Heaven doesn't exist, my previous words are nonsense. Zhang Yuliang, you hurry up. What are you looking at? Go? Go what? Zhang Yuliang was shocked. Could it be that his fourth master had lost his mind? Why did he still want him to go in such a situation? Come up and beat me. Didn't you hear it? Zhang Libao said anxiously. This? Zhang Yuliang was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't expect fourth master to mean this. For Zhang Libao's explanation and approach, Yang Ming really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but his current performance really made Yang Ming unable to do it. For this kind of villain, although Yang Ming didn't like it, their style and behavior were indeed the secret to survival in society. They could repeatedly turn danger into safety. As long as they were shameless, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Hurry up. Zhang Libao saw that Zhang Yuliang was dumbfounded and didn't make a move. He immediately became anxious and hurried. Yes. Zhang Yuliang had no choice but to nod. He raised his hand and prepared to slap Zhang Libao. However, when his hand reached the side of Zhang Libao's face, he couldn't do it. After all, this was his elder, and also the company's leader. How could Zhang Yuliang hit him? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hit. Zhang Libao saw that Zhang Yuliang's hand was hanging there, and he couldn't help but yell angrily. He now hoped that Yang Ming would quickly calm down. Otherwise, if Yang Ming went back and didn't forgive him, he wouldn't be able to survive in Songjiang. This taxi company probably wouldn't be able to continue operating. Oh, yes. Zhang Yuliang was helpless and could only slap him. Zhang Libao was afraid that Zhang Yuliang would retreat again, so he quickly put his big face in the direction of Zhang Yuliang's hand. This time, there was finally a paw sound. Zhang Yuliang slapped Zhang Libao's face. This kind of behavior of giving face for others to slap really made Yang Ming completely speechless. It's too bad *SS. It's really bad *SS to the extreme. Why are you so weak? It's like being stared by a mosquito? Zhang Libao touched his face that was already a little red. He said with some dissatisfaction, again, use more strength. Hit me as hard as you can. Ah? Oh. Zhang Yuliang was stunned, then nodded. He couldn't help it. He had to lift his arm again and slap over. This time, Zhang Yuliang also went all out and added some strength to his hand. Pa. With a sound, a slap was slapped on Zhang Libao's face again. Zhang Libao was suddenly seeing stars. He was dizzy and his ears were buzzing. No, use more strength. It's not enough. Zhang Libao ordered Zhang Yuliang in a daze. This, okay. Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and swung his arm. This time, he used 100% of his strength and slapped Zhang Libao's face. It immediately turned into a loud bang sound. Blood overflowed from the corner of Zhang Libao's mouth. Zhang Libao's entire cheek was swollen. He looked at Yang Ming pitifully. Seeing that Yang Ming still didn't speak, Zhang Libao said to Zhang Yuliang, this side, change my face and continue. As Zhang Libao spoke, he turned the other half of his face to Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang was about to lift his arm again to slap Zhang Libao, but Yang Ming frowned and stopped him. Okay, that's enough. Zhang Libao didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Was he satisfied or dissatisfied? He suddenly looked at Yang Ming with some fear and trepidation. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I must learn a lesson with blood so that I can remember. That's enough. Don't hit him anymore. Let's forget about this matter. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Libao, who had a miserable face, and said. Previously, Yang Ming really disdained to teach people like Zhang Libao a lesson. It was a good choice to have Zhang Yuliang to do it for him. So Yang Ming watched Zhang Yuliang slap Zhang Libao a few times until Zhang Libao's face was full of blood. When Yang Ming felt that it was enough, he spoke to stop it. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhang Libao suddenly showed an expression of relief. Yang Ming's words meant that Yang Ming had forgiven him. This slap wasn't in vain. If it didn't work, he was prepared to let Zhang Yuliang continue to slap him. If it really didn't work, he would use the iron rod to smash him. Until Yang Ming forgave him. Anyway, Zhang Libao had just thrown caution to the wind. He already had the idea of staying in the hospital for half a year. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would forgive him like this, which made Zhang Libao really overjoyed. Suddenly, the burning pain on his face turned into a happy feeling, which made him feel very comfortable. It turned out that being beaten was also a happy thing. Mr. Yang, it's great that you can understand. Zhang Liebao said happily, you can rest assured. I will do Mr. Sun Kuan's transfer formalities for you. I will do it immediately. Zhang Yuliang, why don't you go and give Mr. Sun Kuan a certificate? Of course, the certificate will be issued. But before that, I still want to remind you. Yang Ming said, although I don't know what other taxi companies are like, do they also have so many problems, forcing drivers to sign contracts with violence? But judging from the fact that Brother Kuan wants to transfer companies, I am afraid that other companies are definitely not like this. When Zhang Liebao heard Yang Ming's words, the sweat on his forehead immediately fell. Mr. Yang, Don't say it first. Yang Ming waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. I don't want to pursue it. But from now on, I hope you don't do these crooked practices anymore. What's wrong with doing business properly? Build a reputation, and I believe that these taxi drivers will not leave. You should have a long-term vision in everything you do, and not care about momentary benefits. Yes, what Mr. Yang said is right. I will correct it in the future. Zhang Liebao didn't expect Yang Ming to say these words to him. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly agreed. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Liebao agreed quickly, and he knew that Zhang Liebao was probably perfunctory. It was hard to say whether Zhang Liebao really listened, so he smiled and said, of course, you cannot listen to me. But after a while, I will inquire about it. If it is still like this, then I don't mind suggesting Brother Bao to enter the taxi industry and open a taxi company to compete with you. At that time, it is not up to you to decide whether you want to let them go or not. After Zhang Liebao heard Yang Ming's words, his heart suddenly trembled. Yang Ming's last sentence was what worried Zhang Liebao the most. As Yang Ming said, if Bao Sanli also entered the taxi industry and opened a taxi company, how could he dare to stop his own taxi drivers from transferring to Bao Sanli's company after the expiration of their contracts? However, if they were allowed to transfer to another company, it was estimated that not long after, the people in his company would be gone. If these people were transferred to Bao Sanli's company, he really didn't dare to say anything. He had to issue a certificate with a smile. When he thought of what was about to happen, Zhang Liebao's face immediately turned green. He knew that he was done for, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. This feeling made him feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Mr. Yang. This taxi industry isn't very profitable. Brother Bao is a person who does big things. Why would he care about these small profits? Zhang Liebao quickly and carefully begged for mercy, Mr. Yang, don't worry. Our company will start to reorganize tomorrow. No, it will start in a while. We must start a new journey with a new look. We will refund all unreasonable deposits. Please wait and see, Mr. Yang. At this moment, Zhang Liebao also figured it out. If this continued, he would probably be finished. He couldn't argue with Yang Ming and Bao Sanli. He might as well do what Yang Ming said. Although there might not be much benefit in the short term, Yang Ming was right. From a long-term perspective, it was a good idea for long-term development. The most important thing was to be able to do it all the time without angering Bao Sanli. Well, if that's the case, then I will observe for a while. Yang Ming nodded. No problem, Mr. Yang. I will hold a meeting in a while. I want to welcome the future with a new face. Zhang Liebao quickly promised. Yang Ming didn't fully believe Zhang Liebao's words. He just said, I hope so. Zhang Yuliang, didn't I ask you to issue a certificate for Mr. Sun Kuan? Why are you dilly-dallying? Zhang Liebao saw that Zhang Yuliang hadn't gone to issue a certificate, so he immediately shouted impatiently. I'm going now. I'm going now. Zhang Yuliang thought, this Sun Kuan doesn't give me the materials. How can I issue it? So he quickly turned to look at Sun Kuan. That. Brother Kuan, you give me the materials and the expired contract. I will issue a certificate for you. No need. Sun Kuan waved his hand. I don't want to change companies. Ah? Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Even Zhang Liebao and Yang Ming were stunned. Mr. Sun Kuan, are you still angry? I'm really sorry about the previous matter. Zhang Liebao was stunned. He wondered if Sun Quan was still dissatisfied in his heart. After all, Sun Quan had also come to the company before. He had requested to change companies several times, but it wasn't done. It was normal to have resentment in his heart, so he quickly smiled at Sun Quan. Sun Quan, Zhang Liabao didn't care much, but now Sun Quan was with Yang Ming. His status naturally rose. He couldn't treat him with the previous common sense. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm not angry anymore. Sun Quan smiled and waved his hand. I don't want to change companies, not because I deliberately want to find trouble, but because President Zhang, you just said that the company will be changed in the future. So, why should I go? I just happen to stay here and be a witness. Oh? Zhang Liabao was slightly stunned and immediately became happy. That's great, Mr. Sun Quan. You can rest assured. We will develop a new contract in the next few days. We promise not to let you down. At the very least, it won't be worse than other companies. Since Zhang Liabao had decided to change, he didn't care that Sun Quan would supervise him. Instead, he hoped that Sun Quan would stay here and personally feel the changes in the company. After that, he could say a few good words for himself in front of Yang Ming. This could also make Yang Ming dispel the idea of suggesting Bao Sanli to open a taxi company. Therefore, he welcomed Sun Quan to stay. Anyway, Sun Quan could stay, which was a recognition of him. Zhang Liabao held Sun Quan's hand affectionately. Mr. Sun Quan, thank you for your trust again. Well, President Zhang, don't be so polite. Since Brother Quan decided to stay here, it is also a good thing. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Liabao had resentment towards Sun Quan. Although it seemed that Zhang Liabao was very welcoming on the surface, who knew what he was thinking in his heart? You may know a person's face but not his heart. If Zhang Liabao wanted to get away with it, then Sun Quan would naturally become a thorn in his side if he stayed here. Therefore, Yang Ming deliberately warned, in this way, at least Brother Bao can't hurt you by accident. With Brother Quan here, you can also learn more about the situation. Hurt by accident? Zhang Liabao was shocked and complained in his heart. It turned out that I was almost hurt by accident? Listening to Yang Ming's meaning, it seemed that no matter what, he wanted Bao Sanli to hurt me. This Sun Quan stayed and became my savior. Thinking of this, Zhang Liabao thought that it was a close call. I must treat Sun Quan like a master in the future so that Sun Quan would put in a good word for me so that I wouldn't be hurt by accident. Sun Quan, in fact, thought so too. Since Yang Ming had intimidated Zhang Liabao could only treat him with courtesy if he stayed in the Dade Elegant Company. Even if he changed to a new company, although the fee was lower, he wouldn't get such courtesy. Therefore, when Sun Quan heard that Zhang Liabao decided to change the company, he decided to stay. Here, no one would make things difficult for him. Yes, yes. Zhang Liabao said, then, I have decided now to appoint Mr. Sun Quan as the supervisor of our Dade Elegant Taxi Company. He can raise objections to the company's management and charging system, and reserve the right to reflect the problems to Mr. Yang. This will also act as a spur and a reminder for our change pace. Zhang Liabao's brain was faster. After thinking about it, he came up with a job title for Sun Quan so that he could participate in the change legitimately. What Zhang Liabao was now afraid was that if he changed the system, Yang Ming would still be dissatisfied. Then, he would find an excuse to let Bao Sanli merge with him. Then, he would be unlucky. If Sun Quan was also involved, even if Yang Ming wasn't satisfied with the new system, Sun Quan would participate in the formulation. He believed that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to say anything. Now, seeing that Yang Ming kept calling him Brother Quan, the relationship between the two was definitely good. He believed that Yang Ming would definitely give Sun Quan face. This is your company's personnel arrangement. I can't intervene. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Zhang Liabao's insight. Now it seemed that Sun Quan's position in the taxi company in the future could be fully guaranteed. At least Sun Quan would not be treated unfairly. With his relationship, even if Sun Quan was not treated like a boss, at least he would be treated specially. I don't know if Mr. Sun Quan would accept the position of supervisor. Zhang Liabao saw that Yang Ming had no opinion, so he turned to Sun Quan. Mr. Sun Kuan, you can rest assured that we will definitely not let you work for free. We will pay you a monthly salary. So, I will make the decision. 3,000 yuan a month. How about it? 3,000 yuan, this. Sun Kuan couldn't accept it for a while. Isn't this change too huge? This supervisor, if it were normal times, it would be an honor for an ordinary taxi driver to be able to serve as a supervisor even if they didn't pay. To be recognized by the company and personally participate in the design and development of the company's plan, how could an ordinary person achieve this? Now, not only was he allowed to participate, but he was also given a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. This made Sun Kuan feel like he was dreaming. He worked hard for a month. After deducting the cost of gas and expenses, he only had 5,000 yuan left. This supervisor gave him 3,000 yuan. How could this not make him excited? Seeing that Sun Kuan didn't respond, Zhang Liabao thought that Sun Kuan felt that it was too little. He hurriedly said, 3,000 is indeed a bit too little. 5,000 a month. How about it, Mr. Sun Kuan? Are you willing to be a supervisor of our Dade Elegant Taxi Company? Of course, I am willing. Sun Kuan didn't expect that his hesitation would cause Zhang Liabao to increase the company's salary to 5,000. He quickly nodded and agreed. Okay, then from today onwards, Mr. Sun Kuan will be the supervisor of the company. In a while, I will publish Mr. Sun Kuan's photo in the company's leaders column. Zhang Liabao saw that Sun Kuan had agreed, and he immediately felt relieved and said. Spending 5,000 yuan a month to buy peace of mind was simply too cost-effective in Zhang Liabao's opinion. He originally wanted to waive Sun Kuan's fee, but he felt that it was not very good to do so. It would also be criticized by others, so he thought of the idea of a supervisor to compensate Sun Kuan in a disguised form. He could also let Sun Kuan participate in the company's system formulation, and it could also make Yang Ming feel at ease. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Liabao thought to himself, I am really a genius, to be able to think of such a powerful idea, simply too powerful. Well, since the matter is settled, then I won't cause any more trouble here. Yang Ming smiled and said, Zhang Liabao, I hope you remember your promise today. Mr. Yang, you can rest assured. To put it bluntly, I really don't want to lose my job. Zhang Liabao smiled bitterly, I really don't dare to offend you and Brother Bao. Yang Ming smiled and said to Sun Kuan, Brother Kuan, then I will go first. You stay here. If there is anything, let's call again. Sun Kuan looked at Yang Ming gratefully and nodded heavily. Today's matter was all thanks to Yang Ming. Not only could he save a sum of money, but he also had new income every month. This made Sun Kuan, who had a tight life, finally have money in his hands. The school selection fee for his son's school was also not a problem. If this continued, when it was time to pay the fee, he would definitely have enough money in his hands. In fact, these things were just a piece of cake for Yang Ming. Coming out of the taxi company, Yang Ming got in the car and looked at the time. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. At this time, there was nothing to do. It was too late to go back to school for class, and there was still a long time before the date with Sun Jia in the evening. It was rare for him to have a free moment when he had nothing to do. Yang Ming drove the car to the side of the road, then turned on the radio and quietly enjoyed the peace of this moment. This morning, Xia Wenjun, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Zhida are suspected of attempted rape and deliberately injuring the Nightless Club Hotel's waitress, Xianxia. The case was publicly tried by the Songjiang Intermediate People's Court. The indictment alleges that the defendant, Xia Wenjun, along with the other two defendants, Lu Zhaojun and Qi Zhida, tailed the Nightless Club's hotel attendant, Xianxia, to the residential building in the XX district at around 2100 hours in the evening and attempted to rape her. Yang Ming frowned and turned up the volume of the radio in the car. Xianxia, a name that Yang Ming almost forgot. The news of the case on the radio reminded Yang Ming of the young and sweet waitress at the Nightless Club. The only interaction between the two people was when Sun Jia was shot at the Nightless Club. Later, it turned out that this incident was done by Tian Long, and Xianxia did not suffer any harm. It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming and Xianxia would not have anything to do with each other after that. However, this case made Yang Ming pay attention to this name again. Lu Zhaojun, such a familiar name. Yang Ming had long known that he was not a good person. He did not expect that he would do such a thing. Yang Ming sighed, took out the phone, and dialed Xia Bingbao's phone number. Yang Ming? Why are you looking for me again? Every time Xia Bingbao received a call from Yang Ming, it was always because Yang Ming had something to do. Otherwise, Yang Ming would never call him if he had nothing to do. Help me find out if there was anyone who interceded for Xianxia's case in court today. Yang Ming said to Xia Bingbao. Did anyone intercede? What do you mean? Are you looking for me to intercede, or what? Xia Bingbao was stunned and asked. Nothing. I have seen the 3 defendants. They are not good people, but their family backgrounds are not small. I am afraid that someone will intercede, said Yang Ming. I got it. Xia Bingbao breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing was not a big deal, and it would not violate any principles. It was not a big deal to judge the 3 villains. If Yang Ming asked him to convict an innocent person, it would be difficult to deal with. Yang Ming did not say much and hung up the phone. He believed that this was not a difficult thing for Xia Bingbao. After starting the car, Yang Ming rushed to the Songjiang First People's Hospital. For some reason, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable when he thought that Xianxia would be in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. It was the best time of life. She should be enjoying life, but she could only sit in a wheelchair. Especially when Yang Ming saw Xianxia's healthy appearance, he could not accept it. Yang Ming made this call because he wanted those who hurt Xianxia to get the punishment they deserved. After parking the car in the hospital's parking lot, Yang Ming remembered that he still did not know Xianxia's ward number. He smiled bitterly and dialed the phone to Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had been following up on Xianxia's matter. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bao Sanli's phone was quickly connected, and Bao Sanli's voice came from the other side. Baozi, do you know which ward Xianxia is in? Asked Yang Ming. Xianxia? Bao Sanli was slightly stunned. Brother Yang, she has been discharged from the hospital. She also testified in court today. I accompanied her. Her legs are better? Yang Ming was also stunned. No, she is in a wheelchair. Bao Sanli sighed. There is no other way in the hospital. The external injuries have been cured, but there is no other way for the nerve problems in her legs. Is the verdict out? Asked Yang Ming. Not yet. The trial will continue next week, said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli said that Xia Wenjin's family is quite capable. They found some people to pressure them, but we are not vegetarians. I am the boss of the security company, so they are quite afraid of me. And I have already found someone to ask. Don't worry. I will not let Xia Wenjin go, said Yang Ming. Baozi, I have troubled you with this matter. Why didn't you tell me? Brother Yang, you are too busy. You just came back yesterday. I didn't have time to tell you. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, are you looking for Mission? I want to see her, said Yang Ming. Through this period of contact, Bao Sanli gradually saw that Xianxia was not Yang Ming's lover. Xianxia also admitted that she only had a one-sided crush on Yang Ming. However, Bao Sanli did not neglect Xianxia because of this. He was still very enthusiastic to help Xianxia with treatment and lawsuits. In any case, whether it was for public or private reasons, Bao Sanli would do his best. Xianxia was an employee of the Nightless Club, so Bao Sanli would definitely take care of her. Although he previously misunderstood that Xianxia was Yang Ming's lover, Xianxia finally admitted that she was secretly in love with Yang Ming. Feeling Xianxia's honesty and purity, Bao Sanli gradually liked this little girl. Of course, this like was only a kind of affection. She has now been discharged from the hospital and is recuperating at home. I sent her home after the court adjourned, said Bao Sanli. I see. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't know anything about this matter. Where is her home? In an old community not far from the Nightless Club. How about I take you there? Brother Yang, where are you? Asked Bao Sanli. I am at the beach. How about this? I will go to the Nightless Club, and you can take me there, said Yang Ming. Okay, I will go to the Nightless Club and wait for you, said Bao Sanli. For Yang Ming to think of Xianxia and visit her, Bao Sanli was happy and blessed Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. How could Bao Sanli not be clear about this little girl's thoughts? Xianxia had revealed her feelings in front of him more than once, but she was somewhat self-remorseful. If it were before she was paralyzed, Xianxia still had some confidence in herself, but now, Xianxia did not expect Yang Ming to like her. In this case, it was Xianxia's biggest wish that Yang Ming could come to see her. However, she also understood that she had no feelings for Yang Ming. If her legs were not broken, maybe something would happen between Yang Ming and her one day under the ambiguous atmosphere and rumors. But now, how could Yang Ming like a burden? The more it was like this, the more Bao Sanli pitied this girl. However, there were some words that he couldn't say to Yang Ming as a subordinate, so he could only help and care for Xianxia as much as possible. He also encouraged her not to give up. Perhaps, there would be a day when she could stand up again. When Yang Ming heard that Xianxia's leg had not improved, his mood was a little gloomy. He was no longer in a happy mood. He turned off the car radio and drove in the direction of the nightless club. During this time, Yang Ming almost never went to the nightless club. He parked the car in the parking lot of the nightless club. Yang Ming did not get off but called Bao Sanli. "Brother Yang, have you arrived?" "I have arrived at the parking lot with little Wang," Bao Sanli said. "Little Wang?" Yang Ming was stunned. "It's your driver, Wang Lin," Bao Sanli said. "I asked him to drive here, so he can recognize the door." "Oh, it's him." Yang Ming suddenly realized. "I'm also in the parking lot, in the northwest corner. I saw your car." "I'll go over now," said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli hung up the phone and said to little Wang in the driver's seat, "Go to the northwest corner. Brother Yang is there." "Okay, President Bao." Little Wang nodded politely and started the car. At this moment, little Wang's mood could be said to be extremely excited. After finishing Yang Ming's matter in the morning, little Liao always asked about some things when he returned to the company. However, it was no wonder that he used very little time to go back and forth, so it made little Liao doubt whether he was working for Yang Ming. Or, Yang Ming didn't want him anymore. This made little Wang very depressed. Although he pretended to be unfathomable and said that it was confidential, little Wang knew that little Liao still had some doubts. Just as little Wang was depressed, Bao Sanli suddenly came to the motorcade in the afternoon. Little Liao thought that Bao Sanli was looking for him to drive, so he was very happy. He didn't forget to look at little Wang proudly. However, Bao Sanli didn't even look at little Liao. He directly looked for little Wang and told him that brother Yang had something to do, so he asked little Wang to drive him out. This made little Liao jealous and helpless. Now it seemed that little Wang was favored. Thinking that he was still speculating and doubting little Wang in the morning, little Liao regretted it. It seemed that he must have a good relationship with little Wang in the future. Yang Ming walked down from the car and nodded to little Wang when he saw him. Then, he said, "Little Wang, you get out of the car. I will go with Bao Sanli. This is my car key. I knocked some paint off the front of my car. You go and deal with it." As he spoke, he threw the car key to little Wang. "Okay, brother Yang. You can rest assured. I will take care of it." Little Wang nodded quickly. Being able to help the leader repair the car was not something that ordinary people could do. Therefore, little Wang was very happy with Yang Ming's trust. He took the car key and quickly promised. "How much does it cost?" "You pay for it first. Just ask me later," said Bao Sanli. "Okay, President Bao." Little Wang responded and got into Yang Ming's BMW. Bao Sanli also changed to the driver's seat of the Audi A8, and Yang Ming sat in the passenger's seat. Little Wang waited for Yang Ming's car to leave before he followed behind. Little Wang was afraid that there was nothing to do. As long as there was something to do, he was very happy. Thinking about it, little Liao would envy him for a while when he drove Yang Ming's BMW back to the company's motorcade. Thinking of the change in his status, little Wang was happy for no reason. "Baozi, have you appeased Xianxia's parents?" asked Yang Ming after he got in the car. "Her parents are fine. After all, this incident did not happen in our entertainment city, but in the corridor of Xianxia's house. So relatively speaking, we have no responsibility," said Bao Sanli. And we took the initiative to bear the medical expenses. Xianxua's parents are very grateful to us. They are grateful that we have been paying for the medical expenses. How much can Xia Wenjin compensate? Asked Yang Ming as he nodded. We sued for 5 million in compensation, but it should not be so much. The final judgment will be around 1 million at most. This is the most ideal, said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli said, however, Xia Wenjin's father said that he would rather use the money as a gift than to compensate Xianxia. Really? He said that? Yang Ming's face immediately became gloomy after listening to Bao Sanli's words. He did not expect Xia Wenjin's family to be so arrogant without regret at this time. Brother Yang, don't worry. Although he said so, I can guarantee that he can't give the money away. Who dares to accept his money? We are not to be trifled with, said Bao Sanli. Yang Ming was not afraid of him giving the money away, but he was annoyed with his attitude. Did he really say that when I asked him this? Bao Sanli nodded. When the court was adjourned today, he said so. Since he dares to say so, he must pay the price. Yang Ming said faintly, I will not let him go. Brother Yang, do you need me to find a few brothers? Asked Bao Sanli after listening to Yang Ming's words. No, Xia Wenjin's father is not an ordinary person. If you do it, it will bring you trouble. Then, they will sue you in turn. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, however, if I do it, there will be no such trouble. Wait until the next court session, humph. Although Bao Sanli did not know why Yang Ming wanted to wait until the next court session, he still nodded and did not say anything because of his trust in Yang Ming. The car stopped at the entrance of an old-fashioned community. This kind of community did not have a designated parking space, so the car could only be parked on the roadside of the community. Brother Yang, it's here. We have to walk in, said Bao Sanli. N. Yang Ming nodded and got out of the car with Bao Sanli. After a few turns in the community, they came to an old-fashioned residential building. Bao Sanli went upstairs first, and Yang Ming followed closely behind. There was a moldy smell in the corridor, mixed with the smell of vegetable leaves and pickled vegetables. This was a typical old-fashioned house. It could be imagined that the people who lived here were not rich. The rich had already moved away. Both sides of the narrow staircase were filled with various sundries. There were old storage cabinets, large jars used for pickling vegetables, salted cucumbers, and green onions hanging at the side of the corridor, and cabbages placed on the windowsill. It was a typical farmhouse decoration. This kind of situation was rare in some new communities. Only some old people who moved back would be like this. How many young people knew how to pickle vegetables? Most of the people living in this community are former laid-off workers from the chemical factory. Most of them are not very rich, Bao Sanli explained to Yang Ming when he saw Yang Ming looking around the corridor. What do Xianxua's parents do? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Xianxua's father, Xianxia, was originally a workshop worker in Songjiang's North and South Chemical Factory. After he was laid off, he set up a breakfast stall in the market near this community. He made some sesame seed cakes and tofu pudding. Xianxua's mother, Sun Liping, used to be a part-time worker. Now that Xianxua's legs are not good, she takes care of Xianxia at home. She makes some pickled vegetables at home and let Xianxia sell them at the market at noon and at night. Bao Sanli said, originally, the management office of the market also charged a daily fee. After I talked to them, they waived half of the fee. You didn't represent the company to give Xianxua's family some money? Yang Ming asked when he heard that Xianxua's family was actually so poor. I did, but Xianxia didn't want it no matter what. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly and said, Xianxia is a simple man. He felt that since our company had already paid so much for Xianxua's medical expenses, it would be unreasonable to ask for more money from us. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xianxia's character was similar to Yang Dehai's character in the past. He was simple and wouldn't take advantage of others. We're here, Brother Yang. This is the door. Bao Sanli stopped in front of a door on the top floor and said to Yang Ming. Oh? Xianxua's house is so high up. How did she go up and down the stairs? Yang Ming saw that Xianxia lived on the top floor and couldn't help but frown. She was carried up on a stretcher. Bao Sanli smiled and said, "There are so many strong men in our company. Just call a few of them and they would rush to help." Help. Yang. After listening to Bao Sanli, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Indeed, there were a lot of strong men in the security company. And they could easily find a few of them to carry Xianxia to go up and down. Dang dang dang. Bao Sanli knocked on the door. "Who is it?" After a while, a man's voice came from inside the room. "Is it Ol Lu? You can set up your own stall today, I won't be going." As they were talking, the door was opened. A middle-aged man's face full of wrinkles appeared. After seeing Bao Sanli, he was stunned. "Mr. Bao, why are you here? Please come in. I thought it was old Lu downstairs, looking for me to set up a stall in the market." "Uncle Shen, this is Yang Ming. Mr. Yang. He came with me to see Yushi." Bao Sanli smiled and introduced Yang Ming to Xianxia. Previously, Bao Sanli had misunderstood the relationship between Xianxia and Yang Ming. Therefore, even though he was younger than Xianxia by about 10 years, he was afraid that he would mess up the seniority between him and Yang Ming. Therefore, he called Xianxia uncle. "Oh?" Xianxia was stunned and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. His daughter had mentioned Yang Ming's name during this period of time. Xianxia misunderstood and thought that Yang Ming was Xianxia's boyfriend. When he saw his daughter's expression when she talked, Xianxia seemed to have deep feelings for Yang Ming. Although Xianxia tried to ask his daughter about Yang Ming, Xianxia kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything important. However, the more she acted like this, the more Xianxia was sure that this Yang Ming was Yang Ming's boyfriend. Maybe because his daughter had become like this, her boyfriend had probably left her. Therefore, after Xianxia guessed this, he didn't dare to ask his daughter anything. He didn't want to make his daughter sad. However, Xianxia was secretly angry. He scolded this Yang Ming for being heartless. After his daughter got into trouble, this boyfriend called Yang Ming didn't come to visit her, not even symbolically. This made Xianxia even more angry. When he suddenly heard Bao Sanli say that the person who came was Yang Ming, Xianxia's face immediately became gloomy. "Yang Ming, I've heard a lot about you." Xianxia said coldly and didn't look at Yang Ming anymore. He turned around and said to Bao Sanli, "Mr. Bao, please come in." "Uncle Shen." Yang Ming called out to Xianxia doubtfully. He didn't know why Xianxia would treat him like this. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. Bao Sanli was also very puzzled. He didn't understand what was wrong with Xianxia. However, it wasn't strange. Even if Xianxia had complaints, he wouldn't say bad things about Yang Ming to Bao Sanli. In Xianxia's opinion, it was impossible for Bao Sanli to know Yang Ming. Therefore, Bao Sanli naturally wouldn't say these things to him. When he suddenly saw Yang Ming and Bao Sanli together today, he was only angry at Yang Ming and neglected these small details. "Humph," Xianxia snorted and didn't bother with Yang Ming. He also didn't say anything to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly as they shrugged. "Baozi, how did I offend Uncle Shen?" "I'm not sure either. You two probably haven't met before, right?" Bao Sanli was also confused. Could it be that he is angry because you, as the chairman of the group, didn't come to visit Xianxia even once? He knows that I'm the chairman? Yang Ming shook his head in disbelief. He probably doesn't know, right? Then, I really can't guess. Why don't I ask? Bao Sanli thought for a while and couldn't think of a reason, so he said this. Forget it. It's not polite to ask directly. Let's take a look first. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli entered Xianxia's house together. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli followed Xianxia into the house. This was a typical small house with only one living room and one suite. When Yang Ming came to the living room, he saw a girl with a haggard face that couldn't hide her beauty flipping through something on the sofa. Yushi, Mr. Bao is here to see you, Xianxia said to Xianxia. Oh? Brother Bao? Xianxia put down the book in her hand in surprise. Brother Bao, didn't you just leave? Why did you come back? During this period of time, Xianxia and Bao Sanli's relationship had become more familiar. In the past, Xianxia still called Bao Sanli as President Bao. Later, Bao Sanli felt that it was strange and simply let her call him Brother Bao. Ah? Xianxia raised her head and saw Yang Ming coming into the house with Bao Sanli. She was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but blush. Her beautiful eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xianxia had always hoped that Yang Ming would come to see her. However, she also knew that her thoughts were somewhat unrealistic. Not to mention that she had no relationship with Yang Ming, it was still uncertain whether Yang Ming would still remember her. Even if he remembered her, how could Yang Ming come to see her? During this period of time, Xianxia had already found out about Yang Ming's true identity from her conversations with Bao Sanli. He was the chairman of the Mingyang group. Even Bao Sanli was his subordinate. How could such a person have any relationship with her? Her previous thoughts of being Yang Ming's lover had also faded a lot. However, after putting aside these unrealistic thoughts, Xianxia realized that she still had a good impression of Yang Ming in her heart. It was not because of anything else. Because of that time when he saved the damsel in distress in the private room, Xianxia's young maiden heart was deeply moved. Seeing his daughter's shy expression, Xiandaqi's heart was even more convinced. His expression became even more gloomy. While his heart ached for his daughter's infatuation, he was also a little annoyed by Yang Ming's heartless behavior. Looking at Yang Ming's calm expression, how did he look like? His daughter's boyfriend? He looked like an ordinary stranger. This was Xiandaqi's misunderstanding of Yang Ming. Yang Ming had no other relationship with Xianxia. If they were too close, there would be a problem. However, Xiandaqi's first impression was the strongest. He believed that Yang Ming was a heartless man who did not want his daughter when he saw that she was disabled. This time, Yang Ming came to see Xianxia. Xiandaqi guessed that perhaps Bao Sanli knew that his daughter was still thinking about Yang Ming, so he captured Yang Ming and brought him to his daughter. Xiandaqi more or less knew about Bao Sanli's social connections and power. If Bao Sanli wanted to find someone, it would not be difficult. "Mr. Bao, please have some tea." Xiandaqi poured a cup of tea for Bao Sanli and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. However, he completely ignored Yang Ming's existence. "This? Thank you." Bao Sanli took the tea from Xiandaqi. He didn't know whether to drink it or give it to Yang Ming. He suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't know what was wrong with Xiandaqi today. "You can drink it, I'm not thirsty." Yang Ming smiled bitterly as he looked at Bao Sanli and said, "You're not thirsty either," Xiandaqi said in his heart. However, he still suppressed his anger and didn't say it out loud. He wanted to see what Yang Ming would say to his daughter later. If he said something that could make them reconcile, then this matter would be over. However, if he really wanted to break up with his daughter or say something unfamiliar, then it wouldn't be too late for him to scold him. "Xianxia, how are you?" Yang Ming couldn't figure out why Xiandaqi treated him like this for the time being. He didn't care about him and simply turned his head to look at Xianxia and asked with concern, "I still can't feel my leg." When Xianxia mentioned her leg, her face turned gloomy. The joy that she felt when Yang Ming came to visit her had also faded a little. Xianxia didn't know how Bao Sanli managed to invite Yang Ming over. However, she found out from Bao Sanli that Yang Ming had gone on a long trip a while ago. She was afraid that he had just returned. Bao Sanli was well aware of her feelings. She didn't know if he had told Yang Ming about it. When she thought that Yang Ming might know that she had a crush on him, Xianxia's face turned hot. She shyly lowered her head. Yang Ming didn't see the shyness on Xianxia's face. When he saw her lowering her head, he thought that she was sad because of the injury on her leg. Thus, he comforted her, "Medicine is so advanced now. There will always be a way." "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said that there is no other way for Western medicine. He asked me to try Chinese medicine." Xianxia sighed and said, "The doctor asked me to try traditional Chinese massage and acupuncture. However, Brother Bao took me to try a few, but there was no effect. As long as there is hope." Yang Ming nodded and comforted him. "This kind of treatment is a slow process. It can't be done overnight." Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's encouragement, and hope rekindled in her heart. "I hope that I can stand up again." "I think so." Yang Ming nodded. What book are you reading? Yang Ming decided to change the topic first. The previous topic was a little heavy. He was afraid that if they talked too much, it would affect Xianxua's mood. Oh, a book on hotel management. Xianxua was a little embarrassed, but she did not hide it from Yang Ming. I bought it when I was working as a foreman in the hotel. I was going to learn it, but I didn't expect that something would happen later. Now that I have nothing to do, I took it out and flipped through it. Besides, with my family's situation, there are really no other books to read. Xianxua was a little embarrassed as she spoke. Yang Ming naturally knew what Xianxua meant when she said that there were no other books to read. Xianxua's parents were both laid-off workers. They were not educated, so it was naturally impossible for them to buy any books. Before Xianxua became a foreman, her income was definitely not much, so it was impossible for her to buy any books. Listening to Xianxua's words, Yang Ming's heart felt uncomfortable. He did not expect that after all this talk, it would still be a sad thing. Take care of yourself. When you are better, these can be used. It will definitely work, said Yang Ming. Hee, I hope so. Xianxua smiled sweetly. She felt that today was the happiest day since her accident. Although Yang Ming and her were just ordinary words, Xianxua was already very happy. This kind of opportunity did not always come by. Moreover, Xianxua had calmed down her mentality at the moment. She knew that she was definitely not worthy of Yang Ming now, so she no longer had that kind of thought and did not insist on anything. Since you like to read books, I will look for them one day. I seem to have a lot of similar books in my dormitory. I will bring them all to you. Yang Ming remembered that Tian Donghua and Zhang Ben had bought a lot of management books. After Tian Donghua left, these books were left in the dormitory and were not taken away. Yang Ming wanted to make good use of the waste. Okay. Xianxua nodded happily after listening to Yang Ming's words. Alright, then that's it for now. I still have something to do tonight. I will come to see you another day. Yang Ming looked at the time on his phone and said to Xianxua. Okay. Xianxua was very happy. There was no other reason. After Yang Ming came today, he promised to bring her books another day. Although Xianxua knew that she was not worthy of Yang Ming in her current situation, she still hoped that she could spend more time with Yang Ming. She also hoped that something would happen between them. You are leaving just like that? Seeing that Yang Ming wanted to leave, Xianxia finally could not help but block Yang Ming's path, not letting him leave. Ah? Why can't I leave? Yang Ming was stunned by Xianxia's action. Looking at Xianxia's furious face, Yang Ming was really speechless. How did he offend this honest man? When Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was pretending to be stupid, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Yang Ming and scolded him, "You played with my daughter before. Now that my daughter's leg is injured, you don't care anymore. Has your conscience been eaten away by a dog?" When he was agitated, he did not choose his words carefully. Originally, Xianxia was not very educated. He originally wanted to express that his daughter and Yang Ming were together, but Yang Ming left her when Xianxua was sick. However, when the words reached his mouth, he became agitated and said that Yang Ming played with Xianxua. Huh? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at Xianxia in shock. He was speechless. Yang Ming's head was covered in cold sweat. When did I play with Xianxua, and when did I not care anymore? Bao Sanli was also stunned by Xianxia's sudden attack. He stared blankly at Xianxia and was speechless. On the other hand, when Xianxua heard Xianxia's words, she immediately understood what was going on. Father must have misunderstood her relationship with Yang Ming. Her previous hesitation did not make her father feel at ease. Instead, it made her father feel that she had a relationship with Yang Ming. That was why there was such an awkward situation now. Xianxua felt that her face was burning. It was simply too embarrassing. How could father suddenly say this? Father, what are you saying? Xianxua was anxious and quickly shouted at Xianxia. Yushi, don't be afraid. Father will definitely stand up for you today. However, Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted Xianxua. Yang Ming, my daughter still thinks about you and misses you all the time. Even now, she still doesn't forget to protect you. However, do you really feel at ease? I. Yang Ming didn't know how to explain after hearing Shindaki's words. At this moment, Yang Ming also faintly guessed something. Shindaki must have misunderstood something. When Xianxia heard her father say her worries in front of Yang Ming, she immediately felt very embarrassed. Her face was red as she shouted, "Father, what are you talking about? You've made a mistake." Made a mistake? What did I make a mistake? When Shindaki saw that his daughter was actually so obsessed that she was still trying to exonerate Yang Ming, he also became a little anxious. This brat Yang Ming is dating you. When your legs were fine, he was with you. Now that your legs are fine, he didn't even come to see you for so long. Did I see wrongly? Dating? Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli dumbfoundedly and smiled bitterly. Brother Bao, why don't you explain? Uncle Shen, don't be agitated. There must be a misunderstanding in between. At this moment, Bao Sanli also understood what was going on. After being reminded by Yang Ming, he quickly said to Shindaki. "N? President Bao, didn't you capture this Yang Ming and bring him to Yushi?" Shindaki didn't expect that Bao Sanli would also say that there was a misunderstanding in between. He was immediately stunned. I captured him? Bao Sanli was stunned. He shook his head and said, how could I capture him? Mr. Yang requested to come here himself. I was only leading the way. Ah? I thought that you brought this Yang Ming to Yushi because Yushi always talks about him. Shindaki suddenly said, so, brat, you were the one who requested to bring him here? Shindaki turned his head towards Yang Ming and asked. It's me. Yang Ming nodded blankly. He looked at Xianxia strangely. This girl likes me? Now it seems that she often talks about me at home. That's why this misunderstanding happened. Okay, then tell me, do you want my Yushi or not? Shindaki asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Shindaki's words. How could he promote his daughter like this? Although Xianxia's legs were numb, she was still an outstanding beauty. It wasn't like she couldn't get married, right? Dad, are you done messing around? When Xianxia heard that her father was still interrogating Yang Ming about some groundless things, she couldn't help but say, Dad, what are you talking about? Yang Ming is the chairman of the Mingyang Group, which is the head office of our nightless hotel. He's not my boyfriend. Ah? Shindaki was stunned. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Yushi, what are you saying? You're saying Yang Ming isn't your boyfriend? He's not. Xianxia blushed and shook her head. He's the chairman of your group? Shindaki looked at Yang Ming awkwardly. Yes, he's the chairman of our group. Xianxia nodded. So, you're saying, he's not your boyfriend? Shindaki scratched his head doubtfully. Of course not. Xianxia bit her lips and lowered her head shyly. What happened today was really too embarrassing. How was she going to face Yang Ming in the future after what her father did? Shindaki slapped his forehead and changed the way he addressed Yang Ming, that. Chairman Yang. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I mistook you for Yushi's boyfriend. I'm really sorry for being rude to you before. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, it's good that you figured it out. I thought I had offended you before. Yang Ming really didn't have any bad feelings towards this honest middle-aged man. When he saw him, he thought of his father in the past. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't get angry, he just felt helpless. AI, don't mention it. Shindaki also smiled bitterly, it's all that brat Yushi's fault. She always mentions your name and is so affectionate. I thought you were her boyfriend. Dad. If you keep talking about it, I won't be good with you anymore. Xianxia was really anxious now. If Yang Ming asked about what happened before, she could just cover it up. However, her father had actually told him everything in detail. How was she going to face Yang Ming in the future? Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Shindaki was shocked and quickly shut his mouth. Yang Ming felt that Xianxia's girly attitude was a little funny, but he couldn't laugh. His heart felt heavy for no reason. After knowing Xianxua's thoughts, Yang Ming was a little worried. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, under the current situation, his unintentional words might hurt Xianxua's fragile heart. Therefore, Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. He was frozen in place and didn't know what to say. Yang Ming. Chairman Yang, you don't have to listen to my father's nonsense. When Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was stunned, she quickly explained, it's just that you saved me before. I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart, so I said a few more words, and my father misunderstood. You should just call me Yang Ming. Don't call me Chairman Yang, it's a little awkward. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and waved his hand. That's okay. Xianxia didn't know why she directly called Yang Ming. The age gap between her and Yang Ming was too small. She was really not used to calling Yang Ming a leader. It's okay, Yang Ming said, it's just a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's clarified. You don't have to worry. Xianxia nodded, then, are you still coming? I'll naturally send the books to you when I find them, Yang Ming nodded. Xianxia nodded again. Then, I'll be leaving? Yang Ming asked. Xianxia nodded again. Uncle Shen, Bao Sanli, and I will be leaving first. If there's anything, just give Baozi a call, Yang Ming said to Shindaki. Okay, Chairman Yang. I'm really sorry about what happened before. Shindaki was still a little embarrassed when he faced Yang Ming. After knowing Yang Ming's identity, Shindaki immediately understood the whole story. It must be that his daughter had a one-sided crush on Yang Ming. He even scolded Yang Ming. This made Shindaki feel very embarrassed. It's nothing, Yang Ming waved his hand, I've already said that it's a misunderstanding. After glancing at Xianxia, Yang Ming waved his hand at her. When Xianxia saw that Yang Ming didn't take the previous matter to heart, she happily waved her hand at Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli then left the Shen residence together. Xianxia couldn't get up, so Shindaki sent Yang Ming and Bao Sanli to the staircase. Uncle Shen, you can go back, Yang Ming said. Come and play when you have time. Shindaki said enthusiastically. He was no longer as cold as before. After leaving the staircase, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. You already knew? Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli and asked. Brother Yang. I'm sorry, Bao Sanli was shocked and quickly apologized. Who asked you to apologize? Yang Ming frowned, I'm asking if you already knew. I know a little. Bao Sanli nodded, previously, when Yushi was at the Nightless Club, there were rumors that she was your lover. When I promoted her to foreman, it was also because of this reason. Jing Xiaolu, Xianxia. Yang Ming glared at Bao Sanli, you're really smooth and slick. Things haven't even started yet, but you've already made preparations. Yang Ming. I'm sorry, Bao Sanli felt a chill in his heart and said carefully. I already said that I didn't ask you to apologize. Yang Ming waved his hand, your way of doing things is understandable, but when did this Xianxia have a good impression of me? Why didn't I know? It was that time when you saved her in the private room, right? Bao Sanli reminded him. Yang Ming thought about it, and this was the only possibility, so he nodded, is there any hope for her leg to be cured? It's hard to say. Bao Sanli hesitated and said, I tried many traditional Chinese medicine halls, but there was no effect. However, a few of them were liars. They kept recommending me to buy medicine and nutritional products. I was so angry that I asked someone to smash their signboard. The remaining few didn't have much effect. Although they were not liars, they were also quacks. After listening to Bao Sanli's words, Yang Ming almost laughed to death. Why are you still so reckless? This kind of difficult and miscellaneous disease is not easy to cure. I will try my best to contact them again. Bao Sanli smiled embarrassedly. The next time you come to see Xianxia, give me a call. Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Xianxia, but he felt that this girl was a little cute. The reason why Yang Ming said this was entirely because he wanted Xianxia to maintain a positive attitude and face every day happily. This way, the hope of recovery would be greater. In many cases, the recovery of stubborn diseases still depended on the patient's own will. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded. Until they got in the car, Yang Ming's mood slowly calmed down. How to deal with the relationship with Xianxia gave Yang Ming a headache. For such a girl, Yang Ming couldn't bear to directly say anything to refuse. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that an amazing scene was playing out in Dade Elegant Taxi Company. Zhang Yuliang, hit me again. Zhang Liebao ordered Zhang Yuliang. Ah? Zhang Yuliang didn't know what Zhang Liebao meant. Fourth master, what are you talking about? I asked you to hit me again. Didn't you hear me? Said Zhang Liebao. Hit you? Why would I hit you? Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Fourth master, Brother Yang has already left. Why do you still want to use this trick? Just hit me when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhang Liebao saw Zhang Yuliang being so naggy, and he was a little unhappy. That's fine. Then I will hit you. This is what you asked me to do. Zhang Yuliang said helplessly. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Zhang Liebao frowned. Pa. Zhang Yuliang slapped Zhang Liebao's face. Oh. Zhang Liebao let out a strange cry. Fourth master, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuliang asked hurriedly. You hit me too lightly. Use more strength. What's wrong with not eating? Zhang Liebao touched the face that was slapped by Zhang Yuliang and said, use more strength. Ah? Zhang Yuliang deliberately didn't dare to use too much strength. He didn't expect that not using strength was not enough. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Yuliang had to reach out his hand again and slapped Zhang Liebao. This time, he didn't hold back. He slapped Zhang Liebao's face directly with all his strength. Ayo! Zhang Liebao screamed. Fourth master, are you okay? You told me to use strength? Zhang Yuliang asked carefully with a bitter face. Cool. Zhang Liebao spat out a word with a satisfied smile. Of course, I told you to use more strength. This time, it's not bad. Again. Ah? Again? Zhang Yuliang really didn't know what to say. Is this fourth master sick? Yang Ming is gone, and he still wants me to hit him? Nonsense, hurry up. Zhang Liebao said. Oh. Zhang Yuliang raised his arm again and slapped Zhang Liebao. Zhang Liebao's face was full of nosebleeds. Cool, it's really cool. Zhang Liebao shouted. Zhang Yuliang suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that his fourth uncle had masochistic tendencies? Why does he like to be beaten so much? Zhang Yuliang really guessed right. Zhang Liebao was under pressure before. When he faced Yang Ming, he only hoped that Zhang Yuliang could beat him as hard as possible so that Yang Ming would forgive him. Therefore, under the psychological pressure and expectation of Yang Ming's forgiveness, Zhang Liebao's heart was distorted. He had an indescribable pleasure for being beaten. This was also the reason why he let Zhang Yuliang continue to beat him. Why did you stop? Zhang Liebao frowned. Continue. Zhang Yuliang looked at Zhang Liebao, who had almost turned into a pig's head. He sighed and could only wave his arm again. If Yang Ming knew that Zhang Liebao's heart had changed in an instant, who knew what he would think? Brother Yang, where are we going now? Asked Bao Sanli. I have an appointment with Xianxia for dinner tonight. Wait for me to ask her about the location. You can send me there later. Yang Ming said, Little Jia has a car. I will take her car tonight. Okay. Bao Sanli replied. Bao Sanli was very clear about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia, so he had no doubts about Yang Ming and Sun Jia eating together. Yang Ming looked at the time and dialed Sun Jia's number. Sun Jia, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming? I am in class. Sun Jia said, What's wrong? What's the matter? You are still in class. I looked at the time and thought you were done. Yang Ming said apologetically, Didn't we agree to eat together tonight? Where are you going? I will book a place first. And, let me think about it. Why don't we go to the Nightless Club or the International Hotel? Anyway, it is your territory. Sun Jia said. That's fine. Then, let's go to the International Hotel. The reason why Yang Ming didn't choose the Nightless Club was that Sun Jia was attacked there last time. Yang Ming was afraid that Sun Jia would have a psychological shadow and remember some unpleasant things. Moreover, on the top floor of the Songjiang International Hotel, Yang Ming also had a villa. After eating at night, they could stay there directly, so they didn't have to go to other places. Okay, then send me a text message after you book a room. Sun Jia said. Okay, then contact me by text message. Yang Ming said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli, let's go to the International Hotel. Help me book a private room. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded and started the car. In the afternoon, Zhao Ying's mood was very nervous. If it weren't for Sun Jia's previous urging, she wouldn't have asked Yang Ming out. However, with Sun Jia's encouragement, Zhao Ying agreed in a muddle-headed manner. In the afternoon class, after her mind calmed down, she was a little embarrassed. What reason do I have to ask Yang Ming out? Could it be that my friend wants to see him? How awkward is that? Yang Ming and I aren't in a relationship. What if Sun Jia asks some inappropriate questions after I go there? Therefore, the more Zhao Ying thought about it, the more scared she was. During the afternoon class, she was absent-minded. She played with the phone in her hand and didn't know how to talk to Yang Ming. However, Zhao Ying had already promised Sun Jia to have dinner together. At this time, it wasn't very good to go back on her words. AI, what should I do? Zhao Ying couldn't make up her mind for a while. For so long, she hadn't contacted Yang Ming. She suddenly asked him to have dinner because Sun Jia wanted to see him. If Sun Jia said something that embarrassed her, then how could she face Yang Ming in the future? Zhao Ying also became a bad student today. She was distracted during class. When she remembered that when she was a teacher, Yang Ming was distracted and didn't know what he was thinking, Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. Zhao Ying didn't expect that she would become a student one day. Moreover, she would be distracted in class. In a daze, she heard a noise coming from the classroom. The students around her stood up one after another. Zhao Ying suddenly came back to her senses. She didn't know when the class had ended, but she didn't hear it. Zhao Ying, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together? Fan Jinzhe walked over with a smile and stood next to Zhao Ying. He reached out and made an inviting gesture. Fan Jinzhe went back and changed his clothes. Then, he checked Zhao Ying's class schedule. He deliberately waited at the door of Zhao Ying's class and waited for the class to end. Then, he walked into the classroom. He freshened up and wore a suit that he thought was chic just to give Zhao Ying a new look. He believed that as long as Sun Jia didn't mess things up, he would definitely be able to capture Zhao Ying's heart. This was because Fan Jinzhe also saw that Zhao Ying was very simple and not so scheming. Sun Jia, on the other hand, was like a little fox. He couldn't take advantage of her at all. Ah? Tonight? I don't have time. I have an appointment with someone else. Zhao Ying was shocked when she saw Fan Jinzhe. After hearing Fan Jinzhe's words, she shook her head and refused. Oh? You have an appointment with someone? Who is it? Fan Jinzhe was slightly disappointed, but he still didn't give up and asked. I have an appointment with Sun Jia to have dinner together, said Zhao Ying. If that's the case, it's okay. Let's go together. Fan Jinzhe heard that it was Sun Jia. Although he was a little reluctant, he still said it in order to have more contact with Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying frowned. Why is this person so difficult to deal with? However, she wasn't the kind of person who was good at expressing her feelings. She didn't know how to refuse Fan Jinzhe, so she could only say, then you can talk to Sun Jia. Fan Jinzhe was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Ying also knew how to play Tai Chi. The reason why he talked to Zhao Ying was that he knew that Zhao Ying was the kind of girl who wasn't good at expressing herself. If it was Sun Jia, he really had no confidence at all. Wasn't this afternoon miserable enough? Zhao Ying had something on her mind, so she didn't bother to pay attention to Fan Jinzhe. She picked up her small bag and walked to the door of the classroom. Fan Jinzhe quickly followed and shouted from behind, Zhao Ying, wait for me. Zhao Ying didn't speak. She hated Fan Jinzhe very much in her heart. Why did he have to cause trouble at this time? After leaving the teaching building, she looked up and saw Sun Jia waiting for her in front of the teaching building. Zhao Ying was happy and quickly quickened her pace. Little Jia. Jiaoying waved at her. Jiaoying, why did you only end class now? Your instructor can really drag it out. Xianxia saw Jiaoying, waved at her, and complained. Really? Jiaoying was muddle-headed throughout the class. She didn't look at the time. She didn't know what was being talked about in today's class, nor did she notice how long the class lasted. It's 20 minutes later than usual, said Sun Jia. Little Jia. Fan Xianxia caught up from behind. When he saw Sun Jia, he quickly smiled at her and made a pose that he thought was cool. Who allowed you to call me Little Jia? Sun Jia frowned, am I very close to you? Ugh. I heard Jiaoying call you that. Fan Xianxia wanted to get close to Sun Jia, but he didn't expect that such an address would make Sun Jia feel disgusted with him. Sun Jia snorted softly and ignored Fan Xianxia. Instead, she said to Jiaoying, Jiaoying, let's go. Jiaoying nodded and glanced at Fan Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know how to deal with this person. You are going to eat, right? Let's go. Let's go together. It's my treat, said Fan Xianxia elegantly. It's okay. We have an appointment. Sun Jia glanced at Fan Xianxia and refused. Oh, I see. Seeing that Sun Jia didn't want to bring him along, Fan Xianxia still said shamelessly, I have a car. It's in the parking lot. Where are you going? I can send you there. Sun Jia didn't even bother with Fan Xianxia this time. She walked directly in the direction of the parking lot with Sun Jia. Fan Xianxia thought that Sun Jia had acquiesced to his suggestion. He was delighted and followed behind the two of them, walking in the direction of the parking lot. As Fan Xianxia walked, he was calculating in his heart. After Sun Jia and Jiaoying get in the car, I will persuade them. Then, maybe they will agree to eat with me. Sun Jia's so-called appointment was just an excuse in Fan Xianxia's opinion. Otherwise, why did Jiaoying only say that she had an appointment with Sun Jia and didn't say that she had an appointment with someone else? Therefore, Fan Xianxia was sure that Sun Jia, this little vixen, must be deceiving him. Fan Xianxia had a deep understanding of Sun Jia's shrewdness, so he had given up on pursuing Sun Jia. He knew that he couldn't control a woman like Sun Jia. Jiaoying was purer and more delicate. They followed Sun Jia and Jiaoying to the parking lot. Fan Xianxia ran in front of the two women, then he raised the car remote control in his hand and pressed it in the air. A Honda Accord made a beep sound, and the lights flashed twice. This is my car. Both of you, please get in. Fan Xianxia gestured to Sun Jia and Jiaoying. Sun Jia and Jiaoying stopped and looked at each other. They saw helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. After looking at each other, the two continued to walk forward. Fan Xianxia saw Sun Jia and Jiaoying looking at each other before walking towards his car. He was overjoyed and quickly followed them. However, when Sun Jia and Jiaoying passed by his car, they didn't stop at all but continued to move forward. Eh? What are you going to do? My car is here. Fan Xianxia saw that Sun Jia and Jiaoying didn't sit in his car. He was a little anxious and shouted at them. Sun Jia and Jiaoying ignored him and continued to move forward. Jiaoying, Sun Jia, my car is here. Fan Xianxia patted his car door and said, this is the Accord. It's mine. Sun Jia was really annoyed by Fan Xianxia's shouting. There was still some distance between them, so she had no choice but to take out the remote control and press it first. A red Audi R8 in the distance made two sounds. Sun Jia and Jiaoying quickened their pace and walked towards the red R8. This? Fan Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the red Audi R8 in the distance. Although he didn't know the value of the R8, Fan Xianxia knew very well from the image in Iron Man that this car was definitely not cheap. Fan Xianxia felt that he was already very rich in school. He had his own company outside the school. The car he usually drove was a Honda Accord that cost more than 200,000 yuan. He could show off in front of the girls. He originally thought that he could show his face in front of Sun Jia and Jiaoying, but he didn't expect that Sun Jia's car was much more high-end than his. Thinking about Sun Jia's usual words and actions, Fan Xianxia was sure that Sun Jia must be a rich girl who didn't put him in her eyes at all. No wonder Sun Jia didn't care about me. Fan Xianxia sighed. However, he didn't feel too disappointed. Instead, he was glad that his main target was not Xianxia. This was because he had also heard that some rich girls were very depraved and had a messy private life. They would casually sleep with boys and take some videos and photos. Xianxia felt that this kind of woman was not safe even if she was given to him. It was too easy for her to cheat on him. In his opinion, Xianxia was this type. Otherwise, how could her breasts be so big? Looking at Xiaoying, she was much more simple. Although Xianxia was a rich girl, Xianxia was absolutely sure that Xiaoying was only born in an ordinary family. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia didn't back down except for his face being a little ugly after seeing Xianxia's Audi R8. He couldn't be compared to Xianxia, but at least he could show off in front of Xiaoying. Moreover, Xianxia was just a rich second generation relying on her family. How could she be better than a man who ran a company outside like him? As a matter of fact, he was very popular with girls in school. It was just that Xianxia didn't like ordinary girls. Seeing Xianxia and Xiaoying get into the red Audi R8, Xianxia gritted his teeth, got into his car, and followed from behind. He wanted to follow Xianxia and Xiaoying and see where they were going to eat. Xianxia felt that he must be shameless to chase girls. This trick might not work on Xianxia, but it would definitely work on Xiaoying. Xianxia was not worried about not being able to catch up with Xianxia. Although Xianxia's car was a sports car, it was in the city. So what if it was a sports car? In such a congested traffic, even a flying car couldn't go very fast. Little Jia, he is following us. Xiaoying frowned when she saw Xianxia's car following them from behind. Don't care about him. Let him do what he wants. Xianxia said in her heart, if I wasn't afraid of scaring Xiaoying, I would have called Yang Ming directly. I believe that Xianxia's ending will be very satisfying. Oh. Xiaoying nodded and stopped thinking about Xianxia. Instead, she thought about how to talk to Yang Ming. Xiaoying, have you called your boyfriend? Asked Xianxia. No. I'm a little embarrassed. Xiaoying hesitated and said with a blush. Ah? It can't be? I have already made reservations here. You haven't called yet? Xianxia was stunned. Xiaoying, you should call him quickly. What time is it now? What if he has something to do? Wouldn't we have prepared for nothing today? We haven't contacted each other for a long time. Xiaoying whispered, I don't know how to say it. What's there to not know? Just say that you want to ask him out for dinner. Xianxia said, don't mention my matter first. Ask him out first. I see. Xiaoying was still a little hesitant. Then I will send him a message first. You are such a bashful person. How can you do that? Xianxia looked at Xiaoying's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are so timid. It is useless even if the man takes the initiative. Okay. Xiaoying took out her mobile phone after Xianxia said this. She typed a message and sent it out. Yang Ming was chatting with Bao Sanli at the Songjiang International Hotel about the development of the company when his mobile phone rang. Yang Ming took it out and glanced at it. It was a new message. Are you free tonight? Yang Ming was slightly stunned because the sender of this text message was actually Xiaoying. Xiaoying had not contacted him for a long time. Although he had contacted Xiaoying on the internet, the Xiaoying on the internet did not know that he was Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming had some doubts about Xiaoying suddenly sending him a text message. Logically, this is not Xiaoying's character. With Xiaoying's character, how could she take the initiative to contact me? I occasionally sent her a message when I was free for a few days, but she didn't reply. Let alone taking the initiative to send me a message and ask if I am free tonight. Could it be that Xiaoying sent the wrong message? However, if she sent the wrong message, who did Xiaoying send this message to? Could it be that Xiaoying is going on a date with someone else? So, Xiaoying has a new boyfriend? When he thought of this possibility, Yang Ming's heart was as uncomfortable as being scratched by a cat. Could it be that Xiaoying really lost confidence in me and turned to the arms of others? Yang Ming and Bao Sanli's conversation also became absent-minded. Brother Yang? You said that the escort company. Bao Sanli looked at Yang Ming, who didn't seem to listen to him at all. He was somewhat absent-minded, so he stopped what he wanted to say and said, "Brother Yang, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Ah?" Yang Ming immediately reacted and looked at Bao Sanli apologetically. "It's nothing. I will send a text message." "Okay, then Brother Yang, I will go to the hotel first." Bao Sanli took the initiative to stand up and evaded. You go ahead." Yang Ming waved his hand casually, but he was thinking about Zhao Ying's text message. Bao Sanli sighed slightly. He guessed that Yang Ming must have encountered something, but since Yang Ming didn't say it, Bao Sanli couldn't keep asking, so Bao Sanli chose to evade temporarily. If Yang Ming had something, he could call him at any time. Yang Ming hesitated for a while and sent a text message back to Zhao Ying. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming didn't say whether he had time or not. He just asked Zhao Ying what was the matter. Even if Zhao Ying sent the wrong message, they wouldn't be awkward. If it was really sent to him, Zhao Ying only needed to say what was the matter. If it wasn't sent to him, she just needed to say that there was nothing. It was much easier to accept than if he said that he had time or not, and Zhao Ying said that it was sent to the wrong message. After a while, Zhao Ying's text message was sent again. "Let's have dinner together tonight?" asked Zhao Ying. "And?" Yang Ming looked at the phone in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Ying didn't send the wrong message? But it was really sent to me? She asked if I was free tonight. "Let's have dinner together?" Zhao Ying took the initiative to ask me out for dinner? Yang Ming wasn't used to it for a while. He really had some doubts. This isn't Zhao Ying's character. If it were other times, Yang Ming would definitely not hesitate to agree and then go and see what happened. But today, Yang Ming had already made an appointment with Xianxia, and he had already booked a room in the hotel. If he missed the appointment, it wouldn't be fair to Xianxia. Moreover, Yang Ming also missed Xianxia. They hadn't been alone for a long time. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ming decided to reject Zhao Ying's invitation. Zhao Ying nervously waited for Yang Ming's reply. The text message tone of the phone rang. Zhao Ying quickly pressed the read button. After reading Yang Ming's reply, Zhao Ying was a little disappointed. However, there was a feeling of relief. If Yang Ming agreed today, then Zhao Ying wasn't mentally prepared. How could she face it? "You sent it for so long." "How is it?" asked Xianxia. "He said that he has something to do tonight. He can't come." Zhao Ying shrugged and said. "Something to do?" Xianxia frowned after listening. "Why didn't you make an appointment with him earlier?" Now, at this time, he must have already booked something. "Then forget it. Let's talk about it another day. You go and eat by yourself." "I won't go," said Zhao Ying. "How can that be?" Xianxia shook her head. "How about this? You contact your boyfriend again. Tell him that he doesn't need to come to eat. He just needs to come over and show his face." "He's not my boyfriend." Zhao Ying blushed. "This isn't good. Isn't this tormenting him? If you don't torment him, how do you know if he cares about you?" Xianxia said, "It's also a test and a test. Girls occasionally have to throw a little tantrum." This? Zhao Ying was hesitant by Xianxia's words. She didn't know if she should follow Xianxia's advice. "Hurry up. We will reach the hotel in a while." Xianxia said, "You tell him that at the Songjiang International Hotel, he just needs to show his face. He doesn't need to stay too long." "Then, okay." Zhao Ying finally nodded. She picked up the phone again and sent a text message to Yang Ming. "In a while, can you come over? It won't take too long. You just need to show your face. I have a friend who wants to see you." Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's text message and suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Zhao Ying's friend wants to see me? What does that mean? Could it be Wang Xiaoyan? Yang Ming was just thinking about it casually. This friend naturally wouldn't be Wang Xiaoyan. However, in any case, Zhao Ying rarely took the initiative to ask him, and it wouldn't take too long. Yang Ming didn't need to refuse, so he sent a text message. "Where is it? I'll look at the time. If it's not too late, I'll go over." Zhao saw Yang Ming's reply and sent a text message. It's at the Songjiang International Hotel. Songjiang International Hotel? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's text message and was stunned again. It can't be, right? Zhao Ying asked me to meet at the Songjiang International Hotel? In this case, there is nothing wrong with me going to Zhao Ying's place. Thinking of this, Yang Ming replied with a text message, well, let's contact each other by text message. Seeing Yang Ming's text message, Zhao Ying took a deep breath. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. Should I be excited or nervous? What's wrong? Did he agree? Xianxia saw that Zhao Ying's expression was a bit strange, so she asked. He agreed. He will come over in a while, said Zhao Ying. That's good. I will help you test it in a while to see if he really likes you, said Xianxia. Xianxia said, however, from the fact that he promised you to come over, he should still care about you. Oh. Zhao Ying responded, but she didn't know how to answer. Xianxia drove to the Songjiang International Hotel. Fan Jinja had been following behind. Seeing Xianxia's car drive into the parking lot of the International Hotel, Fan Jinja was secretly shocked. This rich girl is really rich. I rarely come to this kind of high-class place. I will only come here if it is for business or important matters. However, for Zhao Ying today, Fan Jinja decided to enter even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, not to mention this expensive place. Xianxia also saw Fan Jinja following in, but she didn't mind. Yang Ming had already booked a private room. At that time, could Fan Jinja still force his way into her private room? If he really forced his way in, then he would die miserably. Yang Ming would never let him go easily. Xianxia found a parking space and parked the car. Fan Jinja also quickly found a place near Xianxia and parked his car. It was not dinner time yet, so there were still a lot of parking spaces in the hotel. Xianxia and Zhao Ying got out of the car and walked toward the entrance of the hotel. Fan Jinja followed behind them, ready to find a suitable opportunity to strike up a conversation. He didn't think that Xianxia and Zhao Ying would go to the private room to eat. He thought that the two of them would definitely sit in the lobby and eat. After all, it was only the two of them, and it was impossible for them to have a private room. It was useless even if Xianxia was a rich girl. Fan Jinja, who had done business here several times, knew very well that the number of private rooms in the international hotel was very limited. If one didn't make an appointment in advance, it was impossible to book one. So, he was going to wait until Xianxia and Zhao Ying were seated before going up to chat with them. He believed that Xianxia couldn't refuse in public. Then, the rest would be logical. Ladies, welcome. After Xianxia and Zhao Ying entered the hotel, the greeter on the side of the hotel said to them politely. May I ask if you are staying or dining? Do you have a reservation? A greeter asked. Private room 307, Xianxia said to the greeter. Okay, please wait a moment. The greeter took Xianxia and Zhao Ying to the computer at the front desk, entered the number of the private room, and then asked, Is this reserved by a Mr. Yang? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Okay, please take the elevator and turn left. There are waiters on the third floor. If you can't find it, you can ask them. The greeter made an inviting gesture to Xianxia and Zhao Ying. In the elevator, Xianxia called Yang Ming. We're here. Are you in the private room? Previously, Yang Ming only sent the private room's number to Xianxia, so Xianxia wasn't sure if Yang Ming was in the private room, so she called to confirm. I'm in the private room. You can just come up directly. Yang Ming said. Okay, let's go up, said Xianxia. Us? There are others? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't Sister Xiaoqing say that she couldn't come because of something? It's not Sister Xiaoqing. It's a classmate of mine. Xianxia said with a smile, Why? Am I not welcome? That's not it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he was not very welcome in his heart, it was rare for him to have time alone with Xianxia, but Xianxia brought others. Then wait for us. Don't worry. She is also a beauty. Xianxia smiled. Okay. Yang Ming could only accept this reality. Why? Is your boyfriend unhappy? Xiaoying waited for Xianxia to hang up the phone before she asked, "Are you afraid that I will affect your life?" How could it be? He was just a little surprised. Xianxia shook her head and said lightly. She naturally knew that Yang Ming would be helpless, but she couldn't tell these things to Xiaoying, so as not to affect her mood. Since my friend has something to do tonight, then today, I think we should forget about it. Xiaoying said with some hesitation, I will also ruin the atmosphere with you too. How can that be? Son. Jia quickly pulled Xiaoying. You can't go. Besides, didn't you say that your boyfriend will come when he has time? I don't know if he has time. Xiaoying said with uncertainty. Whether he has time or not, we will know in a while. Let's go. We are already here. Sun Jia pulled Xiaoying out of the elevator and walked in the direction of room 307. Sun Jia was a frequent guest of the Songjiang International Hotel. Without the guidance of the waiter, Sun Jia was brought directly to the door of room 307. Dang dang dang. Sun Jia knocked on the door. Who is it? Yang Ming asked. It's me, said Sun Jia. When Xiaoying heard Yang Ming's voice, she was slightly stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Xiaoying, what's wrong with you? Sun Jia heard Xiaoying's exclamation, so she turned around and asked. It's nothing. Xiaoying shook her head and smiled apologetically. Naturally, she didn't think that the person in the room was someone she knew. There were too many people with similar voices. While the two were talking, the door of the room was opened. Yang Ming walked out from inside and gave Sun Jia a warm hug. Little Jia, you are here. Xiaoying exclaimed and covered her mouth. She looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. From the moment Yang Ming walked out of the room, Xiaoying was shocked. She felt a little surprised in her heart. Could it be that Yang Ming came here first? However, she thought about it again. Although she told Yang Ming that the place to eat was at the Songjiang International Hotel, she didn't tell him the number of the private room. He didn't know that she was eating in room 307. Even she just knew that it was room 307. So, how did Yang Ming find this place? Thinking of this, Xiaoying's heart faintly had an ominous premonition. When Yang Ming called Sun Jia's name affectionately and hugged Sun Jia, Xiaoying's mind buzzed. The ominous premonition before finally became a reality. Could it be that Sun Jia's boyfriend is Yang Ming? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Xiaoying's mind was blank. She was stunned for a while and didn't know what to do. Hearing Xiaoying's exclamation, Yang Ming suddenly woke up. Previously, he didn't use his special ability to check the situation outside the room in advance. He didn't know who Sun Jia brought. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Sun Jia just brought a classmate. If he used his special ability to check in advance, it would be a bit of a fuss. When Yang Ming opened the door, his attention was also focused on Sun Jia. He didn't pay attention to the person next to Sun Jia. When Xiaoying exclaimed, although she covered her mouth in time, it was too late. Yang Ming looked at Xiaoying and was suddenly dumbfounded. How could it be Xiaoying? Sun Jia's classmate is Xiaoying? Why haven't I heard of it before? This is troublesome. Yang Ming, this is my good sister, Xiaoying. Eh? What's wrong with you? Why do you have this expression? Although Sun Jia also heard Xiaoying's previous exclamation, she didn't take it seriously because she thought that Xiaoying was shocked by Yang Ming suddenly hugging her. Good sister. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and repeated Sun Jia's words strangely. Why did he feel that Sun Jia seemed to have a double meaning? Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Sun Jia frowned. Xiaoying is a very good person. Can you not have this bitter face? Yang Ming didn't know how to explain it. Sun Jia obviously misunderstood him. She thought that his bitter expression was because he didn't welcome Xiaoying. How would she know the real reason? Xiaoying, don't mind it. My boyfriend is like this. He's not very good at expressing his emotions. He is usually silly. Sun Jia glared at Yang Ming and explained to Xiaoying. Oh, it's nothing. It's fine. Xiaoying smiled absent-mindedly. She felt a sense of loss in her heart. When she heard Sun Jia say that Yang Ming was her boyfriend, Xiaoying didn't doubt it this time. It seemed that Xianxia's boyfriend was Yang Ming. However, when did Yang Ming get together with Xianxia? Why didn't I know about it? I didn't see Yang Ming bring Xianxia back to the villa. Zhao, you really don't mind it? Xianxia was also puzzled in her heart. Yang Ming wasn't a stingy person. What happened today? It wasn't like she hadn't been with friends before. For example, Yang Ming was very affectionate when he was with her. He even recognized her as his sister. When he was with Zhao, why was he so different? Logically, with Xianxia's shrewdness, if she went deep into it, it wasn't difficult to guess that there must be something hidden. However, she didn't think about it in that way. In her opinion, it was to quickly adjust the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao. They would talk about other things after they entered the private room. I'm fine. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Zhao smiled reluctantly. I'm a little dizzy. Why don't you guys eat first? I'll go back first. I won't be here. How can that be? Since you're here, why don't you sit for a while before leaving? Besides, you were fine just now. Why did you suddenly feel uncomfortable? Xianxia was a little suspicious. She suddenly thought of something, so she said, Are you angry with Yang Ming? Yang Ming, why aren't you apologizing to Zhao? Do you not want to go to bed tonight? Xianxia reached out and pinched Yang Ming's waist. Yang Ming almost exclaimed. Fortunately, Yang Ming's ability to resist attacks was relatively strong, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Yang Ming was embarrassed for a while. After hearing Xianxia's words, he was sweating in his heart. Isn't this asking for my life? It's okay. It's not his fault. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. Little Jia, it's nothing. Zhao waved her hand to Xianxia and refused her kindness. She couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. Little Jia, Sister Ing, let's go in and talk. It's not convenient to talk in the corridor. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Since it's my own business, then I'll solve it myself. From Zhao Ying's current reaction, she obviously didn't want Xianxia to know that she and Yang Ming knew each other, so in order to avoid embarrassment, she used the excuse that she was not feeling well to leave. Yang Ming was very clear about this point. However, if Yang Ming let Zhao leave, then was he still a man? He asked himself honestly. He absolutely couldn't do this kind of thing, and he didn't want to do it. Today, if he let Zhao leave so lonely, how much damage would it bring to Zhao Ying's heart? It was conceivable. How would he face Zhao in the future? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to take this responsibility. In any case, he had to give an explanation to Xianxia and Zhao today. When she heard Yang Ming call Zhao Sister Ing, Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with some doubts and looked at Zhao again. She faintly guessed something in her heart. Could it be that it wasn't the first time the two people met? Is there any contradiction between them? When she heard Yang Ming call her Sister Ing in front of Xianxia, Zhao Ying's heart softened. Just in time. Let's see how Yang Ming explains it. Although Xianxia had doubts in her heart, she still pulled Zhao into the private room and closed the door of the private room. Xianxia quickly followed Xianxia and Zhao into the lobby of the Songjiang International Hotel. He happened to see Xianxia and Zhao getting into the elevator, so he quickly found the hostess who was talking to Xianxia and Zhao. He asked, I was with the two ladies just now. Where did they go? Xianxia saw that Xianxia and Zhao did not go to the lobby on the first floor to eat but went upstairs. Obviously, they had booked a private room, so Xianxia was a little anxious. If he was one step slower, he would almost lose them. Together? Excuse me, you are. The hostess glanced at Xianxia with some doubts. She thought, if they were together, why didn't they come together? Why are you following behind them in a hurry? Is there a problem? Therefore, the hostess did not directly say where Xianxia and Zhao went. Instead, she asked about Xianxia's identity. I'm their chauffeur. I just parked the car and ran in. Xianxia smiled at the receptionist and explained. So you are their driver? The hostess nodded in realization. Since you are the driver, there is no problem. They went to room 307 on the third floor. Xianxia's explanation was very consistent with the current situation, So the hostess did not doubt it and directly told Fan Jinzhe where Sun Jia and Zhao went. Okay, thank you. Fan Jinzhe nodded and quickly went to another elevator. While he kept praying for the elevator to go faster, the elevator finally stopped on the third floor slowly. Fan Jinzhe rushed out of the elevator, looked around, and sighed in relief. He saw Sun Jia and Zhao. He saw Sun Jia and Zhao standing in front of a private room. He knocked on the door twice, and then the door opened. A man came out from inside and hugged Sun Jia. After a few words, they entered the private room. Because Fan Jinzhe was far away, he couldn't hear what they were saying. It turns out that little girl Sun is here to meet her boyfriend. No wonder she is so stubborn. It turns out that she is already taken. Fan Jinzhe thought to himself. Fortunately, I didn't pursue Sun Jia. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any results. After seeing Sun Jia's sports car, Fan Jinzhe had a certain understanding of Sun Jia's family background. Seeing that Sun Jia's boyfriend could book a private room in the Songjiang International Hotel, he must be someone who matched Sun Jia's family background. Fan Jinzhe knew that he could not reach this level. I don't know why Sun Jia brought Zhao on a date. Fan Jinzhe was annoyed with Sun Jia. Why did she bring a light bulb on a date? Isn't she looking for trouble? Could it be that there were other people in the room? Fan Jinzhe did not dare to knock on the door rashly. After all, she had already entered the private room. It was still possible to meet her by chance in the hall, but if he met her by chance in the private room, he would be suspected of stalking her. Moreover, it was hard to say if there were only 3 people in the room. What if there were others? Therefore, Fan Jinzhe decided to wait and see the situation before making his next plan. After Yang Ming entered the private room, he looked at Sun Jia, then looked at Zhao. He sighed and said, "Little Jia, you and Sister Ying should sit down. Since everyone is here, let's clear up some things together." I don't want to listen. I'll go back first. Zhao was a little nervous. Her face was red, and she wanted to stand up and escape. Sister Ying, don't go. Yang Ming stood in front of Zhao unquestionably. Sun Jia also grabbed Zhao Ying's hand. Zhao Ying, if there's anything, listen to Yang Ming first. It won't be too late to leave after that. Zhao Ying couldn't help it. She could only sigh faintly and sit back on the sofa. Sister Ying, you sent me a text message before, asking me if I had time to come out for dinner tonight. Was it to attend this dinner party? Yang Ming was afraid that Zhao Ying would do something else, so he asked directly. In this way, Zhao Ying couldn't hide even if she wanted to. This? Zhao Ying lowered her head. Yang Ming must want to disclose the ambiguous relationship between the two. This made Zhao Ying a little embarrassed, especially in front of Sun Jia. After Sun Jia heard Yang Ming's words, she was slightly stunned at first, but then she suddenly understood why Yang Ming and Zhao Ying had such expressions when they suddenly met. She also understood the relationship between the two. It turned out that the so-called sweetheart in Zhao Ying's mouth was actually Yang Ming. Zhao Ying asked Yang Ming to meet her, but because Yang Ming had already made an appointment with her to eat together in advance, he refused Zhao Ying. However, he couldn't stand Zhao Ying's request, so Yang Ming agreed to show up when Zhao Ying was eating. As a result, he didn't show up, but he didn't show up directly. Everyone was reunited. Sun Jia sighed secretly when she thought of what Zhao Ying said to her before. She didn't know what was so good about Yang Ming. Why do so many people like him? However, Sun Jia didn't have any other thoughts, nor did she feel jealous. Sun Jia was a proud woman. In her opinion, her boyfriend must be better than her and others. Yang Ming did this, so Sun Jia chose to be with Yang Ming. Since she chose Yang Ming, she wouldn't care about Yang Ming's other women. She wouldn't even think much about it. She had such a character, so when she knew that Xiaoqing was also related to Yang Ming, she didn't show any disgust and hatred. Instead, she happily accepted this matter. Therefore, Sun Jia didn't intend to interrupt at this moment. Instead, she looked at Yang Ming and Zhao Ying with an expression of watching a good show with a smile. Because I had an appointment with Shao Jia, I rejected your proposal with a text message. But later, you said that you were eating at the Songjiang International Hotel. I thought that since we were all together, I would go over and sit for a while. It wasn't difficult, so I agreed. Yang Ming continued, however, I really didn't expect that you were the beautiful female classmate that Xianxia mentioned. Yang Ming. Don't say it. I guessed it. Zhao was a little embarrassed when she heard Yang Ming say this in front of Sun Jia. But Xianxia didn't know. I was also explaining it to her, said Yang Ming. I guessed it too. You don't have to explain. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming and grinned. Our two good students are very smart. You're the only one who's so long-winded. I see. Yang Ming scratched his head. Fortunately, Yang Ming was thick-skinned, so it didn't matter. Then let's not talk about this. Sister Ying, Xianxia, and I have known each other for a long time. We were together during the summer after the college entrance examination. Sun Jia heard that Yang Ming had brought forward the time of their relationship. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Ming, but she didn't argue. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't wrong. The first time they had sex was at that time. Xianxia. Sister Ying and I actually knew each other earlier. Yang Ming explained to Sun Jia again. I know. She is your teacher, and you are her student. Sun Jia had heard Zhao Ying talk about the past. But it doesn't matter. Not now. You are now classmates in the same school. No one can find any problems. Zhao Ying didn't expect Sun Jia to say this. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. I didn't talk nonsense. Yang Ming, am I wrong? Sun Jia asked Yang Ming. Yes. What I want to say is this. Yang Ming nodded. Well, the misunderstanding and reason of this matter have been clarified. I hope it won't affect the friendship between you two. End of chapter 1598. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.